morning, everyone. Day 2 of YCS Houston, Texas begins now. Coming to you live from the George R. Brown Convention Center, more than 1,400 duelists signed up, battling through round after round of Swiss Saturday, grinding to stay in contention. While hundreds dueled it out at tables and on stage, many took part in fun-filled public events as well, catching up with friends and grabbing goodies. But all eyes are on our competitors today. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am your YCS host, and one of the duelists around me will be your YCS champion. We find out today, are you ready? I can't hear y'all. Are you ready? Let's duel and send it over to our casters.
Just some incredible energy there. It sounds like everybody took my advice and actually slept before they got here on the tournament. It is going to be a wonderful time because, again, this is a format that isn't really figured out completely yet. There's been brand new sets, and we had some great duels yesterday. You looking forward to the duels today?
Oh, yes. I'm looking forward to today. No questions asked. Let's go ahead and take a look at the event format so we can actually lay out what's going to happen specifically during day 2. So, yesterday we had our 9 Swiss rounds, of course, 45 minutes, best 2 out of 3. But today we have only 2 more Swiss rounds, round 10 and 11, each 45 minutes, best 2 out of 3. Then we're going to cut to top 32. After that, we have top 32 and top 16, each at 45 minutes, top 8 and top 4 at 55 minutes, and the final at 65 minutes, all best 2 out of 3 games of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Just some great Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game action today. And if you're joining us from around the world, bonjour, no, right? There's been a lot of tournaments going on around the world as people try to figure out how they're going to get to their World Championship qualifiers. But they're not just competing there, they're also competing here for some great prizes. So let's take a look at those.
Yes, the first place prize pool specifically is really decked out for this event here. We have, of course, the ultra rare Annoverse Solaria that people are going to be playing for. We have the trophy, the coveted YCS trophy. We have the Steam Deck OLED, and the extra bonus of that OLED will come with a Steam code for Early Days collection, basically 14 games for 1. We have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Premium Messenger Bag, the Premium Top Cut Mat, and, of course, an invite and VIP status to that World Championship qualifier later in July.
And the dreams all begin there, right? You have to make it there and get that coveted trophy, though. It looks so glorious with another Versalaria there. And we've handed out a few of them, but each one is its own coveted card and item. Again, you also get that top cut mat showing that beautiful Houston, Texas logo. Again, it's just something that's just so sought after, but we can only give it to one duelist. As you saw, everybody here is rearing and ready to go. The only one of them is going to be able to take that. I just cannot believe there's so many great duelists here. Speaking of which, we actually still have some bounty duelists in contention, so why don't we go ahead and take a look at those. So, we still have Kamal, who has 18 points, Justin with 22. Neil did not make day 2 with 10, but did a great job. Ryan with 15 points, and Francisco with 12. Israel still in contention with 24 points. Dylan did not make it with 15, but Blake is still here with 19. Hector with a great showing of 11 points, and Tavion still in the running with 21 points.
If my memory serves, Israel was 21 for a while up into round 7, meaning he went undefeated, but that means someone beat him before he got to 24 points, meaning that person got so many packs because the bounties work. Every time you win, you get more packs added to your bank.
It's what happens when you play the best of the best of the best, and we really do have them here in Houston. Just incredible stuff here, but we're not quite ready yet, right? We're going to have a break for round 10, and we'll be back in just a moment. promised you a round 10, and it's time to pay up. Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in beautiful Houston, Texas. Again, we've got a couple of rounds of Swiss left, 2 more actually. But before we get into that, of course, we have got just this incredible vibe going on here. As you saw from the competitors, they are locked in and ready to go. And speaking of which, let's take a look at how many duelists we had. We started with 1,430, but by the time we get the VIPs and late entrants, it was 1,496. But as far as undefeated duelists left, there's actually only 4, and there are some incredible contenders among them.
And I know one of those players is playing Labyrinth right now, which is an amazing sight to see here at YCS Houston. Hopefully they can go all the way to the top cut as an undefeated player. But before we talk about them, let's talk about the players we have for round 10. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Jackie and see what they have to say.
For our first duel of the day, a bubble match, we begin with the blue chair. Hailing from Elmont, New York, Pascal Manigat. He played basketball in high school and college as a guard. Now to the red chair. From Chicago, Illinois, we have Robert Creamer. He loves video games. Master Duel is his favorite. And this is Robert's first feature match. Let's duel. Casters?
Thank you so much, Jackie. Good luck to both Robert and Pascal. I do want to make a note that not only is Robert playing Mimighoul, but his favorite card's also Meow Meow Mew, a Prank Kids card, one of my favorite archetypes. That's awesome to see. But of course, Pascal is piloting the Mimighoul Goblin deck that we've been seeing a little bit this weekend. Not necessarily the Goblin version. We've seen a lot of pure Mimighoul or even Fiendsmith Mimighoul, but this should be a really awesome match to see.
And then on the Memento side, just some great stuff, because Memento has so many interactions, but so does Mimighoul. So this is going to kind of be a wacky match. Obviously, the in-joke is that, because Stevens love Mimighouls, but we are certainly missing our Mimighoul master, so shout-outs to him wherever he is.
Stephen Kangas is definitely jealous of this matchup that we have. And let's make him even more jealous, okay? Everyone at home.
Absolutely. But getting into it, though, this is going to be really interesting because, again, Memento is becoming increasingly popular. We've seen there's still a lot of competitors who are rocking out different versions of it, just like you said. And the reason why the deck just manages to keep going the distance is it has so many interesting and unique card effects. But Mimighoul has exactly that, too. It has a lot of stuff. I would be not surprised if we have to, pick up a few cards and read it. No shade on that. But, Mimighoul is kind of a little bit of a control deck, and Memento likes to push through things. So it'll be interesting to see who really controls the tempo of this duel.
There's going to be some really powerful lockdown cards potentially coming out of Robert's side with this Mimighoul deck. Things like Room, things like Throne, being able to kind of stymie your opponent and give them pseudo-floodgate-like effects will be really interesting to see. But something that Jackie mentioned that I feel like we should touch on here is both these players are 7-2, meaning if they lose this round, they are potentially out of contention for top cut. So this could be a pretty big match. Even though this is round 10, they still have one more round to win after this. First, they got to win this one.
Yep, just got to win and in, but they've got 2 rounds of Swiss ahead, so it's not just going to be this round, but the next one. And both duelists seem like they've kind of, eased up there. Robert obviously happened to be there. Pascal very stone-faced at first, but definitely starting to relax up there. A lot of people have nerves of the featured stage, right? Maybe because you, who can hear my voice, are watching down there in the chat. But it's actually not as weird as you think. You're up there, you have your own judge staff, you have a lot of breathing room, there's not really anybody. And as we've heard from some duels, once they get up there, they do kind of just lock in.
And this is day 2, so if there was ever a time to lock in, today is the day for these duelists.
Oh,
Best of luck to all of them, of course.
Well, it'll be a good one once it gets going, but it seems like we are still just getting at the ready here. Duelists are shuffled up, have presented their decks, and ready to cut, and we'll get that coveted dice roll. Now, it's interesting because both decks can kind of go second, both decks can kind of go first, so it's anybody's game here.
Yeah, it really just depends on kind of what your opponent establishes, like you said. Is Mimighoul going to be able to establish that sort of lockdown board that we know it's able to do? Or is Memento going to be able just to power through all that and have a powerful first turn board that stops the Robert from being able to play?
Absolutely. Just getting ready there, but looks like it is time to duel as we go into game 1 of round 10 of YCS Houston. Pressure's on. Let's see those dice rolls.
11. That's a pretty good start there for Pascal.
Not a bad way to be. Robert coming a little short there with an 8.
All right. Good luck to you. Good luck.
Pascal loudly exclaiming that he's going to go first. That is a Memento player's best outcome for sure.
Definitely lets you get a lot of setup there. And one of the other things, though, is your deck has so much pieces of the engine in Mimighoul, there may not actually be any points of interaction. So we're starting off with Darkblade here.
So there we see the Darkblade coming down, using its effect here to destroy itself and get another Memento card. Going to get that Anguish out of the deck. And I actually saw an interesting kind of flash there from Pascal's deck. Speedroid Terror Top. Might be seeing a bit of a Speedroid engine in this deck, not only goblins. Cool.
It looks like it's good. Taking a look over at Robert's hand, there's not necessarily a lot that can interact. Plenty of spells and a few Mimigools, but not much else. So Sleepy hitting the board here. I think it's time for a little fusion summon.
That was the effect of Sleepy to special, I believe, right? So now we're going to be using its effect here to fusion. We're going to use 3 monsters. Wow. The Gaddock, the Achihiron, and the Sleepy itself to go into Creation King. Yep, and then we're going to chain to the effect of Creation King Gaddock to summon from the graveyard, and this will allow Creation King to now send 3 cards from our deck or extra deck to the graveyard. We're going to start off with a fusion, as well as a combined creation. Probably want to get something like Goblin or something like Mace or something like... Yeah, Mace seems like a really good way just to have a guaranteed interaction on Robert's next turn.
Just an excellent way to set up there. It's such a crazy card that has gotten so much done this tournament. We've seen so much good Memento play.
Yep, on a new chain there, Gaddock will add back that fusion from the graveyard as it has now hit the field.
Yeah, pop a special.
So we're going to go ahead and destroy the special summon there, get rid of the Creation King to bring back the Mace there. Going to banish the Mace to bring out the Memento Miklan's field spell from the deck.
So far, Pascal has not hit any sort of speed bumps on his way to fulfilling the Memento combo. Let's see if he can keep going.
Might be just all gas and no brakes, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for Memento. They do have interactions that they can use to play through stuff, but it's just not going to be the same as just dropping down an Ash Blossom and Joyous Springer and a Biru, because that just hasn't come up yet.
Destroy 1 Memento on the field and then add a Memento card to my hand.
Yep, just getting clarification there on what these effects do. Always important when you're communicating with your opponent to always just clarify, like, what are you about to do right now, so that way I can best tailor my response.
Definitely would rather ask than be told or find out the hard way, right? So we are going to get the Seahorse there, the Memento Tatsuno Toshigo. And just feels really strong on the Memento side right now. Just uninterrupted play, card after card after card dropping down. So I feel, you know, since you don't know what your opponent has, do you think that Pascal is going to set up the Cranium Burst combo? We haven't seen every Memento duelist even use that.
Well, we have seen this card before. Goblin's Breaker Grand Breakout, going to be getting that Momentum Goblin from the deck by sending the Mace back to the graveyard. So I'm not sure how far Pascal's deck can go, because it looks like he's playing a lot of sub-engines that aren't just Memento, so maybe he doesn't have room for cards like Cranium Burst, but if he was going to play it, now's as good a time as any, given how unfettered he's been able to play so far.
It's a card that can sometimes get diminishing returns there, right? It does nothing unless you have Combined Creation on the field, so it looks like he's just not going for that just yet. In fact, I don't even see it in the deck as he's sort of scrolling through as he sends his Memento Fusion to the graveyard.
I mean, at this point, we sent so many cards from our deck to the graveyard, we barely have any deck left.
That's true, that's true.
And also trigger
Yep, so we're going to use Achihiron in the field spell here. Going to put Sleepy back on the board. And we're going to add Mace back to the hand, like I mentioned earlier. That's a really good way for him to kind of change of heart during his opponent's turn and steal one of their monsters.
Memento Miklan really feeling like a different type of field spell than most, but hey, speaking of different stuff, Goblin Bikers, is that a big Gabonga?
That is a big Gabonga, and oh my gosh, Robert with the Imperm at the perfect time to stop that big Gabonga and unlocking maybe more of the Goblin plays that Pascal might have access to. I've never seen that kind of big Goblin engine before, but going into big Gabonga, he's probably going to search for another kind of monster that can let him extend, maybe like a Doug Charger or something.
Maybe, and now that Goblin Biker Big Gabonga honestly makes the rest of the deck make sense. When we saw the Speedroid Terror Top, what were the level 3s about?
Right.
Well, this is what the level 3s are about, giving you access to those Goblin Biker cards and using that as a backdoor to get into your Memento Goblin.
But Pascal's like, no worries, I still have plenty of Memento cards. Let's go ahead and use this fusion here, put some of those many names that I have in the graveyard back in the deck. We're going to go ahead and put Tatsuno Toshigo as well as Gaddock back into the deck, and hopefully bring out Twin Dragon here, and just get even more digging into our Memento engine.
Certainly a powerful, sometimes vulnerable deck, right? A Dimension Shifter is not a great time for this deck, but it still can get a lot done. So we are going to go ahead and say goodbye to our Memento Twin Dragon here, and say hello to 2 new Memento cards.
Let's see, what names have we not used yet? We haven't used, we've already used Goblin, but not the Goblin in hand effect to protect from targeting. But
yes, but that could only be used on the opponent's turn, but that means he's setting up to just make sure, hey, whatever you're going to do, we ain't doing that here.
Exactly, and then maybe like another Anguish probably, just for follow-up, or Darkblade, or, yeah, exactly.
Darkblade. Darkblade is a great way to start the combo. You could go into Anguish first, but then you would just miss an opportunity to get another Memento name to the graveyard, which is obviously very important for Combined Creation.
And then we see that Darkblade being summoned back out to the field.
use Fusion in the graveyard.
Yep, now we're going to use the Graveyard effect of Fusion.
Sure.
We're going to get rid of the Big Manga. Unfortunately, being Imperm, that Big Manga is not going to be very useful to Pascal.
No, it is not. But we are going to go ahead and bring out the Bone Party. Possibly for extension, maybe it's going to be used just to push the envelope a little further, but we're sending 2 monsters to the graveyard. I feel like SP Little Knight has been very common in the Memento boards because everything else with the combined creation is just fine, and the SP Little Knight adds just a little bit of protection for that too.
Yeah, like what more do you need, you know, besides a combined creation and an SP Little Knight? 5,000 attack and a way to banish something. Plus, who knows how many interactions he has in hand now with the mace, the protection with the goblin, and who knows what else.
Oh yeah, a searchable change of heart you can activate on your opponent's turn. That is incredible. And the non-targeting from the Goblin, too, is honestly really great as well. And there are a lot of targeting cards in the form, but there's also not a lot. The Malice matchup can be kind of difficult, so if Pascal makes it out of this duel alive, he still will have his work cut out for him.
Proceed to end phase and end phase set.
So we're going to go and set in the end phase with the Memento Mictlan, and the Memento Infusion goes face down.
Okay, and we have seen before that some of these Memento decks play really interesting fusion monsters, things like Guardian Chimera and whatnot, so those could be also extra interactions that Robert might need to take into account during his opponent's turn. But there we see 1-for-1 pitching Mimical Archfiend from the hand, and I bet you Pascal's like, oh, this is what I'm playing against? Okay, give me a second to think here. What are you going to do to me?
So you can't target Memento.
So no targeting, that's right. Beautiful 1-for-1 art there featuring Sonic Chick. Not to throw shade on the Samsara Lotus coming out of the original 1-for-1 art.
But Sonic Chick is so adorable.
It is, it is. Let's go ahead and grab our Mimicool Dragon.
Yeah, he's on summon.
Okay, so you go first.
Effect to add a Mimical spell.
Effect to...
Yep, so there we go. We're just naming the chain links here because Robert's turn player is going to be chain 1 Dragon, and then I believe Pascal's going to chain 2 Combined Creation.
Yeah, effect discuss something from graveyard? Sure.
Yeah,
That's
this one
right.
special, a Mimicool from the graveyard. A Memento. All these double
A lot
M
of
names
M's here.
are getting me.
But we do have our Memento Anguish there, and that means he could grab pretty much anything for backup or... I mean, he's already got the mace, so I guess we'll let his cards do the talking for us.
I mean, honestly, I bet you Robert's fine with him taking his cards. I'm going to give you cards anyway. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. But grabbing the Sleepy feels good. You can go ahead and have it jump into the fray. Memento being destroyed. We'll sort of clear that condition, let it special summon, let it fuse, and it's already got the Memento Infusion face down on the field, so Pascal in pretty good shape here. But we've got our Mimicool decisions to make here.
Mimicool Maker is basically a custom card for the Mimicool archetype. It'll essentially allow 2 monsters to enter the field, 1 on the opponent's field and 1 on your own field. Sorry, 1 into your hand, I should say. But the one you give your opponent usually is not going to be a good thing.
Choices, choices.
We got Slime here
There are 2
and
roads. Which one do you take?
Odd, even. Yep.
So we're going to roll the dice here. We'll random decision.
All right,
It's
so that
odd.
means Pascal will get Archfiend. Yes, yeah. So Pascal gets Archfiend set face down, and then Robert gets Slime added to his hand.
No.
Don't
On my
always see
card.
Slime. Still not a bad card, though, for sure. Being
Yeah,
able
it's
to
basically like
special
an extra
another
body
Mimicool.
for him that he can use to either go into Xyz or Link plays.
So nothing can activate right now, right?
Right.
Okay.
Do you see a Triple Tactics Thrust in the hand? Maybe 2 copies, actually.
That's a really good card in this deck, is it can search all your really powerful spell cards like Maker, but we also know there's plenty of interesting cards you can use to kind of counter your opponent's board, like Talent, like 1-for-1 you can also grab as well. I think here he's probably just going to grab Talent, and he might take the Combined Creation and just switch it to attack mode and deal some damage.
You certainly can. Now, because it is not alone, it is not able to attack all monsters on the field. That's certainly a cool trick you can do at home if you happen to play against a Mimicool player, or excuse me, Memento player. Now I'm doing it.
Yeah, they literally have the double M's. Oh my goodness.
Honestly, draw 2 is fine.
Oh, going to draw 2. Okay, so just getting a little bit more gas in the tank. It's true that with the 2 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust, there's not much to do. I see an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, and I believe a Droll and Lockbird that was just drawn. Also, level 1 can be helpful, but maybe not what he needs now.
Very true. Yep, because Pascal has more monsters, Slime's going to be coming out as a free summon. This could let him go into Giant Mimicool, get extra monsters. He still has not committed his normal summon for turn, and if he gets his own Archfiend out of deck to flip over his opponent's Archfiend, that could be ways for him to get even more advantage.
To activate Memento Fusion? Sure.
Oh, this could be the Guardian Chimera sending 1, 2.
Yes.
Oh, what an interesting way to get rid of the Mimicools off the field. It's just a fusion summon.
Yep.
I'm going to attempt to use Guardian Chimera today.
Yep, fun fact, guys, you can fusion summon using set monsters, but we're going to Ash the Guardian Chimera because it does include an effective draw.
Banish SP. And 2.
So very heads-up play, preventing any Xyz summon if you get rid of those 2 face-up level 1 monsters. And we haven't used our normal summon yet, so that really was a troll and lockboard. I see it could just be normal summon in order to keep Robert's plays going there, but it looks like we're going to say goodbye to the slime for now.
Does Giant Mimic need to have, no, only 2 level 1 monsters. That means you could still go into it here, even if you had to commit his normal summon to Droll, and there it is.
There's the Droll. It's a level 1. Oh, but we're getting the Bone Party going, so I wonder what monster would be used now in order to keep that Xyz summon from happening. I mean, obviously using Memento Mace is huge because you could just take your opponent's monster and then they wouldn't have 2 level 1s. And you know your opponent's kind of in a desperation phase when they are normal summoning Droll and Lockbird.
You're like, this is probably not going to be good for me if I let you keep playing because this is your last effort, so let's just stop you right here.
Chainlink 1 Gaddy, Chainlink 2 Sleepy.
Yep, so because Sleepy was destroyed, it'll have its own effect. Bone Party being able to destroy from the field and the hand is so nice.
Oh, it's an incredible card. Just getting rid of another name there.
Want to fill that yard up nice and deep.
Oh, we're going to fuse it off. Okay, so really saving the mace and not trying to just steal the monster, doing something cute. Instead, fusing to make a Creation King.
Creation King chain to Gaddy. Sure.
Yep, and now we're going to be able to send some more cards with the Creation King here. I believe in order for it to pop, you need to be able to destroy something on your own field, right?
Yes, you have to get rid of some of your own Memento monsters, and in exchange, you get to destroy the same number of cards on their side of the field. But as you see, there's plenty of Memento monsters, and there's, even if you just got rid of the Gaddick, that would be enough. But he's going to do both to get rid of both.
And there's no reason not to have Creation King in your yard anyway. You get so much value out of doing that.
Definitely a powerful monster there. Yeah. Really rounds out the Memento strategy these last couple of support cards they've received, including Akihiran.
Yeah, the recycling of the resources that the Memento deck has is just so impressive.
Well, I mean, it's a deck about coming back from the dead. Certainly they do just that.
Yep, so there, during the end phase, the SP and the Slime will come back, and then it goes over to Pascal's turn. And I think this is as simple as switch everything to attack mode and
start getting in there, yeah.
Get in there.
Set the face down card. I didn't catch what it was. I wonder if it is just a set triple tactics thrust.
It could be like, if it is a trap card, it could be Mimigul Room, which is a book, and that can also potentially summon him more Mimigul monsters and maybe keep Robert alive, but it'll depend here on what he actually is setting and how far Pascal's willing to play around the potential of that.
Sure. So we're going to go ahead and get both the effects of Akihiran and the Memento Miklon. So special summoning monster from the grave, and then going to go ahead and add there, but looks like we'll take the Memento Infusion from the Banishment.
Ooh, but there we see the other secret effect of Darkblade being able to destroy spell and trap cards.
Charging in there. This is going to force something. Do you reveal that card? Robert considering his options.
It is the Mimigul Room. This will allow him to book something in play, but I don't know if he targets something that hasn't been summoned this turn, if he'll be able to flip it back face up.
Now, he does also get to special summon a Mimigul monster, so maybe that'll be enough to keep him in the duel, but it just seems like, as you say, the sun is getting real low here.
Yep, so Pascal's just debating if he wants to chain anything to this. So
yeah, he's going to let him
only use one effect per turn, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So just clarifying that the effective book will not be able to be activated.
That's right. That's no targeting. That definitely helps. But it is change one face-up monster, so it does, yeah, still flip down.
Yep, so he gets the special summon monster to Pascal's field, clogging up his zones, which is really important, but also setting the Dark Blade. It was summoned this turn, so it couldn't be put back up. Easiest way to do that.
That is correct there. But there's still so much power on the field. If the SP Little Knight's just able to attack over the slime.
But it is worth noting that unless Pascal commits to Link summoning, he won't be able to, or I guess another fusion summon potentially, he won't be able to have enough zones to start normal summoning from this point forward. So he might not have enough damage right now.
Well, 5,000 and 3,300 from the Chimera feel pretty good. With the 500 defense of the slime, that may be enough if SP Little Knight clears it out.
Okay, that's the only thing. That's one thing I can use right now.
Robert may just be finding information out here, though, just seeing how does my opponent play in this situation. I may not be able to get out of it, but I need to know what's going on.
Yeah, it's 500.
500, yep.
All right, we'll go straight to battle phase. We have 16.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Robert not knowing the 5,000 attack of Combined Creation, all of a sudden now that makes sense. That
I was sitting here like, man, Robert seems really confident right now. Like, I don't think he's going to lose this turn, Steven. Oh, no, he just didn't know how much that monster has per attack points.
A little smile there flashed on Pascal's face as he gets right back into side decking there. Definitely adds a little bit of breath back into his lungs. But yeah, it's an incredible card. Yeah, it's 5,000 attack. I guess 1,000 for each of the Memento monsters you shuffle back from the graveyard into the deck or extra deck respectively. But now they've got to get side decking, and it's interesting. Not a lot of people pack some outs for a Memento deck, and not a lot of people do the same for a Mimighoul deck.
Yeah, like I like of all the popular, side deck cards that we've been seeing in this format, things like Lancia, things like Chaos Hunter, things like Dusters, or Lightning Storms. I feel like while yes, some of those cards are always really useful, whether you're going first or second, doesn't really matter. But against these specific matchups, I'm not sure how useful they'll really be, because everything is either graveyard-centric or face-down-centric, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure how much removal we have for face-down defense position monsters.
I mean, if Robert pulls out something wacky, that's cool, but if Pascal drops, like, Nobleman of Crossout, he is just absolutely my hero. Not to recommend that, but it is certainly an option there to clear out some unfriendly monsters.
Going back to Ultimate Time Wizard 2005 with a play like that, we love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that was then and this is now. Both duelists have to stay locked in, of course, to make sure they continue to advance through the tournament. Obviously it's cool to see the decks doing well, but you want to go the distance. And even if you get through and scrape by at the bottom of the bracket, you're still in the top cut. So every duel counts.
Honestly, I was really nice to see how much Pascal was able to do with pretty much just the pure Memento engine. He was this close to unlocking all of his Goblin cards, but Robert stopped him from getting that extra bit of put on top. Who knows what we might be able to see in games 2 and 3.
Well, it is anybody's game here, but obviously I think Pascal is going to take an opportunity to go first there, get some kind of Mimighoul stuff set up, and it'll be helpful for sure if he gets a chance, but then once we get to game 3 again, it could be anybody's game.
Right now, if you're Robert, I think you really want to prioritize sort of keeping Pascal's graveyard clear, whether that's stopping him from summoning cards, whether it's like Mimighoul Room or whatever else, or it's stopping him from just like having a graveyard potentially with cards that can banish cards from his graveyard. Things like Dimension Shifter could be an option for this deck. I know people have played that in the past when playing Mimighoul.
Well, we've also talked about how Memento can be its own worst enemy because so many of the vital and necessary cards, if drawn together, they can just spell pure doom, right? Imagine your hand is Memetotlan Akihiron and the Kutlika Combined Creation, and maybe, a Goblin whose effect gets negated and not much else. If it's that, you really don't have much of a turn, so there's a possibility that it just doesn't happen. The same thing, though, can be said about Mimighouls, right? If you have a stutter step, your opponent stops you from those first initial Mimighoul plays, you don't really necessarily have much else if you've already used up your normal summon.
I mean, we saw as long as Robert wasn't able to get the Giant, there was really no extension he had. But let's see how that goes for game 2 here with Robert and Pascal. I don't know how Robert's going to choose here, but I think he's going to be more comfortable going first.
Definitely respect between both players. Let's see what's going on here as they draw 5.
All right, so Robert has chosen to go first, and he's leading off with the Mimighoul Throne. That's going to be the awesome field spell for the deck.
Okay.
Sorry, Dungeon, Mimighoul Dungeon. Mimighoul Throne's the new Xyz monster.
That's right, that's right. But we might be sitting on the throne. Oh, and both players got Droll and Lockbird, and that makes sense.
Ooh, and that makes that Search Dragon just a little bit worse as a normal summon because now it won't really do anything because it won't be able to search for that spell card.
So going to activate the Triple Tactics Thrust here.
And this luckily sets from deck. Does not add to hand, so you can dodge Droll and Lockbird with it.
But are we going for an in-engine spell or trap card? Or are we going for something like Different Dimension Ground or Dimensional Barrier?
That's true. We are post-side now. When you main deck cards like Thrust, it just unlocks so many more potential for you in games 2 and 3 to sort of stymie your opponent.
Absolutely. Now, I think
we're just going to be getting an infinite impermanence here off the Thrust.
Ah, I see. I think I saw Harpy's Feather Storm as he was cycling through his deck. That cool color yellow just sort of splashed out there. Didn't choose to use it, right? Not a lot of wing beasts here, but interesting to see that Robert is choosing some just stuff, right? I mean, that's the thing about Mimighoul. You have so many different options than anybody else in the tournament scene.
And Thrust really makes your deck just a bit more flexible like that too, which is really nice. But there, Robert's got a pass. So unfortunately, Droll and Lockbird, the patented turn skip interaction has worked against Robert here. Let's see if Pascal can capitalize. Starting off with Anguish, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that'll be a great starter there. Dark Blade, the only better one. But looks like we're going to take a look here and go ahead and say yes. We know that Droll and Lockbird is in Robert's hand. And that will slow down Memento quite a bit.
Pascal's like, anything you can do, I can do as well.
With that rarity, maybe he's thinking better in his head.
Now, Robert's hoping that this will be enough to stop Pascal. That might be enough to sort of stop him from getting extra extension, but being able to send cards from the deck to the graveyard is really all Pascal needs to get some plays going. We're just clarifying here how Mimikul Dungeon works. Basically, Pascal needs to control a set monster in order to not be allowed to normal summon, but right now there isn't one, so the other effects doesn't really matter. But in the future, it's worth keeping in mind. Ooh, but there we see the triple tactics talent coming from Pascal.
Ooh, for the reveal.
Having him reveal the hand.
Dragon and Maker.
Yep, there it is. He's just reading there. Mimical Master, yeah. He's like the really like pseudo boss monster for the deck. He can become really big, and he on summon can like let you search for extra cards, which is pretty nice. But yeah, Dragon's definitely the bigger threat here because that gets you to Maker, and Maker gets you to everything else.
Absolutely. Robert smiling there, just in good spirits. Happy to be on the featured match stage for the first time, but definitely trying his best here.
He's day 2ing with Mimikul. That's already an accomplishment. Great job.
Yeah.
You don't do nothing on res.
No, nothing at all.
Yeah, as we learned yesterday, it is an ignition effect. And there we have Mimikul Room coming down.
Special summon that monster on either your field or my.
That's huge. Being able to flip down the Tatsuno Toshigo before it uses the effect could stop. Because remember, Droll Lockbird only stops adding cards from the deck to the hand. Doesn't say nothing about sending cards from the deck to the graveyard.
And what's cool is Robert could summon a Mimikul monster to his own field because he's going to be booking or like turning face down the Tatsuno Toshigo.
For a set monster, a monster that was summoned, special monster that was summoned that turn cannot attack.
And that it doesn't negate effects or anything.
It does not negate that.
Yeah, it's like a pseudo battle phase sort of floodgate. Stops people from attacking you if they were summoned this turn.
Kind of reminds me of some of those early Bakura cards, right? The Dark Door, etc. Just slowing you down, but not necessarily stopping you permanently.
Very importantly, I believe you need to control a set monster first. So
correct, but he's about to. If this resolves, he'll be able to flip down one of those monsters. I would imagine you've got to go for that Seahorse.
Now, I think the question you're asking, Robert, is does Pascal have Mehmet Total Infusion? Because if he does, giving him a monster that he can't fuse with might be really important. But here we're going to give him the Archfiend and give him 2 set monsters total. Oh, you want to know why? Because Robert has access to Room on the following turn to flip up the monster that he just set, so he'll be able to get more advantage by just giving him the monster and maybe have a higher likelihood of stymieing him with his own field spell. But there we see the Bone Party. I believe it only can destroy face-up cards, right?
Correct, because it has to have that name, and so while the card's face down, it doesn't have a name tag on.
It doesn't say Tribute or anything, so yeah.
Correct, it's Destroy.
So Bone Party destroying Sleepy there is pretty huge because Sleepy could be able to fusion summon once this cycle gets going here.
Yeah, choosing wisely as he goes through the deck. You do not want to make a misstep, even if you're up one game. Pascal wanting to make sure that this goes the right way. And so it looks like the card we're choosing is...
Already normal summoned. We probably want something like, I don't know, Gaddock? No, probably not.
He's got the Gaddock at the front, so it seems like that's the one he wants to do, but maybe we're swapping out. Oh,
another
Darkblade for the destruction.
Gonna try to destroy the field spell just to get all that funniness out of the way so we can keep playing unfettered. But we know Robert still has that Imperm face down. He could just use that to stop the Darkblade.
Certainly could.
Oh, we're not going to be Darkblading. We're just going to be using the effect of Bone Party Descent. Sorry, the Sleepy Descent.
I'm going to attempt to use Darkblade to special summon.
Oh, it's an ignition effect, not on summon.
Okay, gotcha.
The other effect is on summon.
That's right, that's right. So it's going to be destroying. Now it's tough. Even Robert's like, oh man.
Oh yeah, Darkblade doesn't target, huh? Oh no.
Yeah, so he's not using the discard effect to destroy the spell or trap on the field, but he is using the destruction effect to special summon a level 3 or lower
right,
Memento.
Because we started with Anguish, not with Darkblade. That was last game when we started with Darkblade. I see.
You typically want to start with Darkblade, but that's what makes Memento so cool, is that it's almost like playing like a free-form video game. You just play whatever cards you want in whatever order you want.
100%. And here we're going to add back the Sleepy. This will let us have access to our fusion plays still, which is pretty nice. Can Sleepy use face-down monsters to fuse? I would assume it's a fusion summon you can.
It should be able to, because even with Guardian Chimera, right, it doesn't specify with what it's doing. But all monsters in fusion summons, unless it's looking for something specific, they can always be used face down because you fusion summon on the resolution of the effect, not 100%. As their cost.
Yes, 100%.
If that makes sense to the chat, my apologies.
No. It's always interesting, you know, when you have set monsters incorporating with all these new summon mechanics that we've had ever since 2018. It's really interesting to sort of see how you can combat that style of play. This is what Mimigool is always about, you know, is giving your opponent things that they think are gifts, but actually are harder to use than you might think.
I really love how Mimigool has this sort of like dungeon master feel, right? Where you're like, you encounter a dungeon, you open the treasure chest, bad things happen, right? You're almost telling a story. But Memento have us a story to tell too. They are just going to keep on coming.
Mm-hmm. And then there's a dragon.
Yes, and then it's a big old dragon made of bones.
So I think Robert is just debating if he wants to interact with this goblin's effect here. And he does. He's going to imperm the goblin.
Interesting.
Use Sleepy to fusion summon.
But now, very few cards left. We're still under the effect of Droll and Lockbird. Nobody forget.
I'm going to Chain Link 1 Creation King, Chain 2 Gaddock to summon itself back. Sure.
Yep, so they have the Chain Links 2 Gaddock to summon back, and the Creation King to send more cards from the deck to the graveyard, which again, Droll and Lockbird does not stop. And like I said earlier, that's all Memento needs to do.
This could be it. There's certainly enough Memento names that if you just throw down a few, including the combined creation, then all of a sudden 5,000 plus 3,000 equals 8,000 last I checked my math.
Mm-hmm.
Creation King.
It is worth noting that any monster that social summon this turn cannot attack currently while there's a set card, but unlike, I was just about to say, until that dungeon is cleared, Pascal is going to have a little bit of trouble going for game this turn.
That's the thing, it feels like Swords of Revealing Light, but just like Swords of Revealing Light, it can be removed from the field and no longer has that protection. So now we're seeing those 5 names.
And now Pascal has more than enough damage in play to go for game here. We're going to attack for 30, and we're going to attack for 5K, and that's game. Pascal takes it, guarantees his game win here, going up to 8. Still needs one more to potentially get in contention for top 32.
Look at that smile. If you roll back the VOD, Pascal did not look like that at the beginning of this duel. He was locked in, super serious. But now that you see him, all smiles, ready to represent his scene and ready to keep on going. And great stuff. Just showing that, yeah, big monsters get it done and keeping us cool against a very wild deck there. But Robert, obviously no slouch. Getting day 2 with Mimigool. A lot of people who can hear my voice haven't done that yet, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Hey, congratulations to both players here. It's really an accomplishment to be day 2ing a YCS at all, but really happy to see an expert like Pascal who uses the Memento deck to its fullest potential get the win here today.
Absolutely. So signing the sacred slip there, and soon we'll get to hear from Robert himself, or excuse me, Pascal himself. But just a really cool duel there, and it goes to show you, you know, we're not fibbing when we say that there are multiple decks in this format that can make it to day 2 and go the distance. There's a lot of stuff still out there, from Labyrinth, Tombkeeper, to Blue Eyes, to Memento, and hey, even Mimigool's out there too. So I know I say it a million times, and you're like, yes, Steven, I know. But I'm just saying, you can play what you want. You can play what you want.
If you have Yu-Gi-Oh cards, you can duel. And if you can duel, you have the chance to win. Always keep that in mind.
It's all it takes, just a duel and a dream, right? But again, we can only crown one YCS champion here. So Robert going to go ahead and exit the stage there shortly. And just some really incredible stuff. Absolutely hyped to see it happen.
Oh, yeah, and I know someone who was really hyped and wish he could be here, and that's Stephen Kangas. Getting to see Mimigool live is his favorite thing to do over these YCSs. Sad he couldn't be here, but happy I could share it with him and make him jealous.
That's how you know we're honest, by the way. We keep telling you, you need to be here. Now we're telling our friends they need to be here. So yeah, you get the message.
We hold everybody accountable, even ourselves.
yeah, absolutely. But really just great stuff here. And again, we've seen some really cool stuff out there in the field too. And public events are getting warmed up too. I've been seeing all the calls out there. Hopefully people do enter the 3v3 tournaments.
Or all the regional flights and the giant cards that are happening today. Those are always really big.
Yeah, that's the thing. People are like, well, I don't have my invite yet. And I'm like, go get it. You can go get it. There's regional championship qualifiers here at the YCSs. There's even last chance qualifiers, although please don't procrastinate that much. You can definitely enter your regional championships or your local public events here at the YCS. But there's still a long road ahead, and we've still got, you know, another set dropping. So Yu-Gi-Oh! Now and Yu-Gi-Oh! When we get to the qualifiers, that's going to look very different. I'm really excited through and through.
Yeah, a very different beast. And I will say there is a level of confidence that I really like of someone who's like, I'm just going to win the last chance qualifier and be in no problem. I'm like, you know what? That's a bad idea, but I respect it. You should always be dueling. Always give yourself the most chances as possible.
Though they've got that like anime plot armor, right? They're like, no, because I made it from the last chance qualifier, I got there on Friday. I went to Indianapolis on July 11th through July 13th and got there, and that's the road. I mean, I'm sure somebody's done it. Remember last year, we had somebody who missed their flight just hoping to make it, and they did punch their ticket to the World Championship. So maybe you're headed to Paris too, friends.
The bigger the deal of tournament, the better I'll show up. People think that way all the time. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Why not? It's one of those things where duelists come from all walks of life. They're all different, stories to be told here. So I'm really excited to see once we do get our winner's interview what his story is. But man, coming all the way from Chicago down to Houston, that's a long flight for sure. And Robert coming from the East Coast too. There's just so many people from everywhere. You think it's YCS Houston, but this is really an international fair. People from all over, everywhere coming down here.
Oh yeah, these are essentially pseudo conventions that celebrate Yu-Gi-Oh! While also giving players the opportunity to make all that hard work, all that dueling, ever worth it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it really doesn't happen without the duelists, we're not just trying to glaze on you, this is for you. I don't know if you know that, but this is for you. And there really isn't a Yu-Gi-Oh! Without a you, so thank you so much because it's just been a wild ride, just getting to see everybody and meet everybody and talk to everybody. But speaking of talking, I think it's time to talk to somebody special. You want to take it?
Oh yeah, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and get our winner's interview with Pascal.
Thank you, Stevens. That's right. I am with Pascal. All smiles right now. Congratulations on the victory. How does this feel? This is huge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just getting rid of the pre-game jitters and just really focusing on making the right plays and stuff. So, but yeah, I'm feeling pretty good right now.
And it was a swift victory. I'm sure you're feeling very confident right now. Can you talk to me a little bit about using the Memento deck? A little unexpected, I think.
Mm-hmm. It's a complicated deck, but you just have to know what every single little effect does because all the effects matter because they're very relevant at certain points of the game. So if you don't know when to use them, it's going to be really hard to get far with the deck.
Are you pretty familiar then with this deck?
Yeah, I've been playing it for about a year, so I got pretty decent with it, so hopefully could keep going on like that.
It sounds like it's working. How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament? Are you feeling confidence now? Are you nervous?
Yeah, pretty confident. I think as long as I don't break it, I could actually see some playable cards, and I play my cards well. There's no reason I can't, get close to top cut and maybe even win potentially. So.
And feature match up here with the lights, enjoying this YCS. Tell me a little bit about the atmosphere here and what you're really enjoying.
It's exciting. A lot of people just ready to play and just, I really like asking me. I can't complain about it. So.
Awesome. Is there anyone you want to shout out? Anything you want to say to everyone watching at home?
Shout out to my brother. He gives me a lot of my cards. Carl. he has a card business and everything, so it's just it's easy for me to just get into the game and get whatever cards I need to, play. So.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Runs in the family. We love that. Congratulations, Pascal. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie and Pascal. Again, congratulations on that impressive round 10 win. Make it a round 11 win. We'll see you in Top Cut.
But speaking of Top Cut, if you happen to make it to the Top Cut of the Time Wizard Tournament, man, have I got a playmat for you. So, you might remember Tengu format. It was crazy, and now the first place game mat is featuring Reborn Tengu. And we're actually starting to see, we talked about this earlier, more Time Wizard tournaments focused on those Xyz era. So 2014 for the hand monsters and the artifact monsters, the trap tricks, and 2012, of course, for Reborn Tengu itself.
And the first ever showing of number 39 Utopia as well was when that format was happening too.
Oh,
so
such
super
a
excited
wild
to see
time.
stuff like Plant Tengu and all that whatnot.
Do you remember what you were playing back then in 2012, so many years ago?
Oh yeah, I've summoned number 39 Utopia many a time when I was in middle school.
I was definitely a hero duelist around there, still just holding on. I'm like, yeah, it's still good, it's still good. Yeah, I know dueling grandpas, but just a great format, the Time Wizard format, letting you play those old cards. You might see some of our duels and say, I don't know those cards. That's okay. You can still show up here and win some great prizes using stuff you've known for decades.
Well, with all that being said, guys, we're going to go ahead and throw to a break for round 11. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
9. A 7. I'll be taking first.
Understandable.
Good day. Good luck.
We can start.
You can begin.
Look, man.
Good luck. Draw phase. You got anything?
I do.
Stand by.
Yes.
Main phase. Activate Anubis with the Last Judge.
Sure.
Anything on the res? Let's see here. Normal. It's up to activate effect.
May I read it?
Absolutely.
Someone special, someone that's a put in or spell check actions. Play control.
Cross a designated call infinite impermanence. So resolves. Anything on the resolution you said? Activate.
Sure. This sets the trap card.
Correct. On activation.
Can you activate that trap?
Not conventional.
I don't know if I can answer that question.
I will answer it.
Okay.
No, it follows the same rules for traps. Okay. It can't be activated.
Because I know one of the traps lets you activate the trap instead of that trap.
Correct. Set a card. To back to the effect. Yes.
Can I read that trap?
Yes,
That
you
you
can.
should-
Yeah, it was revealed this time.
Yes,
so
sorry.
you can read that.
I guess I should show this here.
Special roll monster, let's just set the trap up. Can I read that one?
Absolutely.
It's very special, but actually,
Okay, so anything on the resolution of the search? So special summon. So activate effect.
I will materialize.
Activate. Activate. Is it 80?
this lets you activate one of the traps, but does that do anything else? The continuous spell?
It has a secondary effect.
So good. Okay.
Summon. Summon activate. Heavenly Prisons. Activate prisons, reveal. Do I just leave it right here?
Or put it in your hand.
Like
But,
this?
No. Right here.
Okay.
It remains revealed for the stage.
That would affect set.
Does a continuous spell or trap player?
Continuous trap. English pattern. Absolutely.
So, of course, spell traps in the monster zone, or the monster, you can jump on. Okay. Not one spell trap.
Okay. And this is just revealed, so I just leave it in my hand. I'll attempt to end my main phase after that.
3 cards on the left one, I know. Or, yep. 2
For the stream, you can take the
Okay. Okay. And I'll end my turn.
Drop 2.
Okay. Draw phase. You have priority. Do you have anything?
I do not have.
Go ahead and activate English pattern.
Sure.
Because English pattern was triggered, I can go ahead and activate Heavenly Prisons.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just said a spell trap.
Correct. So after the set, does he have priority back?
for quick effect.
Okay.
This is still in draw.
Still draw phase. So now you have priority back. Do you have anything?
No.
Full force fire, strictly spikes. This destroys?
Yes.
Okay. You're good. So now we're in main phase one?
Stand by phase.
Mm-hmm.
Main phase.
Mm-hmm.
Stores is storage.
Yes.
Chain link 1X to add, chain link 2 aggregator targeting the ambush point.
Chain link 3, Office the Deity.
Negates cards up to other continual types of control.
Right.
That's fine.
So like
Oh, I mean, yeah. No, sure. Yeah.
Complex.
Okay. Drop. Drop phase. Stand by.
Yeah.
Main.
Mhm.
Take. Quick search. Anything here? Activate.
Surges, man of the mark, or
Actually, I don't even know if I have target. No, I do have target. I have target. I just wanted to see if I had. So yeah, anything on the search for. Yep. Normal.
sure.
Because I have Temple of the King's Full Force Apophis, I'm allowed to special summon this by returning 2 face down. So I'll go ahead, return this face down, and I'll go ahead and return this face down in the bottom of my deck. Anything on the summon? So I have to activate a new copy. Office. Because of temples, I'm allowed to activate Apophis. And then it'll allow me to set. Because the trap was summoned, chain link 1, destroy this, chain link 2, destroy this.
what's the aggregator?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, anything? Divine Serpent Apophis. Effect.
You Duelists. There are limited spots remaining in our time limiter. After the giant card, registration will be closing in less than 25 minutes or if you like to get registered, please do so online.
Take control.
At events.design.com. If you need any assistance or like use any of the QR codes to get to the site,
This is
head over to the
2,000, 3,000. Yep. Go battle phase. Yep. GG. Draw phase. Stand by.
Yeah.
Main.
Yeah.
End of main. Go ahead.
Drop down.
Okay. On draw phase.
Yeah. I'll chain Ashley.
Sure.
Stand by phase?
Yes.
Main phase.
Mm-hmm.
Activate bonfire.
Sure.
Ice Rise. What's your name?
Okay.
Anything on resolution?
Yes, I do.
I will chain cross out these inputs and I call it Joel Lockbird.
Sure.
Three in hand?
3.
I'd like to see your hand.
Oh, game
Check
3.
this out. Okay. You're a call, my friend.
I'll be going first. Good luck. Draw phase.
Draw phase, not poorly.
Or your resolves. Standby.
Yes.
Main. Release.
Sure.
Anything on res?
Well, this is adds
Well, it has a graveyard.
the integrator. Like,
Correct.
this only adds just man the mark.
Effect. Activate. Effect.
Sure. That's a monster, right? Correct?
Say that one more time?
That's a monster, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything?
And you banish one from deck to summon, right?
Correct.
And then what is the ad?
Hey, if you just want to read it, you can.
Double case or spell, okay.
Special.
Oh yes, a draw.
Effect.
Fancies. That's fine. Resolution, flawless.
Resolves.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists, you have less than 15 minutes to
Thank
get
you.
registered for our time hunter. After the giant card. There is also less than 15 minutes to get registered for Rectify Your Team for the 3v3 team tournament.
Activate.
If you'd like to get registered or have your teammates get registered, please do so at events.thesidedeck.com. If you need any assistance, please head over to the public event page as soon as possible.
Effect.
Thinking.
Sure.
Check those off.
Think on Ghost Figure. Resolves.
Which one?
Think.
Sure.
Activate effect to reveal.
Yes.
Cards in here.
5.
Attempt to end main piece.
Sure.
Okay. You already come on deck, right?
Did I go to
From the heavenly.
Yeah, from the
Okay.
heavenly, yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can review.
Oh, okay. And then draw phase, you have priority, so
I
yeah.
will pass priority.
It's on BB.
That's the negate one, correct?
Correct.
That's fine.
Because I summoned him, I get to activate him.
Yeah.
And priority passes back to you. Do you have anything?
That is fine.
What did you do?
Oh, XYZ. Go ahead.
Main phase?
Yep.
Activate bonfire.
Sure.
Grab X-rays.
Okay.
And then resolution.
Throw them on through.
Cross out cauldron.
Cards in hand.
5. You have 1 card red.
I have 1 card in hand. Thank you.
Sure.
Five cards in hand. Negate.
Sure.
Yu-Gi-Oh! 3v3 Duelist Dakota Smith. There is an issue with your registration. If you would like you and your team to be playing in round 1, please make sure you rectify
Tactics to take.
over the public
Take control?
registry.
Yes.
And Dakota Smith needs to come to the public
Sure.
registry.
Declare battle phase.
Okay.
Tag into 1 of your swamp deities. Main phase 2.
Sure.
Special summon. Special summon.
End of main.
Sure.
Yeah, end phase is fine. Draw phase. Stand by. Main.
Yeah.
Cards in hand.
2.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I have to reveal. So I have 3 different traps in my grave. Shuffling these to the bottom of my deck. Some of this.
Yeah.
Any response? Effect to search. I have a trap.
That's fine.
Anything on the res? Sorry. Activate. Activate. Contact fusion for this. Click. So I've already used this trap effect to summon, I believe. But I can still activate. Which one was it again? It was this one that I can activate because of the apophis of the serpent. This one right here. Okay, thank you. On duty because he was summoned effect to destroy this. It's up to go battle phase. Yes, 200 attack. Attack for 28.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Good morning. We're here at YCS Houston. It's the first time you're going to be able to see myself, Billy Break, and Asalawathu Tanjige here on camera. It was an exciting day yesterday. So many cool decks are rising to the top, and I can't wait to see who's going to make top 32.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be back here on the live stream to be able to watch these matches. I got to pick the feature match for the last round, and I got to see those names with those decks. It was going to be really intense. I can't believe there's still this many surprises here in day 2 of YCS Houston.
Yeah, so much to still be played out. I mean, obviously, Malice and Raziel are dominating most of the field, but there's so many other decks that have risen to the top, especially one we might see this round. Now, let's go and talk about the start of the tournament. We had over 1,400 players. That's right, just shy of 1,500 here competing at YCS Houston. And now there's only 2 undefeated duelists. That means after the 11 rounds of Swiss, there will be 1 duelist remaining undefeated, unless they happen to draw this round.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really affect the rest of the tournament if they do happen to draw, but you want to be that first place guaranteed so you can get that oversized card.
Yeah, definitely. There is a little bit of something you get for getting in first place, but then you have to worry about losing that first round of Top Cut to the 32nd place because, whoever makes 32nd, they're, having a little bit of luck to really sneak in there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a little superstitious, there is a curse if you manage to go fully undefeated, but I'm only a little superstitious,
yep,
so I don't think I believe in that really.
Definitely, but I do think it's going to be an incredible tournament. We've seen some awesome matches. We have the top matches still to come today as we get to top 32. This will be the final round of Swiss. The winner of this match will more than likely make top 32, but let's find out who these players are, who's going to be competing in our feature match for the final round of Swiss. Jackie, go ahead and take it away and introduce us to our players.
Starting with the blue chair, Jesus Barrios from San Diego, California. He says he loves Hawaiian bread, especially with butter. Now to the red chair, Joshua Doyle from Valdosta, Georgia. His favorite food is his mom's baked mac and cheese. Yummy. But who will win this bubble match? We shall see, casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right, we have Jesus taking on Joshua. And if you look at your eyes, they don't deceive you. That's a Fiendsmith Engraver next to a Rescue Ace Turbulence. That's right, Jesus brought Fiendsmith Rescue Ace, and now he is sitting with an 8-2 record on the bubble here with a chance to win and make it into top 32. His opponent, Joshua, is playing that Bestial Malice deck, but there's also the Fiendsmith cards. This is kind of the new version of Malice that has been really popular over the past couple weeks and has been all over the place here at the YCS this weekend.
I mean, yeah, the Fiendsmith cards just able to splash themselves into any engine that you can find. They are just so useful, being able to just turn any two bodies into this a massive resources, being able to put up extra protection from things like Nibiru the Primal Being, while also gaining follow-up in the following turns, really independent of your own strategy, but still synergizes so well with anything that you could be doing.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot to like about the deck. And I mean, I think creativity has been the big theme here this weekend at YCS Houston. Like, a lot of popular strategies we've known for the past few months, but the way you play them has changed completely. And those little tech choices, the different themes you're incorporating in, are really the advantages you're going to have in catching your opponents off guard. Because, yeah, everyone is preparing for what they've known to be the best deck, or the dominating decks of this format. So any sort of advantage you can have with hidden technology in your deck will definitely pay dividends and help you find your way to that top cut.
Billy, let's take a second to even talk about Rescue Ace. We haven't seen Rescue Ace in so long, I feel. And not because the deck is necessarily bad, but because some of the other strategies that have come out have just been more popular, just more powerful. And since the Fiendsmith cards came out, I think it fits the Rescue Ace strategy really well, because it does have to make a Link 2 of some kind just to put the Rescue Ace monsters in the grave before you summon the Turbulence. And typically it would have been just an SP Little Knight to give you that little bit of protection from something along the lines of Reveal the Primal Being. But now that the Fiendsmith cards are there, that's an even more reliable way to give you protection while also providing more follow-up, providing more interruptions, just everything the deck had asked for. It was just often more found in other strategies. So now we finally get to see how it can play in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it comes down to, like, playing... It may not be a better deck than Raziel, a better deck than Malice, but just a different one. And it's always about playing with what you're comfortable with, what you know, how to take advantage of maybe the unexpectedness of Rescue Ace. Yeah, like you said, it's been a while since people played against it potentially, so you have that in your advantage. Maybe the side decks aren't as prepared. Cards like Evenly Matched, even though they are getting more popular this format, something that's notoriously good against Rescue Ace, kind of fallen out of favor, so you can have those advantages as well. I mean, it's done Jesus wonders. He's made it here with the opportunity to make top 32 with Rescue Ace, one of my favorite strategies of all time, but he's going to have to defeat Joshua with his more refined Bestial Malice deck. The thing I like about this Bestial Malice deck the thing is that you get to use the Bestial Lubellion. That card is incredible. It gives you access to Branded Regain. Make sure you have that all-important Bestial Magnumite. But we're going to have to find out who is going to go first here in game number 1 of our final round of Swiss at YCS Houston.
All right. Big number? Yeah. All right, looks like the dice are about to be rolled. Looks like that is a 10 for Jesus. Followed up by a 9 from Joshua, just short.
I'll go first. And then you just put them out here first? Or we just start now?
You can start. Okay. You're good.
All right, go on, man. All right, hands are drawn. Jesus will be taking first.
I think my drop is.
Nope.
All right.
All right, going through their faces properly here.
Looks like he's going to start with a Fiendsmith Tract.
Normally, I would say the Rescue Ace is very protected from effects similar to Droll and Lockbird, but I think every time you start with Fiendsmith Tract, it can get a little dicey.
Yep, going to add the Fabled Lure, discard the Fabled Lure.
Change Droll.
Oh, Droll and Lockbird.
Called it.
At least he didn't start with Engraver.
Yeah, it could have been worse. It could have
been much worse. He could be stuck with that Tract in the hand, but at least he'll still be able to special summon this Fabled Lure. Like, if you start with the Tract, the Droll's not as impactful. And a card that's notoriously not super strong against Rescue Ace.
Yeah, normally it would be pretty useless against Rescue Ace. But now, if you didn't have to take the lead with any Rescue Ace cards, I'm wondering how difficult it will be to find access to him.
All right, so the Requiem is going to tribute off the field special summon Lacrima the Crimson Tears. Lacrima the Crimson Tears is going to let him send a Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck to the graveyard.
Looks like we're going to be using the Engraver effect to put back the Fabled Lure here. there's a response. There is a Bestial Magnamut on the Engraver.
Oh, that's not just a Bestial, it's the Bestial here. Going to try and cut off having that Engraver access, so it's going to prevent him from having a rank 6 or a link 2.
He's opting to not activate the Magnamut because of the Droll Lockbird, even though he could technically use the Magnamut here because it can add from the graveyard as well. If a dragon happens to hit the graveyard throughout the turn, you still can resolve it. And it looks like he did have Turbulence, or no, he had Emergency, the best card. You're able to just summon the Turbulence from the deck, and then you have to tribute a Rescue Ace from your field or hand, and we're going to be getting rid of that Airlifter. It's going to be useless with, through the Droll and Lockbird.
Yep, normally a good one. But now it is going to have the Turbulence on the field. So he's going to be able to grab 4 Rescue Ace spell and trap cards.
Normally, this takes up a lot of those spell and trap card zones. But he is taking up 1 from the Requiem. But will he have 4 targets in the deck? Yep, that's 4. Emergency, I think that's Alert or Rescue, and then Extinguish and Contain.
All right. Turbulence is pretty much one of the big reasons to play Rescue Ace, because you're able to access so many cards with just 1 card.
Yeah, we talk about how powerful an individual card resolving is, and Turbulence has to be on the top of the line. Not often you see a +4 instantly.
Yeah, definitely. Does so much. Now we're going to see the Contact Fusion with Lacrima, the Crimson Tears, basically turning into that Necroquip Princess.
If any effects from the hand are activated from this point on, we could get an additional Dari, but it looks like we're just going to be linking away into the SP Little Knight using the Necroquip because it's a monster from the extra deck. SP Little Knight gets its additional effect to banish the Bestial Magnamut on the field. We're setting a 5th Spell and Trap here, locking up all of those back row. The deck's going to be cut, and it looks like it's going to be a pass turn here from Jesus. Not the craziest field, but when you're looking at 5 spells and traps, it can be a lot to deal with.
Yep, SP Little Knight is solid. Now he's going to use Rescue to rescue a Rescue Ace monster from the graveyard.
So he's going to be summoning back Airlifter here.
Drone Lockbird no longer holding him back from adding cards from the deck to the hands of the Airlifter will be activating, but it looks like there's a response from Joshua. He has the Infinite Impermanence.
Will this just be met with SP Little Knight to try to tag them both out? Or he could just chain Emergency here. That's probably the better use. Yeah, we're going to be chaining Emergency, likely getting access to the Hydrant to turn on the additional effects of the rest of your Rescue Ace cards, while also effectively removing the Airlifter from the field.
It is quite the way to dodge Infinite Impermanence.
This is really impactful here. Now having 3 cards taken out of Joshua's hand, the Magnamut effectively null because of his own Droll and Lockbird. And the Airlifter will be able to resolve now because it's no longer on the field, be negated by the Infinite Impermanence. Going to be adding the Rescue Ace HQ to get even more follow-up on the following turn.
Yeah, Rescue Ace HQ has always been one of the staying powers for Rescue Ace, being able to replenish those spells and traps, because you to set so many of them with Turbulence. It's going to be great for follow-up. But it looks like Joshua's seen enough. He's not going to be able to put off the flames, and Rescue Ace saves the day once again. And now Jesus is just 1 win away from, well, there's still some tiebreakers. Maybe some XQs won't make it, but putting himself in the best position he can to make top 32.
I feel like he also managed to not reveal what his strategy is, Joshua, of course, being. He showed a Bestial, a Drone Lockbird, and Impermanence. You could find those cards pretty much in anything.
Yeah, those are pretty generic cards that any deck would like to use, so it would be tough for Jesus here to side deck properly, not really knowing what is on the strategy side there for Joshua.
I think this is usually what Malice needs to take advantage of, right? Post side, it gets so difficult once they know to put in those Artifact Lances, potentially Chaos Hunters of the like. But if you don't have that knowledge, it becomes that much easier to be able to win, especially when you're able to go first.
Yeah, and I think like the Bestial Malice deck we've seen is the hardest one to anticipate that the Malice cards are there, because even though we didn't see the Fiendsmith cards, there's so many other cards you can see to where it would throw you off. When we saw it yesterday with this same exact kind of deck list, their opponent had no idea there were Malice cards until like halfway through game number 2, and it was too late.
Definitely want to be taking advantage of that right now. You really need to force the game number 3 here. This is the last round here of Swiss for these players.
Yep, this is what it all comes down to. Being X2 going into the last round, notoriously known as the bubble. Will the bubble burst? Will you be able to make it into the top cut? These are the questions running through their head. You can see stoic, focused, locked in. You just got to not let that game 1 loss get you down. You can still win the other 2 games. Losing the die roll was tough there for Joshua, but he'll be going first here in game number 2.
Yeah, you have to imagine, especially getting into this point in the tournament, this is round 11. You've been in this situation at least a few times, right? You've taken 2 losses already, but that can't be the only time you've been forced to go into a game 3, potentially having to go second in going into game 3.
Mm-hmm. Definitely the case. I mean, he almost seems like he's just bored with it. He's like, waiting, let's get this duel underway. I'm ready to go.
I mean, when I'm a Malice duelist and I know I'm about to go first, I'm just waiting for that moment to draw my hand, right? All right, looks like the players are drawing their hands here. About ready to get started. The hands are drawn. Just waiting for the go-ahead here. Looks like the players have the ready to go ahead, and we're going to start game number 2 here of the last round of the Swiss for YCS Houston.
It's time to duel. Will Jesus be able to close it out and clinch his spot in the top 32 potentially, or will Joshua push things to a game number 3? All right, starting off Fiendsmith Engraver.
Again, really doesn't tell anything about your deck.
Except that the Fiendsmith cards are in it.
All right, no drone Lockbird here from Jesus. We see Tract able to activate and resolve here. They're likely going to be activating that Fabled Lure that we've seen time again. There is Fabled Lure added to hand and then discarded by the effect of Tract, and then able to trigger its effect in the graveyard to special summon itself.
We've
Linking
seen
it away.
time and time again. The classic Fiendsmith combo.
Requiem effect activates. Will there be an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring here? Or no, it's actually a Molcharmi Fualos.
That's even better almost because you're going to get the draw, but he is called by the grave.
A lot of answers here, a lot of answers here.
Oh, that's tough. You feel good when you see the Molcharmi in your opening hand, but met by called by the grave from Joshua. It's his turn to go first in this game.
I wonder how many responses he has from this point on. If he's able to set up the Wave King High Caesar and then normal summon something along the lines of Malice Dormouse or even Malice White Rabbit, I think Jesus might just want to pack up his cards as soon as he can.
I mean, yeah, once he sees the Malice, if he has the Malice cards on top of all the Fiendsmith stuff, it should be pretty crazy.
When you're already 1 card down, it's pretty much impossible to beat. All right, looks like we're going for sequence here. Trying to bait another interruption out of Jesus. Are we activating Fiendsmith? It looks like it is resolving. Going to be able to put 3 back to fusion summon Fiendsmith Desiree.
There it is. Now, do you go into Agmund? Probably not with Malice. I feel like there's not a lot of room for Agmund in there, but here comes the Chessy Cat to reveal he is actually playing Malice cards.
And this is perfect because now you have a Link 2 on the field, so it means you can immediately go for a Link 3, but it looks like we're actually activating Chessy here, so we have another extender in the hand.
Yeah, I got you.
This can be a little weak to something along the lines of Nibiru the Primal Being, but I imagine you did have ways to extend, and we are banishing the Dormouse here, so we get maximum value. Dormouse hits the field after paying 300 life points. Looks like we're activating Dormouse as well. Going to get access to White Rabbit, and once White Rabbit is able to resolve, getting access to GWC, everything is going to be looking pretty for Joshua. Yep, GWC 06 being set off the effect of White Rabbit. No interruptions from Jesus beyond the Fualos.
Links away the sequence and the Chessy Cat for, I'd imagine, a Link 3 Malice monster. It's going to be Red Ransom.
Red Ransom makes a lot of sense here. You already have access to everything else you need. You might as well just get the additional extender in the Malice and Underground. I think for good measure, I would already activate the sequence now just to make sure the Desiree is live. There could be an infinite permanence down the line, but I guess at this point, it would have happened so many times by now.
He's going to link away his monsters. He's going to SP Little Knight, banish the Red Ransom from the graveyard. So Red Ransom will special summon back to the field.
And I will not banish.
Yeah, opting to not banish another card from the deck here. Mainly
No
because,
Dotscaper.
Yeah, there's no Dotscaper. You still have Malice in the Underground if you want to banish Chessie, which is the only name you haven't used yet.
Right now he's going to link away those monsters to link summon Malice White Binder.
On summon,
He's going to be able to banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard on summon. He's going to banish his own Chessie Cat.
Makes sense, getting that last name here, keeping the Malice in the Underground in hand just as follow-up. And you get another body on the field.
Pay 300 life points, special summon back to Chessie Cat.
GWC, banish for cost.
Okay, we're already activating GWC to bring back the Red Ransom and being able to gain 2300. Now the White Binder will be able to activate, draw a card, and summon itself back.
Yeah. And then White Binder to come back and draw a card. Yeah.
Looks like everything is going A-okay.
He's got a lot of monsters on the field.
I suppose there is a good amount of time left. I think Jesus just wants to see what else is in Joshua's extra deck, because I can't imagine he's able to break this.
The White Binder lets him reset a trap card from the graveyard, so the GWC 06 is going to be right back to where it was. Links away Malice White Rabbit.
To link decoder, I imagine. Yep, there's the decoder. We're going to be linking away that, plus the White Binder, as well as the other Malice name.
Make Cryptor.
Into a Link 3 Encryptor. Decoder is able to now come back.
Yeah, Link Decoder.
23 or higher.
23 or higher.
23 or higher.
That's what Jesus is checking.
Yeah. And now you can just link again into what I imagine is just Firewall Dragon? Oh.
It's just Moon. Now
that works as well because it makes a bow because it is a fiend.
There you go. The perfect materials for a Baoq. I love a Baoq from Supreme Darkness. You can be able to discard a card to banish yourself to the end phase, spell summon back a lighter dark monster.
Yep, gonna go ahead and just get use out of that free Malice Underground that we searched earlier, and get back the SP Little Knight that we used earlier in the turn as well. And then finally we are able to use Sequence to attach itself to the Desiree.
Comes back in the end phase, right?
Yeah.
And then a Baoq will be coming back during the end phase.
I love a Baoq. It's one of my favorite cards.
And I'll move to end phase.
Back comes a Baoq. It also has the other effect to discard. Not only can you spell summon back a lighter dark, you can also choose to destroy a card on the field.
Yeah, very flexible card.
Yep.
And it banishes itself to the end phase, and it lets you draw cards and put cards back. And
I keep saying that the effect sounds good, but if you've made it that far, the game's far over. Like,
I mean, with Malice, you always have so many different types. So it's like usually like at least 4 cards.
Yeah.
Because you got Fiends, Cybers, Dragons sometimes. But yeah, as you said, Jesus just wanted to see where it was going and what his deck was capable of. So he'll be able to better plan for game number 3. And Jesus is ready to move to that third and final game.
Yep, plenty of time still on the clock here. Just got as much information as he could from Josh's strategy, mainly because he didn't get to have any from game number 1. And now he can make a plan going into game number 3.
Can't go wrong with that. Like even on your turn, like it's full combo even if it doesn't do anything.
All right, Joshua evening out the series. No matter what, this is going to be the final game of our Swiss round 11. One of these 2 players will be putting themselves in a prime position to make top 32 to move into the single elimination portion of the YCS.
Unless they somehow magically draw and eliminate both themselves.
Hey, I've seen it plenty of times before.
I've seen
it in the last round of the World Championship even. 2 players playing tier and just happened to draw, couldn't get the game finished, and neither of them made it. So it's definitely happened. You want to keep that in mind. But we have plenty of time on the clock, so I'd be shocked if these 2 players drew after those 2 quick games.
Both the players have been playing at like a very mindful pace, right? They're just going through their moves, not necessarily at like a fast pace, but they're not going slow either, and they're being mindful of like what they need to do. They're not staying in the game longer than they have to.
Yeah. Now, Rescue Ace is an unexpected strategy for sure, but I do think there are some cards that are in people's side decks that will cross over and be useful against the deck. I think because of all the, I mean, even decks like Ryzeal and Malice, Harvey's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm, not bad cards to put in against those decks going second, as they're going to have cards that maybe they're siding in going first, like Solemn Strike and stuff like that, that you can take out with the Mass Spell and Trap removal. So there's going to be some cards in Joshua's side deck probably that will line up decently well into Rescue Ace.
Yeah, I think especially with what you mentioned being the popularity of Solemn Strike, which is a huge counter into a lot of these other decks because they don't naturally have ways to deal with others' sets that they can't force out. So Solemn Strike has been a huge force in locking down games where players are able to go first. So people have been forced to have backward removal, as you mentioned, just to account for those cards being sided in, and those will work fantastically against Rescue Ace.
Definitely. We'll have to see if this duel is going to get a little turbulent, though, here from Jesus. I mean, Rescue's Turbulence is just a crazy card. The first time I read it, I was like, this is unreal. Like, being able to set 4 spell and trap cards from your deck.
Yeah, surely they make it difficult to summon, right?
Nope. Even it, in fact, got easier to summon as more cards came out for Rescues. As we saw, just Emergency can throw that monster out there so quickly.
I mean, Rescue Ace was definitely one of the strongest decks at some point during its release, especially with access to the Sinful Spoils engine. There was a lot of cards going for it. Hydrant is a very powerful card on its own, being able to amass resources every single turn and also giving those bonus effects to the rest of your cards.
Definitely. I mean, even like if another card leaves the field, destroy one of your opponent's card effect is kind of tough to navigate sometimes.
Yeah, like a lot of these Rescue Ace cards have like that like slight bonus effect that you don't really think about, like the hidden ability, if you will.
Secret effect. Secret effect. Some cards have a secret effect, but not really a secret effect, but ones that don't come up as often as their main effects do, so you always got to look out for it.
Yeah, it's not the one that's usually beating you, so you don't really pay attention to it.
But this is it. We're at the YCS Houston, round number 11, game 3. Only one of these duelists will move on. The other will unfortunately be have to go to the side events, public events.
Yeah, they tried, yeah.
There's a lot of, I mean, I'm that same way. I try every tournament, but if I lose the second I'm out of the main event, I'm running over to the public events and trying to enter and win just a different tournament. But one of these duelists is ready to win. Let's see who is going first. Did he let Josh go first? No, he is starting things off. The way Josh was looking at his hand, I thought maybe he was the one who's going to lead things off. But
I mean, this is bold, using Infinite Permanence on a Rescue Ace normal summon.
Nope.
Is there a Chain Emergency? It doesn't look like it.
So the Imperm is going to negate Rescue Ace Airlifter. Does Jesus have any other way to access more Rescue Ace cards? He does have Fiendsmith's Tract again.
That's pretty good. It's able to just get access to another engine here. I don't think there's going to be a response to the Tract. Makes a lot of sense.
Yep, so he's going to add a copy of Fabled Lure to hand, then has to send a card from his hand to the graveyard. He's going to send the Fabled Lure, special summon back, thanks to its own effect.
I mean, I'm just peeking at Joshua's hand. It seems like it potentially might be a hard counter to the way Jesus has been playing so far. Lurie has hit the field, which usually means we're going to be immediately linking it away into that Fiendsmith Requiem. We'll see if that is what Jesus chooses to do. It looks like that is what's going to happen here. On the Link summon, we're going to be activating Fantastical Dragon Phantasme.
Is Jesus going to chain the Requiem?
Then Phantasme just becomes draw card.
Yeah, just becomes draw a card. But it's one less card he gets to see.
Yeah, you don't get to like put cards back. You don't get to see as many cards. And Malice does have the problem where you don't see Malice monsters sometimes. So being able to fix your hand here is very powerful. Jesus is considering if he wants to make sure that he sees the least amount of cards.
I think I'd rather have them draw one as opposed to draw two and put one back. I think just
like some people like the feeling of like, oh, they put a card back, you know, that's worse somehow. But like, no, they do see more cards.
Odds are one card in their hand is not as useful. Ooh, Ash Blossom.
Seeing 0 cards is also better. Yeah,
it's going to keep the Phantasme in the hand.
That's fine. Ash is able to resolve, and now Requiem's going to activate, and I think that is going to be met with an Ash Blossom of Joshua's own. There it is.
Ash Blossom of Joyous Spring going to make sure that Jesus cannot summon a Fiendsmith monster from his deck. So this is 2 parts of his strategy cut off thanks to Infinite Permanence and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Normally Ash is something you want to hold for something along the lines of Emergency, but we know that's not there because Airlifter was negated by Infinite Permanence. And now it looks like the turn will be over for Jesus, and Joshua will be able to have a chance here.
There's no water in this hydrant, and now Josh is going to draw for turn.
Is there a Malice monster?
And he still has the Phantasma in his hand if things go right, like for Jesus. Like even if nothing bad happens on this turn, he already knows Josh has that Phantasma waiting to try and summon. But he's going to start off with a Ball Drake.
Not the ideal start here. It looks like a sign of weakness for Joshua.
Yeah, it definitely means I would instantly be able to read he doesn't have a Malice monster in his hand.
So it seems like he made the right call stopping the Phantasme. And yep, that is it. It's just going to be a Ball Drake attacking into the Airlifter. Jesus still has plenty of chances here. He's going to get another turn. We're going to be normal summoning Drone Lockbird. Just linking those two away. This is rough. We're going to be going in to Moon of the Closed Heaven, going to be linking away into Fiends with Requiem. Requiem's able to activate. Is there another Ash Blossom from Jesus? Doesn't seem like it. We're going to be able to summon out Lacrima from the deck. Lacrima is going to be able to activate, sending Fiendsmith Engraver.
This is what Jesus was trying to do, but Josh is going uninterrupted.
I mean, this is the benefit of having those Fiendsmith cards in your deck, right? Any two monsters is able to put up a reasonable threat.
Yeah, Drone Lockbird and Bestial Ball Drake. Not two cards that really work together, but with Moon, they find a way.
There is still a mystery set from Jesus here. Could be anything. Has not had a real opportune moment to use something along the lines of Infinite Impermanence just yet.
I'll go Engraver to put back this one.
The Engraver is going to be able to put back the Moon of the Closed Heaven to special summon himself from the graveyard, and now it looks like we're going to be linking those two away into, I imagine, the Fiendsmith sequence. Oh, it looks like just an IP Masquerena. That's surprising. And we're just passing back. I think that signs of another Bestial in hand.
Or the Phantasme.
Yeah, I mean, if you're counting on it, like...
Yeah, but Jesus knows it's there. He's not going to let him summon it. He's going to try and... Is there another copy of Airlifter? That would be the best thing for Jesus right now. Would you make the read that there's another copy of Drone Lockbird in Joshua's hand since he was so willing to normal summon that the first time?
I mean, I think Drone Lockbird is just a card that's so weak against Rescue Ace anyway that you don't necessarily have to. And especially like when you're going into the middle of the game, right?
Right.
Drone Lockbird is a card... I mean, it could have been pretty useful now, but Airlifter hitting the field once again. If that card's able to resolve, that can get you access to everything.
Yeah, this is huge. He'll be able to get the emergency. There's access to Turbulence. He's going to be able to deal with the IP Masquerena, all while not having to let Josh summon that Phantasme from the hand.
Yeah, I mean, now you're just playing a really grindy situation, right? You just want to make sure your opponent has the least amount of options available. You don't necessarily need to win the game outright. You just need to make sure you're playing and your opponent is not.
Yeah, that second copy of Airlifter coming down is huge for Jesus.
We'll see if there is another copy of Drone Lockbird. I mean, he cuts off his own Phantasme. I doubt he would even want to.
I mean, in a grind game like this, I would favor the Rescue Ace monster as long as they're able to keep the steady flow of Rescue Ace monsters. He's contemplating. He's like, should I go to battle phase? Will Jesus forget the Phantasme in Joshua's hand? I would hope not at this stage in the tournament.
I really doubt anyone would forget in this position.
All right, so he's going to go ahead and activate Emergency before going into the battle phase. Let's see if Joshua has any sort of response. He doesn't.
Chain Forbidden Droplet.
Interesting.
Just to make sure the IP Masquerena is checked here, there's no way to really get value out of it now because there are no other monsters for him to link with at this point in the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is playing around there being like another Bestial in hand on top of the Phantasme, as you mentioned. He could be.
Yeah, I think it is pretty understandable that there would be a Bestial. I feel like you wouldn't rely on IP Masquerena with only a Phantasme in your hand.
Right.
You had plenty of other options to make in that situation. You could have just made Sequence.
True. Or SP Little Knight or just anything, yeah. But the emergency is going to summon the Hydrant. Hydrant is going to be able to add a Rescue Ace monster from the deck to the hand.
Likely going to be Turbulence here, especially if you have the read on your opponent's hand being a Bestial and Phantasme. You are free to get as much advantage as you can, and with Hydrant on the field, you are able to activate one of those sets off Turbulence the turn that it's set. And we're going to be activating Lacrima now. Oh, that's, of course, Lacrima also makes IP Revive.
True. So he'll always be able to have that extra monster on the field. But he has the Ash Blossom.
Their Ash Blossom was found here. It had to have been drawn. No, it could have been drawn for turn, right?
It could have.
Because
he
couldn't do it. Yeah, it had to have been, right? He
so
would have.
He had the second Airlifter already.
Yeah.
So that was a huge top deck here from Jesus.
Yep, and now Turbulence is activating in the hand to banish from the graveyard the Airlifter. Oh, both Airlifters, it seems.
Airlifters.
And Turbulence will be hitting the field. And will it be able to activate? It does. There should not be a response at this point. Going to be setting I imagine Alert, Rescue, Extinguish and Contain. Yep. The 4 classics.
I spelled race. I spelled race.
He did the thing. His opponent's not having it. He's not in the mood.
This is the. That's insane that he pointed it out to his opponent like that, too. He's like trying to have fun while his opponent's like, this is the worst game of my life. Oh, no. He was not happy with that, but that's okay. Turbulence is going to set the force field and traps. Yeah, just resolving a Turbulence is still great here in 2025.
I think a +4 is good at any point. If the +4 is not good anymore, I don't want to be here.
All right, so since the Rescue Ace Hydrant is on the field, they'll be able to activate, looks like Alert, the turn it's set, so he's going to be able to add any Rescue Ace monster from the deck to hand. He's going to add Preventer.
Very strong, extremely strong in this matchup, I'd say.
He just has to make sure he doesn't forget that the Phantasme is in Joshua's hand while he is going through the motions here.
I mean, yeah, I think just summoning Preventer, going into the battle phase, and then having it live on your opponent's turn to immediately answer a drawn Malice monster should be able to seal the deal here.
But there's so much more you can do if you link away that Preventer, though.
I think
it's tempting.
He's been playing pretty tight up to this point. I think he understands what he's doing here.
The temptation is there.
I mean, he also has access to Extinguish and Contain. He has all. Like,
yeah, he doesn't need to link summon at all. But think of all the things you can do. The Preventer is going to summon back a monster. You're going to get like an SP Little Knight.
I feel like Rescue Ace is one of those decks very similar to Fire King, where it's able to do so much with just very little investment.
Definitely. And yeah, he isn't going to go into the extra deck. Just going to pass turn. We know at least one card in Joshua's hand's not going to do anything. It's a fantastical card, but not in this situation. And yeah, he has nothing. 2 Phantasmes.
2 Phantasmes.
Ash Blossom. And Jesus is going to take it with his Rescue Ace strategy, moving on with only 2 losses. He is putting himself in prime position to make top 32 with a very unexpected strategy, I believe.
Yeah, one of those that's been a fan favorite for the players in the last few years, but just cycled out with the new, more exciting strategies. But we saw that one can still hold in this current meta.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it definitely incorporates the Fiendsmith cards, so you have that little extra push. I mean, a lot of the times we've been seeing what the Fiendsmith cards are doing with the other strategies are forcing out those interruptions from the opponent to where they can do what they really are trying to achieve with their deck's theme.
Yeah, just really forcing out as much, because it's not like you can ignore the Fiendsmith cards either. If they're allowed to fully resolve, it's either something along the lines of Caesar, where you're protecting yourself from Nibiru the Primal Being while also having 2 interruptions into your opponent's field, or just a Desiree. All very impactful. And then just being able to set up Lacrima in the graveyard is also just a form of removal on your opponent's turn, so just an even additional interruption going into your plays. And then, again, it's just so many bodies on the field, right? Any 2 monsters get to do all that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw Joshua, like, he just didn't draw his deck there in game number 3. It looked like he was still able to formulate some sort of plan by being able to normal summon the Draw and Lockbird. Like, even though he just had the IP Masquerena and the Lacrima in the graveyard, like, his hand wasn't good. It was Phantasme, Ash Blossom, Bestial Baldrake, Draw and Lockbird. I don't know if he drew into the other Phantasme, but those cards usually just don't do anything. Like, you can't really achieve anything. But since he was including the Fiendsmith cards, he was able to turn those 2 monsters into Moon, as you mentioned, and at least put up some form of interruption. But that second copy of Airlifter really pushed things over the edge there for Jesus.
I mean, yeah, not so freshly off the limited list anymore, right? Because it was at some point semi-limited.
Yeah. But now back at 3, it seems.
We see how powerful 2 can be.
Yeah, if you have access to Airlifter, you have access to Emergency, which gives you access to Hydrant, which gives you access to Turbulent, which gives you access to the 4 Rescue Ace spell and trap cards. There's so much you can do. And yeah, I'm excited to see Rescue Ace hopefully in top 32, barring any tiebreakers and people out there with draws and stuff like that. We don't know how many X2s, whether X is the variable for how many rounds you played, 2 would be the amount of losses you have. But I really hope we get to see Rescue Ace in there. I hope. There's been so many different decks. I really don't know what the top 32 is going to shake out. I mean, we're going to find out soon.
Very soon.
Which players it's going to be, what decks they're using. It's going to be some exciting information. I know we're going to see Memento in there. It's been all over the place. I really hope we see a few Tomb Keepers. There's definitely a bunch still out there playing in this round. Mermail Atlantean's going to be another one that we're going to see a lot of. I do think there will be a few of this Bestial Fiendsmith.
The Malice deck.
Yeah, Malice deck. Yeah, I want to, like, it's barely a Malice deck, but
the Malice cards are doing a lot.
Yeah, that's how they finish them off. Yeah, for sure.
I think it's how it's doing most. It's just like everything else is just really secondary to making sure the Malice cards resolve, and that's just where a lot of these decks have become, right? They have a supplementary engine to make sure your main engine gets to do what it wants, and it's been working really well for a lot of strategies here, and we can't count out Ryzeal, right? Ryzeal is still the most popular deck going into this event. Even if we've seen less of it than we usually do, it is definitely here, and it's definitely showing out in numbers, so we'll have to see just how many are in Top Cut.
Yeah, Ryzeal Detonator is still such a strong card. Definitely been the card to beat for the weekend. But yeah, the deck diversity has really impressed me. A lot of times when we get to where a format's been going on for like a significant amount of time, we end up seeing a lot of the same decks over and over. But this one's way different. I mean, we've had 2 new releases, Maze of the Master, Structure Deck Blue Eyes White Destiny, definitely having impact. I know at the start of the day, our Blue Eyes Tombkeeper player, Justin, that we saw yesterday, my favorite deck, we saw yesterday, not of all time, but is still in the tournament. So hopefully we get to see him in Top Cut. But I think Jackie is standing by with our winners for the round, so I'm going to toss it to her and we can hear from Jesus. Take it away, Jackie.
Thank you so much, Billy and Asala. That is correct. I am with Jesus. Yeah, say hi to everybody. Okay, 1 win closer to Top Cut. Explain to me how you're feeling. Describe your emotions for me.
I was super anxious right now. My heart is beating. Rescue Ace was not really my first choice, but it's a deck I really like to play. And I like to play decks that I like, and if I could do well with it, I'll give it a shot. So.
Yeah, Rescue Ace with a mix of Fiendsmith, right? Tell me why you decided to go with this deck.
Because the Rescue Ace cards are really good into the meta at the moment, but they need a little help with the Fiendsmiths. So it does help with the grind game, and it's just a cool deck, honestly. It's I love the deck a lot, so.
Okay, so you told me you're nervous, but you got to be feeling a little confident. I hear people clapping for you too.
Thank you. I'm just nervous because it's I'm bringing a different deck, but it's not really a meta deck, so.
Hey, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! You never know, right? Also, just a fantastic atmosphere here. It's just absolutely electric. Are you having fun? Is there anything you want to say to anyone at home?
Actually, I've been having fun all day. All my opponents have been cool. The deck I'm playing is really fun, so if I'm having fun, I don't care if I lose, right? But shout out to everyone watching right now, to my brother. Shout out to SYG. Yeah.
Jesus, thank you so much, and congratulations again. Let's send it back to our casters.
Well, Sala, I'm glad his heart is beating, because if it wasn't, I would have to be running up on the stage. Hey, I'm CPR certified. I could get him right back in it if I needed to. But it's good to hear from him. And, yeah, he says it's not meta, but I have something to tell you that meta only happens until, you actually play and win. But let's go ahead and talk about something cool that we have going on right now, and that's going to be the Master Duel campaign. That's right, 80 million downloads. I can't believe we're at 80 million. You log in, you just get free stuff right now. That's right. Thank you to all you Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel players. We've reached a massive milestone with Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel being downloaded over 80 million times across the world. To show appreciation to all our duels, you can log in daily, claim rewards during the login campaign, including 1,000 gems and special pack tickets. The campaign ends on May 7th, 2025, so be sure to log in before the rewards are gone. You're going to be able to get cool cards like Dominus Impulse, Dominus Purge, Red Eyes Black Full Metal Dragon, Performance Trapeze High Magician, and one of my favorite cards, Goblin Bikers Gone Wild. Goblin Bikers Gone Wild, not Goblin Gone Bonkers. Their names are so awesome. Big Gabonga, though, one of my faves. But yeah, lots of awesome stuff going on in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now that you're not going to want to miss. And of course, this was our final round of Swiss, so we're going to be back with our top 32. Who's going to make it? What decks are going to be facing off in the single elimination portion of the tournament? All of these questions will have answers. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with our top 32, so stick around.
Especially some of the next decks.
Sure.
Grab some. The moon.
Sure.
Make moon on.
Yep.
The Requiem effect.
Yep.
Especially some of the Requiem effect.
Yep.
Sure. Effect of Rec Room, attach the black one.
Sure.
Effect of Engraver, shuffle back one.
Sure.
These two. Do that real quick.
Sure.
Engraver effect.
Sure.
Attract.
Sure.
And then effective necro quick to draw one.
Sure.
I'll go trapped.
Sure.
Switch Luri effect.
Sure. Thinking here. You're good.
Sequence.
Sure.
Sequence effect diffuse.
Sure.
Use Luri. Engraver. And Requiem.
Sure.
Summon on Desert.
Sure.
Do Ogden Day.
Sure.
Ogden Day effect target Engraver.
Sure. Sure.
Special summon sword effect.
Sure.
Grab X. Special summon X by sending Twins to the grave.
Sure.
What are these two? Go dual drive. Dual drive effect to actually. Yeah, dual drive effect to attach.
Sure.
Dual drive effect to search.
Sure.
Two for cross and search for ice.
Sure.
Activate cross.
You have 3 sleeves that are really noticeable. That's it's. You can continue.
No.
I don't. They're just like super. I'm not.
I'm just curious what cards they are, but I don't know. Let's go ahead and pause. I'll just take a quick look at it.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
Oh no, you're all
mean
good.
to-
You're all good. I haven't noticed.
Oh, it's because they're upside down.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. Like about half of my deck got like upside down
Okay.
when earlier.
Whew.
You gave hand me this game.
Thank you.
Just go ahead and do a quick shuffle.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'll resume the clock right as soon as we're ready.
We're ready.
Okay.
Let me look at my graveyard.
Yep.
I'll use cross effect to draw.
Sure.
Put back these two.
Sure.
Special summon node.
Sure.
Node effects and duo target sword.
Sure.
Anything here?
Nothing.
and detonator for 2 attacks.
Draw phase. Standby phase. Main phase.
Sure. On resolution of that, I'll go Lacrima effect to special summon target Ogden Day. Ogden Day effect to special summon target Desiree.
Sure. Am I good to continue?
Yeah, you're good to continue.
Sorry. Channeling 1, channeling 2, target.
Chainlink 3. Which one is target?
Sure.
I will banish face down.
Sure.
And then I will negate the with cross the aggregator.
Sure.
Yeah, that's banishes.
Bonfire.
Yeah, that's good.
Add ice. Anything here.
Doesn't.
Normal summon activate effect.
You're activating the effect?
Yes.
I'll go Caesar to negate.
Sure. We can go to that too.
Got it.
2341.
I mean, good luck.
Good luck.
Are you going first?
I'll start.
Please come over to the
Alright.
public stage so we can assist you.
I will normal summon Ice Rise activate effect. Extra, so activate effect. Add no Ice.
Resolution effective or goal.
Sure. That's fine. Special summon Sword Eyes. So 2 pass.
How many hand?
2.
2. And what did you add off of X? You added sword?
I added Node.
You added node? Okay.
Yeah.
Standby main.
Sure.
Feather this in.
I'll judge.
Yep, I'll stay in the I'll go bonfire.
Sure.
Yep.
Add ice.
Sure.
Very effective.
Sure.
Attract.
Sure.
Activate track.
Sure.
Send Lurie's Lurie effect.
Sure. Sure.
We'll go Engraver, Shuffle Lurie,
Sure.
Chain Marker.
Sure. No effect? Sure.
Chaos Angel, target dead.
I will Solemn Judgment to summon a Chaos Angel.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists, just a reminder, registration is open for our speed duel main event series.
I'll pop it.
You can register for this event online at events.thesidedeck.com, but remember, it does require a for deck list that you can bring over to the public event stage to check in. We are also still open for registration for the attack of the giant card and the Dragon Duel Constructed Deck Tournament. Our Dragon Duel tournaments are free events for those duelists born in the year 2011 or later. You can register online at events.thesidedeck.com. But if you need any assistance, please head over to the public event stage.
Yep.
Detonator?
Sure. Sure. Sure.
Yep.
Oh, you already searched.
Oh, wait, I did. I just chain.
Yeah, that's fine. You already searched with X.
Oh, yeah, chain link when I. Just aggregate.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
That'll just be a
Oh, wait, I don't know why I'm picking up my deck.
Yeah, continue.
Just enter battle.
Sure.
Tap over.
Sure.
Node,
You haven't received any E-miners just about having
I see you received one yesterday.
one yesterday?
For
It was for I don't know what the actual warning was for, but it was for an error in game when 2 players didn't complete a proper game.
pass. Drop it. Standby phase. Main phase. Chilling 1, chilling 2. Yeah. Sword.
On resolution?
Sure.
Go draw.
Sure.
And then I'll go Lacrim effect.
Sure.
I'll go Rectum effect.
Sure.
Lacrim effect.
Sure. I need to think.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists, this is the last call to register for the attack of the giant card. If you would like to get registered, please do so online at events.thesidedeck.com. If you need any assistance, please head over to the public event page where we'd be happy to help you.
Effective node. Target X.
What did you discard?
The second sword.
Okay.
Totally. Dweller effect. Eclipse Twins. We'll go battle phase. Sorry, effect battle phase. Attack Lacrima and crash into detonator.
We'll take 500.
Yeah, Twins effect, targeting Dweller and Detonator. Detonator on summon. Aggregator. Crash in, protect. Pass turn.
So you have 1,500 life points.
Yes.
Freeze play.
Draw.
YCS competitors, freeze play. That is time in the
draw
round.
phase.
Yeah.
If you have not finished your match, please proceed to end the match procedures.
I just want to start
If
it.
you need assistance with these, please raise your hand and call for a judge.
Good game. Oh, good game, man.
If you have a time extension, it begins now.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Houston. I'm excited to go through and meet some of the duelists that are competing at the YCS this weekend, find out a little more about them, where they're from, who's their favorite character in the anime, do they have any good impressions? Let's go ahead and find out who these duelists are and what they're doing here this weekend at YCS Houston. Everyone, I'm here with Dylan. Excited to have you at the YCS. So where are you from and how long did it take you to get here?
Took about hour, 2 hours. Bad traffic getting here from Houston. We live kind of close to Houston, about an hour away, so it's finally good to have one close to us.
Oh yeah, definitely. So even though you're close, you still have to deal with that Houston traffic. I've heard about it. So is this your first YCS, or have you played at YCSs before?
This is the first YCS, first opportunity I've ever had to go to one, so hoping for day 2.
All right, yeah, that's the way to do it. So, I mean, mind asking how old you are?
I'm 15, just last week was my birthday, so birthday top.
Hey, happy birthday. Maybe you got to run that luck into this tournament here this weekend. Could be your weekend to win. Now, coming in, you said it's your first YCS. There's a lot of well-known duelists here. People have won previous YCS. Is there someone you're looking forward to meeting here this weekend, or maybe have the opportunity to duel in the YCS?
I just need to beat Landon Oliver. He coming back to my city. I got to take him out now.
Landon Oliver, that's a good one. He did really well at the World Championship. Won the YCSs this year as well. Just insane. But that's really exciting that you want a chance to duel against Landon. Is there any character from the anime, if you don't know how much you watch of the anime, that you would want to be if you could be any character?
I'd probably have to say Yuma from Zexal. That was the main anime I watched the most out of all of them. But yeah, probably Yuma.
Yuma, that's a good one. It's an interesting one, but very unique and pretty cool. So this is your first YCS. What is it like just like coming into the room and like seeing all the players and getting ready for such a major event?
It's not that bad. I went to Nats before I came to a YCS, so it's just Nats on a smaller scale, that's all.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you the question that Joey Wheeler seems to have an answer to, but we'll see what your answer is the same. Luck or skill? What's more important when it comes to dueling?
Definitely skill. I have a friend who's good, but can't draw a playable hand to save his life.
That's always the worst. Well, it's great talking to you, Dylan. Good luck at the YCS this weekend. All right, I'm here with Shu Ping. And now, you've been to quite a few YCSs, right? Do you know, you have a ballpark number, how many YCSs you've competed in?
Oh, I lost count, honestly. There's too many of them.
Yeah, I mean, probably over 100. I know my number's that high, too, so yours is definitely up there. But so how far did you come in, to travel to play at this event?
This event, I live in Philadelphia, so it was like about 3.5 to 4 hour flight, which is not that bad, to be honest. Yeah, I'm kind of used to it at this point.
Yep, definitely. So is there like a card in your deck? Do you have like a favorite card in your deck that you're using this weekend, or are they all your favorites?
They're all kind of my favorites. Like, so far, my favorite's been changing every format. Right now, it's Rizio Detonator. I mean, it's one of the strongest cards in the format. It's the card that brings the most victories for me and for everyone, honestly. So, that's so far one of my favorite cards.
Detonator, not a bad one, not a bad one. See, I'm not the only one with multiple favorite cards. Everyone always gives me a hard time about that. But so you're a well-known duelist. Is there any other well-known duelist that you're wanting to defeat on your way to winning another YCS championship this weekend?
Well, considering Jesse got another win like last month at Vegas, so mission number 1, make sure Jesse don't get another one, so we can catch up a little bit, right? So yeah, I think Jesse probably. So far in last year, I played Jesse on Bubble 3 times throughout the whole year in major events. So yeah, it could happen again, right?
It sounds like it could run into him again. Jesse Cotton, definitely a good answer. All right, for my last question, since you've been to so many YCSs, do you have like the most memorable moment from your YCS experience so far in the past?
It's probably just the 2 times I won the YCS and the UDS. It's like they were just kind of very close matchup, and then it's pretty much how I won. How my hand was never really like perfectly one side winning. It's always like I have to grind it out. Those kind of games like bring the most memories.
Definitely. For me, it's always my losses that I always remember the hardest. But thank you so much, Shupin. Good luck this weekend. Billy Break here, and I'm with John. How far did you travel to be here, and is this your first YCS?
I'm from DFW, and this is my first YCS, so I'm in 4 hours. So
okay, yeah, not too bad. Yeah, 4 hours with traffic. I'm also from Dallas, a long time ago. Now I live in LA, but representing Dallas, awesome to see. So you said this is your first YCS. What was it like preparing for the event before you got here? Did you know what to expect, or did you not really know what was going on?
I kind of knew what to expect, but I mean, you change your deck list every 5 minutes, and you just feel like no matter what you did, you either made the right or the wrong decision, and you won't know until you sit down with your opponent round 1 tomorrow if you made the right call. So I feel like I did the best I could, but it's been a pain.
Definitely. So this is your first YCS. Have you followed like coverage of other YCS events and seen the champions? Is there any like player that you were looking forward to having the opportunity to duel in the tournament here this weekend?
My locals is the locals of Aditya Darup. Shout out to Carthaven. So we play a lot there, so I'm looking forward to playing against him in a big tournament like this. So.
Yeah, that's our NAWCQ champion from last year. Yeah, living up in Plano, actually, right? Yep, I'm also from Plano, Texas. When I saw that, I was like, shout out to Plano. Oh, yeah, got to have the awesome duelists representing the Dallas, the whole greater Dallas area for sure. So it's your first YCS. How do you plan on staying focused during a long day of dueling?
So I'm a judge for my local card job as well, so I know what it's like to have to focus and pay attention to every card, every movement. So applying that as a player is going to be, I think, pretty easy transition for me this week. So I was looking forward to it.
Awesome. Now, in the preparation, what kind of role did your friends play in preparing for the event? Did you play test with your friends a lot coming into this, or was it more of like a solo mission?
Oh, it was a lot of play testing. Adriel over there, he helped me out a lot against the Mouse matchup and the Ryziel matchup, and then my friend Jerry with the Blue Eyes matchup. So it's just grinding as many games as I can against as many decks as I can.
Yep, practice makes perfect. Nothing's going to help you more than actually playing with the cards. Theory can only take you so far. Yeah, so I'm just going to wrap it up with the fun question we've been asking everyone. If you could be any character from the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, any of the animes, which one would you be and why?
Dr. Crowler, he has a PhD in dueling, man. He gets to teach dueling. That's what I want to do.
Love it. I love that answer. That is fantastic. Ancient Gears are awesome, and so are you. Good luck this weekend. Hope you do well, John. Thank you. I'm here at the YCS floor with Christian. He's excited to play in the YCS this weekend. So, Christian, tell me, where are you from and how long did it take you to get here?
From Fort Worth, Texas. It took me about 4.5 hours to get here, barring the Buc-ee's trip.
Hey, you got to stop at Buc-ee's on your way if you're driving down, for sure. That's a classic. What are you most excited for at this YCS?
I'm excited for it to be in Texas. I really have been waiting a long time for this to happen, and I'm also excited to actually get to play this event scot-free, ready to go.
Nice. Is this your first YCS, or have you competed at YCSs previously?
I was at a YCS Orlando, and unfortunately took a round 1 loss, woke up a little bit late and traffic was bad. But I'm excited. My hotel's not too far away from here, so I can walk here, so I'm ready to go.
Nice. What do you think, what is the difference between playing like at a YCS as opposed to like your regular local like OTS event?
It's more higher stakes. Being able to play against the best of the best and trying to one-up the person in front of you is different than just doing it against your friends, because you already know what they're playing. The person across from you at a YCS, you don't know what they're on unless they're a YouTuber. So,
so you're talking about, it's always about the people that you're playing against. Is there anyone in particular that you're looking forward to play against this weekend?
Just high-level players, man. I'm looking to get better at this game step by step, and the best way to get better is to always go against people that are better than you.
Hey, that is I love the mentality. I have the same kind of thoughts myself. Now, it's going to be a long tournament. How are you going to stay focused during the long time and long days of dueling?
Just keeping your head up and making sure that you understand what your cards do. It's not about what your opponent's cards do, it's about what your cards do and being able to go into somebody's board.
Yep. Okay, makes a lot of sense. Now I'm going to end it with one kind of fun one. So if you could be any character from a Yu-Gi-Oh anime, who would you be and why?
Zane. Zane was a pretty awesome dude. I love Cyber Dragons, especially his alter art. So unfortunately, he went the way he did, but I still love the character design.
Do you have a Zane impression you want to share with us?
No.
Okay, but Zane is a really cool one. That's an awesome pick. Good luck this week and hope you do well at the YCS. Thank you so much. I'm here with Alejandro. So, where are you from and how far did you travel to get here?
About 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I'm from Pasadena.
Okay, so super close and exciting. Is that why you came to the YCS? Because it was just in your backyard?
Well, it's been 9 years since Houston had one, so it's my third YCS in general.
Okay.
Rather come out and play.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been a while since we've been here. My first SJC was actually in Houston too, so I can relate from a while ago. What are you most excited about the YCS this weekend?
Seeing all the format decks, nothing is going to be overpowered to be number one. So it's a good thing that we're in a good format.
All right, yeah, it's an awesome format. People are enjoying playing Yu-Gi-Oh, that's for sure. So you are here. You know, there's a lot of like the well-known players that are around here who compete at all the YCSs. Is there anyone you're looking forward to dueling this weekend?
No, just wanting to relax and have fun, hang out with the friends. I know a few guys. David Flores here, Miles. I've known them for a long time.
Yeah, David Flores is UDS champion. Yeah,
I've known him for almost 10 years now.
Oh, he's a great guy. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, lots of great duelists here. Good luck this weekend. I hope you do well. It was awesome talking to you, and good luck at the YCS.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Jackie Jing, your YCS host, and the convention center is packed. Tons of people here. Let's show you what YCS has to offer. Come on. Outside of the competition, there are tons of public events, like the Ultimate Time Wizard Tournament, where you can win this gigantic card. There's so many awesome events and awesome prizes. Rivalry of Warlords, Attack of the Giant card, and Dragon Duel for our younger duelists. You can see people are registering behind us right now for these amazing public events. And if you want to take part, come on by. Join in on the fun. And this is the main stage where we crown our YCS champion, and you see all of those intense duels go down. Do not miss out on the action. Make sure you're watching the stream all weekend long. See you later. Yay. Oh, we're live, everybody. Okay, Swiss has concluded. We are down to 32 competitors. Are you ready for the top cut list? I'm sorry. Are you ready for the top cut list? Let's hear it for our head judge, Anthony. Let's give him a warm welcome, everybody. And I hand them.
Thank you. I mean, I'm going to read them in order. So, congratulations, duelists. Let's figure out who made it to the top 32. In first place after Swiss with 33 points, Anthony Vang Jr. The next group of duelists all had 30 points. In second place, Brian Anguioli. In third place, Kevin Zuger. In fourth place, Manuel Callan. In fifth place, Simon He. In sixth place, Christian Augustin. In seventh place, Francisco Osorio Bobadilla. The next two duelists both had 28 points. In 8th place, Jose Marin. In 9th place, Aditya Darap. The next group of duelists all had 27 points. In 10th place, Kai Huang Zhang. In 11th place, Jesus Barrios. In 12th place, Israel Figueroa. In 13th place, Juan Casillas Lozano. In 14th place, John Crowley. In 15th place, Jared Randolph. In 16th place, Logan Shepard. In 17th place with 27 points, Lexus Wingate. In 18th place, Jesse Simnagar. In 19th place, Darian Hahn. In 20th place, Lucas Sacco. In 21st place, Colby Blomstrom. In 22nd place, Edwin Strom IV. In 23rd place, Javier Soto. In 24th place, Julian Cajon. In 25th place, Bryce Sharp. In 26th place, Tavion Crowley. In 27th place, Jesse Flores. And we are still in the 27-point range. In 28th place, Nathaniel Vasquez. In 29th place, Hector Orellana. In 30th place, with 27 points, Tyler Felix. In 31st place, with 27 points, Pascal Manigat. And in 32nd place, with 27 points, Luis Sanabria. At this time, duelists, you have 5 minutes before standings are finalized. Judges, go ahead and post those standings.
Hello, can you hear me? Signal I'm piggybacking off of here is a little unstable. Bear with me here. I need to tell you about the next. They don't want you to know that I look. Would you stop F5ing the. I need to tell you about the next.
Hello everyone, I'm Billy Brake here at YCS Houston, and there are so many duelists here trying to walk away as a YCS champion. I'm going to stop and talk to them and see how'd they get here, what they're doing here, and what their plans are for this weekend. So let's hear from the duelists competing at YCS Houston here this weekend. Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Houston, and I found another duelist that is here competing this weekend. I'm here with Vale. Now tell me, where did you come from and why are you here?
I am from Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been on the scene for a little while, mostly regionals. Y'all can probably see the 60-card guy, baby. Y'all know me. I'm here, man, to win. I hadn't gotten a YCS champion. I've topped 1 billion regionals. I've done, I topped 64 at the COVID Nats. So I just need to go ahead and get this under my belt and really get it ready.
Awesome. So yeah, really excited about winning. What did you do to prepare for this event when you already have such high expectations?
I played 7 billion hours against Malice with no Lancia or Chaos Hunter in my side deck just to see how which board breakers were the best. So
I love that. Yeah, testing on hard mode. That's something to think a lot of players may not think to do. That's really good advice. Something you can do. So you mentioned you've been wanting to get that win for a while. Is there any duelists that you look up to? People that you're excited about maybe facing off here this weekend?
Not look up to, because most of the top players that are homies, shout out to Kamal and all those guys. I really want to play Jesse Cotton. I've seen him for a while, and hopefully he's here. If he's not, then that kind of sucks. But he's one of the few on the competitive scene I hadn't got a chance to play, so I just want to see how we stack up.
Okay, well, he is here. I did see him earlier, so maybe you'll get that opportunity to face him here this weekend. Now, it's a long weekend. It's a YCS. You mentioned you played a lot of regionals. Those are one-day events. YCSs are 2 days. How are you going to stay focused dueling throughout this long event?
Like I said, it's just I've been doing it for a while, so just remember that every day is just another day. So as a football player, we know one game at a time. Same thing here. One day, one game at a time. Day 2, one game at a time. Don't let day 1 success taint days 2 success. If you drop a game, short memory and get back to it. Keep doing what you do.
Yeah, definitely excellent advice. All right, we're going to end it with one fun question. I don't know how much you know about the anime, but if you could be any character from any of the anime series, who would you be and why?
Easy. Seto Kaiba the GOAT because he got the bag. Big bag Kaiba. He brought his greatest op back from the grave to play him because Yugi cheated him. So he brought him back. He held a tournament to bring him back from the afterlife to get his fade. And so Kaiba will forever be the GOAT no matter what series.
Definitely. My favorite Kaiba duel is against the Shizu, and the Shizu predicts the future, and he's like, no, not even your future reading is going to stop me from winning.
Because I'm Big Money Kaiba, baby. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, it was great talking to you. Good luck this weekend. Thanks for watching. I'm here with Walter Jewell, YCS champion. Thanks for joining me. How far did you come to be here, and why are you here this weekend?
I came from San Diego, California. And
beautiful city.
Yep. It actually, in Spanish, it means, well, no, I came to have fun with my friends.
I like staying on track. So you're about having fun, but you'd like to walk away with the win this weekend, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, cool. So you played at a lot of events. What would you say is the best part about competing at a YCS?
I actually think it's hanging out. Also, I like the barbecue in Texas. So that's like half the reason why I came here. unironically.
So it's more of like a vacation for you, but like an excuse to go to like new cities and have some fun time with your friends and maybe win a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament while you're there.
Yeah, I also like the process of like when you practice to try to get like just improve at like a hobby, and then you come to see if it pays off at the tournament. See if it's your day.
Definitely, guys. It has to be your day. So you've been to a lot of tournaments. You've played a lot of great duelists throughout the years. Is there any particular duelist you'd love to have a match against here this weekend?
Anybody I would want to play against? I don't know, somebody easy, like, I can't think of anybody that I want.
I appreciate you holding back, but so you'd rather go the least resistant possible path as opposed to like a gauntlet of like champions along the way.
Yeah, I want to win. I don't want to struggle.
Yeah, the easier it is, the better. Hey, I can respect it. No worries on that. So, how do you stay focused on like a long day of dueling?
I drink a lot of water. I make sure I eat, because if I get too hungry, I will be on focus. And then I'll drink like a coffee because it just helps me focus, like the caffeine.
Yeah, staying hydrated is very important. A lot of times you forget to do it because like you finish your round, the next round's up. Yeah, want to stay hydrated, make sure you eat a lunch and everything else as well. Now, the last question. This is going to be anime related. If you could be any character from any Yu-Gi-Oh anime, what would it be, or who would it be, and why?
I'll be Kaiba because he's rich.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, it kind of works. Could you give me your best Seto Kaiba impression?
This water bottle was made by Carbide Corp. It's too weak. Give me a better water bottle.
There you go. Okay, good enough. Thank you so much, Walter, and good luck this weekend. Hello, everybody. I'm here with Steven Darling. So, Steven, so you're here. Are you competing this weekend?
Not this time. Max Steve is going to take a break this weekend.
Okay, but you are going to be on the commentary desk, right?
I am. Very excited to see everything we've got in store this weekend.
Awesome. What are you the most excited about?
So, actually, we haven't seen high-level Blue Eyes gameplay at a YCS yet, and then all the new stuff from Maze of the Master, specifically like the Temple of the Kings deck. Really excited to see anime stuff. It is me, after all.
Okay, well, let's jump straight into it. This was going to be my big finisher, but we can just go and mention anime.
Okay, yeah.
I'm really excited to see what your answer is to this question in particular. If you could be any character from any of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes, who would it be and why? And you have to have an impression lined up already before we get to that part.
Well, I'm working on Grandpa Moto actually right now. No, one of my favorite roles for Yu-Gi-Oh is actually Jaden. But it's Jaden when he gets to like that end part where he's just the traveling duelist just going from place to place. You see like a little bit in the movie, but it's hard to do a Jaden impression because that's just like Matthew's beautiful voice. So other than that, I do love me some stall tactic cards. I bring Mystic Mind back, please. So we'll go with Yami Bakura. There's a little bit of evil in all of us, right? You just have to play the right cards.
Yes. Awesome. So Jaden and Bakura. All right.
Bakura likes games. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I just like games. That's all.
All right, well, that was awesome. Great talking to you, Steven. Can't wait to see you back there on the commentary desk with me this weekend. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm here with another part of Team Max Steve and Steven Rodriguez. Thanks for being here this weekend. How far did you come?
Just like you, I came from California.
Pretty far. So what are you going to be doing this weekend? You be back there on commentary?
That's right. I'll be doing a lot of shout casting with my boy Steven Darling. Unfortunately, our other boy Steven Kangas will not be joining us, but don't worry, plenty of Steves to fill the roles.
Definitely. We got enough Steves to go around. Now, what are you most excited about this weekend?
Definitely the recent trend of all the Temple of the Kings players I've been seeing, whether that's with Fiend Smith or just like pure really fun trap decks. I'm excited to see if that makes a big wave here this weekend.
Awesome. Now, so we'll just jump into it, since there's a lot of these questions are about the YCS and like what you're playing and stuff, but we're going to talk about the anime. So the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, if you could be any character in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, who's it going to be?
Well, first of all, I would be Yami Merrick from the original Battle City Finals, and the reason why I would be him is I want to purposely lose to Joey like he deserves and give him the W, so that way it's a Yugi versus Joey Finals.
As it should be. Now, give me your best Yami Merrick.
Okay, Wheeler, I summon the Winged Dragon of Ra!
Awesome talking to you. Can't wait to be back there at the commentary booth with you this weekend. Thank you for joining us, Steven.
Say hello to Dark Magician Girl!
Hello, everyone, to all the duelists out there. We're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley.
Howdy.
Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. Like, it's an unreal feeling. I've been playing since I was 4 years old, and finally to get a win, it's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Were there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from the game and had more doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for us say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align, and all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row, win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It'd be amazing. Like, go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back-to-back. So that would be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So if that's something that's on your mind, was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practiced more for this one because
you have something to prove.
After you get that feeling, like you just want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you're 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how there was like you had those kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Discipline, definitely. Understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But you even learn like life lessons, like just keep trying and keep improving time after time.
Never giving up. Yep.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff.
Nice.
And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities, not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now moving away, kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular. Are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
At this point in the game, or like in the format, I don't think there's really any hidden techs. I think it's just comes down to who executes better along the course of the tournament.
Yep. So having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, you're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot, too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me. Well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that'd be amazing.
That was Dominic Couch, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick, but ambitious. But I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room. That's for sure. So last question. You talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing. First and foremost,
Practice
It's not
makes
gonna-
you have to
yeah.
actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory can
play.
only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new things or different things from the grain,
Just-
and
yep.
like when it's necessary, because
You never know if you don't try it.
Yeah.
Definitely. So trying things, staying strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to YCS Houston. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are here finally with the top 32.
We finally made it. 11 rounds of Swiss, and all these duelists have been waiting for just this moment so we can find out who the champion is of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Houston.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so we can update you guys on who's playing who.
So, we've got Lewis versus Anthony, Lexus versus Logan, Jose versus Bryce, Aditya versus Julian, Hector versus Manuel, George versus Juan, Nathaniel versus Simon, and then Colby versus Israel. A lot of great competitors there for sure.
In the second half of our bracket, we have Pascal. We saw him featured in round 10 versus Brian. We have Jared versus Jesse S. We have Tavion, our former YCS Orlando champion, versus Francisco. We have Javier and Kai Huang, the match that we picked for you guys to feature in top 32. We have Tyler and Kevin. We have John versus Darian. We have Jesse F versus Christian. And finally, we have Edwin versus Jesus.
That's one side of the bracket for sure. Let's take a look at the other. Oh, and we are done there. My apologies there. So we've got plenty of great dueling action for sure. Really excited to see Kwai Kwong on the stage. We had him on the featured match backup stage. We have him on the written coverage, but we haven't seen the Master of Labyrinth in action.
Let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie to see what they have to say.
We move into the top cut, just 32 still competing. Let's begin our feature match. Starting with the blue chair, Javier Soto from Tampa, Florida. And he is wearing his lucky Jinzo sweatshirt again. Now to the red chair, Kai Zhong, hailing from Alhambra, California, cosplaying as Arius the Labyrinth Butler. And this cosplay costs hundreds and is tailor-made. Looking both fantastic, but who wins? Let's duel. Casters?
Thank you so much, Jackie. It's good to see Javier again. We featured him yesterday as well. Again, that beautiful Jinzo sweatshirt. I am very jealous of it. But he's going to be piloting that Mystial Fiendsmith Malice deck, as well as Kai Huang piloting Labyrinth, as he is aptly dressed for it.
And that's the real thing you have to think about. Like, not only did this duelist have to get ready just like everybody else, but they had to fully suit up and completely get the makeup and the hair ready and everything. That's a competitor who knows exactly. They're locked in. They know what to do. So I wonder if there's an extra little intimidation factor when you're fighting against the literal duel monster you're playing.
I mean, you might know this. We know we have the Duel Academy for all those people out there that want to study hard and get ready for YCSs. Is there a dual cosmetology school for all the cosplayers out there?
Well, I think I'm ready to apply to go teach there for sure. I have done this before. Like, I have actually done the full cosplay run, and it does add a little bit to it because, you know, and there's no that shade on Javier there wearing the hoodie, but it's comfortable, right? He's just sitting there. He's dueling like he did every single day. It is completely different to be in clothing that's restrictive and have to have that certain air and that certain vibe to it. So, well, maybe that keeps you a little bit more locked in. Maybe you're an even better duelist because you can do all that, but I guess we'll have to see.
I mean, Javier definitely has the poetic advantage, being that he's wearing a Jinzo hoodie against a potential trap deck.
Oh, that is true. That is true.
Maybe he has like already the mental game won because he's basically telling Arius there, oh, you won't be able to use your traps maybe.
Oh, goodness. Certainly feeling energy there, sort of just having the eyes closed as he shuffles, just ready to go. It's so cool to see this because it's a reminder, you know, some people think, oh, there's somebody who's cosplaying. They don't know what the real card game is. Wrong. This is the top 32 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. He is ready to go.
Yeah, notably, Kai Huang went undefeated in day one.
Absolutely undefeated in day one, and still, you know, maybe not at the top of the bracket, but still could win. It could be our champion. I don't think we've ever had a cosplayer champion before.
That'd be super exciting. But yeah, both these players are no longer in the Swiss rounds. If they lose, they're done. They'll be going home.
Yeah, that is the problem with the single elimination format. We want to give everybody a trophy, but unfortunately there's only one. This isn't a team YCS, and even then that would just be for one team. But seemingly locked in, ready, and interesting again to have like the monocle on. I wonder if it's actually got any glass magnifier in there so he's unable to see his cards. But either or, great cosplay and great duel in action ahead.
And thinking about the matchup more in particular, we saw that Javier was piloting the Bestial Fiendsmith Malice version of the deck, which has a really strong control factor to it that maybe other Malice decks don't. And we're not quite sure yet what version of Labyrinth Kai is on, if it's a pure trap version or if it's like the sort of combo Labyrinth version that plays the furniture cards. It'll be super exciting to see how this matchup unfurls, I think.
Well, it's definitely good to have him back up here on the stage as we sort of zoom in on the dice. It's time for a dice roll of Game 1 of our top cut of the top 32 here at YCS Houston.
Yes, please.
This will be really important because essentially if Kai... Well, actually, it might be less important if Kai is playing the furnitures because then he might be able to like use Arius himself to activate traps for the opponent's turn. But he got an 11, meaning Kai's going to get the first choice. I'm assuming he's going to want to go first. There we see the Duelist fist bump. They're going to draw their opening hands. It's time to duel.
Certainly is. I think we did see some of the furniture-based gameplay yesterday on the backup stream, but I might be hallucinating here. We'll have to see straight from the Duelists themselves.
I mean, it sure would be a crime if he's cosplaying as Arius and Arius is not in his deck. But there you see the X-Trap coming out as the beginning of main phase 1 has begun. He's going to randomly get rid of up to 6 cards from his extra deck and then draw 1 card for every 3 cards he gets rid of.
Makes me wonder if he's using simultaneous equation cannons. Could we really see a cosplayer resolve one of the hardest Galaxy Brain cards in the game? Well, let's go ahead and draw for the Pot of Extravagance here. Getting 2 cards here. Lots of monsters, very few traps.
And there we see the Ariana coming down. Going to be able to search for a Labyrinth card here.
So as we shuffle through, we do get to see that it is a very monster-heavy. Yeah, there's Kuklok.
That shows that it's definitely going to be the combo Labyrinth version. You can tell Kai is excited. He's done this time and time again. He's going to use that Kuklok's ability to be able to activate a trap card this turn. He's chaining to that the ability of Dragoneer, getting rid of Transaction Rollback.
Oh, wow. Going to get a little refund here, but that also means every trap card that hits the graveyard is going to get a double use at some point.
Yep, there we see Big Welcome Labyrinth coming down from Kai. This will be able to let him get into his bigger monsters. There we see the Kuklok coming back out from the graveyard because the card was set.
Activate Big Welcome Labyrinth to summon from deck or hand deck or graveyard, then bounce one.
And then Javier just going, yep, that's going to be fine. This probably is going to get regular Lovely here, so that way we can get the potential hand rip from Javier. That'd be pretty cool.
Chain Link 1, Lovely Labyrinth.
Shows you the deck still is very viable, obviously competing in a format dominated by things like Ryzel, Malice, Blue Eyes, even Tombkeeper. Somehow this deck managed to get up here, so let's see what it's all about.
Yeah, I know the talk of the town has been Tombkeeper all weekend, but hey, Kai Huang is proving there's other trap decks in this game that we can totally utilize.
Right,
so here we have the roll. Ooh, it's going to be the last. Oh yeah, we have to reroll for 6. Oh, we got to keep rerolling for 6, guys. Sorry
Just
about
that good.
It looks like it was 4.
All right, so destroying that card.
And that is Bestial Jewess Worm. Wow. That could have been very important in case any Labyrinth monsters hit the graveyard to keep them from coming back.
Well, there was an opportunity technically to do that earlier when the monsters hit the field, but I guess he just wanted to hold out and hope the Bestials did not get hit.
Maybe he wanted to save it for like some of the bigger monsters that might get recycled later, or like Stoby Torby specifically.
Well, too little too late now. We'll see how this continues to play out as Kai Hong continues.
Speaking of Torby Torby, we're going to use his effect discarding this card and the Dragoneer to get another Labyrinth trap card.
Take a look through the deck. Always fascinated with which cool traps Labyrinth players use. Did not see any simultaneous equation cans, but we do get Welcome Labyrinth here. Nice to have the Butler bring the Butler's favorite card.
Yeah, I feel like the combo version doesn't have the extra deck space as maybe the trap deck version does to be able to play the equation cannon, because you kind of do want to go into Chaos Angel sometimes. I've seen a lot of Labyrinth players do, and that card's really important.
Oh, the numbers are definitely on his side for that.
Oh, you're going to cut?
Oh, I think Kai just said pass turn. Look at that. He's like, I got my 2 face downs. I'm ready to go.
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's see how Javier gets into this duel. He's got that Lucky Jinzo hoodie. Let's see if he can beat down the trap deck.
Stand by me.
Yeah.
Going to his main phase 1. I feel like for this kind of board texture, he really needs to worry about specifically the Lovely and then the potential of a Lady coming out of Kai Huang's deck. Just trying to think about all the potential interactions we might have.
Well, you are a Malice main yourself. What are you most worried about when you're going up against Labyrinth? Is it just the fact they can keep clearing the monsters off your field and sending them back to the hand?
Well, it also like the potential for them to put trap cards in their graveyard and resolve them with rollback that I'm not aware of, if that makes sense, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's totally possible that we could see something wild like something that like stops us from summoning or banishes our cards before I'm able to bring them back. But here we see the Lady coming down. This will be a really interesting way for him to get even more trap cards that are pretty much all throughout his deck, and we don't know the kinds of potential techs he could be playing, much like how in the Tombkeeper deck you can just play any one trap card you want thanks to Temple of the Kings. Kai can play so many one-of tech cards that, depending on the matchup, could be really devastating.
Well, we'll see how this game continues. The other thing that's kind of interesting is, depending on your Labyrinth matchup knowledge, some people do not interrupt the win effect of Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Some people do that, so they kind of overcommit in order to keep those resources from getting away. But let's see what happens here as we just use Fiend's Bit Track to add Fabled Lure and likely discard it so we can grab it back.
Something really important about this interaction is that Javier chose to shotgun the Fuelos and sort of force Kai to activate the Welcome Labyrinth before maybe he was waiting for a more opportune time to do so. And so now if he does summon any more monsters during Javier's turn, he'll get extra draws.
No response.
So no response there. We're going to go ahead and link summon here into Fiendsmith's sequence. Or excuse me, Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Just the other machine here. Or I guess they're not really machines, but they're like items that have been created by the Fiendsmiths.
He definitely is a busy engraver, that's for sure.
So busy is going to be coming into play right now so we can get the send. That could be a really fun way to force the big welcome. No, we're going to get the Lacrima. Well, Lacrima can also get engraver, I suppose.
Yeah.
And she is going to get the engraver. So play kind of settling down here. Both duelists kind of relaxing on the tempo here.
And then, yeah, I feel like, honestly, this could be, if Javier plays it in his deck, a Chaos Angel line to be able to banish some cards. But I believe the lady protects things from being targeted, correct? Or just herself?
Herself if there's a set card.
Right. But other cards can be.
Correct, correct. And then she also can't be destroyed by card effects if there's a set card. So that could really come up during open game states.
Yep, so here we see Necroquip Princess, one of the most honorary Fiendsmith cards if I ever saw one.
Beautiful card, too, by the way. We're taking a look at the art, and that is not just, a one of. Oh, wow.
Ooh, Dominus Impulse on that engraver, effect to summon back, shuffling back to Lurie. That still happens, but the engraver does not come back to play. This could be huge if Javier does not have a Malice name because he's kind of denied a Link 2.
And we definitely didn't see the Dominus Impulse coming there. Of course, it is a normal trap card and could be used later in the duel with transaction rollback.
And in a deck that's all darks, it's really fine to just activate it from the hand. No big deal. Isn't Chaos Angel also a dark?
I believe it is, yeah.
Wow.
So just perfect attribute lining up.
There we see Malice and Underground. That's actually really huge from Javier. I don't know if Kai has a way to stop this because he's already used the Dominus Impulse. Really important to note that Javier has not really revealed that he's on Malice against Kai Huang specifically, so he probably didn't see this coming. If he did, he might have saved that Impulse for one of these Malice names summoned back from the graveyard, from the Banish Zone.
We may have seen Javier on stream, but when you're actually entered in the YCS, it's kind of difficult to watch the feed.
Here we see transaction rollback. I believe that means Kai's going to be paying, I believe, it's 2,000 life points or half of his life points?
It's half the life points.
Half the life points. Going to go down to 4,000. And then White Rabbit's going to come down as Javier's normal summon. So transaction rollback copied the effect of Impulse to stop Dormouse from being summoned, but we have White Rabbit in the hand.
Makes perfect sense. This is going to be kind of an awkward matchup for Javier because those normal trap cards do trigger the effect of Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. So every time you're trying to activate that, you also are risking one of those cards being set.
Here we see the GWCO 6, which could get you access to that Dormouse so you can use its effect to banish. That'd be really huge for Javier to keep playing, but like you said, it is a normal trap card.
It's kind of a weird interaction there. You're like, oh wait, I'm helping my opponent. This is awkward.
Yeah, unfortunately, you wouldn't be able to chain block with Dormouse because it would happen on a separate chain link as an ignition effect.
So Javier takes a look through the graveyard here, thinking about the extra deck. We are going to go ahead and activate the GWCO 6.
And we're going to chain the lady, like you said. This will get another normal trap card from Kai's deck. And we're going to chain the Ku Klux effect to be able to activate that set card that we play this turn.
Wow, he could grab something like a Destructive Cannon, Dharma Cannon?
That's really good against Link decks for sure, yeah. Kind of just like wipes them off the board.
Oh, and I see it, yeah.
You're psychic, look at you.
Just play a lot of Labyrinth, that's all.
Chain link. Oh, yeah, of course.
So on a new chain link, we're going to use White Rabbit's effect, pay 300 life points, go down to 74, and summon it back out to the field.
Yeah.
Oh, I see the backjack in the hand. Plenty of shenanigans left in Kai Huang's turn. Remember, this is definitely an hour turn deck if you ever saw one.
Oh, yeah. The combo version of Labyrinth is really cool. Being able to set trap cards and activate them in the same turn is always impressive. So there we see the big welcome. That'll be really huge for Lovely, because we'll be able to return a card to our hand and then be able to get a pop from either the hand or field. That can get rid of the Dormouse and stop its ignition effect from ever going off.
Oh, wow. Put the Ku Klux back into the hand to use it next turn.
Pop, 2 to draw.
And then we're going to also chain Ariana to get a draw. And then we're going to chain Dragon Leader to summon back. And then
an ironic chain 4.
Ooh, that is a crazy chain there from Kai.
I'm going to pop. No, I'll drop it.
I think you just said pop Dormouse. Is that what I heard?
Well, he has to draw first because, remember, Lovely does not target, so he still has time to make decisions. But 100%. The Dormouse is going to go.
I'll pop hand, so
revealing that he drew the extravagance.
I like how he looked at us.
Yeah, he was like, this is for you guys. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate you understanding the show's happening.
Heads, tails.
Oh, he chose the hand, and he's going to just randomly pick one.
Yeah.
Sniper.
Oh, and he went for the coin!
We love a coin.
Don't get a lot of coin flips in Yu-Gi-Oh! These days, so nice to see it. What a showman. But Javier still is putting in work here. Oh, and he's going to concede.
Ooh,
Wow.
He doesn't want to reveal what that card was, and he wants to give himself as much likelihood as possible to win this game on the following turns. But amazing job from Kai, just showing us the power of the Labyrinth strategy.
Certainly knows exactly what he is doing, and we didn't even get to see him use Arias' effect, but I don't think he needs to. The Butler knows exactly how to deliver what he has been told. So great stuff. It shows you that Labyrinth is still a very powerful deck in this format and does have a good matchup against the Malice. Of course, getting the double Dominus Impulse and being able to have the cannon ready. Oh, good stuff.
Oh, really huge there. That transaction rollback honestly was huge for Kai, because if he didn't have access to that, he had no way to stop the Dormouse from coming back, and then Javier would have had all that extension he did anyway, and he could have gone to a Link 3. And once you get to a Link 3 as Malice, you can win the game in almost any board state, because Cryptor is just that powerful.
And so now we're going to get to see the flip of this. It really just depends on what Kai Huang's ultimate or opening hand is, because there's a version of this where you can still get a Dharma Cannon off during your opponent's first turn. They get those plays set up, 2 monsters, maybe it's a soft open for Malice trying to go for the Lizard Haggardos. If those monsters are flip face down, they are not Link materials.
Yeah, the really fun thing about specifically the monster version of Labyrinth that play the furnitures is that it gives you much more powerful abilities going second. It gives you the Arias, it gives you the furnitures that can get you your trap cards and your engine during your opponent's turn, and if you draw the combos that let you play them that turn, you can stymie your opponent pretty well with just your engine cards. But because you're playing so much of your monsters as your engine, you have less room for non-engine, things like Ash Blossom, things like Effect Veiler, things that also stop your opponent during your turn, but have less steps involved.
Absolutely. It's going to be one of these things where hopefully getting just that perfect hand gets Javier back into the game, but there's just going to be so much more resistance. Again, when we came into this weekend, the format discussion was, am I going to add more interactions from the hand, or am I going to add more things that just clear the field? And we've seen both of those throughout the tournament. But right now, kind of, when you're playing Labyrinth, you have access to both. You have a soft board clear, flipping everything face down feels just as good. And being able to do it on the opponent's turn when you haven't even played yet, a sort of turn 0, this is going to be quite the match. But again, Javier does get the chance to go first, hopefully able to just jump in and sort of cement his path to victory just a little bit further than he has so far.
Something I'd really love to see from Javier's side here is something like the Fiendsmith engine paying more dividends as like an end board piece rather than like an enabler for more Malice combos, because ending on Desiree against a trap deck feels really strong, because being able to kind of stop them from overcommitting, like spending 2 cards, activate 1 trap and then just like negating it anyway, feels really advantageous for Javier as a way to just like close this game down. But we did see Kai, I think some cards from his side deck were things like the Molcharmies to try to incentivize Javier from not comboing off as hard as he normally could. So let's see how this round goes for sure.
Looks like the Duelists are locked in. They have presented, cut their decks, drawn their opening hands, and now they're just waiting for the go-ahead from the judge staff there. And again, hopefully the Jinzo hoodie pays off. If you're a stan of Javier, obviously you're cheering as hard as you can. So speaking of cheering, let's go to Game 2 of the top 32 of YCS Houston.
This very well could be Javier's last game here at YCS Houston, but he's going to do everything in his power to make sure that is not the case. Let's see how it goes. It looks like he has chosen to go first. They're in the main phase, it looks like.
Seems like.
Starting off with Fiendsmith Track, that is a great way to start off, especially with your Malice cards in hand potentially as well, to be able to guarantee any Link 3 plays while also getting some resilience against things like Nibiru or force your opponent's hand.
Taking a quick look at the hand there, it doesn't seem like there's anything to set up an elaborate trap play on Kai Huang's side. I do see Arias, the Labyrinth Butler. Looks like maybe a Shendrag Lear, but nothing that's really going to get anything done right now.
I didn't know there was a Yu-Gi-Oh card that's also a mirror. That's so neat. Kai's just looking at himself in his hand. How funny.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. But speaking of good stuff, looks like things are turning up for Javier here as he brings out Lacrima the Crimson Tears.
Yep, this will send the Engraver. We saw this in Game 1, but now it might be a different story. Rather than trying to break a board, we're going to be building our own in the process. Engraver being sent here, I imagine it's going to be quickly summoned with the Swiftness, putting that Lurie back into the deck to be used later.
Both of these decks are designed for long grinds. Many Duelists, as they choose, if they're going to play like a pure Ryzel deck or maybe a Ryzel Fiendsmith deck, the Fiendsmith deck gives you better plays as the duel continues. But if your opponent does the same, then you're kind of in trouble.
Ooh, there's Kai setting the Trap Trick from his hand. That may as well be any trap card in his deck, I'll tell you that much.
And it can be activated this turn.
Thanks to the Arias' effect.
And then the trap it gets can be activated this turn from Trap Trick. This is still anybody's game.
Yeah, Durham Karmakan, like you said, is more than on the table. So Javier needs to be really careful when he summons his Link monsters because they are not safe. So there we see the Lurry going back, and we're getting the Engraver. Last time we saw this go into a Necroquip plus an Engraver play to try to go for a Link 2 play. Let's see if he goes down that line again, but this time is uninterrupted, hopefully. Yeah, if you're Javier, you're like, okay, how do I play around what I know is Trap Trick and what I know is Dream Karma Cannon, because we saw it in Game 1. It didn't get activated, but we knew he had it.
The threat of it is always there, especially with Trap Trick. But it looks like we are going to go into Fiendsmith sequence here.
Okay, we're going straight into sequence. If we can get to Desiree, we can just negate the Trap Trick. So we're kind of going to force Kai Huang's hand on Summon of Desiree here to activate the Trap Trick, because if we can just equip the sequence, we'll be good to go.
Well, let's see. We've got the Desiree.
And this is all before Javier has used his normal summon, so if Kai is forced to use his Trap Trick, he's locked out of using traps for the rest of the turn, and then Javier is maybe just free to play afterwards.
Kai Huang takes a look at the empty graveyard other than the one Fiendsmith track, looks at the Trap Trick, and I think we're going for it.
Yep.
Trap Trick.
Yeah, because you just can't let this sequence get equipped with this Desiree for free. Setting the Desiree feels more than good enough, but I forget if Karma Cannon does not unflip at the end of the turn, right? It's not
That's
like
correct.
It is not like Book of Eclipse. They stay booked, but if they do not get, if they cannot be flipped face down, they just get destroyed instead.
No, this is definitely a powerful sequence of his own here, as he's going to be able to flip these monsters face down, and since the Link monster can't be flipped face down, it's going to get sent to the graveyard.
Yep, so there we go. The Desiree will get flipped, and the sequence will go to grave. That does deny Javier a Link 2, which means if he just has a regular Malice name like Chessy Cat, his turn is good to go. But there we have the talent, because he activated Arias this turn. We're going to reveal the hand. It's Stovey Torby. Oh, he's chaining the Torby, discarding the rollback, and revealing the lovely Labyrinth. I was like, wait. Hold on. Did they change Talent's effect to be Delinquent Duo all of a sudden? I didn't think so. No. Wow, that's really heads up from Kai there. And then we're going to be able to set the Big Welcome. We're revealing the Lovely. The Lovely gets shuffled back in the deck, but Kai has no problem with that. He has Big Welcome for his next turn, but no cards in hand. His turn hasn't even started yet, and he has 0 cards already.
Well, we talk about, looping of the hand, right? Using card effects to go ahead and discard card after card after card. Kai Huang did to himself, but he's got a stacked graveyard, plenty of great effects in there, and a very powerful trap card at the ready. And the only thing Javier can do is set. I think we're going to see a pass after this.
No, you forgot it's a Malice deck.
That's true.
Setting a card is basically showing I have the nuts.
That is true. That is true. All right, so getting the Malice P Dormouse here. Let's go ahead and banish the Malice White Rabbit.
Yeah, this is an age as old as time right here, this story. We're going to go White Rabbit. White Rabbit will be paying 300 life points to summon itself. We're going to be setting another trap card from deck. I wonder what that face down is for Javier.
But look, paying half your life points to go ahead and redo the Karma Cannon again with the transaction rollback.
That's right. Trap Trick only stops you from activating traps in the field, doesn't it? It does not stop you from using effects in the graveyard. And we're going to be reactivating that Karma Cannon, it looks like.
Flipping it face down.
And you cannot link summon using face down monsters, unfortunately.
No, you cannot. They'd have to make a Malice Fusion monster, but we'll save that for 2030.
Oh, Javier's asking how the chain would resolve, I think. Because if he's able to have the set card and then, like, on a new chain, rollback will copy Daruma Karma Cannon, he can chain Jiudiceo 6 to that.
That is true.
But I don't think that's how it works. I believe rollback, when it copies, will just use it as, like, chain 2 here.
It does use it in the same chain link. That is correct.
Yeah.
It replaces that part of the chain link with the effect you copied.
100%, right. So that means Javier is just debating here what face down he should go for. Because if he gets rid of his Malice monsters being booked, means they can't be banished with the trap cards either, unfortunately. Because I believe they need to be able to know their Malice monsters.
They lose their Malice name tag, that's for sure.
Ooh, double rollback was Kai's hand. You mentioned, like, all Kai really needs on his turn is a way to activate some powerful trap cards, and he can totally stymie Javier, and we're seeing it right now.
Just incredible play there, and still has the Arias, the Labyrinth Butler, in the graveyard, able to special summon himself to the field.
Yes, literally. He'd be like, I'm going to summon myself. Is that okay?
Is he just going to stand on the table then?
Well, I did Trap Trick. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, maybe Trap Trick does.
No, it should just be the activation. I think it may be just the shuffling of the deck here.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. I went back in and stuff is what he meant. I was like, no, you can activate your rollback. You already did it.
Definitely a dizzying duel, that's for sure. We're going to draw.
Did we just draw the Lovely?
I think we got the Lovely
did we just
back.
Draw the Lovely? That's a little unfortunate there for Kai.
Not helpful.
Now, it is worth noting that, on Javier's next turn.
Oh, he's revealing. He said, this is funny. I think he's about to special summon it from his hand. Oh, maybe not.
You definitely want to get Lady here so you can get another trap card, surely, right?
True. Oh, but the Ariana for the bounce.
Of course.
Yeah.
I forgot Big Welcome always has to bounce, and if you have no cards, it's got to come to you.
But he does get to normal summon now.
Yeah, and it's Ariana, one of the best normal summons in his deck. And Torby will coming out because the card is added back to the hand due to a trap effect.
Feels like you're never down and out in Labyrinth. You're just one furniture piece away.
There's all this advantage, and we're just seeing so many recycling of resources all throughout this tournament. You know, I feel like the grind game has been ever present during this event.
We go through sort of different formats where sometimes it's all about establishing a field of monsters that say no. I love that this format is about just playing and playing and playing.
Yeah, it's more of a format of, oh no, I'm going to keep going anyway.
Speaking of keep going, take a look at the graveyard there. Not too much of interest really on either side. Fiendsmith tracked active on Javier's side and some traps that could be used with a transaction rollback. The Big Welcome Labyrinth can't be used this turn because you can only use each effect once per turn and only one of those effects once per turn.
Kai does need to be a little bit careful here because I'm not sure how he outs the face-down Desiree, because even if the Desiree does get like destroyed or something and sent to the graveyard, Javier will be able to send one of Kai's cards to the graveyard in response to that.
Absolutely.
So that could be a really good thing for him.
Well, hopefully this is a question he has asked himself at some point during the tournament.
Yep, so now we're going to grab Lady here.
We already activated Labyrinth effects. That's coming right out at Kai's pleasure.
Yep, it looks like you're just using the effect right now to summon out. Does Javier have an impulse of his own? That'd be really fun.
If it was set, that would be super, super good, but doesn't look like he does. Going to go and set that monster. There's no set cards on the field, so it could be destroyed and targeted.
And it is forced to summon in defense mode, very notably.
Battle phase.
We're going to go battle phase and have Ariana attack, I would assume, the Dormouse, but we know Javier has Duelisio 6, meaning any mouse name you get rid of, he can just bring back at the end phase. So it's a little rough to get rid of White Rabbit because that could get him more trap cards if he has any. But he's going to go for the White Rabbit, it looks like.
Wait, this is the White Rabbit. I'll hit White Rabbit.
Yeah. That is White Rabbit. It'll be going to the graveyard, but that means it can be back with Duelisio 6 if needed.
So we've been talking about how great the Labyrinth deck is against Malice, but Malice actually has a lot of in-archetype outs for all these different situations, including the Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, because the targeting issue is not an issue, and neither is Destruction, because you have non-targeting Banish.
Now, it is rough if the Lovely was in play, because then you can't respond to trap cards. But right now, Lovely's not in play, so Javier does not need to worry about that. But we did set regular Welcome Labyrinth just now, and then Kai just proceeds to end his turn. Javier probably just debating if he wants to use his Duelisio 6 at the end phase. He does not. He's going to draw for turn. He could just go flip summon, honestly, flip summon Desiree, and then just like first action, bring back Sequence seems really good. And equip it to it, so you have the double negate.
I think that's what we're going to do, taking an eye look at the Fiendsmith Desiree face down and the Malice Dormouse face down. It is a trap deck, so you got to be careful what you flip up first, but take a look at the graveyard. There is that single bounce there from the Big Welcome Labyrinth to the grave and the Arias.
Yeah, plenty. And technically, like, if we do end up getting a Big Welcome online at any point, Stovey Torby comes back too, but so far, not.
Looks like we're banishing to bounce.
Yep, there it is.
Does mean Desiree could come back.
But without any other Fiends with the cards being able to put out that sequence, this could be really rough for Javier. There we have Torby coming back, like I said, because the card was bounced due to a trap effect. And then we draw a card.
I think that was another cannon.
Not the best to have in this situation, because unless he has another Arias access, he won't be able to set it this turn.
Well, Javier may be able to run away with this duel by just punching through with this Malice monster. So we'll activate the effect of Malice P Dormouse to banish one Malice name.
Yeah, another really good card, specifically in the Malice deck for this matchup, is going to be White Binder, because you can banish all of the Labyrinth cards. Traps, monsters, doesn't really matter. They're all victim to the Queen.
That's good.
Battle of two queens, I just realized.
Yes, the Malice Queens and the Labyrinth Queens. But here we have Chessie coming down. This could just be the last name that Javier has besides White Rabbit and Dormouse, because this deck plays a much smaller Malice engine, notably, than other Malice versions. But if he does have another Malice name in hand, whether it's a spell card or a monster, he could represent a lot of strength here by getting a free draw too.
And I realize we haven't seen a Bestial in a long time here, so maybe running a slimmer Bestial package as well. Certainly helpful to maybe get rid of that Arias and have another body on the field, but nowhere in sight. So Javier taking a look at that face down card, thinking about it, and yep.
Ooh, it's the MTP07 to be able to search for that Malice name that he needs to either summon from hand or banish and get more value. That's going to be really huge if Javier can resolve this.
Chain to set a trap.
It is a normal trap card, so he's going to be chaining the Lady effect here to get another set face down.
Just a very weird match for sure. Something that certainly is going to be common, you know, as the days go by. Labyrinth isn't going anywhere. There's always one really good Labyrinth player at every YCS. They don't usually look this fashionable, but they're definitely out there.
Yes. So there you see the Dormouse being added with this MTP07. Because there is no Malice Link monster in play, you will not get the non-target banish, but you do get a free Rhoda, essentially. And now I think because we haven't used Dormouse's effect to summon from the banish this turn, we're going to use Chessy Cat here to get the extra body on board and get a free draw too. Maybe draw some of those Bistros you're talking about, which would be really useful for Javier here for either extending or stymieing his opponent. This match is far from over.
Well, Javier keeping the cards close to the chest, didn't get a chance to see what he drew, but we are going to pay 300 to bring the Malice P Dormouse back.
Yeah, if you're Javier, do you try to go for a straight Link 3? Oh, but Kai's not giving him the option to. He's going to go straight for that Welcome Labyrinth to summon. My assumption is it's going to summon from the deck here. Yes. This could be, what, Coup Clock? This could be... Oh, it's going to be Arias. He's going to summon himself the hard way.
Walking up on the table there.
Yep, and then we're going to use the Arias' effect. And he's not going to be able to...
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Then he can set the Karma Cannon from his hand.
And he can activate it this turn. And Javier does not know that the card he drew off Ariana is Karma Cannon. I was like, how is Kai going to get access to another Arias this turn? Duh, he can just add it from his deck to the field.
There it
Labyrinth.
is.
But notably, Javier has not normal summoned. But to my knowledge, he also has no other Malice names that can be summoned from deck, but he does have the GWCO 6.
We didn't see what he drew. Maybe he's lucky enough to have gotten another Malice name?
For a normal summon, for sure, yeah. Or Engraver.
Yep. That'll do it.
Engraver is more than good enough. And it is worth noting that all of Kai's monsters did get booked as well, and to my knowledge, he has no more floating effects because the other effect of Big Welcome has already been activated, and I believe you can only use one effect of Big Welcome per turn.
That is right.
So that set one is not going to be doing anything. So if Javier can go to a full Fiendsmith combo line and set up Desiree again, like you were mentioning earlier, that could be really huge for his follow-up.
I like that Fiendsmith. Sure.
And we have Tracked as well. Okay, this is going to be a full Fiendsmith board here.
That was a really good draw off the Chessy Cat for sure. We've got about 19 minutes left on the clock. Kai down on life points. It'll be interesting to see if he goes ahead and calls it in or decides to go the distance on this one. Because again, single elimination. The rules are a little different.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a Desiree Gambit to me. And Javier might try to also end on being able to go like GWCO 6, summon back the White Rabbit, and then use the sequence that he summons off of putting it back with Engraver to go for White Binder, banish all of Kai's follow-up, and then go Desiree, re-equip the sequence, and then attack, and go, your turn, Kai. I have a Negate plus a White Binder. Over to you.
Well, let's see what he definitely passes into. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and use the Requiem now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're going to go back for that sequence, for that Lacquer that we sent back earlier. We're going to use... Not going to use the Effectus? Yeah, we're going to probably send something like Paradise, something like another Engraver could be really good. There we see the Paradise. Javier is setting up his responses and all of his interactions that he might need to stop Kai from being able to do anything on the following turns.
Well, this is definitely Javier's window, right? If there were ever a time to play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card game, it's now. You're not going to get another chance to catch Kai off guard without the ability to activate any of these traps or his monster's effects.
Everything is known. He just needs to figure out what he thinks is best here for moving forward.
Yep.
Okay, here we're choosing the GWCO 6. Maybe you want to go straight into like maybe a Haggard and make a play that way. Oh, you know what? Maybe Javier thinks he has a line for going for game because if he can set up Cryptor. Dark.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's right. He's playing against a Dark deck right now. Talk about stealing your opponent's monsters, and we take the lovely Labyrinth. That's pretty awesome.
That's good.
And the effect to set the trap card. And he can control Fiends in this deck. This is so cool.
That is so amazing. We didn't even think about that. We've been talking about how Javier's deck, including normal traps, is hurting him because of all the interactions with Kai. But he's like, yeah, I have normal traps too.
Yeah, this discussion really swings both sides of the table because it's a weird matchup, it's a good matchup, you want to play it, you don't want to play it, but this is so wild for him to set a free GWCO 6. Now, pay attention in the chat though, he can only activate that while he has a Fiend, which is not uncommon in a Fiendsmith deck, but he does need to make sure that he has that Fiend unless he wants to get a procedural error minor.
Yeah, unfortunately though, he has used both of his Malice Trap cards that have been in rotation this turn, so he's not going to be able to activate them again this turn, but he can keep this lovely Labyrinth the whole time if he wanted to. But here we've returned the sequence like I thought we would, and then we're going to summon out the Engraver here, and we can still go for the line that I was talking about, but we get to do it while having a lovely Labyrinth the whole time.
That is so different.
Which is pretty awesome in this deck.
Definitely different to my eye, and getting the effective lovely Labyrinth against a Labyrinth cosplayer on the YCS feature stage. Didn't have that on my bingo card.
I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a little rude, but like I'm here for it. Like I love it so much.
All's fun in love and Yu-Gi-Oh!
So the Engraver got rid of the Lady Labyrinth now that it is no longer protected and set face down. We could go for that sequence. We could go for a lot of stuff here, honestly. Like the world is Javier's oyster. I know he only has 3 zones available to him, but those 3 zones can get a lot done. Is he debating going for some damage here? I mean, may as well, right? We know the
only
set
need to
card.
do 4,000.
We know the set card is Torby, right? As well as
Yes.
Ariana.
Yeah,
That's
You wanna know the
2,000
defense?
defense and 2,100 defense, I believe, for both of them.
Both of them certainly stacked in the defense department, but not so much that you couldn't pierce through with a monster or two. I feel like if you're going to push further, you probably want to get rid of the Fiendsmith Engraver and Dark the Dark Charmer Gloomy for another Link summon, but you may just want to keep it as is. Javier's in the driver's seat, so let's see what he does.
There is an argument for like linking off this Lovely, but I think Javier thinks he gets a lot of value out of keeping it in play, / keeping it away from Kai to be able to summon back if possible. But he really wants to go to a sequence line here, I think, if I'm Javier. Oh, we haven't used White Rabbit's effect to summon back from the banish yet, so we're going to do that this turn and get access to our Link 3s that way. Like I said, looping in White Binder into this combo right now feels really good for Javier because it just obliterates all of Kai's follow-up from the graveyard.
And with only 2 zones free, he is making that Link 3.
Plus, it also gives Javier the ability to set both of his normal trap cards again. Having MTPO7 and G6 in rotation is all the follow-up he needs. And that's going to be really good here. So yeah, we're Link 3 summoning, just to double-check for everybody. And he's just deciding which Link 3 he wants to go for. I guess he could go for Red Ransom, but no, White Binder seems so good right here. I totally agree, Javier.
Just to rifle through the graveyard. Kai finally calls in his chip, so we got 14.5 minutes left on the clock to go into a third game.
Honestly, after seeing 2 Karma Cannon resolved against Javier in that game, I thought he was done, but he just showed the power of the Fiendsmith engine being able to extend, and had that the Dark Charmer to steal a lovely Labyrinth is definitely a play for the day for me.
Well, I guess Labyrinth won the first duel, and technically, Labyrinth won the second duel. Just Javier is the winner of this game.
Yeah. I keep wanting to call him Arias, but Kai was like, I'm not going to let my lovely hit me. Not even close.
She goes ahead and jumps down to bow to his queen. But we'll see what sort of side deck options both of them choose. Obviously, if there was anything that Kai put in for going second, that may be coming out because he gets to go first. And man, when you get to go first as a trap deck, everything feels pretty good. But Javier, as a Malice player, you get used to just playing through stuff, so he may be well-equipped for this. And obviously, he demonstrated he is no slouch in this duel.
Yeah, we've only seen one Malice Link monster get summoned across 2 games, but I really feel like once Javier establishes that Link 3, he'll know what to do from there in order to go for a game. And Kai's whole thing is going to be, how can I stop that from happening?
And it is difficult. Sometimes there's just not anything you can do when the traps come down.
Yeah, if we had like a little advantage meter, you can tell Kai is feeling much more stable for this game 3. He has over 14 minutes. He knows he's going first. We saw how in control he was in game 1. It'll be really exciting to see how this one shapes up. I'm not really sure what Javier could maybe potentially side deck in, because I'm not sure what's in his side deck, but something like, Breakers, something like the Mulcharmies to get extra draws in case we know he's playing the combo version. So he does summon quite a lot, actually, comparatively to other Labyrinth decks we've seen in the past. So there's totally a world where he can kind of out-advantage / just blow up everything Kai's trying to do.
It's true that almost every Mulcharmy works against a Labyrinth deck, right? There's plenty of special summoning from the graveyard. There's actually a little bit of special summoning from the hand. There's definitely some special summons from the deck with the Welcome Labyrinth cards. So Kai sort of is leveling out there. Javier seeming like he's doing good as he starts to get his pile shuffle on. Nice to see both duels conversing in this very incredibly tense match because, again, only one duelist may advance into the top 16.
Yeah, this game is make or break for both players here. If they win, they move forward. If they lose, they go home.
Well, he is doing what they said could not be done. Cosplayer up here on the top 32 stage.
Nobody ever believed, but now they've been proven wrong.
I guess the secret is you don't cosplay a character, you cosplay the monster card.
Honestly, that probably does give you a little bit of like a spirituality bonus for sure. Like, oh yeah, we're just perfectly in alignment, me and my deck right now.
Dual Spirit, I am the Dual Spirit, but Kai seeming like he's got a level head there and just get that final pile shuffle out.
It's always important to, when you're side decking, to make sure that you really shuffle that deck because the cards in your side deck have not been touched nearly as much as your main deck cards. And so a lot of duelists are superstitious. They're like, I really got to shuffle this because they need to be properly mixed up. And we've all had that situation where we side deck in like 6 or 7 cards and then we draw 5 of them. And we're like, okay, now I can't play the game.
I didn't stir the pot quite enough. I'm sure there's some chaos theorist or quantum mechanic person who is out there like, actually, yeah, if you don't shuffle enough, it does make you draw your side deck cards.
That's too much math for me. I can barely resolve simultaneous equation cannon. Barely.
That's fair. That's fair. Looks like the duelists have presented and cut, so this game is going to go. But it's just so wild. I did not think this is how we were going to stop the top 32.
Speaking of starting the top 32, it looks like we're getting ready for this game 3. Our duelists are drawing their opening hand of 5 cards. It's going to be really exciting.
Best of luck to both duelists. They have done an incredible job showcasing why they deserve to be on this stage for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. So let's go ahead and get into Game 3 of our top 32.
A top 16 finalist will be decided here and now. Will it be Javier or will it be Kai Huang? Good luck to both. Imagine Kai was like, no, you can go first.
Now, I saw quite a few spell cards here, so let's start off with Pot of Extravagance.
Yep, beginning of main phase 1, we're going to banish up to a maximum of 6 cards and draw 1 card for each 3.
Top or bottom? Top side.
Just going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Kai's like, let it be 2 good ones.
Well, we did lose some Chaos Angels. Showing it to the camera. Thanks. Thanks, Kai.
Of course, the cosplayer knows how to play to the show, right? Making sure we know everything.
Wow.
Ooh, but we did draw 2 purple ones, which makes our life a little bit better, probably.
Are you a purple trap person or a pink trap person? That's an age-old debate.
They're definitely purple.
Discard Deception Deck.
It is called Herald of Purple Light.
Very true. They were discarding an extra copy of Extravagance to use a furniture. I believe that's Stovey, but it could be Drag Linear. I'm not sure.
All right, well, looks like we're going through the deck here, and we grab a big Welcome Labyrinth. And still a decent hand. Oh, the field spell,
Ooh,
Labyrinth.
Labyrinth. Gonna be able to give us some extra effects to our Welcome Labyrinth trap cards, giving them some pops. Not too shabby, but no other monster cards. It's gonna be setting 3 and passing. Probably a thing Kai is more than comfortable to do.
Doesn't mean those monsters aren't coming. They could be right here. Oh, no, we're going right into the main phase, though. Now, what's great about the field spell is it gives you almost like a Ryzel detonator level of control, right? You're not only getting your game plan on, but you do get to destroy your opponent's cards before they get to actually get materials on the field.
And here we go. Javier starting up with the Fiendsmith side of his deck, as always. Going to be sending that Engraver to the graveyard and getting tracked. This is really huge. This is definitely how you want to start off. It gives Javier access to so many resources, and again, potentially an early Desiree and a sequence.
I think I saw an Artifact Lancia in Kai's hand.
Ooh, interesting.
That's incredible there. He mentioned it earlier. He was surprised his opponent didn't have it, but I guess he drew into it, and now he might be ready to use it at a moment's notice here.
I mean, there is something to be said about, okay, first of all, Javier's grabbing Lacrima as his card off track, not Lurie, meaning he probably already has Lurie in hand, or he just really wants to normal summon this card and nothing else. We're going to be sending the Paradise from our hand to the graveyard. Very heads-up play from Javier here, getting that extra interruption already locked in.
It also means he drew it in that opening hand, so he definitely wanted to get rid of it since he wouldn't be able to with Lacrima.
100%. Now we can use Lacrima here to send another copy of Engraver. Probably would be the best option here. Just get plenty of names for rotation and follow-up. Makes a lot of sense to me, because now if we do end up going for a Desiree, we have plenty of material to summon it. And then here we can go for Requiem. Weirdly, Requiem could, in theory, I guess, summon out Lurie, or does it, you can only summon Fiends with the cards, right?
That's correct, that's correct.
I was like, no, that one doesn't. It requires Light Fiends, it doesn't summon Light Fiends.
They play well together, but not that well together.
That'd be funny if he did do that, though. All right, so here we see the Requiem going away. Gonna get the 3rd Engraver, potentially? That's the only thing I could think of that's a target. Yep, there he is, the boy.
And we know the Fiendsmith cards recycle themselves pretty well, but it also means that if there's any draws in future turns, you're not going to draw anything redundant because you've kind of used up most of your Fiendsmith engine. And this is also kind of a way to check Kai to see, you don't seem to be stopping anything. That's interesting. I guess I can keep playing.
Sure. Yeah, because Kai is definitely the most afraid of the Malice part of his deck, because the Malice part of his deck is how he's going to get enough damage to win the game this turn. All right, so here we are. We could go for a Necroquip. We could summon the other Engraver, but we're just going to go Battle Phase and deal 1,800 to the Dome.
Looks like our life points may need to be updated there because that is first damage.
Yes, well, actually, it looks like on Detect Declaration, we're activating Welcome Labyrinth, so it's still 8K to 8K for both players, for those watching at home. But there we see the Welcome Labyrinth, which has the added extra effect of being able to pop a card now, thanks to Labyrinth.
And it doesn't target, which is really going to help here.
And we have the Lady coming down.
Thinking if I want to pop. Sure.
He's considering leaving the Fiendsmith Engraver on the field and just getting rid of the Requiem. Oh, but he doesn't destroy it at all.
Interesting. Probably doesn't want to have the Requiem back in graveyard, I suppose.
And the Requiem can't do very much. We've seen how agile Lacrima is by throwing the Requiem back out and then just continuing turns from there. But it's not like you're really doing anything with the Requiem because you cannot target Lovely Lady. This might be the one time that there's an issue. Excuse me, Lady Silver of the Scale.
Yes, Lady of the
Silver Castle.
Yeah. Lady, they're both ladies and they're both lovely, so we can get them mixed up all the time.
Especially with the new art, by the way. I don't know if you've seen it, but she definitely gets the armor back out.
Mm-hmm. So there we see the princess coming down. We have not used Engraver's effect to summon from the graveyard, so this could represent Caesar, it could represent Sequence.
That's good.
I believe we sent back another copy of Engraver there.
He hasn't used the destruction effect. It technically means if he has another Welcome Labyrinth card, he could choose to use it then.
Very true.
But this would be the chance to do it.
6 minutes now.
So here we go for the potential Link 2 here. Into Fiends
we have
with
time, right?
Sequence, I would assume.
Oh, okay, I was scared.
And this gives us
What are you
access to
making?
that
Sorry.
Desiree line that I was talking about earlier. All before we're using our normal summon. Oh, no, we normal summoned Lacryma, didn't we?
We did.
All without using any Malice names, we should say. We're going to go for the Dark here because Nekoquip is a Dark monster. We have Stovey Torby as our only target right now.
Could activate a trap to get it out of the graveyard.
We're just going to use the effect on summon here, and we're going to chain Big Welcome Labyrinth.
So they did save the Welcome Labyrinth effect there. The additional effect you're getting out of the Labyrinth to destroy it. I guess you can get rid of the Dark Charmer Gloomy now.
Yep, we went ahead and summoned the Torby, but then in the same effect of Big Welcome, added it back to our hand to stop the Dark Charmer from getting the extra bit of material. But because Kai did summon a monster, is he able to activate Paradise here? I don't believe so. Wait, no, yeah, he can because a monster was special summoned, right?
Well, I'm not seeing it on the field there, but yeah, I guess he is going to do it. So he banishes to send the Desiree.
Yeah, so what he did was he went Big Welcome, summoned the Torby, but then he just added the Torby back to his hand using Big Welcome.
That
so
makes
it was
sense,
still
makes sense.
special summoned. And then we have Desiree, and he's going to chain the Trap Trick to the Desiree's effect to send it to the graveyard.
So nothing really got done here. A lot of interesting plays, but able to just very swiftly dodge Javier's attempt to get rid of the face-down card with the Fiendsmith Desiree's effect. But a lot of choices here for the Trap Trick.
Yeah, Javier's just kind of forcing Kai to use all of his effects. And there we see the Trap Trick getting Dominus Impulse, banishing the other copy to the banishment, so that way he can stop any summons. If Javier does have something like a Gold Sark or a Malice in Underground or a Bestial, these impulses will be able to stop them from being summoned.
Definitely a masterclass in patience, when to hold them and when to fold them, right? We are in Texas after all, but the joke aside, not activating that effect really cornered Javier into these specific plays, and now Kai looks like he's doing good again.
Yep. Looks like Javier had no extra engines from his deck, but during the end phase, we are going to be discarding the Artifact Lancia, like you said. Normally, the really big selling point for this Bestial Malice Fiendsmith version of the deck is that you don't really lose to Lancia because you have other engines that can be played into it, like Fiendsmith, like Bestials. But Javier didn't see those, so this Lancia is no longer needed, and Kai's like, I'd rather have a trap card, so I'm going to go get that.
So, Drew, I think I saw an Ariana drawn. Labyrinth Servant.
Wow, after already using the effect to set another trap card using Stovey Torby, that's pretty big. We're going to use the effect of Big Welcome to bounce the Dark back to Javier's extra deck because we do control the Lady.
You'll get a lot of resources out of that, so.
And then we have Welcome Labyrinth being activated for the turn to summon another monster.
Thank you.
We're chaining to the effect of Big Welcome Labyrinth. I see.
Wow. So just to reorganize this, activate Big Welcome Labyrinth, banish from the graveyard in order to target Dark. Then chain Welcome Labyrinth because there was no response. It technically can also chain Lady Labyrinth, the Silver Castle. Bestial Baldrake is going to try to banish something from the graveyard, but we'll see Dominus Impulse to stop that. Now, Infinite Impermanence is going to chain, but you can still chain the Infinite Impermanence. Basically is triggering the Lady of the Silver Castle, so everything still came out Kai's way, expertly cornered.
So yeah, chain 6 is Lady to set. Chain 5 is Imperm, negating Lady.
You gotta wind all this back.
Where's my lovely?
Chain 4 was the other trap card, Dominus Impulse. So Baldrake does get summoned because Imperm does resolve, therefore negating that. And then we have Welcome's effect to summon Lovely. And now we're going to, on a new chain, use Labyrinth to pop the trap card. Or sorry, the set face down for Javier.
Wow, just really skillful and using the additional effect to finally destroy a card, almost making Javier forget that that was a thing that the field spell did.
Getting rid of GWC06 using Labyrinth.
One to pop.
And now we're going to chain Lovely to pop, and then we're going to also change Stovey Torby and chain
it is banished, you're correct.
Labyrinth.
Just set to the field, sorry. So set, pop.
Oh, remember, yeah, the Baldrake targeted Torby to banish.
So we'll reset the welcome.
And now Javier literally has just a Baldrake and a Dream.
Dominus Impulse is set.
Oh, and setting the Dominus Impulse again makes it very difficult to make a comeback with Malice.
29.
Yep, so we're going to swing 29, and then we're going to swing 3K to the face.
And with 1:40 left on the clock, that is a very important 3,000 to the face indeed.
Javier's now at 5,000 life points, and Kai is representing all the resources he needs to go for game next turn. And besides the few Fiends with cards that Javier has in his yard, I'm not sure how much follow-up he has. So yep, he's going to go ahead and use the Requiem here. Sorry, the Lacrima to summon back the Requiem, and he's going to use the Requiem to potentially summon the Lacrima during the end phase of Kai's turn. Get another send from the deck to the graveyard. Going to be getting rid of that Engraver once again. Just maximizing his chances to draw into Malice Engine, I would assume. Here we go, the Draw of Destiny. What is it?
Summon from deck.
In draw phase, we have Luck. Now, again, he'll be able to pop here if he wants to. There we see Daruma Karma Cannon because of Lady's Effect to set it from the deck.
Summon pop.
And there we see Ariana, and the pop will be happening on Lacrima because of Labyrinth.
One to pop.
Just always in control.
And then we have Lovely's Effect to send from the grave, and Javier scoops it up with no cards in hand and no cards on field. He has no hope of winning the game. Kai Wang advances the top 16.
Kai making history here, I think, is our very first cosplayer getting this far in the tournament. We've seen plenty of cosplayers, myself included, but this is a person who is in it to win it. Labyrinth is not a joke deck. It is a good deck, and as we see, it is having some really good results here.
Yeah, both of the games where Kai Wang went first, he was dominating, and in that game where he went second, even though he went second, he was still able to resolve 2 Daruma Karma Cannons against his opponent. That was insane.
Oh, and the crowd is here for it. There's some applause. We're not sure if you caught that on the microphone, but Kai certainly did. A smile on his face, a little gentle nod to his fans, maybe new followers he has, but just good stuff. Oh my goodness.
I mean, great dueling always deserves big hype moments like that. So if you guys are excited for Kai Wang, be sure to give him some cheers in the chat. But of course, also give some condolences to Javier. He played like an absolute master against a matchup he probably wasn't expecting for this tournament, but he was able to play the best he could, and he almost got there.
And that's always the story about the Labyrinth Duelists. They just kind of, quote-unquote, sneak on in because people forget the decks that have existed for a long time. They're still good. They didn't go out of style. They're still good. But Javier did a great job there. There really wasn't anything else he could have done different, and finishing top 32 out of 1,460-odd duelists is just so incredible. So, well, we may not see him as our YCS champion for Houston, but there is no saying he may not be a YCS champion in the future.
100%. But we're going to hopefully see more from Kai later on in the tournament. It's going to be really exciting to see.
Just some incredible stuff there. I have to say, like, just watching that match is just wild because all of the different ins and outs of Labyrinth and that, just incredible stuff. It shows you that, like, Malice has great strengths. It has some really cool in-archetype matchups, but just couldn't make it that time, unfortunately, for Javier.
Imagine winning a game without summoning a single card from the extra deck. Couldn't be me, but Labyrinth all the time.
I mean, it shows you there's certainly some stuff, and there's definitely other support in the future. Maybe the extra deck will go out of style. Maybe we won't have any extra deck. Jokes. But it still goes to show you that, like, we talk about this all the time. You really can't just show up and do it, and you can. So I think it's time to hear from the best, right?
Oh, potentially. It's going to be really exciting to see what they have to say. I imagine the matchup is particularly interesting for the Malice player involved, and I'm sure Kai's going to talk about how that was a matchup he really took count on how to actually counter. Really interesting.
Yeah, I have to say, just some incredible stuff there for sure, and I'm very curious, you know, how early did Kai have to wake up to get the full outfit on? Everybody else is just like, oh, it's just a certain time. I'll just wake up and I'll get here. That's a certain process for sure.
Well, why don't we hear from the man himself and throw over to Jackie to see what Kai has to say.
Thank you so much, Stevens, and congratulations to Kai. Okay, I see you holding up that card. It's you. Yes, you're cosplaying Arius, using that Arius energy, getting this win. Describe to me the emotions you're feeling because, oh my gosh, you're moving on.
I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And when you play your pet deck, your favorite deck, and you win at such a high level, there is no greater feeling in the world. It's, you know, I could have played Malice, I could have played Ryziel, but I think if you're gonna try to make if you're gonna try to do something good, perform a miracle. Do this. There's no better feeling than winning with the underdog, guys.
You're getting claps, and I'm getting emotional for some reason. Oh my gosh, I love the energy. Thanks for the claps, everybody. Everyone really excited for you. I do want to pick your brain a little bit more about this affinity that you have for the Labyrinth deck. So tell me why.
It's not actually the cards, really. It's the play style. I love Labyrinth is one of the most fair decks in the game. One card does not equal 3 cards. I have to discard a card to summon from the deck, and it loses to Ash Blossom. So I like that the deck is fair, and it also plays on your opponent's turn. I don't have to watch my opponent make watch a movie, basically, watch them make a combo. I could just stop them.
Also the aesthetic, though.
And then I grew to love the aesthetic. Yes.
And then you told me this cosplay cost you hundreds, right?
Yes, it did.
Tailor-made?
It is tailor-made. Shout out to, I don't know what their name is, but really nice tailor. I had to buy the fabric. I gave them like my measurements and they made it for me. It's so crazy, yeah. Everyone loves this.
We love it. Actually, one of the Stevens was saying like that took real commitment. You had to wake up early to make sure you got in your cosplay and everything. So, but you're channeling that energy. You're doing fantastic. Do you have a game plan for the rest of the tournament?
So I came in to this tournament trying to. I think the best deck is Malice, and this deck has the best going second matchup into Malice because your Imperms, your Nibirus are not going to stop Malice. Daruma Cannon will. So that's why I'm playing this deck. Into Ryzeal, I'll have a fantastic matchup. Into Fiendsmith Ryzeal, they just have to high roll me, so I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm just going to high roll them back.
I don't even want to ask this. It seemed like you were feeling confident despite the matchup with Malice.
No, so I like the matchup.
You did? Okay, elaborate.
Yeah, I played 3 Dominus Impulse, and Daruma Counter Cannon is a very strong. He's also playing Fiendsmith. He has to sequence things differently, so as long as you know, well, he did brick, but as long as you know his lines, you should be able to stop them, if you have enough cards.
Okay, Kai, is there anything that you want to say to everyone watching? You had some people clapping and waving earlier.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you to the live stream staff. I just want everyone to know, never stop believing.
Oh my gosh. Okay, fantastic interview. Thank you so much, Kai. Back to our casters.
Wow. That's a lot. I'm getting the vapors myself over here. Never stop believing. I've said it, but it certainly means more from somebody up on the YCS feature match stage.
If you're going to do something good, do a miracle. Words to live by, for sure.
Do a miracle. Well, speaking of miracles, there are other formats of Yu-Gi-Oh! Going on right now that you could dominate with the best of them. Let's talk a little bit about Speed Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Oh, good. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say, like, oh yeah, the new Speed Duel set, Scarred Resonance, has come out recently, featuring Scarred Red Dragon Archfiend, Ultimate Conductor Tyranno, Accel Stardust Synchro Dragon, and Pot of Avarice finally in Duel Links.
Yeah, there's some crazy stuff. A lot of people think of Duel Links as just cards from the anime, but it's not just cards from the anime. It's also really good stuff, right? You can play all of your favorite decks like Cosmo. Maybe you want to play Sky Striker. Yeah, Sky Striker's in Duel Links. And now Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. That is just insane. So yeah, if you got some Dino DNA, that game is for you right now. It's going to be a good format for sure.
And I love the tagline for Scarred Red Dragon Archfiend. Does Red Dragon Archfiend have a new form? Oh, super exciting to see in Duel Links right now.
Ah, good stuff, good stuff. Great animations, great music. You know the whole vibe. It is so cool. Speaking of which, this has been such an incredible tournament so far. I mean, I could not believe that we had Kai get up here and do everything that he did. But let's talk a little bit about the bracket update that we've got, because again, there are more duelists than just Kai.
That's right. We know Kai for sure is in our top 16. Let's see who else we have guaranteed. We see Anthony taking down Lewis and going into top 16. He'll be facing off against Lexus, which was able to get a 2-0 victory against Logan. Really awesome to see all these 2-0s here. Very decisive duels in day 2, just the best of the best. We also have Bryce S. and Aditya D in top 16. We have Manuel K waiting on the match between Lucas and Juan C to decide who they are facing off with in top 16. Then we have Israel F versus Nathaniel V. Really excited to see that for our first half of the top 16 bracket.
And then moving down, we figured out most of the bracket here. Pascal advanced over Brian, and Jared conquered Jesse in a 2-1 victory. Tavion did not conquer Francisco, so he moves on to fight Kai Huang, who we just saw here on the stream. Kevin beat Tyler 2-1. John managed to conquer Darian 2-0. So they'll be playing against each other, and we're still trying to find out who will be next as Christian advances against Jesse, but we're still trying to find out who is Edwin and Jesus' victory going to be.
Sad to see that Tavion, our YCS Orlando champion, could not get that run back here in Houston, but top 32 in an event this competitive is nothing to scoff at.
Oh yeah, back-to-back championships are great, but don't lose sight of the fact that you get good tournament results. Making the day 2 cut, people are like, oh yeah, he just got to day 2. Did you get to day 2? That's what I thought. There's some incredible duels out there, and we hope you do next time. But speaking of next time, it is that time, isn't it?
Yep, we're going to go ahead and throw to a break, you guys, and we'll be right back with top 16 of YCS Houston. Don't go anywhere.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
Hello, everyone. I'm Billy Brake, and I'm here at YCS Houston 2025. And I'm going to go through and find out duelists and see if they can guess the card that I'm holding in my hand. They're going to have 60 seconds to ask me yes or no questions and try and determine and narrow it down to the exact card that I'm holding. Let's find out what these duelists know, shall we? I'm here with Johnny, and he's going to try and guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes, spell card.
Is it a field spell?
No.
Is it a continuous?
No.
Is it normal?
Normal, yes.
Is it played in the meta right now?
Yes.
Is it limited?
No.
Oh wait, I already asked that. Dang. Is it triple tactics talent?
No.
Triple tactics thrust?
No.
What else I gonna ask? Oh. Is it played in Ryzo decks?
No.
Is it played in Malice deck?
Yes.
Is it a Lure Darkness?
Yes. You got it. You got it. Good. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm here with
Jacob.
All right. Hello, Jacob. We're going to try and see if he can guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. You can ask me any question you want, and we'll see if you can figure out what it is. All right? You ready?
Do it.
All right. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Does it have an effect?
Yes.
Is it level 8?
No.
Level 7?
Yes.
Dark Arm Dragon?
No.
Does it banish a card?
Yes.
Is it Kashtira archetype?
Yes.
Fenrir?
Full name.
Kashtira Fenrir?
Yes. You got it. It's Kashtira Fenrir. Hello, everyone. I'm here with John. He's going to try and guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. Go. Yes or no questions?
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Counter?
Yes.
Solemn?
Which one?
Judgment?
Yes. Good job. You got it. It is Solemn Judgment. Hey, everyone. I'm here with Rayfield, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card in my hand. Rayfield, ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous spell?
No.
Quick play?
Nope.
Does it start with an A?
No.
B?
No.
Or C?
Yes.
Oh gosh. Is it a special summoning?
No.
Is it a draw card?
No.
Talent? Triple tactic talent?
No, it's not. 30 seconds left.
Card of the mind?
Nope.
Change of heart?
You got it.
Wait, what?
It's Change of Heart. Good job. Good job, Rayfield.
Thanks, man.
Draw phase, anything?
No.
I'll activate.
That's Prulia, right?
Yep. Okay. The one from hand.
I'll stand by main phase?
Yep.
Activate track?
No response.
Larry. And then pitch Larry effect?
Sure.
Go into Requiem?
Yep.
Requiem effect?
I will chain full whelps.
Sure. Go Lackawanna. From Bash.
You're gonna
Okay. The resolution you add. So you added the summon, chain draw Lockbird.
Sure.
Can I chain Lockbird here afterwards?
You've already activated.
It has to be the one. Okay. This one. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, sorry. I will special DXC by sending Aggregator.
Okay.
I will go A detonator?
Can't. It has to be 2 risings.
A dweller. Sorry about that. A dweller, and I will pass turn.
Cut your deck?
Oh, yeah, please.
Pass?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Have you gotten a penalty like that before this turn?
No.
Draw phase. Stand by. Aim phase.
Yep.
Almost summon ice effect.
I will chain dweller.
No response.
I should.
Summon X. Chainlink 1X. Rising.
That's fine.
No.
Resolution. Draw a lock card.
Sure. 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
Sorry, thinking.
Good.
Link summon into mode. Link summon into Requiem. Activate Requiem spec.
Yep.
Lacrima. Activate Lacrima. Visio Jerusalem, targeting your Lurry.
Oh, what?
Your Fiendsmith Lurry. I mean, Fabled Lurry.
Yeah. Yeah, fine.
Fiendsmith sequence. Activate the effective sequence.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Magnum bid. Special sword, no effect, obviously. Special ice, pitching, engraver.
Yep.
Summon detonator effect on summon.
Yep.
Attach. And then I will attempt to leave main phase.
Sure.
This is at 17, correct?
Yeah.
I will declare attack with Magnum Day for 100.
Yeah, you got it. I'm about to activate the graveyard effect. I think when Maddox will be able to pop it. Yeah. Good stuff, man. Good game, brother.
Sure.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We've made it to the top 16. That's right, we had over 1,400 duelists competing this weekend, and now there's only 16 players that remain. And man, it's been exciting. I had fun watching the lab player Kai win last round.
Not a matchup I expect that you could beat.
What?
I don't think Labyrinth usually meets Malice.
Oh, in the matchup in particular.
Yeah.
I was like, what did you say? But yeah, no, it's absolutely crazy that Labyrinth is in top 16. There's also a lot of other decks, plenty of excellent duelists that have made it all the way. One of these 16 players will be walking away as a YCS champion, and there's some excellent duelists for sure.
There's Pascal.
Lots of crazy players. We just saw him make it all the way. That's the player who defeated Josh in the last round. So many excellent duelists getting their moment in the sun.
Some all the way from Europe as well.
Definitely. And one of these players will be walking away with the trophy.
We see some familiar faces here.
That's the NAWCQ champion. Oh, shout outs to Lex holding it down. Some excellent duelists. Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
you mentioned there were some players from the EU. Oh, competed at the World Championship this past year. I just can't believe Jared Randolph. Shout outs to my boy. It's gonna be cool. I just can't believe one of them is gonna walk away with the trophy and etch their name into Yu-Gi-Oh history and become YCS champion. Just absolutely incredible. It's been an amazing YCS. I was excited for this tournament, but it's gone far and surpassed what I expected, what we were going to see in terms of deck diversity, creativity, tech choices. It's all been fantastic here at YCS Houston.
Yeah, definitely one of the most surprising events I've had in quite a long time. I've expected the format to really just devolve into just Ryziel and Malice, but there's been so many other decks. We've seen even Mermaid 19 crawling its way up throughout the format, but now we saw Memento, we saw Tombkeeper, we see just all these other strategies. I mean, Labyrinth just won in top 32. Anything could take it at this point.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the top 16 bracket so we can see who is remaining. We see Anthony's going to be taking on Lex. Bryce against Aditya. Manuel's still waiting to see who his opponent's going to be, and Nathaniel versus Israel.
Definitely star-studded there. We see Pascal versus Jared. That is a battle of the East Coast right there. Francisco holding it down versus Kai Huang, our Labyrinth player. Then it's Kevin versus John, and then Christian is still waiting for the result between Edwin and Jesus.
Oh, that's an interesting matchup that is going to game number 3. That's the Jesus I believe we saw play in the last round. So that is the Fiendsmith Rescue Ace deck.
Okay, yeah. I'm so glad to see them make it into the top 32.
Definitely. I mean, Rescue Ace is one that caught me by surprise this weekend. Labyrinth is one that definitely caught me by surprise. I mean, I don't know if I'm more surprised to see Rescue Ace or Labyrinth. I think I'm leaning towards Rescue Ace, though.
I mean, yeah, Labyrinth is one of those decks that's been kind of in and out of formats. I think I've seen it be a little bit more popular with, again, the Fiendsmith strategy, being able to turn your 2 bodies that you generally are able to put on the field that don't necessarily need to do anything. A lot of the time, they would make something along the lines of Chaos Angel, but again, any 2 bodies going into the Fiendsmith, and again, they are fiends, so then you can start climbing in to the Unchained cards. But from what we saw, this is a bit more of a pure Labyrinth strategy. So just focusing more on the trap cards and the general advantage that the furniture can give you.
Yep, Labyrinth, Rescue Ace, Malice, Mermails. There's a plenty to find out who's going to win here in top 16. But I think we're ready for our top 16 feature match. So I'm going to toss it to Jackie to introduce our players that are going to be dueling on the main stage.
YCS Houston is heating up. 16 eliminated. Only 16 remain. Who will make top 8? Let's begin with the blue chair. That is right, hailing from Plano, Texas, Aditya Dara. Obviously filled with enthusiasm right now. Okay, there's a smile. And then in the red chair from Houston, Texas, we have Bryce Sharp. Fun fact, he owns 100 chickens. There you go. Okay, crowd, I need y'all to get real loud for both competitors here. Can we get real loud? Okay, I need y'all to get louder than that. Y'all, give me a cheer. Okay, there we go. Let's get this started and send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you, Jackie. Good to hear from the crowd there. Aditya, our NAWCQ reigning champion out of Plano, Texas. my old stomping grounds. And Bryce, as we heard the crowd pop off for him there, is the hometown hero right here out of Houston. 100 chickens. I need to go hit him up when I need some eggs. I've been looking for them. Maybe this is where I can find them with Bryce.
Yeah, you always have to ask a friend for those local eggs.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye out for that. But this is going to be a matchup of Mermail Atlantean against Ryzeal. And I believe this is going to be a pure Ryzeal deck, which we haven't seen a lot of on stream this weekend. It's always been the Fiendsmith Ryzeal, maybe like the Shark Ryzeal deck, but this is just pure.
Yeah, surprising to not see the inclusion of just the small little bit of Sharks to really amplify your plays, giving you 2 additional level 4s to either go into Bomb and Shark or just go straight into Duo Drive, sieve some of those pieces, but opting to just keep it as streamlined as possible. And then we have the Mermail landing strategy that we've seen be so powerful going into this tournament, being able to take down Buenos Aires and still have a strong showing here in YCS Houston.
Yep, that's right. We're in top 16. I'm really excited to see this Mermail Atlantean deck. It's a deck that can do really cool things when it goes first, but it can also go second and put out a lot of damage, as we've seen earlier in the tournament. And, you know, if the current reigning NAWCQ champion, world competitor from last year, is bringing that strategy to the tournament, you know that it is valid. And as you mentioned, it did win the YCS this past a couple weeks ago, which is really cool to see. It also won 2 of the 3 team members of the Team YCS that we had in the past month were also Mermail Atlantean. I think that was kind of the moment people started shifting towards realizing it's a competitive deck, and it's going to be one that's going to be included in our current meta.
I mean, yeah, you even got in the top 4 of the European YCS not so long ago as well.
Yep, definitely a strategy players we're counting on seeing in the main event, and not surprised to have it here in Top Cut. But going back to Bryce's pure Ryzeal strategy, the one thing I do like about the pure deck, it does get these cool cards like Pot of Desires.
Yeah, just really being able to take advantage of that extra space to go for some more powerful spell cards. And when your main strategy is just drawing any of the 2 pieces, or like any Ryzeal monster can get you to the rest of it. So if you need to, you can start with Desires, but if you're able to just start with the Ryzeal cards and then Desires into just strictly non-engine, it can really push you ahead.
I mean, that's really what Sword Soul, that was the Sword Soul bread and butter forever, is you do your whole Sword Soul combo, thin your deck out as much as possible, then you can Desires. You're more likely to draw into those interruptions and interactions that you're going to be able to use during your opponent's turn, which is why that card is so powerful. But if worst case, yeah, you just draw in a hand with nothing to get your engine going, you'll be able to use it right off the bat. I mean, even though you're banishing 10 cards off the top of your deck, unless you hit like 3 copies of something, it's essentially Pot of Greed.
Yeah, I mean, you can lose some...
What does that do?
I think it draws 2 cards, Billy.
This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck. All right, now continue.
I hope you lost your node. I hope you lost your cross.
Yeah, there are definitely some things that can go wrong, even in the pure Ryzeal deck as well. But there's also some cool tech cards in Bryce's deck that I don't want to spoil just yet. Hopefully we get to see them in game number 1. In terms of the tech being some cool quick play spell cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options in the Ryzeal strategy when you opt to go for just Ryzeal cards, mainly because there is so much space. The Ryzeal cards themselves do not take up that many slots within the main deck, so you do have those options. And there are some interesting ones that you can play.
Definitely. Bryce has come with some cool techs, which is probably why he made it all the way to top 16. But those techs seem like they're more geared towards, like, if he's facing a mirror match playing against other Ryzeal decks, we're going to see how they come into play here against the Mermail Atlantean strategy.
Yeah, as the format got wider, it's hard to really focus down on what tech cards you should be playing. You want as many generic options as you can to really mitigate playing against the various matchups that are available. And if you're usually going towards powerful spell cards are a lot more targeted, right? There's not as much that you can focus on with spell cards because they're usually designed to do one thing, and it's rare that you're able to encompass the entire meta with powerful effects like that.
Definitely. All right, it looks like our players are shuffled up, and we are mere moments away from getting into top 16. I just can't believe there's only 16 players left out of over 1,400 duelists. One of these 16 players will be walking away with that trophy that's sitting right there on their table, within the arm's reach of both of these players, literally and figuratively.
Both these players been playing many, many rounds to get to this point. They are not going to shy away from playing another match of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. They know they can't focus down on what they have to do. They just have to get past this one game here in game number 1.
That's right, game 1, top 16, YCS Houston. It's time to duel. Let's see who wins the die roll. Bryce is going to roll the dice first. Rolls
a 7.
That's the average.
As average as it gets. That seems like less.
Snake Eyes, two is not going to be enough to beat 7, and now Bryce will be opting to go first. And our top 16 match is underway.
I think this is a situation. Wait. Oh, it looks like we're activating something in the draw phase, and that is Molcharmi Fuwalos.
Fuwalos being activated in the draw phase.
Interesting choice there. I imagine at this point, both players have some kind of matchup knowledge of their opponent. You know, going into the top 16, it's very easy to see what players have been playing throughout the tournament, especially when there's so few remaining.
Definitely. And the advantage he gets there from using the false in the draw phase instead of waiting is he's playing around cards like Triple Tactics, Talent, needing the cards to be activated during the main phase only. So leading things off here with extra Ryzeal to send Duo Drive to the graveyard. The reason you send Duo Drive there is because when you Exceed summon another copy of Ryzeal Duo Drive, it will be able to attach a Ryzeal monster from your graveyard underneath as material.
Yeah, normally, at least in the beginning of Ryzeal's dominance, you would send just any other monster like Aggregator, because you didn't need to actually be able to use Duo Drive's effect to attach, because you would usually search a copy of Ryzeal plugin along with the Ryzeal Cross to then insulate yourself from Nibiru, because at any point if your opponent activates Nibiru, you could chain plugin to give your Duo Drive a material, and then you could add Resolution, use Cross to negate it. But since a lot of players have opted to take out plugin, now they need to put that extra material in the graveyard, so Duo Drive will have a material once Cross is out of the field.
Yeah, very interesting to know how that has developed as the format has shaped out. But we're going to see the Sword Ryzeal come down next, and then that's going to add a copy of Ice Ryzeal from the deck to the hand.
Unlikely to see Bryce summon it unless he's willing to commit to giving Aditya more cards here. Aditya choosing to shotgun the Full House. This is a kind of an indication that your hand is strong. You don't need the draws as much. You just want to stop your opponent.
Stop your opponent, play around talents, all the sort of indicators that we're getting here from Aditya. I mean, that's something you got to do when you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Is wonder why. Why is my opponent deciding to use the card when he's using it? And sometimes you can maybe get some more information than you otherwise wouldn't. So now we're going to overlay those 2 level 4 monsters for an Exceed summon. I guess is going to be Ryzeal Duo Drive, but it looks like Bryce is contemplating. And yep, it is Duo Drive.
Duo Drive makes a lot of sense here. You're going to give your opponent an additional card, assuming you're going to end on the detonator later in the turn. But it's always worth it, because if they did have an answer to the detonator, they were going to have it anyway, even without the draw. So like if they were going to respond to the Duo Drive, they would have had an answer to the detonator anyway. But it looks like we're going to be using Ash Blossom, a card that would not have worked on detonator.
But now he has activated a monster effect during the main phase, so Triple Tactics Talents will be back online.
We'll see if Bryce opts to use it now or after allowing Aditya to draw another card, because I don't think he's going to pass with just the Duo Drive here. Unless he can see that his opponent has no plays, we're going to opt for Talents right now, and that looks like a strong hand here. It's Teus, Poseidra, Dragoons, and Minstrel.
That is a lot of water monsters, a lot of good going second cards. I think you have to put back that Poseidra, but he's still going to have the Minstrel and Dragoons access. You could put back the Dragoons.
I think you have to put back the Dragoon.
No, but
there's no good choice. There's no good choice.
The Poseidra will get you 2 Dragoons. The Teus, it's between Poseidra and Dragoons, I think, and I think you just have to put back the Poseidra. Yeah, you can see it's a tough thought here from Bryce, because there really is not a right answer. So do you think the fact that he's using Talents now to look at the hand and shuffle back means he's not going to be going back into his extra deck this turn?
I think it was very much a consideration. He was going to kind of see if he needed to. If he saw that his opponent didn't have very many plays, I think he was going to for sure not go back in. But now he might have to, assuming his other cards in his hand can't handle the cards that remain in Aditya's hand, right? Because if you know that the cards you currently have available will not be able to answer what your opponent currently has available, then you have to commit more.
That's true. Maybe his first thought was going to be not to summon anymore, but after he sees what his cards are, plans change.
I mean, he has perfect information here up until choosing to summon another monster from the extra deck. I mean, it's rough because the monster that he added to his hand was Ice Ryzeal, so normal summoning Ice Ryzeal will also give Aditya another card here, so it's going to be really difficult, but we're activating a Pot of Desires here. This will be resolving to draw 2 fresh cards.
Interesting that you use the Talents for the Desires, but...
I mean, yeah, Ash is already used, right? There's not any necessarily...
repercussions or something bad that could happen.
I think he was really hoping to cut Aditya off entirely with that Talents to get lucky, so that Duo Drive can survive another turn, and then he can get those cards out of the deck before activating Desires. But, I mean, very, very risky play, but I mean... if he was able to be rewarded, then he could take that risk, right? Because if he found out that Aditya does have a playable hand, then he could still activate Desires after the fact.
True. All right, looks like he's contemplating setting a card face down, setting another card face down, another card face down, another card face down.
I don't know how real all of those can be. At least, I imagine at least 2 of them are real. I do not think all 4 of them are real. At this point, I do not think you're going to normal summon Ice Ryzeal. You've given your opponent a lot of information. You're not going to give them 2 draws to make this worth their while. Are we setting it? We're setting it.
Sets Ice Ryzeal.
Oh, man, we're taking a lot of risks. We end up putting back the Dragoons, right? Poseidra is able to go after a lot of these cards here. I think Bryce might be aware of effects along the lines of Poseidra Abyss.
Nope.
Oh, we drew Neptabyss?
That's a good draw. He's going to lead with Neptabyss. And you know how strong it is because he's revealing the one card he drew, but it's the best card
It's
he could
absolutely
use,
the best
pretty
card.
much.
It demands an answer.
It doesn't have an immediate answer, so he's going to be able to pay the cost for Neptabyss to send an Atlantean.
I mean, we're going to get access to the Dragoons again. And now I think this game's over.
That is fine.
Neptabyss is allowed to resolve here after sending Dragoons as cost.
Yeah, I was going to say, I hope Bryce does something like Call by the Grave or something on Atlantean Dragoons could turn things around, but no response to the Dragoons.
I mean,
no
thus far.
response to the Neptabyss. Yeah, he could still be holding it.
Yeah, wait until the Dragoons activates is fine. Not give Aditya the information before he chooses what he adds off Neptabyss. Given, I think, if it was a Call by the Grave, there was potentially reason enough to use it on the Ash Blossom or the Fuelos, right? So it's highly doubtful that there is a Call by the Grave set. We're going to be adding the Abyss Shrine, and then Dragoons was able to activate and resolve to add Shadow Squad.
Here Aditya trying to run through what those face downs could possibly be. Metal Tronus is a fair assessment. It's a card that's popular in a lot of main decks this weekend. Not so strong against the Atlantean Mermail deck.
I mean, he can lead with Poseidra, or it looks like we're going to be leading with Teus. I think he wants to just get 2 level 7s on the field as soon as he can to threaten the rank 7 of Poseidra Abyss, which will immediately answer most threats that Bryce could have.
So the Shadow Squad will specials from deck. Abyss will add a Mermail from the deck to the hand. So he gets the best of both worlds.
We already have Shrine, so Teus will add another Shadow Squad. And Shadow Squad will be summoning a copy of Dragoons. Looks like still no responses from Bryce. And now we're going to be activating the Poseidra, sending the Neptabyss from the field here. That's going to be able to trigger in a different chain to try to summon back that Shadow Squad.
Targeting.
So activating the Neptabyss Chainlink 1, okay, to go after the Dragoons, and then Poseidra Chainlink 2, sending infantry as cost. And it will target that set right there.
Bounces it, right? Correct.
Yep, it goes back to the hand.
No response.
All right. So now that will resolve. The set will be returned to the hand. Neptabyss will resummon Dragoons, and in the following chain, infantry can target the Duo Drive to destroy it.
Yeah, no response.
Duo Drive is going to duo down to the graveyard.
Slowly but surely, Aditya is getting rid of Bryce's resources while amassing more of his own, and now we have 2 level 4s. We're going into Bahamut Shark.
With 2 Dragoons underneath.
We're going to be able to detach Dragoons for the effect of a water monster. It's going to be met with infinite permanence that does cut off the Totally Awesome, but Dragoons will be able to activate once again.
I mean, that's the big part about the Bahamut Shark is not only you're getting attempting to special summon a Totally Awesome, you're also going to be able to trigger the effect of the Dragoons, which is just huge.
I'm surprised Bryce is still trying to play.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think he's at 5. Oh, he's 4 right now, I think. The Fualis is a wind.
Fualis is a wind, yeah.
Yeah, so he's at 4, I believe. So he needs to get 1 more water monster in the graveyard before that Moonland Glacier is online.
Looks like we're going to be overlaying
Abyss Trait.
For the Abyss Trait.
Effective Abyss Trait.
Abyss Trait's going to bring
resummon
back.
Target Atlantean Dragoons to summon.
Dragoons again.
And now we can overlay for Poseidra Abyss.
Special Poseidra Abyss.
Poseidra Abyss was allowed to be summoned. Now you're able to detach 2 here.
Detach 2 and send a water from my deck to grave for cost.
Yep. Another as cost effect.
Non-targeting. Also on this, and also the Dragoons.
Sending yet another copy of Dragoons here.
Not everything.
Just trying to get rid of as many of Bryce's resources as he can. Just going to, put it all back in the hand. So now they're extremely vulnerable to Mulling Glacier, as well as being able to get another copy of Neptibus to hand. Keep in mind, he still has a Abyss Shrine in hand, so at any point he could access Coelacanth from the deck.
He has the Mulling Glacier in hand, yeah.
They're counting out the waters.
He's at 6. He needs to bring one back without putting another one in the graveyard.
I don't even know if he really needs to summon Mulling Glacier at this point, but all right, we're going to use the effect of the Abyss Shrine.
I mean, yeah, he just has to find a way to get to 8,000 points of damage, and he'll be taking game number 1 here, despite going first.
There is the Coelacanth, straight from the deck.
It's super. It's ancient.
And we're entering the battle phase, and it's good.
And Aditya, our reigning NA WCQ champion, is going to take game number 1 and now just be 1 game win from moving on to top 8. I know he hasn't been able to win since that NA WCQ, so I know Aditya is very hungry for it. And he's from Plano, Texas. The city that he won in the NA WCQ, Austin, Texas, for this past year. And now we're in Houston, like 3 hours away. So maybe just these Texas events are where Aditya shines the best.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of players have field spell effects lately. We see Dominic Couch in Vegas can be, just undefeated.
In certain convention centers, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes it's the comfort of home, being able to drive to an event as opposed to fly. Not that I don't know if he ended up driving or flying down here to Houston, but it's not too far of a drive from Plano. I made the drive plenty of times myself. But Bryce, we heard the crowd. He is our hometown hero. That game definitely did not go the way he wanted. I think he knew he lost as soon as he saw Aditya's hand with that talons.
Yeah.
Especially when he drew the Neptibus off the top, that really sealed the deal.
Like, the hand was already fairly strong, and that just gave him every piece needed. And when you didn't have an answer for it, I was hoping he had something along the lines of Book of Moon to cut it off immediately. But then
spoilers. Yeah, that's the quick play spells that he was using. Book of Moon.
That was pretty good against this matchup, I'd say.
It is? Yeah, not too bad.
It's one of the few things that can cut off Neptibus early.
You're right, before they're able to activate the effect. Yeah. That would have been really sweet to see. But unfortunately, Bryce just had a bluff set pretty much. Once he set the Ice Rise deal, I was kind of like on to this is not going well for him.
Yeah,
if his goal is to survive.
In theory, he could have had an infinite impermanence, but there was never really an opportunity to use it for great value.
He just held it for the Bahamut to be able to use to stop the Toad from coming out, which makes a lot of sense. But now he's going to be able to dive into the side deck. I do think people were more prepared for Atlantean Mermail this event than they have been in previous events leading up to this.
They've had to respect it, right? But more can they do? The main answers to the deck are Dimension Shifter and Abyss Dweller to be able to cut off all their effects at once.
But the Ryziel deck really cannot play under Dimension Shifter very well.
Right, and so if you're able to just put out a Dweller as fast as you can, that could be the way to do it.
There is a chance that, Bryce did not know Aditya was on Atlantean Mermail coming into this game, so he didn't know that he could just go into Dweller and make things really difficult there for Aditya. But at the same time, now that we're in game 2, even if he goes for the Dweller play, I know a lot of Mermail players are citing Xyz Encore to try and out that right away.
Yeah, I wonder if you ever take the risk. Looking at Aditya's hand, you see how powerful it is. Do you just give him 2 more draws to just make the Dweller?
Yeah, I think so. I think that might have been worth it because it doesn't matter how many cards he gets if none of their effects activate in the graveyard. That might be something Bryce might look back at this game and think, oh, maybe I should have just normal summoned that Ice Rise.
You're taking the risk that they draw an access to Infinite Impermanence or maybe something along the lines of Mettle, something to potentially answer the Abyss Dweller. But realistically, you're kind of just losing the cards that are in front of you.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a hindsight thing that he's going to want to look at and adjust.
Because that decision gets a lot harder post-side when they have even more answers to Abyss Dweller sided in.
Definitely. But he will get a chance to go first. He'll get a chance to summon Abyss Dweller potentially.
But he's just been going second so far.
We've only really seen the Mermail Atlantean deck go second and just break boards all this weekend. But what it does turn 1 going first is also incredible.
Yeah, since 2016, Mermail Atlantean has been that powerhouse at going second, being able to put up all the damage ever needed. But we're going to see in Game 2 if he's able to do it again. The hands are drawn. Looks like the players are ready to get started.
Let's go. All right, Bryce. Looking at his hand,
Is there a main phase check? Any Molcharmies from the hand here from Aditya? It doesn't seem like it.
Things already off to a better start for Bryce from the get. No, I spoke too soon. Set 2 pass, no Ryzeal cards. This is a huge opportunity for Aditya.
And we talked about having a really compact engine and focusing on all that non-engine that pure Ryzeal can do, but that just means you're playing less engine. And we're starting with Minstrel, Discard Dragoons. Let's take a look at what those cards are in your hand. They weren't starters, so what interruptions could he have here? Drone Lockbird.
Plug-in and talent.
The Droll's gone. The Droll is gone.
Oh, plug-in and talent. Nothing there. And now Dragoons is going to activate. Bryce, you're going to need something special in that Spell and Trap Zone to get back into this game.
I mean, what does Aditya think those sets are? They could be something along the lines of not Called by the Grave. That would have hit the Dragoons. It could be Infinite Permanence. He could be thinking about cards like Metal Tronus, but I don't think he would keep that in.
Probably not. But yeah, Teus discards Shadow Squad.
Giving a lot of information here, because I believe the Dragoons added the Prince Neptibus, but we're going to be leading with the Abyss Teus instead. So Bryce has a good amount of information on Aditya's hand, but Aditya just seeing how he wants to generate as much advantage as he can for himself.
Just to adds the Abyss Shrine, special summon Neptibus from the deck, activates Neptibus effect as a cost to send probably another copy of Dragoons to the graveyard.
Yep. Does that merit a response from Bryce? It looks like it's good. So that's going to be able to add Poseidra here, and then Dragoons will be able to resolve. Getting another copy of Neptibus. We will likely see Poseidra being activated next to go after one of those sets. At least force out some more of Bryce's interruptions if there are any. Yep, there is Poseidra.
This is the play we've seen all weekend. It's been Poseidra, send Neptibus, because you're getting that giant monster on the board. The Neptibus is going to summon back. It definitely has been the key card to send with Poseidra.
I mean, Neptibus getting maximum value, getting 2 cards initially on its own summon, and then getting another card from its effect in graveyard. And it's a body on the field. It doesn't really matter. You're typically just linking it away anyway.
And did he send the Bystius with the Poseidra?
Yeah, there's nothing left, right?
Yeah, he has so much going for him that he just has to just send any card, any Mermail.
Now, if Aditya can put another level 4 monster on the field here to set up a Bahamut Shark once again, he can lock this game up very quickly.
Is it okay if I look at your graveyard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Bryce forgot to go to his swimming lessons this weekend, and he is drowning here in this match.
He's already sounding a little defeated. I mean, at this point, when you open your hand, game 2, already down a game, and you see no plays, it is really hard. But now we're going to be activating the Abyss Shrine, discarding the Dragoons, likely going into that Coelacanth. I mean, you know there's no threat of Nibiru. There's Coelacanth. Dragoons is going to be able to trigger. Getting yet another card from the deck here, going for the infantry.
Just in case anything goes wrong, he's going to have the infantry. He's going to go straight battle.
We're just going straight to battle phase.
Oh, he could have the Book of Moon to survive. Come on. Book of Moon. Book of Moon. Book of Moon. Say it with me, chat. Book of Moon.
I will.
Yes.
Okay, it's something. It has to be Book of Moon, right? I'm surprised he didn't use it on the Neptibus, but I guess
Book of Moon. Book of Moon. Let's go. Coelacanth going to his town. You're
What's he going to do about it?
Well played. He said well played. The game's not over yet, but we know his hand is not good.
It's atrocious. He'll get the Droll and Lockbird back.
Oh, boy. There I go, activating Droll and Lockbird again. But no, I mean, there's plenty of top decks. Pot of Desires would be a great one, but Aditya is going to main phase 2. He's not even close to done with his turn just yet.
Aditya just really needs to find access to a way to summon Bahamut Shark here, because then you can just set up an interruption for you.
He has it right here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. You can summon the other Dragoons. You're going to be able to set up the Bahamut Shark here. And then you just need to have the infantry available in your hand with the Shrine in the Grave to really stop your opponent's normal summon, and then have the Bahamut Shark available to stop the tactics. I think that's really what you're looking for here.
Yeah, I wish he had Nibiru. Nibiru, the Primal Being, just has not been coming down for Duelists this weekend.
I mean, I don't think that would have been useful into the Minstrel, right? We started with Minstrel.
Yeah, no, we know he doesn't have it, but it just reminded me that this weekend it just hasn't been, like, around. People have not been drawing it. But that's totally awesome by Aditya standards as it comes down onto the field from the Bahamut Shark. The Dragoon's effect will add another copy of the Shadow Squad to the hand.
Now, can we set up an Abyss Gaios as well to really lock this game up? Because the infantry on its own will not be able to stop a normal summon of like Ice Ryzeal. Or even like an X Ryzeal off the top could put Bryce back in this game.
Yeah, he would need something like X over Pot of Desires now since the Toad is alive. Bryce trying to navigate these shark-infested waters, but it is going to be tough to come back in this one after such a slow start.
All right, we're going to be linking away the Bahamut Shark and the Abyss Trite here. Is it going to be Coral Anemone? Is it going to be...
It's going to be Oshia, right?
Yeah, Abyss Oshia, yeah.
Mermail Abyss Oshia?
Abyss Glacia.
Just Glacia.
Abyss
Oshia
Glacia,
is the
yeah.
main deck monster.
Yes.
Glacia is the link. Yep. Close.
All right, so now we're going to be passing with the Toad setup. We have the Abyss Shrine in the graveyard.
And he just drew another copy of Droll and Lockbird.
Did he?
Yeah.
That
Devastating.
is so disappointing.
I mean, I thought he was putting his hand on his deck and calling it, honestly. That's what
it's gonna be moments away.
I think he's just enjoying his last set of monster face down. You know, I can respect this.
He's counting his chickens, yeah.
I mean, he's just going down, playing his hand the best that he can play it. There's nothing else to do but set some cards face down. So now he's going to use the Glacia discard 2. Let's see what he goes to add. He's going to add Mermail Abyss Pike.
And then Neptibus can trigger. Let's see what he goes for. Poseidra again. Poseidra is able to trigger to send another card here. Poseidra really the card that put this all together.
Really, I mean, yeah. Bryce is just in a car underwater with time to kill. And now
another Teus.
These Teus are just being sent as cost from the deck for Poseidra. Nope, Bryce has seen enough monsters on the field. He just drew nothing here in game number 2. A valiant effort from the hometown hero. But the NAWCQ champion of 2024 will be moving on to top 8 in just 3 wins away from becoming a YCS champion. It's great to be an NAWCQ champion and all, but to become a YCS champion and pad your stats with something like that would be amazing for Aditya.
I mean, it's already hard enough to get one title under your belt. Being able to get multiple really sets you away in the scale of players that have ever played the game.
You know, I used to think that, but now with people like Jesse Cotton running around, just keep winning like every other.
It's not like there's that many Jesse Cottons. There's one Jesse Cotton.
Well, to me, that's all it takes. But, but yeah, it's definitely put you in an upper echelon of the history books if you do have multiple titles. But if Aditya will be joining that, will be the question we have. And, you know, I would love it if we saw Mermail Atlantean win the event.
I mean, it's proven itself to be a force in the meta for so long now, just clawing its way to multiple titles, and I feel like it's just been so disrespected up to this point. Everyone talks about Rise, everyone talks about Malice, but Mermail is up there. It's been here the entire time, and people just have to start respecting it now.
Yeah, it's definitely a deck, and it's here to stay. It's positive. I mean, we talked about now that Bryce knew that he was going against the Mermail strategy, maybe he could go into something like Abyss Dweller, but there were no Ryzeal monsters anywhere to be seen. It's just an awful time to not draw well in game number 2. He drew decent in game, but I think the big thing you should look at is that game 1 where he did have the opportunity to push into an Abyss Dweller after seeing that hand. That could have really turned things around for him, and maybe we'd end up going to a game 3 despite drawing so bad in game number 2.
It's not like we can say Abyss Dweller will automatically win you the game. Yes,
right.
They will get way less value out of any of their effects, but it's still pretty simple to put up a lot of damage because summoning Coelacanth just does so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we didn't even see Coelacanth like use his effect in these games.
No, he's been summoned as a 2000 attack monster.
He was just summoning a big monster from his deck and going to battle phase. Oh man, it was close, but at least we did get to see the Book of Moon. That's one of his Bryce's interesting tech choices. He was playing Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, Metal Tronus, the whole
suite,
the whole suite of them, and you know, varying up his different kinds of interactions. Offering the handshake, great sportsmanship from Bryce here. But unfortunately, this is where his tournament journey comes to an end.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Aticha in the situation, you feel that hometown luck. You have the field spell here going for you. You're in Texas. You've won here before. Not necessarily in this location, but you have that buff going for you.
Yeah, it was the last time we were here for a major Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. He did win, and now he's trying to do it again. And it would be cool. I mean, and if Aticha wins this, he will win the paid trip, the invite, enter to the NAWCQ this year. Maybe he could win back-to-back NAWCQs. That's something that's never been done
before. That's
before.
unheard of, yeah, right?
Yeah, so history could be made. We're going to have to find out, but I do think Jackie is standing by with our winner, so I'll go ahead and toss it to her to find out how Aditya felt about his match.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, Billy and Asala, and I am with our winner, Aditya, and I love the smile. That was probably an amazing victory to secure. How are you feeling? You're surviving and thriving.
I'm feeling great. My opponent was a great guy. His first YCS top. He's local. He's a local guy. I know him. It was a great game overall. So.
Fantastic. And our casters were talking about Jesse Cotton and how he has multiple titles. I'm sure this is a goal you're eyeing as well.
Yeah, this would be my second premier win if I got it. My goal overall is to win a regional, win a YCS, well, I meant to like top Nats because like I wanted to go to Worlds. So I ended up winning Nats, and that was just like an extra step. And then go to Worlds. So like the 4 goals, that was it.
I love it. Dream big, right? Focusing on this tournament though, do you have a game plan moving forward?
Just play as much Yu-Gi-Oh as I can, adapt to the formats. I can't wait to see what's like in store for the next set. I believe it's, what's it called? I don't remember the set name.
That's okay.
Okay. But like, yeah, with all the new Malice cards coming out, I'm really excited to play that deck as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Talking about decks, I believe you're the only Mermail deck that is left in the tournament. So can you talk to me about your deck choice?
It was just the deck I was most comfortable with. I was testing a lot of Odeon Fiendsmith, the new release out of Maze of the Master. And I just saw too many the matchups were just too difficult into the Ryziel matchup and the Malice matchup. The Malice matchup especially is really, really hard. So I just took a comfort pick. I've been playing the water deck, Mermail Atlantean, for the past 2 YCSs at YCS El Salvador and YCS Las Vegas. So I just took it today, and I happened to do well. So.
Yeah, you're familiar with it. That totally makes sense. Is there anything that you want to say to those watching at home, to the crowd here right now?
Dream big, play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, just have fun.
Aditya, thank you so much. Fantastic playing and great interview. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
Thanks, Jackie. We totally didn't just walk off and run back over here really quick, but just kidding. Yeah, it was an exciting match. Top 16 was amazing. We're going to be going to our bonus Top 16 match very shortly, but before we want to talk about something awesome that we have going on right now. That's right. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel. If you haven't checked out Rush Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, I highly advise you to do that. It's a match made in heaven for these 2 games. No one can extinguish the flames that seek truth. Combust your way to victory in a flash. The themes that you're going to find in the newest pack are going to be Chemicalized, Hero, Cyber Dragon, and Join Tech. Some of the key cards are going to be Chemicalized Salamander, Maddox and Sogetsu's Ace Monster from Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush, I believe. But yeah, definitely want to check out Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and then go to the Rush Duel world and play that. It's a lot of fun. You can normal summon as many times a turn as your heart desires. Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is something you're going to want to check out. But as I mentioned before, we're going to be back very shortly, but you're going to be able to enjoy our other Top 16 bonus match that we'll have going on, and then we'll be back for Top 8, and eventually we're going to crown a YCS winner. So stay tuned. We've got a lot more dueling to come.
Stand by main phase?
Yep.
Normal summon effect?
Yep.
Here we go.
Pass?
Yeah.
Cut your deck.
You can.
Draw for turn.
Okay.
Draw piece. Stay my main. Activate engraver. Add trap. Anything on risk. Activate Fiends of Distract.
Go.
Four cards in it, right?
Yeah.
Activate Fabled Lure.
I'll summon the thing.
Sure.
But.
Sure.
Okay. Nothing else?
Nope. Good.
Yeah.
Link for one. Summon Requiem.
Okay.
Activate Requiem's effect. Summon Lack. Effect on summon.
That's fine.
I'll set the track instead. Anything here? Normal ice effect.
That's fine.
Special X effect. Nope. Good.
Yep.
Summon Dweller.
Okay.
I'll go effect of Requiem to equip. Then I'll go Engraver, put back Blur as possible.
Good.
Summon Negro Blur. Good.
Yeah.
Summon Caesar. Special Sword effect. No, I don't have any rises.
You don't have any rises. It's just going to be a few. It's just the people that we're using. You guys are going to
Activate Duel.
Chain back.
So you summon?
Yeah.
Sure. Good. Now special sword effect. Special X by sending aggregator. I'll go aggregator target Requiem.
Right.
Alt Shade and Caesar to negate. Good. Duo Drive. Effect to attach.
Yeah.
Activate dual drive to add.
Okay.
Cross and ice. Activate cross. Special node.
Yep.
Node effect, pitch, engraver, target sword.
That's fine. Come on, defense.
Defense. Overlay for detonator effect on summon to attach. Sorry, I'm doing math.
Okay. That's 3,000. It boosts 100 per?
100 per material.
3,000.
Yeah. Oh, but if we're talking about gaining.
Yeah. Should be 100.
Yeah, enter battle phase.
Okay.
27.
There is less than 30 minutes to get registered
3,000.
for our ongoing 2025 regional qualifiers.
32.
Just over 30.
Okay. Stand by me.
Bro, no way. Draw phase. Stand by.
Yep.
Main phase. Retract. Sure. Normal effect. Link into moon.
Let's see, agree?
Yeah.
What'd you add off of that?
Sword. Thank you. Sure. Any others? No. Special effect. Effect to attach. Effect to add.
Yeah.
Activate cross. Special move.
Okay.
Node. Target sword. Effect to attach.
You in less than 20 minutes to get registered for the 2025 regional qualifiers. If you would like to get registered, please go to shop.sidedeck.com. If you need any assistance, please head over to the help event page.
Effect. Sided it out. I sided it out. Forgot about it.
So we're going to go back to the It's another P minor. They received similar for the same thing.
No.
You guys are good to go.
Attempt to leave main phase. 26, 31. Yeah, you should be at 23. Main phase 2. Go cross target these two. Good. Go ahead.
You got it.
Hello, everybody. It's Jackie Jing, and it's time for trivia. And I am with Ven and Forrest. And Forrest, you told me you're surviving and thriving right now, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I sure am.
Okay, so tell me a little bit more about your YCS journey.
Oh man, I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh since the the Yada format. So I started when it first started. I took a break. During GX came back. I've been diddle-daddle here and there.
It has your heart.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And you told me you're doing well this tournament.
No, I didn't play this tournament.
I thought you were.
I already got my next one.
Oh, okay. So now you're just vibing.
Yeah, I'm just chilling, enjoying the crowd.
Okay, I misheard you earlier. I thought you said you made Top Cut. I'm just making up a narrative here. Okay, we're manifesting it for the future. We like that? Okay. Then we were chatting and you told me didn't really pan out as well as you liked.
No, I got I got round 7, then that was the X3, and it's like, better go do side events.
Okay, but you told me I was going to make it on stage no matter what.
My exact words to my group was, through some way, shape, or form, I'm going to get on stage, and then I lucked out and sat in the right spot.
Yes, you were on stage and you could win some tickets. We love that, right? Okay, I told you all the rules earlier, but for everyone watching at home, trivia, whoever claps first gets to answer. Are we ready? Are we ready, crowd? There we go. I love it. And y'all aren't going to cheat and shout on answers, right? Chat, you can drop answers. We can't see it, but yeah. Are you ready? Okay, first question. Which Mulcharmy can you find in Maze of the Master? Confident clap.
That would be Mulcharmy Purulia.
Correct. Okay. All right, y'all help me keep count here. So Ven, 1. Okay, second question. Name one of the 2 cards you can find as a quarter-century secret rare in Maze of the Master. Ooh, they're thinking. They're thinking. Why? What? You're scared? You don't think you got it? Okay. Does anybody in the crowd know? Oh my gosh, look at all those hands. Look at all those hands. Okay. That was an apprehensive clap, but okay.
I want to say Temple of the Kings and 7th Tachyon.
No. I see the crowd. They're shaking their heads. They're like, no. Okay. Forrest, any ideas?
I really didn't pay attention, Maze, to be honest.
Oh, no. Okay. I was like, I wish we could phone a friend, but that's not an option. Let me give a hint. Oh, I hope this isn't too much of a hint. Number 107. Okay, you clapped.
Is it? No, it's not Tachyon Galaxy Dragon.
Hold on. What did you say?
It's a Tachyon Dragon? No, it's not.
Okay, you're really close.
Tachyon Galaxy Dragon? I don't know. It's Tachyon. What
okay, you're saying all the right words.
Oh my God. I don't know it because I played Tachyon. What is number 107?
You said, okay, you said Tachyon. That is right. Number 107. Crowd, he's warm, right? They're nodding. Okay, Forrest, let me check in with Ven. Ven?
Christ, I was going to Tachyon.
Look at the crowd. They're throwing their hands up.
Half of my people from college are with me right now. They are mean mugging me right now.
Who are your friends?
Raise your hands.
We're like, what is going on, man? Oh no. Okay. Let me give another hint. Silent Magician. Crowd, wasn't that a good hint? Am I wrong? I'm pretty much I'm getting the thumbs up. Okay. No? Okay. Oh man, I want to phone a friend. Can I phone a friend? Someone in the crowd. Okay. You've been looking really confident. Is it okay if I walk over there, Cal? Okay, we're going to walk over there. Okay. I want to hear what you think the answer is here.
107, Galaxy Eyes Tachyon Dragon.
You are correct. Okay, do you know either of them? Okay, well, I thought we were phoning a friend. I guess that didn't quite work. You know what we're going to do since we got the answer? Let's rock, paper, scissors for that one. No, one shot. Are you 1, 2, 1, 2, shoot? 1, 2, 3, shoot. You did 1, 2, shoot! What? Okay, redo. Okay, 1, 2, shoot. Okay. Oh my gosh, Ven. Then he got in your head during rock, paper, scissors, didn't he? It was with that first one. Okay, Ven is 2-0 right now. It ain't over, though. It ain't over for us. Okay. We ready for the third question? All right. I love you, crowd. You guys are awesome. Finish the card name. The man with the... You didn't clap, Ven. Ven put his hand up. You got to clap. Okay, Forrest, what is it?
The man with the hand? No. Nah, I lost it.
Oh, Forrest lost it. Okay.
The man with the mark.
You got it. Okay. 3-0. It's okay. You know what? Everyone's a winner here because, Forrest, you're awesome. So you're working for second place here. Let's see if we can get any points on the board. Okay, we got a couple more questions. What level is XYZ Hyper Dragon Cannon?
4?
Oh, no. Oh, your friends are furious right now. Your friends are furious. Okay, so it's not 4. Okay, what level is XYZ Hyper Dragon Cannon?
8?
No, so close, so close. Crowd, do you know what it is? Should you shout it out? 8. No, that's not what I have. Thank you. 9. It is 9. Okay. Low-key, I feel like we should make the crowd a participant because the crowd would have 2 and Ven would have 2, right? Okay. Crowd, do you guys want to be part of the game? Okay. All right. You guys are in. The crowd has 2. Ven has 2. Ven, can you beat the crowd? And Forrest, you're here for support, okay? Yeah. And maybe you can get 1 on the board, right? Okay, this is our last question. Crowd, are you listening? Ven, are you listening? Forrest? Okay. Fill in the blank. Reveal 1 number XYZ monster in your extra deck that has a number between blank and blank in its name. Crowd clap first. Crowd 1. Crowd 1! I didn't even know that I was going to make the crowd a participant, but that happened. Okay, you know what, though? Don't worry, we'll get some tickets for y'all. You better share your tickets, though, with your friends, okay?
Oh, yeah, they're getting it. The worst part is I actually knew that one. I was waiting for you to finish the question.
No, you can clap whenever.
I wanted to be polite.
Oh my gosh, Ven, you're so sweet. Ven was trying to be polite. The crowd was like, no, we're clapping right now. Okay, so I'm so happy to have you all up on stage. And since we're here, I'd love to ask you both, why do you love Yu-Gi-Oh so much?
I like Yu-Gi-Oh because my friend back in Lufkin, Jermaine, got me into it. It was just for, like, I didn't really care, but he showed me, you know, when you find something that you like doing, to go for it.
Aw, I love that. Okay, and what about you?
First I grew up with it as a child, and then I found my main group of friends through college through it, and now I'm the president of a college club for it somehow.
We love that.
Wearing the university short for so our mascot as like our university mascot in the design of Exodia right now. It's on the back.
I love this. Okay.
I don't know if we're allowed to show that on stream or...
That's okay, but we love that it's all about community and memories, right? Do you have like a favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory in your head? It could be from a YCS or childhood memory.
My first top actually was in Houston at Greens Point Mall. I was playing Burning Abyss, and I ended up coming in 10th.
Oh, I love that. Okay, Forrest. Okay, there we go. What about you? Do you have a favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory?
Yes, I do. Right when I got back into the game, it was during the height of Cashier format, and I was on Neospatians of all things. Game 1 at Locals, I went first. Cosmo Neos, which, to those who don't know, lock out your opponent's entire turn. That man immediately scooped from the tournament. And I'm like, oh god, what did I do?
I feel like that is like comical and also sad.
His exact words was, I paid $300 for this deck, why did I lose to Neospatians?
Oh my goodness.
That was probably the pinnacle of humor for this. Admittedly. I'm on better decks now.
Oh my gosh, too funny. Okay, well, can we get a round of applause for Ven and Forrest, everybody? And can we get a round of applause for our crowd who basically won trivia? Y'all are fantastic. Okay, we're going to take a quick little break and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. I'm Billy Brake here at YCS Houston, and there are so many duelists here trying to walk away as a YCS champion. I'm going to stop and talk to them and see how they get here, what they're doing here, and what their plans are for this weekend. So let's hear from the duelists competing at YCS Houston here this weekend. Hello, everyone. Billy Brake here at YCS Houston, and I found another duelist that is here competing this weekend. I'm here with Vale. Now, tell me, where did you come from and why are you here?
I am from Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas. I've been on the scene for a little while, mostly regionals. Y'all can probably see the 60 card guy, baby. Y'all know me. I'm here, man, to win. I hadn't gotten a YCS champion. I've topped a billion regionals. I topped 64 at the COVID Nats. So I just need to go ahead and get this under my belt and really get it ready.
Awesome. So, yeah, really excited about winning. What did you do to prepare for this event when you already have such high expectations?
I played 7 billion hours against Malice with no Lancia or Chaos Hunter in my side deck just to see how which board breakers were the best. So
I love that. Yeah, testing on hard mode. That's something to think that a lot of players may not think to do. That's really good advice. Something you can do. So you mentioned you've been wanting to get that win for a while. Is there any duelists that you look up to? People that you're excited about maybe facing off here this weekend?
Not look up to, because most of the top players that are homies, shout out to Kamal and all those guys. I really want to play Jesse Cotton. I've seen him for a while, and hopefully he's here. If he's not, then that kind of sucks. But he's one of the few on the competitive scene I hadn't got a chance to play, so I just want to see how we stack.
Okay, well, he is here. I did see him earlier, so maybe you'll get that opportunity to face him here this weekend. Now, it's a long weekend. It's a YCS. You mentioned you played a lot of regionals. Those are one-day events. YCSs are 2 days. How are you going to stay focused dueling throughout this long event?
Like I said, it's just I've been doing it for a while, so just remember that every day is just another day. So as a football player, we know one game at a time. Same thing here. One day, one game at a time. Day 2, one game at a time. Don't let day 1 success taint days 2 success. If you drop a game, short memory and get back to it. Keep doing what you do.
Yeah, definitely excellent advice. All right, we're going to end it with one fun question. I don't know how much you know about the anime, but if you could be any character from any of the anime series, who would you be and why?
Easy. Seto Kaiba the GOAT because he got the bag. Big bag Kaiba. He brought his greatest op back from the grave to play him because Yugi cheated him. So he brought him back. He held a tournament to bring him back from the afterlife to get his fade. And so Kaiba will forever be the GOAT no matter what series.
Definitely. My favorite Kaiba duel is against the Shizu, and the Shizu predicts the future, and he's like, no, not even your future reading is going to stop me from winning.
Because I'm Big Money Kaiba, baby. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, it was great talking to you. Good luck this weekend. Thanks for watching. I'm here with Walter Jewell, YCS champion. Thanks for joining me. How far did you come to be here, and why are you here this weekend?
I came from San Diego, California, and
beautiful city.
Yep. It actually in Spanish it means. Well, no, I came to have fun with my friends.
I like staying on track. So you're about having fun, but you'd like to walk away with the win this weekend, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay, cool. So you played at a lot of events. What would you say is the best part about competing at a YCS?
I actually think it's hanging out. Also, I like the barbecue in Texas. So that's like half the reason why I came here, unironically.
So it's more of like a vacation for you, but like an excuse to go to like new cities and have some fun time with your friends and maybe win a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament while you're there?
Yeah, I also like the process of like when you practice to try to get like just improve at like a hobby, and then you come to see if it pays off at the tournament, see if it's your day.
Definitely, guys, it has to be your day. So you've been to a lot of tournaments, you've played a lot of great duelists throughout the years. Is there any particular duelist you'd love to have a match against here this weekend?
Anybody I would want to play against? I don't know, somebody easy, like I can't think of anybody that I want.
I appreciate you holding back, but so you'd rather go the least resistant possible path as opposed to like a gauntlet of like champions along the way.
Yeah, I want to win. I don't want to struggle.
Yeah, the easier it is, the better. Hey, I can respect it. No worries on that. So, how do you stay focused on like a long day of dueling?
I drink a lot of water. I make sure I eat because if I get too hungry, I will be on focus. And then I'll drink like a coffee because it just helps me focus, like the caffeine.
Yeah, staying hydrated is very important. A lot of times you forget to do it because like you finish your round, the next round's up. Yeah, you want to stay hydrated, make sure you eat a lunch and everything else as well. Now, the last question. This is going to be anime related. If you could be any character from any Yu-Gi-Oh anime, what would it be, or who would it be, and why?
I'll be Seto Kaiba because he's rich.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, it kind of works. Do you have any? Could you give me your best Seto Kaiba impression?
This water bottle was made by Carbide Corp. It's too big. Give me a better water bottle.
There you go. Okay, good enough. Thank you so much, Walter, and good luck this weekend. Hello, everybody. I'm here with Steven Darling. So, Steven, so you're here. Are you competing this weekend?
Not this time. Max Steve is going to take a break this weekend.
Okay, but you are going to be on the commentary desk, right?
I am very excited to see everything we've got in store this weekend.
Awesome. What are you the most excited about?
So, actually, we haven't seen high-level Blue Eyes gameplay at a YCS yet, and then all the new stuff from Maze of the Masters, specifically like the Temple of the Kings deck. Really excited to see anime stuff. It is me, after all.
Okay, well, let's jump straight into it. This was going to be my big finish here, but we can just go and mention anime.
Okay, yeah.
I'm really excited to see what your answer is to this question in particular. If you could be any character from any of the Yu-Gi-Oh animes, who would it be and why? And you have to have an impression lined up already before we get to that part.
Well, I'm working on Grandpa Moto actually right now. No, one of my favorite roles for Yu-Gi-Oh is actually Jaden, but it's Jaden when he gets to like that end part where he's just the traveling duelist just going from place to place. You see like a little bit in the movie, but it's hard to do a Jaden impression because that's just like Matthew's beautiful voice. So other than that, I do love me some stall tactic cards. I bring Mystic Mind back for you. So we'll go with Yami Bakura. There's a little bit of evil in all of us, right? You just have to play the right cards.
Yes, awesome. So Jaden and Bakura, all right.
Bakura likes games. I'm not trying to be a bad guy. I just like games. That's all.
All right, well, that was awesome. Great talking to you, Steven. Can't wait to see you back there on the commentary desk with me this weekend. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm here with another part of Team Max Steve, Steven Rodriguez. Thanks for being here this weekend. How far did you come?
Just like you, I came from California.
Pretty far. So what are you going to be doing this weekend? You be back there on commentary?
That's right. I'll be doing a lot of shout casting with my boy Steven Darling. Unfortunately, our other boy Steven Kangas will not be joining us, but don't worry, plenty of Steves to fill the roles.
Definitely. We got enough Steves to go around. Now, what are you most excited about this weekend?
Definitely the recent trend of all the Temple of the Kings players I've been seeing, whether that's with Fiendsmith or just like pure really fun trap decks. I'm excited to see if that makes a big wave here this weekend.
Awesome. Now, so we'll just jump into it, since there's a lot of these questions are about the YCS and like what you're playing and stuff, but we're going to talk about the anime. So the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, if you could be any character in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime, who's it going to be?
Well, first of all, I would be Yami Merrick from the original Battle City Finals, and the reason why I would be him is I want to purposely lose to Joey like he deserves and give him the W, so that way it's a Yugi versus Joey Finals.
As it should be. Now, give me your best Yami Merrick.
Okay, Wheeler, I summon the Winged Dragon of Ra!
Awesome talking to you. Can't wait to be back there at the commentary booth with you this weekend. Thank you for joining us, Steven. Everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Houston. We're mere moments away from going to the top 8, and I'm here with one of our top 8 competitors, Kevin. How does it feel to be in top 8?
Thanks, Billy. Feels good so bit. Yeah.
Yeah. So where are you from?
I'm from Switzerland.
Okay, so tell me about like that journey coming all the way over here for the YCS. Why did you make the trek, and are you happy with where you're at right now? Imagine so.
I'm happy where I am right now. So we decided to get to go to more American YCSs because there's some kind of a lack of YCS in Europe, and we figured let's try this this year. So we went to Orlando, Las Vegas, and now to Houston, and it's I like it very much. Yeah.
Nice. So what is like the competition difference between playing in Switzerland and coming over to the States? Is there a difference? Is it about the same?
I'd say it's about the same. What I like about Americans, they are kind of open, you know, and they are very communicative. So I like playing against American people, sometimes more than against European players. I guess like some of my European colleagues can maybe relate.
That's awesome to hear. Okay, but you made it all the way to top 8. How were the Swiss rounds for you? Were they difficult? Did it go as planned? Did you play against the decks you expected to face here this weekend?
I started off playing against more of like the first 4 rounds were more some of the rogue decks, so this was more difficult. Then the deeper the tournament went, so the more Rise and Malices and the decks. So I prepared for I was facing. So it was getting easier, like easier. Not you know the decks better, so you know how to play against them. Yeah. It went all right.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Is there like a key card or something that you feel like has been like your victory card that's been getting you all these wins here to make it all the way to top 8 this weekend? Or has it just been your whole deck as a whole?
Not one card particularly. It's more like how the card connects in the deck. So it's more about the deck itself. Yeah, it's not one card particularly.
Yeah, but you got a well-built machine there. It's obviously done well for you. It's awesome that you've been coming over here. This is your 3rd American YCS in a row, pretty much, it sounds like, with Orlando and Vegas. So you want to win the YCS here, but do you have any like big ambitions for your Yu-Gi-Oh career as a whole, or is the YCS like your main goal?
Well, I think every competitive player wants to win at least one YCS and go to Worlds. So probably this is like what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, eventually maybe we'll see you at the World Championship this year. You're only a few wins away from becoming a YCS champion. Can't let the nerves set in just yet. You're still focused, remaining. Any advice you'd give to anyone else out there that's thinking about going to a YCS in the future?
Definitely do go, because like the experience is amazing, and like we travel like almost 20 hours, but it's totally worth it. And the only thing I could like really say is never give up. Like sometimes you may end up close of winning or topping or whatever. Don't give up, play more, go to more events, and eventually you'll do good.
All right, it sounds good. I hope you do well. I mean, you've already done well so far. Only a few more rounds left for you. We're going to see if we have more from Kevin in store. Stay tuned. Our top 8 feature match is coming very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We still have to find out the conclusion of YCS Houston. We'll be back shortly. Thank you so much.
And welcome back to YCS Houston. It started with over 1,400 duelists, and now there are a mere 8 here as we are in the top 8. And what an incredible top cut it has been so far, right, Steven?
Absolutely incredible. We've seen Labyrinth, we've seen Mermail, we've seen all kinds of amazing upsets from this weekend in this Ryzeal and Malice-dominated event.
And I gotta say, there really isn't any clear victor of this format yet, right? Because we've seen a lot of Malice decks on the main stage not be able to make it, but somehow on the secondary stage they're able to do just fine. Vice versa with some of the Ryzeal stuff, sort of a commentator's curse. We're not trying to curse the decks, but it just rolls out that way. We've also got to see Mermail gameplay. We've seen Memento. This is a really wide open format. And now we're about to crown our champion. Well, after a couple more matches, of course.
That's right. Speaking of the matches we have to play, let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket so we can update you guys on what matches are happening right now in the top 8. We, of course, have Anthony W. facing off against Aditya D that we saw earlier, piloting that impressive Mermail deck. We have the matchup for you guys here, which is going to be Manuel K versus Nathaniel V. We're going to see them in just a moment. On the other half of the bracket, we could have other matches like Pascal M. We saw him qualify today playing Goblin Biker Memento, and he's fighting against Kai Huang, who we saw playing Labyrinth earlier. So a lot of duelists we've seen throughout this weekend. Hopefully we can see them keep doing well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did that bracket just update in real time? I believe Kevin Z was the only one up there, but as we were speaking, Christian just advanced against Edwin, so we finally know the rest of our top 8 duelists.
It's going to be super exciting to see. I have no question that we're in for some amazing dueling gameplay.
Just great, great stuff. And, you mentioned, look at that top 8, how diverse it is, right? Mermail's there, Labyrinth's in there, Goblin Memento is in there as well. We've got Ryzeal, we've got Bestial Malice. So again, it's one thing to just say, the format is diverse, and then, you see the top cut, and maybe it's not as diverse as you think. These are literally multiple decks, and all of them are in contention to win it.
It's one thing to say that all that matters is dueling and playing your best and playing with whatever you feel comfortable with, but it's another thing to see that work for people, We heard that Kai Huang was like, I just really like this deck. This is the deck that I wanted to play with and win with, and I know what I need to do against these matchups. All I have to do is do it.
Definitely got to sing the praises of a fellow cosplayer, but I love that he loved the deck first and then decided to cosplay from it, right? He wasn't one of the cosplayers just from the get-go. So really, really cool stuff. And I can't believe we can't give all of them trophies and giant cards and everything, because all of these duelists are amazing.
Oh yeah, these are all kings of the game in their own right.
Just incredible, incredible stuff. But with that in mind, we do still have to get through the top 8 bracket. And since all of these decks and duelists are known at this point, are you excited for this particular matchup?
Oh yes, the matchup we have for you guys today between Nathaniel and Manuel is going to be really exciting. We have Pure Ryzeal versus Ryzeal Fiendsmith, kind of the two winners of the Ryzeal strategies. Things like Mitsurugi were around during Supreme Darkness, and while that is still an amazing deck, I feel like for this format in particular, these two are the ones that duelists have been sort of gleaming to.
It's true that we kind of saw Mitsurugi Ryzeal sort of fall off the format. Sometimes things just kind of like fast fashion go out of vogue, but these two decks were kind of asking the same question, right? Which is the better version of this? And it's going to be really exciting to see these two go head-to-head.
One sort of prioritizes like very low to the ground, resilient gameplay. That's the pure Ryzeal one. And then the Ryzeal Fiendsmith tries to add to the already impressive way to play.
Do you have a preference between the two of them? Not trying to play favorites, of course.
Well, you and I got to play during the Team YCS, and I love the way you played the pure Ryzeal deck, and so ever since I've been like very attracted to how that strategy works.
It's kind of slow and steady wins the race, which I know, again, I've said it, it's a weird thing to say again about that particular deck, but it's just so crazy. So one of those things where you really want to see the deck do what it does best, but it seems like just like the Fiendsmith engine does so much to push it over the edge, so I guess we'll have to find out when we find out.
And we're actually going to be throwing to a break in just a moment for you guys, that way we can get this top 8 matchup set up for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
8周年遊戯王デュエルリンクス、最初は何の変哲もない1枚のカードだったはずだ。それが誰かと戦うたびにその歴史がカードに刻み込まれていく。歴代のエースモンスターをクロニクルカードでプレゼント。そして俺のとっておきレインボーネオスも君の力になる。さらに豪華プレゼントも。遊戯王デュエルリンクス8周年。
Hello everyone, to all the duelists out there. We're here at YCS Houston and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley.
Howdy.
Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited
course.
to, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. Like, it's an unreal feeling. I've been playing since I was 4 years old, and finally to get a win, it's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Was there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from the game and had more doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for us say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align, and all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row and win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It'd be amazing. Like, go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back-to-back. So that'd be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So if that's something that's on your mind, was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practiced more for this one because
like, there's something to prove.
After you get that feeling, like you just want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you were 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how there was like you had those kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Discipline, definitely. Understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But you even learn like life lessons, like just keep trying and keep improving time after time.
Never giving up. Yep. Yeah. I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff.
Nice.
And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities, not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now moving away, kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular. Are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
At this point in the game, or like in the format, I don't think there's really any hidden techs. I think it's just comes down to who executes better along the course of the tournament.
Yep. So yeah, having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, you're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot, too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you've defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me. Well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that'd be amazing.
That was Dominic Couch, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick, but ambitious. But I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room. That's for sure. So last question. You talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing. First and foremost.
Practice makes you have to actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory
play.
can only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new things or different things from the grain. And like when it's necessary, because
you never know if you don't try it.
Yeah.
Definitely. So trying things, staying strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
And welcome back. We interrupt what I was previously saying to bring you more important information. Apparently, we're not doing the Rizal mirror match. We're actually going to be showing you Kai Huang versus Pascal on the Goblin Memento. So we get to see Labyrinth versus Goblin Memento instead, which is really exciting.
So are you saying because me and you are going to be commentating the Memento and the Labyrinth player who's a cosplayer? Interesting.
No, I didn't have anything to do with it. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. Just because I play Memento and I cosplay doesn't mean that I canceled the Rizal. I also play Rizal. Rizal for some of you in the chat, I understand. But yeah, no, we are going to be showing Kai Huang versus Pascal, so my apologies for the previous thing. We've got those players ready on the stage, so you know what to do, fam.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see Jackie and talk to those players.
The pressure building, 100 sent home, and now only 8 remain. Are we ready for this top 8 feature match? Well, let's begin with the blue chair. And we have Pascal Maniguet from Elmont, New York. He loves weightlifting, and his PR, 380 pounds for squat. Now to the red chair, Kai Zhang from Alhambra, California. His fun fact, he speaks 3 languages, Chinese, Japanese, and English. Okay, crowd, are we ready for this top 8 match? All right, let's get started, sending it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That's some very appropriate hype for this top 8 match between Kai Huang and Pascal. We, of course, have Pascal playing the Goblin Memento deck we saw earlier today, and Kai Huang piloting the Labyrinth deck as Arius himself.
Just incredible, incredible stuff so far from both of these competitors, using decks that you don't necessarily see every day, especially on the Labyrinth side, but they're also known for being able to go the distance. It's going to be really interesting to see how this particular matchup plays, just like when we saw Kai on the featured match stage last time.
A couple of things to note, too, about this top 8 match. Not only is it their only chance to potentially get into the top 4 and then, of course, later on in the finals, but they're going to have 55 minutes instead of the normal 45 that they're used to all weekend. So a bit more time so we can have a more decisive victor.
Certainly is not going to go down to the wire on this one. 55 minutes should be enough time for these 2 crazy combo decks to finish everything that they do, but they're also known for being able to play almost indefinitely, so maybe we will go the full 55.
Yeah, we see that Kai Huang is probably not a stranger to playing against these more rampant combo decks like Memento using his own Labyrinth, but I'm actually curious how Pascal can combat what will be the impressive trap cards that Kai Huang will use to leverage against him.
Well, we know that the face-down monsters don't necessarily lock you out of the fusion summons, and so perhaps that is the way that we're going to see Pascal be able to punch through those trap cards, right? Being able to make a Guardian Chimera on call could help, because sometimes Kai will get stuck on trap cards that can't be activated during the same turn, although relatively rarely based on his previous performance, but he's got his work cut out for both of these duelists, really do.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see how these duelists combat this matchup and hopefully earn their right to be in the top 4 of YCS Houston.
Kai's definitely got great energy, and Pascal, certainly having been up on the stage before, a little loosened up from his first appearance there. Nothing wrong with being steely and just focused on the duel, but it's always great when somebody has a good time because you know they're relaxed and in their element.
I wonder if we should keep an internal tally of how many times Kai Huang summons Arius during this match, because it's like, how many times have you played yourself this game?
You played yourself. Well, I know he used it once, at least a special summon it on the reaction on that previous duel that we saw. So that's one you keep track in the chat for us.
Oh, we're immediately going to the roll, it looks like.
Oh, maybe that roll doesn't count. Looks like we're setting the dice aside.
Okay, yeah.
Look at the smile. There we go.
Pascal's getting a little antsy. He's like, I want to get this game going. Let me earn my right for top 4.
I told you he was comfortable. Maybe a little too comfortable, but great. They are just smiling like 2 old friends ready to just play a good old hearty game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
They've worked very hard to get here. Which one will come out on top as the duelists get their shuffle decks to each other, and they're ready to, I think, start this top 8 match.
And what's kind of cool, too, we talked about how this was an international affair, right? We got to see Kevin all the way from Europe earlier, Billy interviewing him. But this is an East Coast, West Coast match. It's California versus New York.
Very true.
Getting little rivalries from across the nation as we sort of set the stage over the next couple of months. We'll have some new formats, new packs coming out in between. But the NAWCQ will be upon us before you know it. So we're going to find out where the best duelists in North America come from.
All right, our duelists are shuffled up. They're waiting patiently for the judges to give them the go-ahead so that way they can start playing. You can totally tell they're like, we're here, we know what we're going to do. We just want to go ahead and get it done.
Judges are also locked in and ready to go. So it's time. We've already seen the dice roll, so let's get into the gameplay here. It is going to be game 1 of the top 8.
Definitely this dice roll is going to be more important than maybe others have been in the past because Labyrinth plays very differently when it goes first or going second. Has options in both modes, but I definitely know Kai Huang would prefer first.
So we are going high roll. Now the official high roll. 8, not too bad. Kai rolls.
That is 10.
Oh, wow.
That is more than enough to give Kai the right to pick which goes first or second. Alrighty, two duelists having a great fist bump here. They're going to draw their opening hand of 5 cards, and we're going to get this game underway.
All right. So it's great when Labyrinth gets good first. You do miss out on 1 extra card, but as we saw, Kai has emptied his hand on turn 0.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not a big a deal as we discard Stovitory and Absolute King Backjack.
Those are 2 cards made in heaven right there. We're going to go ahead and get that search for a trap card. We're going to get Welcome Labyrinth, and then on Resolution, we'll be able to activate a new chain of Backjack as we send to the graveyard to rearrange the top 3 cards of our deck.
Well, Kai's been a gentleman before. Maybe he'll show us what those 3 cards are. Let's see.
Let's see. I see an Ariana. Oh, wow, you're psychic. He knows how to do a good show. Dimensional Barrier and Arius.
Thanks, Kai.
So because he sent the Backjack, he would be able to, if he puts a trap card on top, be able to activate it from the top of his deck, essentially, during Pascal's turn. And I don't see any more monsters in Kai Huang's hand, so he's just going to pass his turn and say, go ahead.
What a gentleman, just extending that hand.
He may have only have set 4, but thanks to that Backjack, it's essentially a set 5 and pass. If he put the D-Barrier on top, I'm not sure.
Oh, I think it could be D-Barrier.
It is.
Oh, wow.
And that card can be activated this turn thanks to Backjack.
Certainly will help. Memento is known for fusions.
So there's the special of Tatsuno Toshigo. On summon, I don't think Kai has anything. This would be a good time for our Daruma Carbon Cannon. Nice, there it is. He's going to go ahead and set that Tatsuno Toshigo face down so it won't be able to destroy itself and get that dump of 5 levels for Memento cards.
Every deck has some kind of weakness to it, right? Just something it can't get done in all circumstances. They always talk about how card effects have to resolve, but in Memento they have to activate. They're a little bit vulnerable because it's a mostly ignition effect-based deck.
But like you said, being set face down isn't that big of a deal because you can still fusion summon with them.
Not with that Dimensional Barrier at the ready. But, ooh, Goblin Breaker Grand Breakout. Let's go ahead and get something, unless we're gonna Dominus Impulse. No, we're not Dominus Impulsing, so it's Goblin time.
Yep, there we go. The Mementolan Goblin's going to be hitting the board, and we also get a nice send from the deck using this card's effect.
From deck?
Yep, we're going to go ahead and send 2 cards here by destroying the Goblin.
So 2 Memento names down, 3 to go.
This would be a prime time for maybe Gaddock and Anguish, maybe? Question mark? I don't know. We'll see what he goes for. There's the Gaddock. Always nice to send that and get the free body.
Really has helped this deck really push over the edge. Gaddock just a great card for sure, but the second card is going to be important. Also could be Sleepy, but that Dimensional Barrier is terrifying.
But I guess if you force the barrier out, you still have access to your Link plays if you play any of those, and maybe even your XZs because we know that Pascal plays Big Gavanga.
Oh, that's right, because we did get to see it earlier.
But how useful is Big Gavanga going to be in this matchup? I don't think it even really interacts with Kai Huang's board at all. Ooh, we're actually going to get the Memento Field spell sent to the graveyard here using Goblin's effect. I believe you totally can do that. It just says cards for Goblin.
That is right. And the reason why, of course, is because Memento Miklon is usually able to set various cards, but that's an interesting way to go ahead and get it set, and using it to add it back. Nice.
Pascal still has not used his normal summon for turn yet. Everything has been a special summon so far, but we haven't seen any sign of Anguish or Darkblade in his hand. But there is the Sleepy.
Can I read this card? Sure.
Kai Huang just getting a clarification on how it fusion summons. I believe once it's summoned to the field, it'll be a quick effect to be able to do that.
So Memento Monster was destroyed, so that's how you're getting the special summon.
Yes.
In the hand, chain D-Barrier, call fusion.
Alright, so there we have the chain of the effective Sleepy to summon itself with D-Barrier to call fusion monsters, meaning all fusions have their effects negated and they cannot be summoned.
I gotta read this. Sorry.
Special summon a Memento Monster for my deck.
So we are going to go ahead and destroy a Memento Monster on Resolution and then special summon or add to the hand. That's important for some of the bigger Memento Monsters.
This is very true.
There's no cost?
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, on Resolution it destroys. It's like part of the effect, essentially.
Absolutely correct.
It's kind of like, what's that new Sky Striker card? Linkage. I say new, but the newest one.
I'm going to trigger Anguish to add a memento.
Card or
monster?
Monster, that's good.
So Anguish will be able to search here after being specialed off of Bone Party. Maybe Mace or Darkblade probably would be a really good thing for him, so we can just get more of his names in the yard while cycling through.
Fusions may be gone, but combining 5 names is not a fusion summon when it comes to combined creation.
That's true. You can essentially have a pseudo fusion summon by using the summoning mechanic of combined creation. And there we have 2 level 3 monsters. Going to be XZ summoning here into Big Gabanga. On summon, this will let him search for another Goblin card. We could see the Doug Charger coming out and just get the extra body for some maybe link climbing or just get more resources essentially for Pascal.
Still haven't seen any of the Speedroids that we saw earlier when he was scrolling through his deck. Obviously a little too late for opening up with no monsters to get that Speedroid Terratop, but you're right, there's the Doug Charger from the deck to the hand.
And that will be able to summon itself by removing one of the materials from his own Big Gabanga and then give him extra cards on board. It is worth noting that it is Pascal's going second, so he might be looking to deal some damage this turn if he can. Oh, speaking of which, we're in the battle phase. We're going to attack with Big Gabanga. On attack declaration, it looks like Kai has a response of Welcome Labyrinth to summon.
Okay.
That is good. No Ash Blossom from Pascal's side, so Kai's just going to go ahead and search his deck for one of the big ladies. Going to get Lady Labyrinth at the Silver Castle herself. And then on a new chain, I think he'll be able to...
Has 0 triggers.
I love that Kai is singing out his plays, by the way, whenever he gets one of the boss monsters from the Labyrinth strategy. Just the energy in him comes alive.
We're going to swing with the Big Gabanga. I believe it has a battle effect that would it out the lady? Does it only sucks up monsters if it uses its effect to detach, correct?
And typically attaching monsters doesn't target, but let's see what happens next.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, the attack is good. I believe that means Pascal would take some damage because the Big Gabanga only has 2,100 attack points.
Not the worst idea trying to crash into it.
Oh, here we see the second effect of Goblin Grand Breakout in the graveyard, banishing itself. And now we're going to detach, and we're going to use Big Gabanga's effect, like I thought, to attach the Lady of the Silver Castle. But I'm not sure if Pascal took damage.
Well, I guess we'll get the life pods updated in just a moment here, but interesting to see that actually protected there for sure. Yep, and
it destroys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's or it sends to the graveyard. One of the
It would have to send to the graveyard because there are face-down cards on the field, and Lady Silver does not usually get destroyed in that situation.
Ooh, and because we attack with an XZ monster, we go into Zeus in main phase 2. We're going to activate Zeus's effect to send all of the cards on the field to the graveyard. We're going to chain Big Welcome to that, and we're going to chain Trap Trick to our very own Big Welcome.
Oh, and huge to set the transaction rollback to basically get free traps, right? Because since that's getting sent to the graveyard, it's always the hardest part of transaction rollback is how are you going to get it to the graveyard. Easier in Labyrinth because you can discard it. But using Trap Trick, that's huge because the Zeus actually is helping here.
Yeah, we've been seeing Memento all weekend long dominate with fusion monsters, so of course Kai was like, Dimension Barrier Call Fusion, but who knows, these XZs could also force him into some pretty sticky situations.
Well, it's been kind of something we've picked up since last year. The Dimensional Barrier is a great card, but typically the Fiendsmith engine gives you something that is Dimensional Barrier immune. What a great way to play around Dimensional Barrier. Just start XZ summoning. I'm not going to fuse.
Another heads up play here from Kai. He went ahead and used his Bill Welcome to summon back the lady that's in his graveyard, and then in the same chain used as part of the same effect, add it back to his hand to dodge the Zeus, sending it to the graveyard. And now, like you said, we have rollback plus a Big Welcome in the yard.
And that is a big old graveyard full of traps. Incredible. And since transaction rollback is there, it could be used to banish itself, pay those life points, and chain to a fusion summon effect and grab the effect of Dimensional Barrier to stop it.
And Kai may only have 1 card in hand, but we've seen him be more than comfortable at 0 cards in hand, so this game is far from over.
Speaking of cards in hand, it's time to drop down the Memetotlin Tekutlika combined creation.
We have exactly 5 different names in the graveyard, so it's going to be able to meet its summoning condition and be summoned from the hand. And that man is an absolute house. But not having any mementos in the graveyard does make him a little bit weaker during Kai's turn.
Just a little bit. You won't be able to summon an Anguish and then be able to grab something like Memetotlin Goblin or Mace from the deck.
Here we see a bit of a pause here. I think the judges are just clarifying something or just asking a question. Are they asking about how the previous chain was resolved?
Oh, how interesting. I overheard our assistant head judge. So Goblin Biker Grand Breakout only works on attack declaration, but a replay, when a monster is summoned in the middle of an attack and you redeclare the attack, it's not an attack declaration. So we're going to have to rewind the game state.
Right, because the Grand Breakout, which I believe was used to send the lady to the...
but we might be doing an accepted game state here.
We'll see. They might update us as the game goes on, but right now they're just trying to figure out how that exact interaction went.
It is important that both players know what's going on, right? If you read your tournament policy guidelines, both players have an obligation to maintain a correct game state. So both players had an equal opportunity to say, hey, this card doesn't do what it's trying to do or what you say it does. So that's important, especially at this stage of game. You know, it's fun. You can get comfortable here on the stage, but we might have gotten just a little too comfortable. So we are going to, I believe, have an accepted game state because it doesn't look like we're winding it back.
Yep, it looks like here we're going to be resolving the effect of Memento Mictlan here. Kai Wong just clarifying what that card does for himself as well.
Probably means a procedural error minor for both of these players, but it doesn't seem like it's getting upgraded, obviously, since I don't think that's something that happens every day, for sure.
Right. We'll update you guys if anything changes, of course, with that, but let's go ahead and watch this game here and see what happens next. I think Kai is just debating if he wants to interact with this at all. I think the only option he has is to activate Lady's effect to summon herself because a trap has been activated this turn. Should go ahead and get summoned out there.
Oh, and then banishing the transaction rollback to use the effect of a normal trap card. And that's going to be Trap Trick, setting the cannon.
I pay more than 4,000. No, I pay less than 4,000 because I took damage already. Okay. I mean, it's okay. We don't have to keep life. If I'm losing, I don't know.
So we did get a update from the judges, just like what we said, Grand Breakout's Graveyard Effect cannot be used here, so it's only on attack declaration. Both players did receive a procedural error minor, but it's just a warning, even at this stage of gameplay.
Yeah, just as you said, Steven, it was just like an interesting situation that you don't see every day. Replays are not considered attack declarations.
Thank you for the update, judges. Got a little ahead of myself, a little experience there, but seems like everything is fine as we continue through the end phase to use the Karma Cannon to flip some monsters face down.
Chain to the effect, or is it a new chain?
It's a new chain.
New chain? So I'll chain to set trap. Hey, you almost got me with that one.
Okay.
So then I'm going to set.
Yeah, so there we see Kai, they're just clarifying that he can actually chain to his own trap card using Lady because Memento Creation would trigger on a different chain, so it does not chain block the Lady's effect set.
It does it anytime? Yeah. I did not know that, guys. I did not know that. I'm a bozo.
Kai being a little hard on himself there, calling himself a poser. You are not a poser, Kai. But it is true that you can really use Memento Mictlan whenever you need to set that, and so he is going to go ahead and set down an extra bone party for later. And it's important because it could destroy a Memento monster in the hand if there is one in Pascal's hand.
Very true. Right now he cannot get rid of his Combined Creation because that card does not know that it is a Memento monster because it is set face down.
Oh, yeah, good point.
No, Trap Trick set rollback, and then I didn't use a trap after that. Yeah. Daruma is the only trap activated after Trap Trick.
Yeah, so we're just clarifying that he was still able to activate Daruma because the Trap Trick just sent the rollback because it was destroyed by the Zeus. But the only trap card he activated from the field has been the Daruma Karma Cannon. But I think, because the phrasing of Trap Trick does not say that trap card, it says one more trap after this card's been activated. It doesn't matter which trap card it is, but after that, no more.
That is correct there. And so this is an interesting matchup because neither deck necessarily puts out complicated mechanics or gameplay, but overwhelmingly putting out so much stuff that it is a very draining duel on both players. There's lots of little micro interactions. So certainly after a long couple of days, that stuff's going to happen, but looks like play will continue from here.
We saw Kai's top deck being Ariana, the Labyrinth Servant, but in response to that summon's effect, we have Pascal activating Momental Infusion. That is a way to get this Combined Creation back in the graveyard and use up that Memento name and access Bone Party. But does Pascal have another Memento in hand? He must, right? Do we know any cards in his hand at this point? I don't think so.
But it could be a Guardian Chimera, too. Look, 2 monsters on the field, 1 in the hand.
And they have different names. You're totally right. Imagine a Zeus and a 5,000 attack by monster being used to make a weaker monster.
Only in Yu-Gi-Oh! Would you combine 2 monsters to make a smaller monster, right? But it is going to be very clutch if he happens to do that. He wouldn't be able to destroy the Lady of the Silver Castle, but... Oh, we're going to bounce.
Yes, right. Big Welcome Lever can chain anything, and that means Memento Infusion resolves without effect.
I think it was definitely the Guardian Chimera there. What a heads-up play.
You could totally see Kai going, okay, what's he summoning? What's he summoning? What's he summoning? It's got to be Chimera. I'm going to get rid of that Zeus, put it back in your extra deck.
You know this.
Okay.
It was set last turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And but one thing that Kai is denying himself is the ability to activate that set big welcome that he has on board. But he's Ariana. He's getting he's getting Labyrinth. I was going to say welcome. That'll make his welcome Labyrinth way more powerful.
Certainly a welcome feeling as the field spell hits the field.
Resolve nothing?
No.
Yeah, resolution of adding Labyrinth, anything.
Set. Summon.
Yep, we're going to activate the effect of Labyrinth Stormy Torby to summon itself, and we're going to set Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard.
Oh, that's gonna hurt, guys. All right.
Ooh.
Oh, unfortunately though, he did commit to activating the Welcome Labyrinth, the Labyrinth, and I do think that means he misses the opportunity to bring back the Storby and the Welcome Labyrinth.
He does because he missed the triggers, and it is really important. Verbal commitment like that, it takes over your actual hand commitment. So, tournament policy guidelines, definitely something you have to adhere to, especially at this stage of play.
We still have the big Welcome to bounce and summon from the deck, which is really valuable for Kai here because you can summon Lovely, then bounce something else.
Summon, then bounce.
Stand by.
We're going to chain that to set. There could have been a world here where Pascal chained his own Bone Party to stop the Lady Labyrinth from summoning because this will give Kai the Welcome Labyrinth he wanted last turn.
Okay.
So Kai found a way to get back. Probably needs to slow down, right? There's a lot of Labyrinth and cosplayer fans certainly cheering him on, but at the same time, Pascal just kind of holding it together, making sure to make concise, decisive plays, and by doing slow and steady, that may win him the match here, so we shall see how this proceeds.
We see Kai eyeing that trap trick there, but he's going to choose to get the Dominus Impulse set here to maybe turn off any shenanigans like that known Bone Party from being able to summon, and we're going to add back the Lady of the Silver Castle here with our effect.
Okay.
Yeah, just clarifying which effect adds the card back to the hand. It's all one effect for Big Welcome Labyrinth because he controls a level 8 Fiend monster.
I'll pop Bone Party.
So using the full effect of the field spell and getting rid of the Bone Party before there's even an opportunity to use it. And obviously there's no face-up Memento monster or anything left in the hand that would be Memento.
Yep, and then here we have the new chain here of Ariana and then chaining the Stovey Torby and of course the Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself.
So all's well that ends well for Kai. Managed to still get that same play back, but he's going to have to be very careful again. Remember, there can be upgrades. We've seen that before during the tournament. We would hate to see this duel decided that way.
Yeah, you can definitely get a little too exciting when you see like an open game state. You're like, I can just play, right? And then you miss a step every here and there. So here we're going to chain something as Pascal here. We're going to chain Forbidden Drop.
Ooh.
We're going to be sending our Combined Creation and the Memento Field Spell to target both of the monsters and negate their effects, and you can't respond with monsters or spell cards.
Yes, cross.
This and this?
Yeah.
Let's see. I wonder what Kai's thinking. No response there. So both those monsters will be had and their effects will be negated, but we'll get the Welcome Labyrinth set and the Stovey Torby summoned.
Now, I'm certainly not trying to clamp down on the duel. There's certainly a lot of nerves when you have made it to the top 8 of a YCS.
Ooh, and normal summon Anguish for Pascal is huge because that turns on all of the Memento cards that he put back in his deck last turn. There we see the Tatsu no Toshigo, and this time I don't think Kai has any way to stop this. All he has is Impulse. We're going to use the effect here and send 5 levels worth of Memento monsters to the graveyard. This will be all Pascal needs. If something like Creation King hits the board here, I feel like Pascal could just have the game this turn.
We knew this was going to be a wild and crazy duel. I don't think we could expect this.
This is still game 1.
You got it?
Yeah.
Yep, so we're sending Mace, Goblin, and we're going to use Garrick to summon itself back. And then we're going to use Garrick on summon effect to add back a Memento card to the hand. This could get back the field spell like we saw turn 1. There's currently no Sleepy. You could also get the fusion spell here that we haven't used yet. That could be pretty huge. We do see him going for the fusion. We're going to use Anguish's effect, targeting Gaddock.
That's all she wrote, though. Kai has decided to concede this game. Maybe needs a little bit of a breather and to get back in.
I'm sure he's kicking himself with that bit of a misplay there with the Welcome Labyrinth. Just getting, Labyrinth. But before that, Chain Link 1, yeah. That's the kind of thing that'll kind of haunt you here in this matchup. But hopefully he can forget it. This duel's over. He's going to go on to games 2 and 3, and Pascal is the winner of this one.
I think it was mostly decided with gameplay. The only opportunity might have been to set an additional trap card there with the Stovey Torby, but seems like things have kind of calmed down for both duelists, but both duelists, again, showing a little bit of nerves. We know that they haven't been this far into an event before. before. And even if you get comfortable, sometimes you can get too comfortable, right? There's slow play and there's too fast play, and we've seen a little bit of both throughout the tournament, but it seems like they're okay. We've got a great, assistant head judge up there to kind of instruct them, make sure they're following all the rules here. So as they side deck, what do you think they're thinking about as far as this matchup goes?
It feels like for Kai, it's only as simple as making sure that you prioritize the kinds of interactions that stop your opponent from going for those big resource gains. Like if he can keep Creation King off the board, he can win the grind game against Pascal. And Pascal's going, how can I protect my combos from these trap cards? There's very few ways for him to actually interact with them. The best he can do probably is put in cards that actually increases his advantage, like Mulch Armies. But as we've seen, Kai can play around those pretty easily.
Certainly can, and there is certainly, we talked about how Labyrinth has a sort of vulnerability to each and every Mulch Army, but you also could just save the plays for next turn. Unlike other decks, when the Mulch Army comes down and they just say, you know what, I skipped my turn, it's your move. Kai literally could say, I'm just going to wait until we cross the end phase, and now that it's your turn, it's my move.
Or the real Doom scenario, you go Fuelos, Perulia, and they go, okay, cool, set 5, pass. And you're like, oh no, I just went -2 for no reason.
What special summons? Looks like both duelists are locked in now. Pascal just calmly going through the cards there as he pile shuffles. Kai doing much the same.
It's very nice, though, to see both these duelists playing at the highest level of play possible. We saw some impressive plays there from Kai, being able to counter Pascal at every turn, but was stymied there just at the last moment.
And while the conversation was dominated by nerves, I think really that was a duel decided by their cards. So neither duelist doing anything wrong here. I think they're going to go into the next one maybe a little bit calmer, more collected. But they're still doing a great job of maximizing how much value they get out of these decks that just play and play and play.
Yep, and they have at least 35 minutes on the clock for both of these games, so they have plenty of time to play it out and see which duelist is the better one this go around.
Not going to be a photo finish here, but let's get into Game 2 to find out if Pascal will win this one and advance to the next, or Kai will bring it back for a Game 3.
All right, both players seem ready to go. My assumption is that Kai has chosen to go first. They're going to draw their opening hands. Let's have a good duel, boys.
Is that my main phase?
Start of main phase 1, Pot of Extrav. Kai loves doing this. A really cool thing about this card is that it can actually bait any of your opponent's Ash Blossoms that they might have in your hand. That can open up your Labyrinth cards to being safer. That's pretty cool.
Especially considering that drawing 2 cards, you want to Ash Blossom that, but may be the least of your problems here. But let's see what 2 cards we draw. I definitely saw a Transaction Rollback.
Ooh, and I see a big welcome and a trap trick. I think Kai has everything he wants to be a happy camper as a Labyrinth player. Starting off with Torby sending Draglier. Sorry, Chandraglier. That'll go ahead and let him set another trap card. My guess is he wants Welcome Labyrinth. Yep, that'll be the best one to kind of get him into the rest of his engine. And then I think I saw 4 purple cards, so it's going to be set 5 total and pass.
I think you're right. Set, 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 set.
All we got to do. All right, it's over to Pascal. Let's see how he can combat this.
It was many YCSs ago when an Eldritch Duelist set 5 and the crowd cheered. This is wild to see set 5 in 2025.
Here we have the Welcome Labyrinth. They can probably get Lady here. Usually the first one you want to start with because that gets you into even more trap cards during this turn. Yep, there she is, Lady of the Silver Castle.
Anything on Rose?
No. Lady Labyrinth, certainly putting in work. I think she's been the MVP of this particular set of duels.
Oh, 100%. Usually the most consistent Lady Labyrinth monster, whereas Lovely's more of a payoff for all your already set up cards.
Well, the Queen sits on her throne, but she hasn't arrived yet. We're taking a deep look into Mementotlin Darkblade here to consider whether or not we want to stop it. Would be kind of scary. Are we activating the effect here? Oh, yep. Does it go in the field spell zone?
Yeah, it was originally in the farthest right zone. Or left if you're Pascal.
All right, we're just going to go ahead and destroy the Mementotlin Darkblade to special summon level 3, and there's the Anguish in attack mode.
We're doing everything we need to. We have that extra name in the yard thanks to the Darkblade.
All right, back into the deck, no response. So searching out a Memento monster from the deck to the hands.
This could be a Sleepy line. This could be a Goblin line. This could be... Probably that's it, because you want to be able to maybe protect your... No, probably just normal summon Goblin could be pretty cool here. But we are going to get the Tatsuno Toshigo.
Kind of have to push the envelope there. When you're staring down 4 face-down cards, eventually you have to get rid of some of those before you bring out your biggest bosses.
If Kai does not already have a Karma Cannon, he might force it out here from Pascal. There we see the big welcome. This will let him put back the Tatsuno Toshigo in Pascal's hand because he does control a level 8 Fiend. And then he's going to chain the Lady's effect to set another trap card.
And we've already normal summoned. I've seen some desperation play where Tatsuno Toshigo was tribute summoned, but not this turn. Oh, but there's the cannon.
It currently cannot be played this turn, I believe, because Lady does not let you do that.
Unless we get to a coup clock, but there is no clock in sight. Speaking of the clock, we got 33 minutes, so plenty of dueling time left.
Ooh, we're getting Ariana, and Ariana can get the coup clock, right?
That's true.
Because Labyrinth does not negate their effects.
Chain 2 to add back, summon, set to the field.
So let's see, Chain Link 4 is going to be Welcome Up to set itself. Chain Link 3 is going to be Stoby to summon, Dragolier to add back to hand, and then Ariana to search. Chain 5 for Pascal is going to be Forbidden Droplet on the Ariana, would be pretty huge here. We're going to go ahead and send that Otaka Tomborg from his hand to the graveyard, the patented Speedroid engine requirement.
Not getting locked in a win for now, but
We have another Daruma Karma Cannon! It was the biggest bait of Kai's life. Yo, just proving that it is in fact a different one. Don't worry. Pascal's like, but you said that this turn. I was like, I did set this one this turn, but not this one.
Keeping great track here.
Now, does that mean that Droplet no longer applies to Ariana because it's been set face down? Is it like imperm like that, or does it not target?
So you negate face-up cards during the resolution of Forbidden Droplet, and since it's no longer face-up, you can't negate that face-up card.
So you look at the search of the coup clock, and so now if he wants to, he can activate the other Daruma Karma Cannon. Really heads-up play from Kai, getting a card that he already had set face down.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Amazing play right there. It is worth noting that Pascal has used his normal, but he has Momental Infusion. And we have the hard draw D-Barrier calling Fusion. Pascal at a loss for words, at a loss for actions, but he's going to keep playing, and he's going to banish that Fusion from his graveyard to activate its second effect. Just making sure he has a clarification of how this one works.
Yeah,
Yes.
Just on the edge of my seat here, because every one of these plays is absolutely incredible. Every one of these plays is pushing the envelope of this, and Kai just had some great luck with that opening hand, drawing exactly the normal trap cards he needed.
Tatsuno Toshigo hits the graveyard, and now Pascal is switching his deck for another Memento monster. Oh, are they clarifying if Fusion can send face-down monsters?
It's summoned after. It was Daruma resolved before this came out.
Oh, they're asking if the Stoby should be face down. I believe it was Chain Link 3 and Daruma Karma Cannon was Chain Link 6.
I don't know. You got to keep track of that.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What did you search? Sorry.
Party?
Yep, so we got Bone Party thanks to Fusion.
It summons from deck.
Also can add to hand, although it doesn't seem like that effect is being used much.
It can still be Ash Blossom, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think Kai has that. So we're going to send the Goblin from hand to the graveyard, or destroy it, I should say.
Destroy. Now that it's destroyed... It's funny, too. I mean, you can see Goblin having a party right there on the art.
What other Memento extenders could he do? He currently does not have the names for Combined Creation. He could get Mace and maybe use that during Kai's turn to maybe stymie him from going for game.
But Mace only works when you have Combined Creation on the field.
Oh, you're totally right. I'm not sure what Pascal has access to anymore. He's gone through almost everything. Not being able to get into Creation King has been super tough for him both these games here.
Well, it's the one inherent advantage, right? We've joked about how the Pot of Extravagance means you don't care about your extra deck, but Kai doesn't care about your extra deck either, but he does grab the Mace and special summon to the field. Of course, it could destroy itself to grab another Memento card from the deck to the hand. I wonder what sort of miracle panacea he's looking for.
We could get Sleepy, but without being able to Fusion Summon, what's Sleepy doing for you?
Think here.
He's like, I'm good. He's going to activate the effect on resolution of the summon of Kukla to be able to activate a set trap card that he played this turn. And there we see Pascal scooping it up. The second Karma Cannon is too much.
So one thing, not only do the effects have to resolve, but they do have to be able to activate it. And if that monster's face down, it just isn't happening. So Kai has a little bit of smile on his face, a lot of relief. A lot of energy, too, as he slams back to the chair and takes a smile at the crowd as they applaud for him, a little fist pump there. But he is not out of the woods yet. Pascal is still demonstrating great, great play here. So he's got to dig himself out of this hole, but he'll be able to go first. Depending on what Kai gets in his opening hand, may mean that, well, Pascal is able to run away with this duel.
I feel like Kai Wong definitely made it up to himself about that maybe misstep he had in Game 1. He played that Game 2 like an absolute master and truly dominated.
Well, his game plan was to win 2 out of 3. He's still got to do just the same.
Yes, this Game 3 is going to decide who is going to be in our first semifinalist for YCS Houston. I imagine both these duelists are both ready, but also extremely nervous.
Kind of a wild one here, but there's the smile again, that trophy within reach. But you haven't earned it yet, Kai.
what would you say is the percentage buff that Kai gets for being dressed as Arius playing the Labyrinth deck?
You know, I don't know if you get any gameplay buffs, but man, the Riz is on point.
Yeah, the spirituality buff is what I'll say. Like, his spirits will be high no matter what. He's on camera, he's in top 8, and he's playing Labyrinth dressed as Arius. That's got to be a win no matter what happens here today.
Oh, yeah, and sometimes that's enough to get you through the next game. Not to say that if you come here dressed in comfortable clothes, locked in on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, you're not going to do well, because Pascal is doing exactly that. But you're right that if you're just feeling it, you don't get those doubts in your head. You're not thinking, what if I do this? What if I do that? Now, that did get Kai into trouble during Game 1, but he definitely has the energy for it, so let's see if the cards can do the same for him.
Something in Pascal's favor here is that this will be the first game where he gets to go first, and he potentially gets to go as unfettered as possible, depending on if Kai has any really powerful side deck techs, of course. But I bet you Pascal feels super confident. We know that he's playing a deck that he's more than comfortable with, and he's playing a really interesting version of it that includes some awesome sub-engines like the Goblin Bikers and the Speedroids.
We haven't seen a Taka Tomborg. Can you imagine we start off this last duel just Speedroid Taka Tomborg and the eyes just jump out of Kai's head?
I mean, we have seen the Taka Tomborg in hand, but we haven't seen the Terratop plus Taka Tomborg patented 2-punch combo, which would be super awesome for Pascal.
Pascal just taking a little breath there. Got to get it done. Kai just looking out to the crowd, gathering energy. Oh, there's the smile. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of duelists are in focus mode until the game is over. You know this as well as I do.
Just that feeling of relief. You're like, oh, I won. Oh, I could win again.
My emotions, they've been unlocked. They're no longer distractions.
Well, we are here at the YCS after all. So let's find out in our Game 3 who is going to move on from top 8 to top 4.
We've got Kai Wong on the right. We have Pascal on the left. Memento versus Labyrinth. This is going to be one heck of a show. Everyone lock in.
See a good, clean match.
Standby phase.
It's time to duel. Pascal, of course, starting off, and he's leading with Memento and Goblin. That's a pretty good start here. Going to get 2 cents from the deck. Kai Wong just making sure he's like, I want to understand fully what's about to happen to me right now. Yeah, that's fine. He's going to destroy itself.
Yes.
And then send 2 more cards to the graveyard. We're going to send Gaddock, and we're going to send Fusion. Really nice, getting extra access to more Memento cards.
Wow!
Chain Link 1, Gaddock, Chain Link 2, Meow was going to get that draw because a card was summoned from the graveyard, which is something that Memento loves to do.
The forgotten Mulcharmy of the format. We've seen lots of Purulia, we have seen lots of Fualos, but Meows has taken the stage.
As a Malice player, that is a very scary card.
Well, I mean, you know, Kai said earlier in his interview that he thought the best deck was Malice, so he came equipped for it, and that will help him in this Memento matchup.
So they receive Fusion, sending Gaddock to the graveyard, and returning the Goblin to the deck to be able to summon Memento Twin Dragon.
Oh, wait. Is this engraved?
Yeah, I shuffle it back.
It shuffles back from grave?
Yes.
Yeah, just double checking how Memento Infusion works. You can either send cards from your hand and field to the graveyard, or you can return cards from your graveyard back into the deck.
Because it was also destroy Goblin.
Oh, it's like the second sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure we fully understand why he was able to do that, because earlier he didn't do that. It's just an option you have when cards are destrored.
What does that do? Sorry.
Destroys, add 2. Anything.
So on summon, it does what?
Destroys itself to add 2 Memento monsters.
That's good.
Going to go ahead and destroy itself and add 2 Memento monsters from his deck to his hand. Going to probably get some extra extenders here. We've already used our normal summons, so things like Darkblade and Anguish are a bit weaker now. But Sleepy is definitely online.
It's going to be difficult to decide what to do next here for Pascal. You don't want to give too many draws to Kai, because every single time it could just mean the right Labyrinth card hits the hand, and discarding it could mean doom.
Yep, and here we see Kai just double-checking what the graveyard effect of Fusion is, being able to search for more Memento cards, essentially. Get him even more consistency. That card's really strong for this archetype.
Absolutely has pushed it over the edge here to really make the deck a lot more competitive. Was always good. Played it right when it came out of Valiant Smashers, but obviously it is a new beast from what it once initially was.
Oh yeah, for me the biggest unlock has been Creation King, no question. Okay, so here we have Pascal probably thinking if he wants to order this any differently or just go straight for that Tatsu no Toshigo and get some more Memento cards in his yard.
Now, Pascal's careful here. There may not be that many more summons from the graveyard and or banishments.
Here we see Bone Party going to be destroying a card from the hand, it looks like. But it's on resolution. So Kai's just thinking if he wants to respond here. Usually the Labyrinth cards want to have stuff already established in play before we interact with them, so it's probably fine just to let this go through first and then respond to whatever Pascal either summons or adds back. Just asking a clarification here from the judges, I guess, about what is available to them to be able to be played.
I mean, it is a complicated deck indeed, not only for the duelists, but for the judges as well, having to keep track of a very complex series of gameplay interactions. Again, the overall deck, not too crazy, but you're just constantly seeing cards interact.
Both duelists getting a nice reprieve here. They have plenty of time to finish out this game 3, but I bet you the nerves are piling up. This will decide whether or not one of them goes home.
So judge likely instructing them. We've got player audio just briefly muted here as there's an announcement, so we can't hear it as well over here at the desk, but I guess we'll find out shortly what is happening with an update.
My assumption would be like how Memento Infusion was able to resolve, and maybe just asking a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Oh, the Welcome Labyrinth was an illegal activation.
No.
In the game 2? To be
In
able to
game
set
2,
itself?
I believe so.
Didn't we just get a pre-minor? It's very different. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah, just clarifying. I think so. Are they saying the effect to be able to set it last game?
Yes, I believe so, but that was previous. We're just keeping track of things because your penalties, if they accrue, stuff could happen.
And here we're just clarifying as well what every player can do from this moment forward for this game. Just a little bit of a warning to Pascal there about being maybe a little too quiet.
Needs to explain the full part of the effect too. So Bone Party is not just special summoning, it's also adding to the hand, or could add to the hand, so can't give half answers there.
Good job on our judge team over there, making sure that both these players have a clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, it's difficult. You got to remember, both of these duelists have been doing this for days, and because it's an East Coast, West Coast battle, neither of them are from here, so they're even in different time zones as well.
So it's looking like Pascal's going to be resolving this Bone Party here, destroying a card from his hand, just probably figuring out which card it should be. And then Kai Wong giving us a bit of a heads up. I did see the Arias in there, which means he does have a potential interaction here during Pascal's turn, but like I said, I think he's going to wait until Pascal commits more cards. And there we see the destruction of the combined creation that was in Pascal's hand once again to resolve this Bone Party and maybe get Anguish. Yep, there she is.
So with the Arias, the Labyrinth Butler in the hand, Kai isn't completely locked out of the game, but maybe telegraphing that there's not much he can do except just that single move of setting a trap card and then jumping in.
All right, both these players here are locked in. Pascal is recognizing, okay, I'm still under Meowls. Summoning from the graveyard is out of the question. Unfortunately, he will be doing that if he wants to get that combined creation back out onto the board. So worth noting that he will give up another card to Kai. And weirdly, Labyrinth is one of those decks, Kai mentioned this earlier, that doesn't just like plus a bunch, but the more cards they have, weirdly, the more access to their entire deck they'll have. So you still don't want to give them too many cards.
The more you use, the more you can do, absolutely.
But like when the big guys on the field, like essentially like take.
If you control it, it's a take quick effect.
Yeah, quick
Yes.
The main phase.
Yes, just clarifying that Mace will only work if you control combined creation.
So jumping back in, apparently during the last duel around the 35-minute mark, if you're checking out the VOD, unfortunately Kai did use Welcome Labyrinth's effect to summon Lady Labyrinth during the draw phase of Pascal, but later in the turn, Kai also used Big Welcome Labyrinth during main phase 1. On a new chain, he went Ariana for chain link 1, Shattrack Lear for chain link 2, Welcome Labyrinth for chain link 3 to set itself again. And you cannot use Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself as it was sent to the graveyard the same turn. So great catch to be able to go back in time there and for the judges to be able to catch that to make sure that this is a full and fair, honest YCS top cut.
Back over here to game 3, we do see the resolution of Sleepy fusing Mace, Katsuno Toshigo, and Sleepy to summon Creation King.
It finally is here. We got a fusion summon off.
This is the first time this card's been able to resolve for Pascal. Now we're going to see just how strong it is. You're going to be able to send another Creation King from the extra deck to the graveyard as well as 2 other cards. We're going to send Akihiron.
What's going on?
This is sending 3.
Yeah, so we're just clarifying what effect is happening right now. We're saying we have Creation King sending the Creation King from the extra deck, the Akihiron from the main deck, and then 1 more card.
I get it in Kai's position. If I had never seen Memento before, I'd be like, what do you mean you're sending 3 cards, 1 from the extra deck and 2 from the deck? What?
Yeah, there's a reason why you turned off my fusion monsters in game 1 and 2. because I could do this.
He just heard the word fusion and said no, but little did he know how powerful these fusion monsters truly are.
Yep, and now we have Creation King's effect to banish itself and then set Memento Mictlan from the deck to the field. And then here we have the graveyard effect of fusion to search for another Memento card. We're going to be destroying the Creation King that we just summoned.
Memento fusion.
Yep,
So again,
yeah, I was going to say we're searching for Memento Fusion. We're going to be grabbing another Memento Fusion.
so crazy that card can search any card, including itself.
I'm reading this right now.
Yeah, this is advantage.
And it just is summon something with a lower level or something?
Yeah, low level 10 to 1 destroyed. I destroyed the fusion.
Okay, so Kai, definitely familiar with this deck, able to quote the text of the cards without picking them up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like procedural stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
affect target, and then you're going to use the effect to summon.
Yeah.
Or this effect to summon, yeah. That's the only feeling?
Yes,
That's good.
So we went ahead and targeted that destroyed Mementotlin monster. Now we're going to special summon one with a lower level, and it is Mementotlin Sleepy.
Because that Sleepy did come from the graveyard.
Effect?
Yes. Red one?
Yeah.
And now we're going to go ahead and Xyz summon here into that Goblin Biker Big Gabonka and start unlocking the Goblin side of Pascal's deck here. Going to probably search for that Doug Charger that we saw. Ooh, beautiful. That'll be able to summon itself as well by getting rid of one of the materials on Big Gabonka. And now we're going to use Doug Charger's effect.
You gotta say, when you say effect, can you
The
tell
charge
me
effect
what
is search the spell, Goblin spell trap.
Goblin spell trap, okay.
Yep, and this will get the grand breakout.
I'll say every effect.
Yeah, Pascal getting a little ahead of himself, kind of like Kai did in game one. You know, these duelists feel an open game state. They just start playing and they forget. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm speaking to you as well.
Yeah, I mean the best way to do it is just say it like the anime, right? I activate my monsters effect, which allows me to do this. And as silly as that is, it is in compliance with tournament policy guidelines. You do have to like talk to that person across the table. This is not solitaire.
Ooh, and there we see Xyz Armor Torpedo coming out. That's another just interesting rank 3 that we haven't gotten to see Pascal play yet. This might access the Armored Xyz side of his deck if he has any fun ways to keep climbing up, but it does give him an extra draw as well. Oh, actually, no, we're going to overlay 2 monsters with the same rank to go into F-Zero, Utopic Future, and then into Draco Future. Whoa!
Speechless. I thought we were fusing.
I'm not going to lie, I didn't see that coming today.
No, my bingo card, I might as well just throw it out. This is the craziest YCS top 8 I think I have seen in quite some time. But really good standardized plays here that make perfect sense, right? You've got plenty of level 3s. You want to be able to have that synergy to connect to the Goblin, but rather than just using that, combining all of these great cards into making Utopic support? That's insane.
Now, I will say Kai does have a response to Utopic Future being summoned, so Pascal will not get to pop off potentially here. He got, again, a little excited, but I'd love that he showed off the Draco Future, though. That was pretty awesome.
This is very tough for me.
This is a tough call here.
You have to decide whether to stop it right here with the Arias the Labyrinth Butler.
But even then, like, what trap card does he have in his hand that could even interact with it?
Looks like the cannon.
That's the set.
Set a okay, my turn. Arias effect to set a spell or trap a trap card, normal trap card that can be activated this turn, or special summon a labyrinth monster.
Yep. So we're either gonna set or special from hand now.
Yeah, this is always starts.
We're gonna reveal the Daruma Karma Cannon as a trap card that we are setting. It can be activated this turn.
I'm gonna go.
And then we're also gonna activate Chandraglier's effect to discard a card and set.
That's tough. I mean, with only Pot of Extravagance,
and
Labyrinth, and then another trap card there, it's really, really difficult. But he's going to get rid of the field spell, not trying to be too greedy.
Yeah, it doesn't really give him that much value until he gets his Welcome Labyrinth established anyway. So now we're going to set here to a different card, just making sure no imperms have been activated or anything else. Where should we set things? You probably get Welcome here. It won't be able to be activated this turn, I don't believe, because Arias only lets you activate the one that you set this turn, I believe. Yep, so there's the Welcome Labyrinth.
Good call.
But the cannon can be activated, and that will stop the Utopic Draco Future from coming out.
A Pot of Extravagance is going to be huge if we get to it, but right now we're going to go ahead and banish the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout.
Oh, that's actually Grand Entrance, by the way. I misspoke earlier.
Oh, it is Entrance. It is Entrance.
That's what let him get the other Doug Charger specifically back out from the deck and then go into this line here.
Wait, that means he's running both Grand Entrance and Grand Breakout.
Yeah, because he has the Doug Chargers.
Very Goblin-centric. This is so cool.
Yep, and then he's going to go ahead and detach the material like we saw there. Then he's going to go into Draco Future. And then we're going to summon the combined creation from the graveyard by shuffling back 5 different memento names from the graveyard. This will give him another Meowls draw. Hopefully Kai recognizes that. Once he decides the 5, of course. It's a summoning condition, so we got to do that first. Yep, there it is. There's the 5. Then we shuffle back, and Kai drew another card, and it was lovely, unfortunately.
Ooh, that's a little painful right now because he had added the Welcome Labyrinth probably to get lovely.
Yeah.
And now, well, that does not help nearly as much as it would have.
And there we see a potential set 3 from Pascal, ending on Utopic, Draco Future, and Combined Creation. That is a very scary board.
And could use the Memento Mictlan field spell during the end phase of doing exactly that. Probably to set the Memento on Bone Party. Yep.
And can I read Bone Party one last time? Sorry.
Sure, you go.
It destroys, then summons or searches?
Summons or searches.
Or searches.
Yeah, either or.
And it destroys on resolution, not for cost.
Yeah, from hand as well. And
Oh,
hand,
from deck.
am I allowed to ask what I know in hand or no? No.
You know the goblin.
You shouldn't say that.
Oh, Kai trying to save Pascal from revealing public information there. Just trying to keep it fair again. If you haven't been to enough YCSs, I really recommend reading those tournament policy guidelines. Can't say that enough.
So you said with that?
Yes, I said this. Yeah.
I'm thinking in your end phase.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're thinking in Pascal's end phase, seeing if Kai wants to respond here with any of the cards he has access to.
Draw for first.
All right, so we're going to go to draw phase here
Okay.
for Kai. Drawing a rollback, it looks like.
I think it's time for that pot of extravagance. We're going to have to spin the wheel here and find out what happens.
That Utopic Draco Future represents pretty much a change of heart on any of the most powerful monsters in Kai's deck.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, let's see what these 2 Destiny draws are. Kai's fate depends on it.
Big welcome, it looks like. And a Dominus Impulse.
Ooh, even pointing to the Dominus Impulse like, yeah, that's not too bad.
This one's not too shabby. That's one of them good ones.
To just summon from graveyard and non-target.
Yep, effective content of Combined Creation to summon.
Taking a sec there. That's pretty rough. Great cards in the hand.
We do have that Impulse, right? But no, we're not going to do that. We're going to just let him summon the Anguish here. And Anguish will be able to search here. I believe we returned Mace, so this could be us searching it back again, so we can get potentially 2 Change of Hearts. Oh, we're going to get the Sleepy instead here.
That is the one.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Oh, I know. But how could you not in this deck that could basically do anything?
My monster destroyed. By card effect, I can.
Yeah, you have Bone Party. Yeah.
Kai's like, oh, I know why you searched this. You're going to summon Guardian Chimera on my turn. I know you. Actually, no, that wouldn't work with Sleep because you wouldn't be able to use the effect. But you can summon, like, Creation King and get the pop that way.
Pascal likely not to make that misstep. Kai's got to decide what to do. We're still in draw phase, technically.
I suppose you're right, yeah. Oh, no, we're in main phase because of Extravagance.
Oh, that's true.
We did draw during the main phase.
It's been a very long main phase. But all we've done is draw cards then.
We're going to activate the Dream of Karmageddon we set using Arius last turn. That'll set all the monsters, turning off most of the interactions that Pascal had access to there. This does also turn off a potential Mace that he might be able to kind of sneakily get in there with any of these awesome Memento cards. We're going to welcome Labyrinth for Ariana. Aria effect on summon. He's going to be met by an Imperm.
Chain Arias to Labyrinth under that thing from grave.
Yes, because we're responding to a Labyrinth effect, we'll be able to chain Arias to add it back to the hand.
Oh, it's stuck here.
So chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the 2nd time Arias has stomped onto the field. Maybe the 3rd.
Yeah. There's gonna, oh, no, I'm sorry. Chen Dragolier adds. This summons itself to the field.
That's right. In attack mode, no less.
Gonna be able to punch. I believe he has 2,600 attack points.
More importantly, there are 10 stars worth of monsters on the field, including only Dark. So we may be seeing a Chaos Angel in just a moment.
The honorary Labyrinth monster, being able to banish the Combined Creation would be pretty huge.
I mean, the powers of light and darkness intertwine in quite a few decks this format, right? We've seen Chaos Angel in Rise El Fiendsmith, and now we're seeing it in Labyrinth.
Chaos Angel.
It was not banished off Extra. We do get the Chaos Angel out on summon, being able to banish something. We're going to attempt to banish the Combined Creation. That Bone Party will not save it because it is not face up. It will get banished. How much defense does Draco Future have? It has 2,500, right?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Very, very utopic, to say the least.
Yes. For all the Utopia evolutions. Ooh, I think Kai's thinking the same thing I am. How much defense does this have? But I don't believe he's able to ask that now that it's set face down.
Yes, because it's only
Yes.
dark.
Yes, because it was made with only dark monsters, Chaos Angel cannot be destroyed by battle. Worth noting for sure. Because Pascal might have limited ways to out it at this point. We're going to go straight to battle phase here. Chaos Angel's going to attack the Anguish.
Interesting. Perhaps not as worried about the Xyz monster because of access to things like Dimensional Barrier, negating the effects of that card.
I mean, he could also just, try to big welcome bounce it as well if he
That's
can
true.
establish another lady. So yeah, when a memento is destroyed, it summons itself back. And then on summon, it doesn't matter because you can let things attack directly. And then when it's sent back to the graveyard, you can add something from your graveyard to your hand. And here's the beautiful set 1. Making sure we're trying to play around potentially any more imperm columns that could be there. We do currently have one in the second to the right, or I believe that's known as column 4, is the way it's numbered, left to right, right?
Correct. But it's really difficult when you have 5 cards to set. You have to choose, okay, which one of these would I not mind being in the imperm column, as it's called? Infinite Permanence, very powerful effect, and no bubbles to be seen here from Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel's animations, but the feel of that card, you can definitely just grab it out of the air there.
Yep, so here we have Bone Party destroying the Akihiron, and now we're going to chain link 1 Memento Mythicon, chain link 2 Akihiron, add, and summon. We're going to go ahead and add from the bench because Akihiron can do that.
Sleepy is such a great card, but Akihiron pushes the deck even further there. So again, being able to add from the banishment, confirming it's...
Yes.
Yep, there we go, Akihiron.
It is graveyard and banishment. That's why Akihiron is such a really nice engine requirement for this deck. It just makes sure that all of your plays are super resilient and you can keep going. And then we're going to go ahead and get Anguish back using Memento Mythicon, and then you use Anguish's on summon effect to search for a Gaddock. And then we're going to Sleepy because the card was destroyed, summon itself from the hand.
So Kai just confirming some card effects here, and we're going to Dominus Impulse.
We're going to change the Sleepy's effect to summon Dominus Impulse, destroying it because we do indeed have a trap card. That's activating from the hand, just worth noting.
Trigger Sleepy.
So turn player, chain link 1 to add back to hand.
Okay.
Yeah, so turn player priority, Kai is declaring for Chandelier to add to hand, and then we're going to change Sleepy. Yeah, because it was destroyed. Even though it wasn't summoned, it doesn't matter. It was destroyed by the effect of Dominus Impulse.
Good looking out for our mandatory chain links there. Going to go ahead and get rid of the Memetel and Darkblade to the graveyard.
Okay. Then, do you have anything? Is this activate on my end, please, or no?
No. So
Clarifying that Memento Mythicon is only during your end phase, not during your opponent's.
These are unactivatable, yeah.
During Kai's end phase, he's going to discard the Lovely Labyrinth to his hand and set using Chandraglier. That could probably save the fact that he unfortunately drew the card he's not used to drawing or happy to draw. And then we get the Big Welcome, which can summon it back during Pascal's turn.
Yep.
What's it? The fusion that you use, the fusion spell, is it main phase only?
Yeah, main phase
Is it like
only.
Chimera Fusion? Yeah.
Yeah, it's only main phase. That's why I couldn't. I would have used it now, but yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Like, Chimera Fusion.
Kai's like, why didn't you use the fusion spell? Pascal's like, I can't use the fusion spell right now.
I can't use it.
Trust me,
that
I
would
wish
be
I
good.
could. That'd be crazy. Kai's doing a really good job picking apart Pascal's board. This is definitely going to be a grind from here, but Pascal has a whole yard full of mementos and a ready combined creation.
It's an interesting matchup like we were expecting, but again, the deck that doesn't stop stopping against the deck that never starts starting. It just keeps going.
So there we have the Big Welcome. We're actually going to be bouncing our own Chaos Angel and triggering Lovely Labyrinth to destroy a card either on the field or in the hand.
I think it's very heads up for recycling a Chaos Angel because then you can go ahead and banish additional cards later when you make it with those coveted 10 stars worth of Dark Monsters.
Adds to hand.
Yep, so Chandelier will add to hand and Welcome Labyrinth will set itself back to the board, and then Lovely will destroy a card non-targeting in the hand or on the board. This is all happening during Pascal's draw phase, I believe. We're going to chain Forbidden Droplet, getting rid of Anguish for cost to target the Lovely. That's pretty huge. It is worth noting that Kai did not activate a trap card during any of this time, so Pascal's free to respond. We're going to chain Transaction Rollback from the field.
Targeting this.
So you pay half of that?
Yeah, or sorry, this targets Imperm, Imperm negates this.
Okay, so I'm 8,000, you're at 4,000.
Yep, Transaction Robot, what's on your field can actually top a trap your opponent has in their graveyard. Kai's going to pay 4,000 life points for that, though.
But he might have signed his own note because, again, 6 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock, 4,000 life points. We know these decks can literally play forever. That could come up later.
Yep, the droplet will still resolve, so now Lovely has... Oh, no, I guess it's not being resolved now because of the trap being activated, right?
Copying that infinite impermanence. Thanks for bringing one to the duel. But jokes aside here, Transaction Rollback, a very powerful card for that reason, especially when traps are in the format. Not as useful when it's more spell-centric, but infinite impermanence is always around, so usually you'll at least get one type of trap use.
We thought Kai was setting cards in the zones purposely to dodge Imperm. No, I want to activate Imperm during my opponent's turn. Hopefully he doesn't make the unfortunate mistake of setting a card there himself this turn. He sets to the farthest right column, or number 5.
All right, so might have a little bit of a pause here as our head judge explains a little bit of some of the communication rules to our players here. Didn't get a little bit of the player audio because every time there's an announcement overhead, we don't get that. But just what an incredible duel. I could literally watch this matchup all day. And the way they're playing, if it wasn't untimed, or if it was untimed, rather, you really could just play Memento and Labyrinth nonstop.
It's so back and forth, honestly. Like, we saw, what did Pascal have? 8 cards in play on his first turn. Now he's reduced just to 2 in field and like 4 or 5 in hand. And we know that Kai has a huge slew of Labyrinth resources at his disposal here. It could literally go either way at this point.
Really could, it really could. It's one of those wild things where like you don't expect some of the cool tech options. I really love this Memento Goblin build from Pascal, because even though we already had him on the stage before, we didn't see any of the utopic stuff. That's wild.
Yeah, I kind of like the Goblin Memento deck. It's like, why would I bother getting rid of your monsters? I'll just steal them from you. Thank you for summoning such powerful monsters. They're mine now.
Oh, yeah. And then on the trap side from Kai, just really interesting uses of the transaction rollback.
Oh,
Usually, what we talked about before, it's hard to get it to the graveyard, right? But in the case of using that infinite impermanence, that was the perfect way to get it to the graveyard and then be able to banish it again and do even more.
Yeah, it was the answer to that Draco Future, because if he didn't do that, that was still going to be flip summon this turn and cause havoc.
Oh, goodness. It'll be a moment before we get back into gameplay, but it's just, again, cool to see that. And we did hear some sort of raucous cheer before we got into over here. So I heard a let's go. Did you hear that let's go coming through the thing?
Oh, yeah. People are excited to see who the winner of YCS Houston is going to be, whether it's top 8 or not. Every match is important.
Oh, my goodness. It means something probably happened over in the VIP area, too. So every duel counts as we drift closer and closer and closer to the top 4, of course. Then we get to that coveted finals.
It's going to be really exciting to see. Honestly, at this point, I have no idea what's going to win. We've seen Ryzel and Malice definitely perform, definitely earn people some top spots, but these wacky decks, I'm just going to call them wacky, beautiful decks, Labyrinth and Memento and even Mermail are doing such great jobs here this weekend.
Yeah, I think it goes to show you, we talk about how no one deck is it. There are formats where, like, there's a popular deck and everybody sort of gravitates towards it so other decks don't get a chance. This is not that format. People are really exploring things. We've seen everything again from Tombkeeper Blue Eyes that did make the top cut. Not in the top 8, but still really, really good stuff across the board. But what do you think it makes... Why is this format so diverse? What is it that keeps people going like this?
I would say it's because the reasons why the top decks are the top decks are not because they're overly powerful than everything else. It's just that they're more attractive to the players, They're super consistent. They're super resilient. They have those kinds of plays that really tickle the brain and can unlock a really high power ceiling. But plenty of other decks do that too. And they're not being held down by the best decks in the format because people are just choosing to play those, and they can choose to play almost whatever they want.
No, it's absolutely true. There were some heroes we didn't get to put up on the stage, unfortunately. We only get so many rounds that we could pick out. But there were some Crystron players that we were tracking. There were some A to Z players for those of you at home who love XYZ Dragon Cannon and the like. There was definitely some Destiny heroes and stuff out there as well. So again, if you're going to your local shop next week, there's definitely some really cool stuff you could be playing for sure.
Oh yeah, this matchup has been super, this tournament has been super amazing to watch, and sort of, I think, a really nice swan song to the Maze of the Master format before Alliance Insight comes out for YCS Providence.
Oh my goodness, Alliance Insight is going to be here before you know it. Can you believe that YCS Providence is like about 3 or 4 weeks away?
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah, give or take. Less than a month for sure.
100%.
Wow. It'll be here before you know it. It'll be interesting to see how people jump into that format and what cards they're excited about.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I know me. I'm still going to be playing Malice.
You're allowed to play Malice. They're still playing Memento, which came out a long time ago, right? Valiant Spashers has been out for a couple of years, and Labyrinth has been out even longer.
Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. It's in a place where it feels like no matter what I play, as long as I commit and I play what I like and I do good, a miracle can happen, as Kai has said himself today.
Well, hopefully Kai gets the miracle too, but we are still waiting, of course, from a little update from our judge staff. And it may be a minute here, so just kind of bear with us as we hang out with you in the chat. And again, thank you for watching. We know there are so many viewers, can't imagine why, but either or, we are happy to have you here at YCS Houston. Again, getting down to the top 8 duelists from all over the place. You could be here too, and I know I say it every time. Please. Maybe you'll see me at YCS Providence and be like, hey, I'm here. What do you want? I want you to duel. Go have fun. That's all. Please. Don't hurt me.
As long as you're here to duel, you're welcome at every YCS.
Oh, yeah. And it's a great place to hang out, too. You do hear some duelists are like, you know what? I'm not in the tournament. I'm not even in the public events. I'm just here for the vibes.
Yeah. It's duel time. Where else are you going to go during duel time than a YCS?
I love how a YCS becomes Battle City, and this is a phenomenon I think everybody knows. You know, maybe you get to the city. I got here particularly on Thursday, and there's no duelists. And then all of a sudden you start to see backpacks. You're like, wait, I know that guy. I don't know his name, but I've definitely seen it before. And then before you know it, every single person in the venue, the hotel, across the street, the restaurant, they're duelists. We take over these places. So it definitely changes Houston, Providence, Rhode Island, wherever we go into Battle City or Duelist Kingdom.
Oh, yeah. A YCS being held in Battle City, I think, is always the most accurate way to say it, because no matter what city we're in, it becomes Battle City.
Yeah, goodness. It's going to be fun once we get to jump back into the gameplay, but I just want to say that, this has been just a really wild format. I don't think when Maze and the Master came out, anybody was expecting the Tomb Keepers to take over.
Oh, yeah. And I think what's really awesome about that deck is that it unlocks kind of a big dichotomy in Duelists. There are plenty of people that love trap decks but hate the weakness they have when it comes to going second or the weakness of their monsters. Tomb Keeper has powerful monsters that unlock the power of your trap cards. You don't need trap cards to make your monsters strong. It works both ways.
So it makes me wonder, since we're going to be seeing more stuff, if Jinza will come back. But speaking of seeing more stuff, it looks like, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the updated top 8 bracket, right, to see what else is going on.
Ooh, it's looking right here that we do have some deciding factors from the game between Aditya and Anthony. Aditya moving on, so that means we have a guaranteed mermaid on the top 4. Really nice to see. Manuel and Nathaniel, that means we have at least one Ryziel going into top 4. We have the game right now happening between Pascal and Kai. That's still yet to decide a winner here. And then we have Kevin versus Christian, with Kevin moving on. Really awesome to see 2 international duelists in our top 4, both Manuel and Kevin coming from Sweden, I believe.
Yeah, we talked about an East Coast, West Coast matchup. Talk about coming from across the pond. Duelists traveling literally from other countries here to America to be able to compete and show us the best of their dueling. Second to none. That is amazing.
Yeah, given this matchup spread, there's actually a world where Kevin and Manuel face each other in the finals and have Sweden versus Sweden in the finals at a YCS Houston.
We've had it before. I believe it was YCS Indianapolis that was won by a player from Brazil. And I remember asking him, what does it mean to you to come all the way from across, so many different locations to get to all these different YCSs? Come here to America, win the YCS. And you know what Paulo's answer was? Brazil!
Let's go!
Oh, it just goes to show you that duelists really do come from all walks of life, all nations. You're all welcome here. It is going to be such an interesting YCS if we do have just nobody from North America left in the contention.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about card games. I don't care if you're blind, I don't care if you're deaf, I don't care if you don't speak a single word of my language. As long as we're dueling, I can communicate with you and have a great time.
It's good stuff. It's weird because we all do speak a second language, and it is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, because if you see a picture, I don't care if it's 50 feet away, maybe it's on the other side of a football field, you're like, yeah, that's pot of greed. I don't know what it does, but I know that's pot of greed. And
something's going to happen.
Yeah, something's going to happen. It's just so funny that we do all speak like a pictographic language, right? You see that card and you're like, oh, there's that. And in the same way that if somebody says a word you don't know, if you see a picture you don't know, what does that do? And duelists are these amazing genius level people that can be like, oh, I've committed this full thing to memory and I'll know it for the rest of my life just off of this picture.
And worst case scenario, you always have Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron to translate any card you need.
Oh, Neuron is such an incredible app. I don't mean to glaze on it, but the idea that you could just scan the card and be like, oh, and now I know it's in this language, and now I know what rarities it's in. Good stuff.
But for some reason, every time I scan Pot of Greed, nothing comes up.
I know. I can't. It's
a bug.
It's a bug. Maybe it's a feature, right? For anime fans, you know what we're talking about. Oh, goodness. Well, I have to say, after we got out of the Team YCS, right? Because we're coming off of Team YCS Las Vegas, I don't think I expected the format to shake up this much, but I guess this shows the strength of individual duelists competing by themselves.
Yeah, Team YCS are always a different beast, there's always that mentality of, do we all play the same deck or do we all play different decks? Usually, if you want to have a team having 3 minds on the same strategies, that way we can all share strategies, share advice. It's really nice. But having 3 different decks to try to give yourself the most sort of diverse field and not be as easily countered is pretty good too. Yeah, it was a super awesome format, and I'm glad I got to play with you.
Thank you. But focusing on the cards, not on us, right? We've had our day. It's just wild to see that, just through a few weeks, so much has changed. I feel like Ultimate Slayer just disappeared.
Yeah, Ultimate Slayer was in my main deck when I went to the Team YCS playing Malice, and now it's nowhere to be seen because it feels like the board breaker strategy or the going second strategy seems a little bit weaker because the turn 1 boards, if left unfettered, are just so hard to interact with.
No, you're absolutely right, and they're apparently going to be very close. So those of you who are just like, please, we want to see the duel, we're sick of the Stevens, don't worry, it is coming your way. We want to see the duels too. But following up on your comment on the Ultimate Slayer, it's just so wild to see it disappear because it felt so good to just be like, Myriologic Aggregator, there's your Xyz stuff. But it's true with water out there, there's not as much like mileage that you get out of it, and the extra decks have always been so crowded, so it's very hard to put so many different decks for sure.
Yeah, and like if you're banking on your board breaker being enough, you just can't be confident that it is. And so if you're going for a consistency and trying to maximize your chances of being in the top cut, having just something that protects your turn 1 or gives you some powerful non-engine to kind of stymie your opponent seems like what most duelists here preferred.
It's true that that's what makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series so special is it's not just like a 5-round tournament like a giant locals that you may have, and it's not a regional championship where just the people around. These are people who came from other continents around the world. They're definitely going to have the cards. You can't think that, oh, he's not going to have 3. He has 3. But they also come from like different scenes, so they have different perspectives on it, and you may run into something where like, oh, no duelist would ever run that. And they're like, no, they run that over there. They do it.
Oh, yeah. Really exciting to see.
So, yeah, speaking of excitement, is there anything you're looking forward to? Well, I guess in Alliance Insight, it is going to be the Malice stuff for sure, right?
Well, actually, the Attic District stuff specifically that you get to play in Malice, if I'm being honest.
Oh, interesting. So a little bit of an update, though, for you at home. The question apparently was, as we were talking with the judges, is whether or not Mementotlan Anguish searched twice in one turn. It didn't. Anguish, the first copy summon came from Combined Creation, but the second Anguish came from Bone Party. It was resummoning the first one off the field, and so the only card searched was Sleepy, and it was never searched twice off Anguish. However, just like we talked about, both of these are kind of Galaxy Brain level decks with so many little micro interactions, so we had to make sure we were verifying that, but it looks like we will be going back into the gameplay relatively soon here. We just want to update you, so you at home aren't guessing or forming conspiracy theories or something like that. That's what happened. We were just verifying, that's all.
And like I said, the judges are there to make sure that a good, clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Happens, and any legitimate question like, did Anguish resolve twice, is discovered, replayed, and searched, and it turns out the answer was no. Everything so far has been above board, and that means once we continue playing, we'll be going off from Pascal's turn and continuing to see how the matchup shakes out. It's a pretty close one, it looks like.
Definitely, definitely, and I'm so glad that we've got it. Now we're going right back in.
So we're in draw phase right now.
Yes, and we're going right back to Pascal's turn. We are still in his draw phase. The Lovely has resolved its effect to destroy the Draco Future, and we're just moving forward from there. It looks like on an open game state, Kai is going to be activating Dimensional Barrier and calling, was that Fusion that he said?
Oh, sorry, this is draw phase.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes, specifically this is draw phase as Pascal clarified. Therefore, Fusion is not able to be activated.
Earlier, Kai did ask, can you activate that only in the main phase? The answer is yes, so great time for Dimensional Barrier.
All right, so they won't be able to go into Creation Kings anymore, but Combined Creation is on the table, I think, and that is more than enough to maybe destroy Kai's board, because remember, he's only at 4,000 life points.
Oh, you're right, from the earlier transaction rollback. Now, he does have transaction rollback in the graveyard, but with limited options of traps in the graveyard. I think I only see 2 cards there for now.
Ooh, and there we see the Tatsuno Toshigo being summoned from Pascal's hand. That'll be more than enough names being sent to the graveyard that he needs to start comboing off, I think.
And let's see.
Yep, so we got Mace being sent there. That's 1 star. We need 4 more stars worth of Memento monsters. We've got Darkblade, so that's 5 total. I think Gaddock was already in the graveyard, so we couldn't get any more value out of that. Yep, because the Tatsuno Toshigo was destroyed, we're going to be able to summon a monster that's weaker. We're going to chain the Akihiron's effect to summon itself because something was destroyed. And this makes all of our big Memento monsters be able to attack directly. So now if we just summon the Combined Creation, it can attack directly for game.
Good stuff.
What effect?
To discard, to destroy a spell trap.
Yes, so this is the effect of Darkblade to discard and destroy a spell or trap, and he's chaining to that the Akihiron's effect to make sure that everything can attack directly if it's level 9 or higher.
Feel like this is the first time we've seen, or at least the first time we've seen in a while, so discarding to get rid of that face down card.
I mean, what a matchup to use it against Labyrinth, right?
Yeah, plenty of traps.
Yep, we have used the Big Welcome already, if you guys remember back, because it was used during the draw phase of Pascal's turn.
This does summon itself. Then it attacks.
Oh, it's a different effect?
It's a different effect. It has like 3 different effects.
Yes, Akihiron has 3 separate effects that'll have different triggers.
Welcome to Memento, friends.
Yeah, level 9 or higher momentum.
Yeah, only level 9 or higher momentum monsters can attack directly. Oh, and there we go. Kai's
Kai.
instantly scooping because all he has to do is summon Combined Creation and attack directly, and Kai only has Welcome Labyrinth and can only summon monsters. Pascal is moving on to top 4.
A huge round of applause. All our very patient duelists here again, cheering there for Pascal, managing to get the match win out, and everybody is locked in and ready to see who is going to continue to advance, because now we're about to go to top 4.
Ooh.
Only 4 duelists left.
And we know Pascal's going up against Kevin, and we know that Manuel is going up against, I believe it was Nathaniel that he's playing against.
So we do have Ryzel representation. We do have Memento here. Unfortunately, this is the swan song for Labyrinth, but what an incredible, incredible performance from Kai, right? Just great stuff, showing how good Labyrinth is. Wasn't able to get through the Memento. Showcasing right now, I believe he's showing that he's side decked in the Milcharmy Meows, and it is a good option against a lot of different decks, but just didn't get too much mileage in this duel.
Yeah, unfortunately, still going second against Memento. It's just too hard to come back from when they opened as well as Pascal did and played as well as he did as well.
But Kai seems like he is happy with his performance here. Still smiling. Top 8 in cosplay, man. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You've got a bright dueling career ahead of you.
You know there's like some obscure stat out there, like now he's the highest placing cosplayer of all time, which is an awesome feat to have if that's true. And even if it's not, getting top 8 at this stacked YCS, nothing to scoff at.
My dream, as I preach to the chat, is for one of you to get top 4 in cosplay. That's all we need to see. We've seen top 8. Kai has an incredible record here. Somebody's got to be the cosplayer to get the next one.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But this duel was amazing. Both players did great, and I think we're a strong representation of what is possible in this format, even if you don't play Ryzeal or Malice.
Oh, yeah. And it is always one of those things. People are like, oh, look at these popular decks. I have to play this popular deck in order to make it. Wrong, and you just saw it here. So, again, we've got now left. You said Mermail, Ryzeal,
Goblin Memento.
Then
whatever Kevin is playing. I'm not sure if I can remember. Maybe it's some kind of Ryzeal variant, but
yeah, but still it shows
sure.
you different decks from different eras just clashing. I mean, Mermail has been around for decades. Well, a decade or more.
Yeah,
so
11 years plus, yeah.
Wow, that's so crazy that we have gotten this far in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and decks are still coming. And that's what really makes it great, you know, because Blue Eyes was in the top cut. That's wild.
That's from the very first set of Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's from the first starter deck. I guess depending, you might have gotten starter deck Yu-Gi-Oh! And be like, no, not for me.
Very
but still, just really good stuff to see that duelists are taking all those life lessons to heart. They're just sticking with what they're comfortable with. I think that sometimes a deck that you know is better than a deck that just seems like it's going to work, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what to do with it. You're in your comfort zone. You played those matches a million different times. And when Pascal was interviewed for that first time, he did say, I just played this deck because I know it so well. I've got about a year or so of experience with it, right? So good stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, if a year is all it takes to get top 4 at a YCS, that feels like too few of time, so it's still a huge accomplishment for Pascal. This is not an easy feat to do, y'all, and he's doing amazing.
Well, speaking of Pascal, why don't we go ahead and get it over to the stage, because Pascal had get through an incredible duel there, but now we get to see where his emotions are running. So, Jackie, take it away.
Okay, Stevens, I am with Pascal. Crowd, let's hear it for Pascal. Oh my gosh, they love you. I'm sure that you're overwhelmed with emotions right now. Tell me, what are you thinking? Final 4 semis.
You know, just stay locked in and focus, and just make sure I, careful with my plays and just think things through and not be in a rush. So, yeah, pretty excited.
I love that. I love that mentality. Talk to me a little bit about your journey to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing this deck for about a year, so it's a very complicated deck. Like, every card has, 3 different effects, so it gets confusing sometimes, but I've been playing it for a while. Misplayed a little bit throughout the way, but, I got better with it, so.
Yeah, a mix of Goblin Bikers and Memento. Can you explain to me your deck a little bit more?
Yeah, definitely. So Abyss Dweller and Shifter are very popular in the format, so I wanted to play, a route with Memento where I could play around those cards pretty well, and there's plenty of times that I got Shifter and I was still able to win because of the way I built my deck.
Okay, awesome. It's working, right? Do you have a game plan or a mindset going into semis?
Just keep doing what I'm doing. Just stay focused and just make sure I just play my cards carefully, and hopefully we'll see what happens with the rest of it.
We'll see what happens. And is there anything you want to say to the crowd, to the people watching at home?
Nothing that comes to mind right now. Just, I guess we'll see who wins.
We'll see who wins. All right, thank you so much, Pascal, and I'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And once again, huge congratulations to Pascal for being our first top 4 match victor here. Top 8 match victor going into top 4, where he's going to fight against definitely someone from Switzerland. Sorry, guys, I said Sweden earlier. I got a little bit mistaken there.
That's okay. But the main thing is international duelists coming from all walks of life. We didn't get that part wrong, right?
Not at all.
Got it. But speaking of all walks of life, let's talk about all games of life. There has just been an incredible collection recently released. You might have heard of it. It is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection. Woo! All the hours I have already put into that game. What's your favorite on this one?
Dungeon Dice Monsters for sure, no question.
So for me, actually, I do love me some Dungeon Dice Monsters, and there's so many memories I have with all the Worldwide Edition games. But my new favorite is actually Capsule Monsters GB. It's a storyline that kind of crosses into like old Yu-Gi-Oh! And just has this great vibe where Seto Kaiba puts on the Millennium Ring. I'm not going to spoil anything more than that, but it is such a cool game, and there's such great nostalgia from all that. Whether you're playing it again on Steam, so you can play it on a Steam Deck and have portable just like a game experience, or if you're just actually playing it on PC, Nintendo Switch, etc., it is so cool. And comes with those beautiful quarter-century secret rare alternate arts of Harpy's Feather Duster. Do you like the one on the left or the right one more?
Oh, definitely the classic version from the
classic
manga on the right.
The right feels classic too. You know what? I'm not going to pick any fights here. I love them both.
Oh, yeah. Early Days is super awesome. I just love that how it unlocks not only the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I love so much, but also unlocks features in the game that before, when I was a kid, I never was able to access because I was a lot worse at Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time.
But good stuff for sure. Gosh, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days, how many years has it been?
More than I've been alive.
That's fair. I'm a little bit of a dueling grandpa for sure, so I might have been around when those games came out. Whoops, might have played them on the original systems they were out. But speaking of future duels, we do have to throw it to a break here, but don't worry, we'll be back with our semifinals soon enough.
Hey, it's Asala. We're here at YCS Houston, and the duelists out here on the show floor have 60 seconds to guess this card. Let's see how they do. We are back with Pack, and we're gonna guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it higher than level 8?
Not higher than level 8.
So is it level 6?
No.
Is it level 7?
No.
Okay. Is it level 1?
No.
Is it a Link monster?
No.
Is it a XYZ?
No.
Is it a Synchro?
No.
Is it... Damn, this is hard. Okay, is it level 2?
No.
Level 3?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom?
Not Ash Blossom.
Is it a hand trap? Or sorry, is it a card you can use from the hand?
Yes.
Does it destroy?
Yes.
Ghost Soaker.
It is Ghost Soaker and Snow Rabbit. Good job.
Thank you, guys. Boom.
I'm back with Logan. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it meta relevant right now?
Yes.
Does it have triple its name?
Yes.
Is it thrust? Sorry, triple tactics thrust.
That was quick. Good job. And I'm back with Nicholas, and you have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a trap?
No.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it a Link monster?
Yes.
Is it a monster they played in the anime?
No.
Is it like a meta monster, like a one that's popular?
Yes.
Is it a Malice card?
No.
Is it SP Little Knight?
It is not SP Little Knight.
Is it IP Masquerena?
It is not IP Masquerena.
Is it a Smash Breaker monster?
No.
Is it is it Link 2?
It is a Link 2.
Is it like generic? Does it like require never mind. Does it have an effect on summon?
It does have an effect on summon.
Is it a part of an archetype?
Yes, it's part of an archetype.
Is it part of the Trickstar archetype?
Not a Trickstar card.
Is it a Goki card?
Not a Goki card.
Gotta
go fast.
Is it a Nightmare monster?
It is a Nightmare monster.
Is it Nightmare Phoenix?
It is Nightmare Phoenix. And we are back with Aditya. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a modern card? Released recently?
Define recently.
Was it released in the past 2 sets?
No.
Was this card played in 2023? Was it played in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it an extra deck monster?
No.
Is this card part of a specific archetype?
No.
Does this card have an effect that activates in the hand?
Yes.
Is this card level 3?
No.
Is it a fire?
Not a fire.
Is it a light?
Nope.
Dark?
Yes.
Dark level 7. Is it 2500 attack?
No.
Oh, good. I can't.
You cooked. Fantastical Dragon Phantasme has 2400 attack, sir. And we're back with Lucas Sacco. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Okay. Is it a monster card?
Yes.
Is it a meta-relevant monster card?
I would say so.
Can it be activated in the hand?
No.
Is it a level 4?
No.
Is it a level 3?
No.
Is it above a level 6? Level 6 or higher?
Can't answer that.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it Ryzeal Detonator?
No.
Ryzeal Duo Drive?
No.
Does it have a rank?
It does have a rank.
Is it below a rank 4?
No.
Is it Typhon? I don't know his full name.
No.
Divine Arsenal Zeus?
No.
High King Waivers Caesar? I don't know.
Can you get it? Can you give me all of that name?
Absolutely not. High King Super Wave Caesar DDD. That's pretty close.
There's one extra there. At least you got the DDD part. It's DDD Wave King High Caesar.
Yes.
Oh, and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Houston, and man, what a weekend it has been, and we are now here in top 4. And I'll tell you, if you asked me at the start of the weekend if I could guess what the top 4 decks were, I would not have got it right. I mean, we have a couple of Ryzeal decks, which is expected, both pure, so no Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Actually, I don't think there's any Fiendsmith in the top 4 at all, right?
There's 0 Fiendsmith in the top cut after 44% of top 32 was Fiendsmith.
That is actually crazy, but instead we are going to have an Atlantean Mermail deck and also a Goblin Memento. I think that's the biggest surprise of the weekend. We just saw Pascal win with that in the feature match.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, there's been so many surprises going into this event, all the way even into top 8, but I think there's no more surprises anymore. We've seen most of the decks now, and at least half the tournament could go as predicted.
We're going to have to see if the decks...
Look, there's no time. Forbidden list. Effective 7.
Are we back? Are we good? I'm not certain. I guess Jerome's still trying to break into the broadcast, but hopefully someone on the back end can shut that down. No one wants to hear what Jerome has to say, right?
Yeah, I think we need him out of here.
Yeah, we don't need to hear anything Jerome has to say. So if anyone that's like, controlling production, can we make sure Jerome's message doesn't get through to these duelists? We don't need anyone. No one needs to hear what Jerome has to say, right? Right, chat? Okay, but we're neither here nor there. As I mentioned before, we were rudely interrupted by whatever that was. We are in top 4, and we have our top 4 feature match ready to go right away. So let's go ahead and meet our duelist, Jackie, who is going to be competing in our first top 4 match.
Oh, do we have a duel in store for you? The Final 4, battling for 2 days. And finally, we are at the semis. Crowd, are you ready for this semis match? All right, let's get things rolling. We begin with the blue chair. Aditya Darup from Plano, Texas. He won NAWCQ and told us he is hungry for another title. Now to the red chair, Manuel Kalin, all the way from Switzerland. And his favorite food is pizza, especially pepperoni. All right, everybody, let's get this semis match started. Are y'all ready? I love the enthusiasm. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, we have the NAWCQ champion himself from this past year, Aditya, taking on Manuel from all the way from Switzerland. There's actually 2 players from Switzerland. They're both friends that play tested together, and they both made it here to top 4. Have a chance to face each other in the finals. but it's not going to be an easy path. Manuel's going to have to get through Aditya and his Mermail Atlantean strategy, and if he draws like he did the last time we saw him on the feature match stage, it's going to be really tough.
I mean, yeah, this is a matchup that he's not only familiar with, he's played it on the last feature match that he had.
Yeah, and it was not a close one. It was a tidal wave of destruction from Aditya, really showing you why the Mermail landing strategy is a viable one here in this format. But of course, Raziel has been the deck to beat for months now. We're going to have to see if his deck choice is going to pay off for him. As we mentioned, he is a champion. This is going to be our first semifinals match. We're going to be showing you both top 4 matches. That's right, you're going to get to see all of the glory on the way to the finals, and then we're going to find out which one of these 4 remaining players will become a YCS champion. We do have Aditya, who is an NAWCQ champion, but none of the players remaining have won a YCS previously, so either way, we're going to have a new YCS champion.
We have a chance of having a 0 Raziel final as well, or potentially an all Raziel final. So we'll have to see how the matches end here.
I mean, yeah, we could have Atlantean Mermail versus Goblin Memento. That would be quite interesting. When Goblin, it's Goblin Bikers, you know. Maybe you're not as familiar with those cards, but there is a Goblin Memento that you can search. There's some synergy between the 2 strategies. And we saw how Pascal's using those 2 themes to work together to make it here all the way to the top 4. But that is our other top 4 match. Here we have Mermail Atlantean against, you know, Raziel. And pure Raziel is kind of surprising. Everyone seems to be like Fiendsmith Raziel is the stronger version, but time and time again, we see pure Raziel making it this far.
I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to those additional tech choices that we've mentioned earlier. Because your engine is so small, you can consolidate it, and you can just have so many slots for just tackling the matchups that you expect. And it's about calling the right matchups, right? If you can focus down on playing against these matchups and you build for these matchups and you manage to play against the matchups that you want, then you should do extremely well.
Definitely. I mean, well, every time I see the Mermail landing deck, it seems like it's just doing swimmingly, but we're going to have to see if that's going to continue to be the case here in top 4. This is when you want your deck to perform its best and not run out of steam, but we're going to have to see. I mean, there's a reason why Manuel and his friend Kevin, both from Switzerland, they committed to traveling all the way here to the tournament, and they both did well. It's not by a chance. You know, there's something they have figured out. They've play tested. They mentioned they went to the Team YCS Vegas. They're at YCS Orlando. They know what they're doing. This is it. It's game 1 of our first semi-final match here at YCS Houston. And here comes the die roll. I would say this is important, but the Mermail deck seems to be fine going second. 4, not a high number.
That's much higher.
11 is going to win the die roll, but we'll have to see if going first is going to even matter for Aditya.
All right, is there anything before the main phase for Manuel here?
Does he have anything? Any Mulcharmy? Thinking in standby.
Looks like there is something. There is going to be a Perulia.
All right, Mulcharmy. Perulia is going to let him draw every time he summons, but not
No, it will
the
not.
case because of Ash Blossom.
All right, passing it through. No more Mulcharmies here.
Using the Mulcharmy before the main phase, so he won't enable something like Triple Tactics Talent. But Manuel off to a fast start. Special summoning X, Raziel sending Eclipse Twins to the graveyard.
I'll be choosing to send Eclipse Twins because I think we're going to be ignoring Nibiru, the Primal Being here, mainly because he knows that the Mermail Atlantean deck is typically on copies of Dominus Impulse, which also means that they're likely to not have any light monsters in their deck.
True.
At this point, like, the players definitely know what their opponents are playing.
Oh yeah, for sure. It has been a long tournament. There's only 4 people remaining. The information is pretty well known. Sword Raziel is going to come down next year for Manuel. That's going to let him add Ice Raziel from his hand. The Raziel deck is going to be utilizing rank 4s, as we've seen so much in this format. Now we're going to see an overlay with the 2 level 4 monsters for Raziel Duo Drive.
Duo Drive is activating its effect on field, being able to detach the materials at resolution to add 2 Raziel cards from deck to hand. That's going to be Raziel Cross. And we'll see what his second choice is.
And Plasma Hole. Okay, that's not a card that seems very popular. As I mentioned, they may have figured something out, which is why both of them have made it this far into the tournament. And playing Raziel Plasma Hole might be one of the reasons why.
Initially, when Raziel originally came out, Plasma Hole was a card strategy incorporated to tackle Ultimate Slayer, give you some more insulation for that. When you're able to set up the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, you're able to immediately summon another rank 4 after you lose your detonator.
Yep, definitely an awesome card that fell out of favor but may be coming back into the fold. We're going to see the 2 level 4 monsters over for Ryzeal Detonator. On summon, he's going to be able to attach a monster from the graveyard. He's going to attach the Eclipse Twins.
And there is the node here. I imagine he's going to try to use it immediately to summon another level 4 from the graveyard.
Yep, node lets you send a monster to special summon back.
And now he's going to set up that Abyss Dweller.
This is huge. We haven't seen a DJ have to face down Abyss Dweller. It is the bane of Mermail's existence right now. He has the cross, he has the Dweller set up, he has Plasma Hole in hand. Things are looking really good here for Manuel.
Typically, if you can put an Abyss Dweller next to a Ryzeal Detonator, that usually will seal the deal, especially game 1 when there's not any answers available, because even if he did have Infinite Impermanence, Detonator could chain to destroy his own Dweller to make sure it resolves.
Definitely, and now see him detach the material to activate Dweller's effect, so he's able to put 2 Ryzeal monsters on the bottom of the deck to draw a fresh card, and I saw what it is. I don't know if you at home did, but it's a good one against Mermail. 3 face downs, Abyss Dweller, Detonator with an Eclipse Twins underneath it. Aditya has his work cut out for him here as he draws for his turn.
Yeah, it's not looking good here in game number 1, if you're Aditya anyway.
Yeah, not yet. The Abyss Dweller, now if this resolves, it's going to be an uphill climb.
It looks like the Dweller will be resolving.
Mermail Atlanteans are heavily dependent on the graveyard effects.
I wonder if Aditya will even choose to play the turn out.
See that cool token that DT got at the World Championship this past year. He's going to start things off with 1 for 1.
All right.
He's going to discard the Gluttonous.
Reptile Fin, Grethus.
I'll let you finish it off. I like to call him Gluttonous.
I'm just calling him Grethus usually.
Well, we're two men with 2 different walks of life, I suppose. We're going to have to see how this 1 for 1 is going to help DT. He'll be able to access Neptibus, but no
doesn't
effects.
really do much, right? Yeah. I mean, it still adds to hand, which is fine, but you've already had to spend 2 cards to summon this, and it's not getting all the value that it normally does.
Yeah, if he uses the effect, he will get to add, but the Detonator will be able to take it down. He is going to use the effect, pay the cost.
The reason Mermail is so good is like all these effects are so costly in their nature because they have to send cards from their hand or field to activate, but because the cards in the graveyard have so many effects that trigger, you can often just get so much of that value back. But when you're not getting any of that value, your hand depletes so quickly, and you already start at 5 cards because your Perulia was ashed. So after using 1 for 1, we're really running out of cards here. Looks like we're sending Shrine to the graveyard as cost for Neptibus here.
Okay, putting something in the graveyard that'll be useful during the opponent's turn as opposed to sending down like an Elenian Dragoons that won't do anything. Be able to add the Poseidra. It is a monster we'll be able to summon. We won't be able to get to capitalize really on having to send the monster from the deck as a cost.
At least a form of removal in this instance, but you have to keep in mind, Ryzeal Cross is standing right there.
So menacingly. It is a menacing field spell card there with Ryzeal Cross, but we're going to have to see the next move for Aditya. I'm sure he has encountered a few Abyss Dwellers on his way to the top 4.
He might not have, honestly.
That is possible as well. So he's going to go ahead and send the Neptibus to try and special summon Poseidra from the hand. The Storming Atlantean.
He's going to be able to use its effect on the field, send as cost water from the deck.
Try and return a card on Manuel's side of the field to the hand.
I imagine that is going to be negated with cross because it's going to go after the Detonator here, almost certainly.
I'll target Detonator.
Yep, targeting the Detonator. You can opt to destroy it as well if he so chooses, by chaining the effect of Detonator here.
Looks like that is what he's considering to use its effect.
Yep, Detonator is going to target and destroy the Poseidra in response.
Okay, no response.
And then during the resolution of the chain, he's also going to be detaching for the effect of cross.
Sure.
And now Aditya only has 3 cards in hand.
Yep, so he negates the Poseidra, he destroys the Poseidra.
And he still knows about the Plasma Hole, so any monster he puts on the field can be immediately removed.
Activated this Teus.
There's Teus, and again, that's so expensive.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with the Mermail decks is they're very costly to use all their effects, but you're usually getting returns on the cards you're sending to the graveyards as cost. But with that Abyss Dweller being active, it just isn't going to allow him to replenish his resources.
Teus on summon will still be able to add a level 4 lower Mermail.
Oh, yeah.
So Teus is resolving now.
Going to be able to add a Mermail from the deck to the hand. Maybe he's going to go for like Shadow Squad. Oh, no, it's going to be an Abyss Shrine.
Another Abyss Shrine. That is another effective way to summon another important monster here, namely being Coelacanth, but I don't know if he has enough cards in hand to really get enough value from it. Yep, he's going to use the Shrine, sending Dragoons here.
Aditya down to no cards in hand. I think Manuel will activate the card he drew, and it's called by the grave. And that is going to be enough to seal the deal. Manuel's going to take game number 1 behind a strong turn 1 hand, and, you know, just the knowledge of how to play it.
I mean, generally, when Ryziel is able to go first and set up the Dweller along with the Detonator, it's usually very quick work against Mermaid Atlantean. That was, I think, the reason why a lot of players were so against trying Mermaid Atlantean in the beginning of the format after these cards came out, because they were just under the assumption that the Dweller invalidated the whole strategy. Now, as time has gone on, we've seen that there are so many situations that put the pressure on Ryziel to even be able to make the Dweller, and it's not nearly that simple, but in this situation it just was.
Yeah, I mean, Aditya had the Mulcharming Brilliant where he might have been able to draw into more cards and push through. But I think, like we even saw earlier, if one of the other players that lost to Aditya in our previous feature match had pushed through the Mulcharming Falls, he would have to give him a few extra cards, but still been able to go into Abyss Dweller. No matter how many cards they have, sometimes that's just enough. But we're going to have to see if that's going to play out any differently. I am excited about this game because all the times I feel like we have featured Mermaid Atlantean, they have been going second. They've gone second in game 1, won game 1, and gone second in game 2, and ended up winning that game. But now we're going to get to see what this deck does going first.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do to immediately stop all their plays as you can with all the other decks, right? Apulia is so strong against something like the Ryziel strategy where they have to give you several draws in order to make a lot of their Xyz monsters. And then you have Lancia against Malice can really shut it off. And as well, Dimension Shifter is really the only card that can shut off the Mermaid Atlantean's turn if it's able to go first. And that is not a card that you typically see in Ryziel anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even cards like Mulcharming Fuwalos could probably be pretty impactful against the Mermaid strategy. But yeah, not going to be able to stop them from doing all their plays. But you'll at least be able to stymie what their end goal will eventually be, potentially.
Yeah, they can get so much value outside of that they don't necessarily have to dig that deep into the extract. I think Drone Lockbird could also find a lot of value.
Depending on how the hand works or how they start with, for sure. Now, the downside to going first with the Mermaid strategy, which I'm assuming maybe you side out some copies, is the new Poseidon, the Stormy Atlantean. It really shines at going second, but not as impactful going first, because it needs, in order to be able to send a card from the deck as cost, it needs something to return on the opponent's side of the field. But it still can use the special summon effect on your turn going first. We've seen that all weekend where you're able to send the Neptibus, special summon the Poseidon, the Neptibus special summons back another monster, and it's a way to get level 7s onto the field so you can go into your rank 7s and take off from there.
Yeah, really a perfect replacement for Abyss Megalo in the deck.
Nothing will ever replace Abyss Megalo. Now, don't let me ever hear you say that again, Asala.
I'm sorry.
That's my man. Or shark, fish thing.
It's a Megalo.
It's a Megalo.
Yeah.
But yeah, Abyss Megalo not going to be in Aditya's deck, but that trophy is in his eyesight. He wants to win again. He isn't a YCS champion. He did win the NAWCQ, and we're going to have to find out if he can bounce back here in game number 2 and take down Manuel in his Ryziel deck.
Well, we've talked about how strong Mermaid Atlantean can be at going first, so we'll just have to see if he sees those powerful openings.
Yeah, there's a lot he can do. It's going to depend on what Manuel has. I might have seen a Mulcharming. It is. It's Fuwalos.
Yeah, Fuwalos in the draw phase here. Will there be a response from Aditya?
I guess we now get to see the answer to the question if Fuwalos is enough to slow down the Mermaids, or if they'll be able to keep on swimming through it. Oh, he has the Ash Blossom.
None of these cards will resolve.
Am I playing Master Duel? It feels
Yeah.
That's what it feels like every time you activate Maxi and Master Duel. There's always an Ash Blossom, and then he's going to follow up that Ash Blossom with Neptibus, Prince of the Atlanteans.
Really strong normal summon here. Neptibus is going to be able to activate sending for cost. Will he send squad or will he send dragoons?
If he's able to send for cost to add an Atlantean, and then that's going to trigger the effect of the monster that he sends. He's going to send Shadow Squad. That's going to let him special summon a monster from his deck.
It looks like it will be resolving as well, so Dragoons will be added to hand and Squad will be activating now, probably summoning Abyss Pike. Abyss Pike is going to be able to activate, sending the Dragoons to add a level 3 water. Likely going to be that Abyss Shrine. Oh, no, it looks like we're eyeing Deep Sea Minstrel. So we can also just grab the Shrine later.
If Dragoon's going to add a Sea Serpent. Looks like he may want to take a peek at Manuel's hand before he advances his turn any further. The Atlantean Dragoons is going to trigger to add... Oh, he's adding the Minstrel off the pike because it's a level 3.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
And now the Dragoons is going to add...
Yeah. Thinking on the search target.
Yeah, he's considering his options here. He doesn't want to make any mistakes at this point in the tournament, right? You're feeling the pressure. You're in the top 4. You're already down a game. But
It's
this
not
is
where you want to be exactly, but you just got to keep your head above water.
Yep. This is a great position to be in when you're able to resolve Minstrel after already taking a card out of your opponent's hand with the Duelist being ashed. Manuel, body language alone, just telling you he's not very excited about this game.
Hand on head, usually a key indicator of weakness. Or boredom.
Sure, he sees the game already over.
I think it's fair that Aditya, had his Mulcharming game 1, that got Ash Blossom. Manuel had the Mulcharming game 2. Aditya had his turn to have Ash Blossom, but now he's going to I talked about it. You have Send the Neptibus and summon the Poseidra. This has been the bread and butter of the Mermail Atlantean strategy all weekend. So we can get the 2 level 4s on the field, and then go into Bahamut Shark, detaching Atlantean Dragoons, special summon, totally awesome.
Yeah,
shout outs to my friends in Germany. My one particular friend who I think loves Totally Awesome. Ugh, bad memories for me. Actually, some of the greatest memories I have, TBH. But that's neither here nor there. Now we're in 2025, not 2016, and Totally Awesome is on the field.
I need you to stay with me, Billy. Don't get too distracted.
I'm focused. I'm locked in, Asala. This is the top 4. I'm not going anywhere.
Interesting that he opted to use this extension line instead of opting for the Minstrel. I think he saw that if he Minstrels, he would not have access to Mullen Glacier, and he had the soul read that his opponent would not have a Nibiru the Primal Being. Either that or he just knows by now that it's not in his opponent's deck.
All right, now we're going to link away the Bahamut and the Poseidra for...
Coral Anemone.
Yep.
So in the graveyard...
Very good card for water decks.
Yep, summoning back any water monster with 1500 or less attack from the graveyard. It's going to be able to summon back that Shadow Squad.
5 waters.
And now it looks like there are 5 in the graveyard. Mullen Glacier is going to hit the field, take away 2 more cards from Manuel's hand.
We are no longer in the shallow end. We have swam over to the deep end. Manuel is treading water now that he loses 2 cards from his hand. The Totally Awesome is on the field thanks to Bahamut Shark. And there goes X-Raziel and Sword Raziel, I believe.
It was another Raziel. I couldn't tell what exactly it was.
It was ice. It was ice. It was nice.
And now we're linking away the Anemone as well as the Shadow Squad. Oh, the Abyss Keeper.
Okay.
He must have drawn Coelacanth.
The Abyss Keeper is going to allow him to special summon a fish from his hand.
Yep. Namely, this only happens when you have the Coelacanth in your hand. Coelacanth is able to discard a card now. It's going to discard the Minstrel.
And we get to see Coelacanth resolve. It's not 2010. It's 2025. And this super ancient deep sea fish is going to summon more fish from the deck to the field. I told you, we're in the deep end now. We're going about as deep as you can go into the water, into the depths.
I mean, I think we're deep enough that the game should already be over. Manuel's just sitting there letting it happen.
Hand on head.
And they have plenty of time. I suppose he might as well see what other cards are in Aditya's strategy. He might also trying to figure out if there's also the Barrier Statue in his deck. Normally when Mullen Glacier hits the field, it's only one or the other. But he wants to see the remainder of Aditya's extra deck here.
Looks like he's considering summoning the Gluttonous Fish, so he'll have access to Synchro plays. And that is indeed what is happening.
So now filling up the field here. Wants to try to remove the Mullen Glacier as a liability before potentially linking away and not having a battle phase next turn. We're going to be Synchro summoning the Monoceros here. Monoceros is going to be able to special summon back
the fish in my grave.
a fish, so it's going to go after the Abyss Pike and then copy its level. So they're going to be 2 level 4 monsters.
Again! He's going to pick a Bahamut Shark again!
Very typical for this deck.
Again! And now he's overlaying those 2 for
oh no, he's leaving us level
7.
No, yes, he's going for level 7 here. And now we're going.
This is even better. He's still going to make another Bahamut Shark again, but he's going to make
have some more value along the way. All right, here comes the Bahamut Shark.
Gonna be detaching Dragoons once again. How many times can you resolve? How many times can you resolve Dragoons? Tell me.
Two totally awesomes, 2 cards ripped from the hand thanks to Dueling Glacia. We talked about how Mermellanian's been doing well going second all day, but it does even better when it gets the opportunity to go first like that, thanks to multiple copies of Bahamut Shark.
Summon Mermel Abyss Glacia.
Abyss Glacia is coming down next. That'll be useful. Usually it's useful to ditch Atlantean monsters from your hand during your opponent's turn, so you trigger something like Atlantean heavy infantry, so you can destroy a face-up card on your opponent's side of the field.
You basically want to have 2 forms of ways to discard from your hand. So you want to have access to infantry and access to way to discard Neptibus to get Poseidon on the field to also go after your opponent's field. So you'll have a bounce and a destroy as well as draw set up on your opponent's turn, along with everything that's already there.
All right, so Metaltron is starting out to target Totally Awesome, one of the Totally Awesomes, and that's
they have another Ash.
Ash Blossom, and yeah, Manuel's seen enough. He forgot to take swimming lessons before that game, and now he is going to be diving into his side deck as he prepares to go first in game number 3. But Aditya saying, yeah, you might win game number 1, but now that I get to go first, I get to have access to my side deck. I'm not going down without a fight.
I mean, it's just so impressive what the deck can do going first, right? Once you're able to get past that checkpoint of resolving Neptibus, it just seems like there's nothing that you can do to stop it anymore.
Yeah, the tide just grows stronger and stronger with each and every play. But, you know, it was played really well there from Aditya. There wasn't a lot of thinking. It's something that he seems like he knows this deck in and out.
I mean, he took a moment to pause there to really consider if he wanted to activate Minstrel, if it was worth it, and he had the read that he didn't need to respect Nibiru in this situation, and he needed to set up the Mullen Glacier, so he opted to make that choice and was rewarded for it.
Can't get no respect for Nibiru around here, but you know, that's not exactly the card that we've seen a lot of this weekend. It's kind of fallen out of favor as the cycle of Yu-Gi-Oh! Interactions kind of goes, that some events that Nibiru will be in everyone's decks, and others it'll kind of slowly start to fade out, especially with the increase in play and something like Dominus Impulse that cuts you off from light effects. We've seen a heavy decrease on players using Nibiru the Primal Being if you're able to utilize something like Dominus Impulse in your deck, as Mermails are.
Definitely one of those cards that comes in and out of formats here. The less it's respected, usually that's when it starts coming back, right? Because you can start punishing players because of the lack of respect. But for now, it seems like we're still on that area where it's not getting the value that it needs, because usually Nibiru by itself is not strong enough against any of these decks.
You know, if I was in the tournament playing Mermellanian, I'd be shuffling up for game 3. I'd look at my opponent and I'd just give him a quick dun-nut, 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 dun-nut.
It's a good thing you're here with me.
Yeah, it is a good thing I am here with you. And I get to be here with all the awesome duelists watching at home, trying to find out who is going to win YCS Houston. What deck is it going to be? Will it be Raziel taking it, or will one of these other decks, I mean, it could be Atlantean Mermail, or it could be Goblin Biker Memento. I would never have predicted this top 4. I may have said like Halfman Raziel. I would assume one maybe being a Fiendsmith, but no Malice. Instead, we have Atlantean Mermail, Goblin Bikers, and a couple of Raziel decks. Only ones remaining in this tournament.
I mean, I would have believed you if you told me there would be 2 Rises. I would have definitely believed you if you told me there would have been a Mermail 19, but I would have never expected the Goblin Memento.
Yeah, Pascal really putting on a clinic with that deck this weekend. And if he had lost, it would have been Labyrinth in the top 4. It was so close. That match was a good one, but Pascal was able to take that. But now we are here in game number 3 of our first semifinal match. The decks are shuffled. The side decks have been utilized. We're mere moments away.
I mean, Manuel still doesn't seem so confident. The head is still heavy. But he is able to go first now, and all he has to do is try to set up a Dweller again. But Aditya will have potentially more answers in things like Xyz Encore.
Yeah, that's the big difference when after diving into the side decks is there's definitely cards in the side deck that will target down Abyss Dweller, because they know that is what the players are going to try and go into before anything else to make sure they can cut off those all-important graveyard effects. But this is it. This is our first semifinal match. Game 3, the winner of this game wins the match, and we'll move on to the finals.
Our first finalist
of YCS Houston. Not Houston, to all you New York folk out there. I know you have your Houston Street, but no, it's Houston. down here in Texas.
I would have never known that.
Soho? No. Bonfire coming down here from Manuel. A good start. Ash Blossom immediately met with the D-Chud.
Oh, taking the gamble there.
Not saving it for the duo drive. He's trying to say, I don't think you have any Razil monsters. Potted Desires is up next.
I mean, that is technically a sign of weakness, but it can easily reward you here.
Will he draw any Razil monsters? He has to banish the 10 cards face down off the top of his deck. So he's a check the banish before draw player, I see. I feel like there's two different schools of duelists. Okay, that's not a Razil monster. Oh, that one is. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, well, I won't spoil it. He did draw something that play will continue this turn.
We've seen a lot of it happen where the plays have not been able to continue, but
What happens when water gets cold?
He gets the ice.
It turns to ice. Ice Razil is coming down. It's water frozen. And now Ice Razil is going to special summon a Razil monster from the deck, and it's going to be the sword.
Looks like it's going to be Sword Razil. Did we check to see if he had Razil monsters left in his deck beyond that?
I saw his Desires banished pile, and there was barely any Razil names. I saw the Plasma Hall, but I didn't see much.
You know, I think he'll live without it.
Yeah, I think
many players have.
All right, here comes Duo Drive. Ash Blossom's gone. The Duo Drive resolves. Adichia took the big gamble. Usually when you Ash Blossom something like Bonfire, that's kind of signaling your hand might be weak. You don't have any other forms of interaction, so you're just kind of gambling and hoping they don't have anything else to play with after that. It's a tall order, but sometimes pays off.
Looks like we're just going to go for the node as well as the Razil Cross. Going to activate the Razil Cross here. And now we're going to be special summoning the node.
Node Razil is going to send Duo Drive to the graveyard to try and special summon back Sword Razil. Adichia picks up his hand and takes a look, but no cards are going to be played.
It's very interesting. We haven't used X Razil yet. We haven't really... I wonder if we have enough ways to extend here to get to Dweller. Like, yeah, he has to consider this. Is he going to summon the Detonator?
He was looking at Exciton.
That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, no,
okay,
it is Abyss Dweller. This is the key point in the match. Will the Abyss Dweller be enough?
Okay, so here is the X Razil. We're opting to summon the Dweller first. It looks like we still might have the ability to extend here. We're going to be able to send the Eclipse Twins.
I had Detonator in my hand.
He didn't play the Detonator.
What?
You have to commit to the Detonator.
No, I don't think he put the Detonator down.
Was the Detonator ever on the field?
No. I saw him just moving the cards in the deck to the ground while he was trying to decide. I don't think it ever touched down on the field.
Oh, well, it looks like...
I mean, I guess he did put the Detonator down.
And it looks like we're activating the Detonator to attach Ice Razil. Will we be continuing further with our turn?
I might have to go back and watch that one. But I think he'll still find a way to get to the Abyss Dweller just fine.
Yeah, so now we're going to be using X Razil. Will we still be sending Eclipse Twins? We are activating the X Razil on the field to be able to add...
that sword. And he hasn't special sword yet, yeah. So he's just fine this way.
This is fine. Yeah, okay. Nothing off.
No harm, no foul. Detonator, Dweller on the field just like it would have been, just reversed.
Right.
I think he was just doing it the other way so he'd have proper materials that he wanted under Detonator.
Right, and then potentially to get the draw as well.
Yeah, he would have the Eclipse Twins under the Detonator.
So a little worse here, but still achieving the goal of getting the Dweller on the field. He's considering detaching to get the extra draw here by putting back the Duo Drive. Now that the Eclipse Twins is in the graveyard, it's not going to be actually live. So now we're putting the two cards back. Can we draw another good card here? Looks like we're going to set a couple, or 3 even, 2 of the spells and traps before we pass on over to Adichia. Double checking all his cards real quick before doing so. And yep, there is a passive turn. Adichia has a lot to handle here. Again, facing down the Detonator as well as the Abyss Dweller, as well as the Razil Cross. Will he have an answer at all?
Does Adichia have Xyz's Encore?
It's the only card that'll really do it here, and even then, it doesn't seal the game for you. You still have to deal with the cross and the detonator.
Yeah, it is just step 1. Yeah. But he needs that step 1 to get to step 2.
He's considering his options here.
He does have it. He has Xyz Encore.
Thinking on target.
Thinking on target. Oh, what do you mean thinking on target? What is Aditya cooking? What is going on? I'm so excited to see how this turn's going to play out. We have a game, folks.
Is Xyz Encore once per turn?
It's been a while. I'd have to pull up the card text on that one to see if it was once per turn. I've only ever used it once on Ophion, so I don't know if I ever needed the second one. Let's go ahead and pull up the card text real fast.
It doesn't look like it.
Okay, it's not once per turn, so he could have 2.
I mean, either way, you have to go for the Dweller first, not give your opponent any window here. I mean, you could just chain both, I guess. Oh, chaining Dweller?
No, he picked the Dweller.
He picked the Dweller. Okay, I'm very confused there.
So now he's going to summon back Sword Razil, thinks Xyz Encore.
That's fine.
All right, now, can we do it again to really simplify this game?
Excuse me? Sorry?
Thank you.
Is he activating the effective sword?
We got to get... Oh, never mind. That'll be something I can talk about in the future, but we are in the present right now. He's going to go Deep Sea Mitchell, discard Dragoons.
That's pretty good.
There is a card in his hand he does need to take out. It's the card I was talking about last game that we thought people weren't playing, but maybe they're just not drawing it. This is prompting a deep think here from Manuel. This is game 3, a lot on the line here.
A deep think for the Deep Sea.
This decision could determine...
Oh, he's doing the actual thing, the fingers on the head.
All right, he's going to let him take a peek. Nibiru, Bonfire, and X. I mean, you
have to take away the Nibiru, right? Like, the only card that really matters here.
It's only for the turn. Dragoons is going to let him add if there is no response from Manuel. Something like Call by the Grave again would be huge.
He can use Cross.
Oh, he could use Cross also. But Call by the Grave would like last through the remainder of the turn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Call by the Grave. That would make this really simple.
All right, so he's going to detach for Cross. So Atlantean Dragoons effectively negated. So Aditya is going to need more cards to progress this turn. Does he have Neptibus? It's Poseidra. This is his last cards.
Okay, is that good enough? I mean, he can send another copy of Dragoons here to get rid of the detonator, and it will get rid of the detonator because now that Cross is gone.
Pick the Poseidra.
On summon, pays the cost. He's going to be able to return a card on Manuel's side of the field to his hand. Surely going after this detonator.
Really considering what he has to send down. I mean, the only 2 options are Dragoons and Shadow Squad at this point, right? But, or...
Looks like he's thinking of...
what does Dragoons do from this point on? You would Dragoons for... Oh, no, we're going for Shadow Squad, targeting the detonator. Is there a response from Manuel here? We're going to be chaining the detonator to try to destroy the Poseidra.
And then he has another chain. It's infinite permanence.
Oh, that's going to keep the detonator on the field. That's huge.
Yep.
Aditya out of cards in hand. I think there's 1 material left under detonator.
That makes sense. 1 from Cross, 1 from detonator's effect here.
Special summon this.
Have been used.
And he's going to book on summon. This is the 1 card that's really good against Neptibus. He's going to book a moon it before he can send it as a cost. Aditya has nothing left.
Moons control the tides.
They do indeed, and the tide is coming up shallow here in game 3 for Aditya. He had the Encore, but not enough to push through all the other cards. And we know the other 2 cards in the hand are Bonfire and X Razil. Those are some good cards to have for Razil player.
The game is over. He has no other cards to play with. All he has to do is pass turn.
I think Aditya has run out of water and time.
Just checking the stats on that card real quick. During the end phase, Minstrel will give back the Nibiru to Manuel's hand. And then we're drawing for turn. The rest is just a formality at this point.
Yeah, we are moments away from seeing Manuel find his way into the finals. Thanks to Book of Moon.
We're going to be starting with X Ryzeal, sending another copy of Eclipse Twins to the graveyard here.
I want to activate X effect.
Then we're going to be using, I believe, both effects here. I think he's just making sure that he can even resolve X Ryzeal. Yep, just making sure to check before making legal activation.
It's level 3 right now. It's level 3. You can't activate it. All right.
Yes. So the sword that got summoned back from Xyzon Core is a level less than what it originally was.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's
you
fair.
won't be able to add.
It's a level 3 monster.
Yeah. Yeah.
Slight warning there for making a legal activation,
for not,
but I mean,
communicating. Yeah.
Yep, just gonna get a minor warning for an illegal activation. It happens. No big deal.
Makes a lot of sense here in this situation. I don't think you were too worried about it.
He will be able to continue his plays.
Yep, so now the Eclipse Twins is able to resolve. I believe there are enough targets in the graveyard because there are... Actually, there might not be. It's just 2 Eclipse Twins and... Oh, there's 2 Eclipse Twins and Duo Drive, so you can put it on the Duo Drive.
Is there? Oh, yeah, because the Duo Drive got sent from the Node Ryzeal on the previous turn.
The Duo Drive was properly summoned.
Indeed, it was. No, don't do this to us. We're so close to the finish line.
I mean, if Vegeta was looking for an out...
Man, this was a good game 3, though. I mean, that's the thing. Even though you deal with the Dweller, Raziel's able to put up so much onto the field. Like, having the Detonator, the Cross, the Imperm, the Book of Moon. I mean, it really came down to that. It came down to the Pot of Desires. Surely,
Yeah.
I could see Manuel's hand. And you bonfired, it got ashed. If this Pot of Desires didn't get him any Raziel cards, he was going to be able to set Book of Moon, Imperm, and have some defensive
But that was
options.
never going to be enough.
Yeah, never. He needed way more than that, and the Desires got there. And I mean, I talk about that's one of the big advantages of pure Ryzeal over Fiendsmith Ryzeal is you do get high-impact spell cards like Pot of Desires. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Pot of Greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and add it to my hand.
Yeah, ideally, he led with Bonfire because he wanted to get the Ryzeal cards out of his deck. He wanted to get the 1-ofs out, the Cross, the Node. But in situations when you don't have access to any of those cards, you will take the risk because you'd rather have the option to play than not.
Definitely. All right, looks like we're just double-checking, make sure that PE minor didn't get upgraded, make sure he hasn't been using that same penalty throughout the tournament. Nope, this was the first time. No upgrade here. Play will proceed.
No Eclipse Twins effect, it seems. We're going to be activating the Bonfire now. Going to be able to grab Ice Ryzeal.
Normal summon Ice Ryzeal is going to be able to special summon a Ryzeal monster from the deck.
I wonder if he has a Node Ryzeal still in the deck here. It would be very useful, able to just send the sword. Oh no, we're going to just be summoning away another X Ryzeal here.
The drain has been opened. The water is gone. All there is now is lightning and electrifying excitement from the Ryzeal side.
He has to find the damage at this point. Oh, it looks like he has plugin set as well. That will make things a little easier as far as finding the damage. We're going to overlay the 2 X Ryzeals here. For Ryzeal Duo Drive. Duo Drive is going to potentially use its effect to attach if there is a Ryzeal in the graveyard. There is. Looks like we're not doing that. We're going to put the sword into attack mode. So all his Xyz monsters are getting plus 200 attack. So it's 15, 17. Oh, okay, we just have to get over the Neptune. I almost forgot that was there.
I mean, you might as well have. It wasn't doing much.
I mean, blocking an attack here was pretty relevant. Aditya doesn't know about the plugin.
Oh, yeah, because there's so many 1 cards he can draw off the top of his deck that are going to get him back into this game.
Hey, man. Look.
Hey, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
You have to believe in the heart of the cards, because if not, what else are you going to believe in?
So it was 27 after the fact with the Duo Drive.
Okay, so I will attack with 19. Then I will activate
All right,
plugin.
Plug-in activated here. I mean, this is the big thing. A lot of people aren't playing plug-in and Plasma Hull, but Manuel has decided to use them in his pure Raziel strategy, and that might be why he is on his way to the finals.
Plug-in just giving the extra material to the Duo Drive here, so it's even stronger.
Yeah. And just so you know, every time that there's a PE minor given, especially at this late stage in the game when there's been so many rounds, you always have to verify to make sure it shouldn't be upgraded, because the judge who initially gave those warnings, you don't want to make sure it's the same warning over and over again, as I explained earlier, but you want to make sure it doesn't get upgraded. And that's why, you know, the head judge had to explain to both players that it's not being upgraded because he hasn't committed that same infraction previously in the tournament. Patience is key. We waited for it, and now Manuel, all the way from Switzerland, is now in the finals of YCS Houston. Unfortunately, Aditya just came up just short, but big congratulations to Manuel, our first finalist of YCS Houston.
Playing a lot of the classics in the pure Raziel strategy, all the way from their initial release back in like YCS Anaheim, having the plug-in, the Plasma Hole, getting value out of those cards.
Yeah, they really, I mean, their decks and the way they built it is the reason why Manuel has made it this far. I mean, the key card in that game that really sealed the deal, Book of Moon, Bouche de Mons, is that the way?
Yeah.
Libra de Luna?
Yes.
Yes, I
Libra
mean,
de Luna.
they got them all day. Book of Moon, an oldie but a goodie. One of my favorite cards, and it is still paying dividends for Duelists today. I mean, being able to put the Neptune's face down before he could use the effect, fantastic. Which is, it's all like so funny, because if you look at the old Mermail deck, Book of Moon would have been one of the most useless cards against that strategy, as you know, with cards like Atlantean Marksman being able to take out face downs along the way. But that's not the same Atlantean Mermail deck we've seen here since Supreme Darkness and Rage of the Abyss gave them so many powerful cards. And Aditya did wonderful, still made it to top 4. But just short of where he wants. I know a player like Aditya isn't going to be satisfied with the top 4 finish, but you still have to congratulate yourself and realize you did the best you could. You played well all tournament, but sometimes you're just going to come up short, and that's just how Yu-Gi-Oh goes.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen how the game's evolved several times. You talk about how Book of Moon used to be worse against the Mermail deck, but the Mermail deck has changed so much, and Book of Moon, its role has stayed the same. It's able to be so strong against these strategies that need to just resolve one monster, but if it doesn't happen on summon, that's one of the few cards that can tackle it.
It definitely is, especially when backed up by cards like Infinite Impermanence and the Raziel Cross. He uses interruptions in the perfect way. He was able to navigate despite that Xyz Encore. And I mean, Aditya had a good hand with Xyz Encore and plays to continue, but Manuel did not get discouraged. He didn't give up and found a way to make it all the way to the finals. I mean, we expected Raziel. We didn't know if it was going to be Fiendsmith or Pure, but here it is, Pure Raziel using 3 copies of all the Raziel monsters. Really focus on that main strategy.
Yeah, and potentially playing against a perfect mirror match in the finals against another Switzerland player.
I mean, that like never happens. So like 2 players like come with the same deck and end up making the finals. I mean, a lot has to go right. Not only do you have to beat all your opponents, you have to be placed on like separate sides of that top cut bracket.
Exactly.
And then you have to defeat incredible duelists all along the way. I'm sure that they would love to face each other in the finals, because no matter who wins, they win. Like, I mean, they won
one
the
of them
tournament.
will win, right?
They're going to go home together happy. I mean, I've played friends in the finals. It's a lot of fun, and it's great things that you can rub in their face for years to come. But
oh yeah, if they play in the finals, the winner of that will never let the other one live it down.
Never. No matter how much time. These YCS wins don't expire, that's for sure. But it's been an excellent tournament so far. I mean, and it's lived up to the hype that I had coming into it. I mean, we've seen Tomb Keeper, Mermail Atlantean, definitely a deck that I thought might make the finals. We really, after top 8, thought maybe this was Aditya's tournament to win. Came so close, but unfortunately just short.
Yeah, and then I think Goblin Memento does have a good chance of playing in strictly to a Raziel matchup, mainly because of those Goblin cards.
I mean, he's going to have to defeat the same deck basically 2 rounds in a row, as he's going to take on the other player from Switzerland, and that's going to be the match we're going to have it coming up next. But first, I think Jackie's standing by with our winner for an interview, so go ahead and take it away, Jackie.
Thanks, Billy and Asala. All right, crowd, let's hear it for Manuel going to the finals. Oh my goodness, I can see you're all smiles. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
I can't explain. I'm just super nervous.
Nervous? Why? You're doing fantastic.
Yeah, I nearly messed up now because I was so nervous. But yeah, I'm trying to calm myself.
It's definitely a grind. What is your mindset moving forward now? I know you're feeling these nerves. How are you going to calm yourself down?
I don't know yet. I just try to relax, and I hope my teammate wins as well, so we can face each other in the finals.
You want to face him in the finals?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So who would win?
Can't tell about that since we...
He's eyeing you over there, I see him.
Yeah. I don't know, but actually I don't care, because if we're both in the finals, we already won, and doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, talk to me. You came all the way from Switzerland. Why would winning a YCS in America be a big deal for you?
Just to represent Europe and show that we're the, sorry for you Americans, but show that we're the better Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Oh, did you hear that crowd talking some smack over here? Oh, no, you're getting booed. I love it. It's too funny. No, we're all friends here. Is there anything that you want to say to the crowd and anything you want to say to the people watching at home?
Yeah, just greet all my friends. Thanks for the support. Thanks to the crowd. And yeah.
Congratulations, Manuel. Fantastic interview. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
So when he said that European players are better than the American ones, I took that personally. No, the European players are fantastic. I mean, it doesn't matter where you're from in the world, as long as you're a dedicated duelist, you put the time in, the practice, the hard work, that's when you get to see the results and see it pay off. And big congratulations. You took the words out of my mouth that, you know, as long as they both make the finals, they've already won. It doesn't matter who wins between them, but really it does. But that's only for, you know, talking back and forth. But we do have our second semifinal match coming up, but we want to talk about something really cool before we jump to our next semifinal. That's right, we have upcoming events that we have YCS Mexico City. That's coming up soon, April 19th and 20th. YCS Quito, Ecuador, May 31st to June 1st. YCS Lima, Peru is going to be in September. YCS Providence is going to be the beginning of May. I'll be there. You're going to want to make sure you don't miss that one. YCS Vancouver in August and YCS Anaheim, back to my state that I currently reside in. I guess I can call it my hometown. It's been years now at this point in Anaheim, California. Can't wait to see that and see all of you wonderful duelists there and being part of our live streams for some of these events that we're going to be at. If you see me at an event, make sure you come up, or Asala, we're always happy to say hello. And now we're going to be moving on to our second semifinal and then the finals. And then I'm going to figure out what's going on with Jerome, maybe, or maybe not.
Maybe
but
not.
Stay tuned. We have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh to come. YCS Houston conclusion is coming up shortly. So we'll be right back before you know it with our second semifinal. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. I'm Billy Brake, and I'm here at YCS Houston 2025. And I'm going to go through and find out duelists and see if they can guess the card that I'm holding in my hand. They're going to have 60 seconds to ask me yes or no questions and try and determine and narrow it down to the exact card that I'm holding. Let's find out what these duelists know, shall we? I'm here with Johnny, and he's going to try and guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes, spell card.
Is it a field spell?
No.
Is it a continuous?
No.
Is it normal?
Normal, yes.
Is it played in the meta right now?
Yes.
Is it limited?
No.
Oh wait, I already asked that. Dang. Is it triple tactics talent?
No.
Triple tactics thrust?
No.
What else I gonna ask? Oh. Is it played in Rizio decks?
No.
Is it played in Malice deck?
Yes.
Is it a Lure of Darkness?
Yes. You got it. You got it. Good. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm here with
Jacob.
All right. Hello, Jacob. We're going to try and see if he can guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. You can ask me any question you want, and we'll see if you can figure out what it is. All right? You ready?
Do it.
All right. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Does it have an effect?
Yes.
Is it level 8?
No.
Level 7?
Yes.
Dark Arm Dragon?
No.
Does it banish a card?
Yes.
Is it Kashtira archetype?
Yes.
Fenrir?
Full name.
Kashtira Fenrir?
Yes. You got it. It's Kashtira Fenrir. Hello, everyone. I'm here with John. He's going to try and guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. Go. Yes or no question?
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Counter?
Yes.
Solemn?
Which one?
Judgment?
Yes. Good job. You got it. It is Solemn Judgment. Hey, everyone. I'm here with Rayfield, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card in my hand. Rayfield, ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous thing?
No.
Quick play?
Nope.
Does it start with an A?
No.
B?
No.
Or C?
Yes.
Oh, God. Is it a special summoning?
No.
Is it a draw card?
No.
Talent. Triple attack the talent.
No, it's not. 30 seconds left.
Card of the Mind.
Nope.
Change of heart.
You got it.
What?
It's change of heart. Good job. Good job, Rayfield.
Thanks, man.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to YCS Houston. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are about to bring you guys the second semifinal match here today.
Cannot believe that we have finally gotten this far into the tournament because it's been incredible. I mean, it's been just duel after duel after duel, but we've got quite the match for you guys coming up. Think about this. We have mentioned that Memento Goblin's been playing, but now we finally get to see it up against a Ryziel deck that just has really carried Kevin through this tournament. But without further ado, you know what to do, fam.
Yep, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and introduce our duelists.
Who is going all the way? You lose, you go home. You win, you go to the finals. It is all on the line. Who is ready to duel? All right, we begin with the blue chair. And sitting there will be Pascal Manigat from Elmont, New York. And this is actually his second Final Four. He also made semis at NAWCQ last year. Now to the red chair, we have Kevin Zuger all the way from Switzerland. And apparently, his fun fact is he thinks his IQ is unfortunately bigger than his biceps. I don't know, that was what his fun fact was, everybody. Let's get into this semi-duels match. Are y'all ready, crowd? Love the enthusiasm. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. It is good to see Pascal at the table again. We've been seeing him all day, and having Kevin over there representing that pure Ryziel deck is going to be super awesome to see. I actually think Manuel, our current finalist, is Kevin's teammate, also from Switzerland. So if he wins here, it could be a potential Switzerland versus Switzerland finals in Houston.
Billy on the cast earlier was mentioning how cool it is to go ahead and play against someone you know. It's just a friendly game on the biggest stage in the world here. But Pascal is his opponent, so we're not to that mirror match just yet. Pascal, again, running all those great Goblin cards. We mentioned earlier before we got into it that this is going to be sort of that dream matchup. Do the Goblin Bikers actually get to snatch materials out from underneath these Ryziel monsters?
Yeah, we've seen Pascal fight with this deck multiple times against non-Ryziel decks, but now I think we're going to get to see the full power of these Goblin cards and the reason they were put in this deck in the first place, and that is to help you when you go second against Ryziel.
And who needs Ultimate Slayer when you could just snatch the materials out from under the monster so they don't really do anything? But both of these duelists have been up on top tier tables before, so you're going to have to get locked in and just show us what they got.
And I really think this matchup is going to be super interesting. You know, I've been a big fan ever since you played it over at the Team YCS in Vegas of the pure Ryziel variant, just how resilient and consistent it is. And as Kevin and Manuel have showed us, it is very strong.
It's definitely a commitment. You don't get any of the flash of the Fiendsmith variants or any other combinations if you happen to sprinkle a little bit of water in there too. You just have your game plan. And what could surprise your opponent is if you just naturally draw those search targets for all the different Ryziel cards. You may use an Ash Blossom and Joy of Spring to stop anything from your 7th Tachyon to Bonfire. And you could surprise your opponent by just like, well, I already had it, so here's some more Ryziel names.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be, I think, the duel of the most amount of engine possible in Pascal and the least amount of engine possible, but all the non-engine you need to support that in Kevin. It's going to be super awesome to see.
And again, it is a great showcase of how far Memento can get you into a tournament. I think there may be a few new Memento players after this, and we've already seen some of those great video reveals of Quarter Century Stampede. There are some great Memento reprints in there, so if you decide you want to jump in, you can jump in a way that is stylish like never before.
Now is the time, and Pascal might be a trendsetter if he wins this event. But let's go ahead and see if he has the chance to while we go into this game one.
We're finally here, the final semifinals before the actual finals.
Gonna get that fist bump, and then Pascal has the roll of 8. Pretty decent, above average. Versus 7, and Pascal will have the choice to either go first or second. Both players again wish each other luck. It's time to duel while we draw our opening hand of 5 cards. Very meticulous over there on Pascal, making sure he just picks every card up before he starts committing.
Kevin got a great start with some points of interaction. I saw an Infinite Permanence and Droll and Lockbird. That could be critical here.
But there we see the Tatsuno Toshigo, the really awesome ignition effect that lets him dump as many names as possible. And uh-oh, this could be a bad start for Kevin needing to read this card because it does everything.
You know, there is a running gag among European duelists that nobody knows how plants work. I wonder if nobody knows how Memento works over there, if they don't have a lot of Memento duelists over there. Wow, though!
There we see the infinite impermanence, but the chain of that with... Oh, I guess it was on a resolution because it was in the graveyard, but now we're using the Bone Party to send the Tatsunoko Toshiko to the graveyard and get access to our Anguish.
Very good stuff. You wouldn't want to do it in an immediate chain because you still have to be able to destroy a Memento monster in order for Tatsunoko Toshiko to work there. And of course, jokes aside there, just like Billy was saying earlier, it doesn't matter where you are from in this world. As long as you put the time in, you get the grind in, you are a great duelist. And that's exactly what these two international players are.
But here we got the Anguish being able to search his deck right now. Probably going to get access to Dark Blade because he hasn't normal summoned yet for turn. That could be pretty nice. Or that Sleepy for that extra extension because a monster has been destroyed this turn.
Just like you said, Kevin may not have a lot of Memento partners to play against, and so here is Memento Sleepy being read once more. It's a great card, and I feel like it's been the MVP for Pascal. All these different fusion summons has kept him in this tournament. This is his third time on the feature match stage, and he has earned it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Memento cards aren't necessarily starters in their own right, but some of them are a mixture of starter and extender, like Sleepy here. And there we see the resolution of Drone Lockbird after Sleepy gets added to the hand.
That may be fine. At this point, you may not be doing too many more searches because of the Memento and Bone Party already being used and the effective Anguish already being used.
Oh, and there we see the fusion summon of 3 monsters, including Mementetlin Gaddock. This will go into that Creation King, and you're totally right, Steven. Droll may stop you from searching, but it does not stop you from sending to the graveyard.
All right, so we're going to send those cards. It already feels like we've sent them with those 3 Memento names right there, but we're picking up the deck, and let's put 3 more down. Not sending the Creation King. Notice he didn't grab the extra deck there.
Yeah, so it was Chainlink 2, Gaddock to summon, Chainlink 1, Creation King to start sending some cards here, just making sure that resolves in order.
Good looking out for sure. Again, still Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition. We're all excited about the finals here. 55 minutes on the clock is going to be a long game here.
So there we have Akihiron being sent as the first card. That'll let him get some extra attention back into the graveyard. We have Combined Creation. We'll have more than enough names once this Creation King is done resolving, so that can definitely be a big threat during Kevin's turn. And the final card will be, it looks like a spell card, probably the fusion for some follow-up on the after the Drone Lockbird is done resolving.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to use it now, but could be something that you have from the graveyard with the Akihiron.
Oh, that looks like the field spell, actually. Yep, we're going to be sending that so we can activate it during this turn, potentially. Because we can add it back with Akihiron, like you said.
The field spell.
Yep, and then Gaddock's effect to add from the graveyard to hand as well.
It's just such a strange deck. If you haven't played against Memento before, you know, there's some decks where you're like, I don't get what you're doing. There's just a bunch of monsters on the field. I don't feel any pressure. You're not taking any cards out of my hand, destroying, etc. But it plays its own game plan of just having all these different accessible effects. And Pascal said earlier, you just really have to know the deck and just do stuff with it that's appropriate for the situation at hand.
And what's interesting, too, is that there's a chance that Kevin doesn't necessarily know that Pascal has these Goblin cards. So in a game 2 and 3 situation, if he does really well with the Memento cards and doesn't need to go into those Goblin lines, he can probably surprise Kevin with them later on. But here we see those 2 monsters being sent to the graveyard for potentially a Link summon here into SP Little Knight. That will get the opportunity to banish if he wants to do that, because he used the fusion monster. Not going to do that. We're just going to summon the Combined Creation here by returning these 5 names back to the deck. That's Tatsunoko Toshiko, Sleepy, Akihiron, Gaddock, and the Creation King. Keeping access for that Anguish in case we want to summon it back during Kevin's turn and get that search for potentially a Mace for another interruption.
Or you could get the Goblin too in order to protect targeting. And targeting may serve you well knowing your opponent is likely on Ryzel. If you just peek over at any of these featured match streams, you've gotten a little bit of a taste of what your opponent might be on.
And here we have the Memento Field Spell being activated to set a spell trap from the graveyard. We're going to target the Bone Party. Kevin's just reading it to make sure that it is in fact doing what he is saying it does.
Even at this stage of play, there is nothing wrong with reading your opponent's cards. It's important that both players know exactly what's going on.
Like I said, all the Memento cards are both starters, extenders, and they all have essentially 3 effects that can be activated whenever you want them to.
On either player's turn in some cases. All right, we're going to pass, and Kevin draws for turn.
There we see a second Drone Lockbird being added to his hand with a little flash of the camera there.
Doesn't seem like he has too many Ryzel names in hand, but does have a few spell cards, including Bonfire.
Kevin did go -2, essentially on turn 0, trying to stymie and interrupt Pascal's turn, but he was still able to establish quite the board in spite of that.
Let's start off with X Ryzel, likely sending, Myriologic Aggregator to the graveyard.
So we're going to have Chainlink 1BX, Chainlink 2B Aggregator targeting the Creation King to negate. We could chain SP, we could chain Combined Creation here to summon. Lots of options here for Pascal.
It kind of forces the Anguish. I don't think that's too much of a problem, though, from Pascal's perspective, because he could just summon the Anguish out and grab Mace or Goblin, respectively.
There's also an argument using SP and just banishing this extra Iziel. That way it's off the board and can't be used for an XZ summon.
Let's figure out what we do here first. Got to respond in some way, Pascal. But it looks like he's going to let it go through.
He's like, I don't need to summon Anguish. I have Bone Party if I need to. I could just destroy my Combined Creation and get value out of it that way. No need to maybe play into potential talents, right?
I feel like it was the Triple Tactics talent bluff there, if he actually does have it or not, but it did keep Pascal at bay. He did not choose to special summon any monsters from the grave with Nemetal Combined Creations effect. But now we're getting Sword Ryzel.
And the effective search on summon here. Was that a normal summon or a special? It has to be a normal because there's no Ryzel in the grave, right? But he can special summon it because he has one in field, right?
He's got one on field, so it does appear to be the special summon. Probably trying to hold off there for the Ice Ryzel.
You chain on the effect.
See if we're going to chain Bone Party to Sword Ryzel.
Seems to be fine.
We're going to be destroying our own Combined Creation to either summon or add to hand. This could be the add to hand for Mace, but oh no, now that we don't have Combined Creation, it wouldn't work. But we're going to get Gaddock. Gaddock back on summon.
So maybe trying to wind up for next turn.
Chainlink 1.
Well, because the Combined Creation was destroyed, Memento Miklon will be able to bring back that Anguish.
Field spell target. Don't target.
And what's cool is he's doing all this with just spell cards, and he's chaining Gaddock, it looks like, to add the creation back to hand.
Pascal certainly heeding the words of the judges from earlier, doing a great job of explaining each effect and each play action from here.
Yeah, and that's actually a really smart way to get Anguish online, even though the Combined Creation was negated by the Aggregator. Really heads up play from him.
Yes.
Kind of lets him know that there isn't a Triple Tactics talent right about here, because I feel like this is right when it would drop down.
Now that we're activating our monster effects, but now he can't steal the Combined Creation. All he can steal is an SP Little Knight, which we can chain to the talent anyway.
I think I recognize the other spell that appears to be a Pot of Prosperity in his hand.
Yep. That might be rough for Kevin, given that it is his second turn, and he might want to try to go for some big damage here, but he needs to dig. He needs to dig, right?
Speaking of digging, we are actually fusion summoning right now during the opponent's turn.
Yeah, one from field, two from hand. This could be that Chimera. It's going to be the Creation King instead to get even more sends from the deck to the grave.
Perhaps Pascal values more to, instead of clearing the field, he wants to set up his graveyard as much as possible.
Yep, so now we're going to use the effect of Gaddock here because it was sent. And we're going to use the effect of Creation King to send. So yeah, Gaddock will come back as it was sent to the graveyard this turn. While being destroyed, yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
I was going to say, as you could only use each effect once per chain, he may on a new chain try to use the effect of Creation King to destroy the Anguish and the Gaddock to get rid of those two monsters to prevent a single Xyz summon, and later use the SP Little Knight. I think he's trying to starve Kevin from those effects, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, especially now that Pascal knows that Kevin's follow-up is going to be Ice Ryziel. You can just chain to Ice Ryziel's effect on summon SP Little Knight if he chooses to go for it, and if he chooses not to go for it and you have another interaction, you can stop Kevin in his tracks.
When you have a popular deck like Kevin is playing, certainly you have to learn all the different matchups, but everybody's kind of ready for you.
He just conceded Kev. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's not a concession. He just got rid of both cards. I saw him pick up his hand, and I was like, what's happening? I'm so sorry.
No, we're excited, too. There's nothing wrong with being exciting about this game, but it does look like, again, he's using Creation King. I'm going to destroy two of my own mementos to destroy two of your own cards, still having the SP Little Knight on hand as well. So I think, again, he is trying to just keep Kevin from getting a single Xyz material in the field. No level 4s for you, sir.
Yep, and we have the Akihiron in play as well coming back because another one was sent from the graveyard. We still have the SP Little Knight, so that pretty much invalidates the Ice Ryziel like I was saying earlier. Kevin might be forced to Prosperity here, but that guarantees Pascal another turn, and you saw all the follow-up he has access to. That might be too much for Kevin to deal with. You definitely fought a Memento player or Tiber 2 with a full graveyard. It's not fun.
Oh, it is very difficult to get through. You think you finally got through all the interactions, and like, hey, guess what? More card effects.
All right, so there we see the Ice Ryziel coming down. Effect on summon 2 special from deck. We are going to chain the SP Little Knight here, targeting, I would assume, itself and the Ice Ryziel. Probably the safest 2 to pick. And targeting itself and the Ice Ryziel. Seeing if Kevin has anything to chain here. He does not. The Ice Ryziel will get banished, but a monster will still be special summoned.
So I feel like you probably get Node Ryzel here because you've gone through all these other different effects, and you could discard a card in order to special summon another level 4 and still finally be able to get that Xyz summon out. but Pascal's been doing a great job of just keeping Kevin at bay, not trying to give up that spot in the finals.
Yeah, but that just gets you one rank 4 monster, and I don't think Detonator alone is enough to stop Pascal at this point. So Kevin's probably just thinking to himself, okay, what is the level 4 that I could go for here that could let me keep playing in a way that's meaningful? Like you said, Node is probably the obvious pick, but that will require another card from our hand to be sent to the graveyard, which is pretty rough from this board texture given how many resources Kevin's already used up.
Do you think you get rid of the Pot of Prosperity maybe in order to keep the half damage at bay, or do you need the options that bad that you're willing to go ahead and banish 6 targets from your extra deck?
It depends on what kind of non-engine Kevin thinks would be useful here. Yeah, I think Dueling Lockbird has kind of served its purpose of being a stymie card. Having access to that Prosperity as like the oh no button once his turn is over could be pretty huge.
Well, you say stymie card, we were still able to see Pascal do a number of plays under Dueling Lockbird, so maybe that is why he discarded it. Didn't do that much.
Yeah, and at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. So we're gonna get that Sword Rise summon back here using the node, and this will be a potential Pixie summon here. The only option I can think of is going to be Rizal Detonator, but I guess we could go for a Duo Drive and try to get more value that way, but I'm not sure what it does for us.
Eyeballing the Tornado Dragon there for just a moment.
I mean, there are some, like that Memento Mictlan is a pretty powerful field spell, but we are going to go for the Duo Drive, going to be potentially using the effect on summon to attach. That could get us Cross, as well as an Ice Rizal that we haven't used the special summon effect of, but then on Resolution,
wow.
We're going to Forbidden Droplet on the Duo Drive, having its attack points and negating all of its effects.
Cheers from the crowd and much applause.
This is definitely all of Kevin's extension, because I believe he's already used a Bonfire this turn, right? Or no?
Not
He started
yet.
with X. He started with X.
So he still can reach a little further into the deck, but he's used so many different Rizal effects, there's not really much left to his name.
I believe the only one he hasn't summoned is Ice. For its special summon effect, I should say.
That's correct. Maybe you could make an Eclipse Twins from here, but we are using Pot of Prosperity to banish various different monsters face down.
Yeah, that's going to be the full 6, it looks like, trying to get as much dig as possible. I'm not trying to think of the possible non-engine that he could be digging for here. How much is Creation Gate's defense? Because Book of Moon could matter if he plays that to be able to attack over it, but right now I believe Duo Drive is just 1250.
Yeah, I don't think 1250 is going to cut it here, but let's see if any of these other cards will help.
Well, there is that Book of Moon that I was talking about that he could play in his deck. We see Ash Blossom, Imperm. Those are all pretty good cards. A nice wide gambit, but no Ice Rizal is a little bit of a bummer for Kevin, I imagine, because that's the only name he has yet to special summon.
And you'd have to give up a card in order to get it out. Resources are limited here. Now it's got 2,000 defense, so eventually you'll be able to clear it out, but not with a halved attack and negated effect Rizal Duo Drive.
We can always get the Book of Moon too and just set it and then use it on Pascal's turn to stop a potential attack, and thus get like one more turn longer in the game, if that makes sense. Which could be pretty cool.
Some really great choices there, but you can only pick one. The rest have got to go to the bottom of the deck.
I don't think we have any Rizal names in the graveyard, so Cross won't get us any extra digs, but it would give us a potential monster negate during Pascal's turn. Ah, man, if you're Kevin here, all these cards, like, they look really good. They're some of the best cards in the game, but in this exact board texture, I'm not sure they do too much.
The texture seems a little rough to me, but it looks like we are going to go for the field spell. Rizal Cross. No, the Book of Moon, actually. Wow.
Yeah, it's the only one that like does something really meaningful on Pascal's turn as well.
Only monsters, right? Anything.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Creation King can pop multiple things as long as you destroy multiple monsters, which in the Memento deck is no big deal.
Certainly not there. So it looks like we're going to let SP Little Knight resolve during the end phase and return the cards back to the field.
We're going to get the cut from the deck because we were able to search earlier, and then Pascal's going to go to his draw phase.
Stand by, please.
We have the Aki Huron already set up. We have plenty of ways to get more names in the graveyard, so I'm sure Pascal's doing that favorite mass. But there's the Doug Charger coming down, going to be stealing a material from that Duo Drive in order to summon itself. And Pascal gets to pick which one it is, too.
It is so hyped to see Goblin Bikers working for their intended purpose, sort of driving by Rizal and say, I'll just take this Xyz material, that Xyz material, this Xyz material.
Kevin reading this card, too, does not bode well for how this turn is probably going to keep going here, because now he's going to get to search for another Goblin Biker card here. Pascal just looking at his extra deck here, being like, what should I summon this turn? Okay, I think I know where I'm going from here. We could see that Grant entrance that we saw him get in his top 8 match. That could be pretty cool. In fact, that is the one he goes for here. That can get him another Doug Charger if he has it in his deck, which I believe we do know he does because we saw him play 2 earlier.
And the Goblin card's just a great little tech engine here, and obviously that's why we have seen so much just extension and extension and extension out of this deck, but it's also an insurance policy to make sure you actually get to use your favorite cards.
And also has a graveyard effect deck.
Yeah, being able to be a one card that eats up potentially 2 pops from a Ryzeal Detonator is so good, especially when you're playing a deck like Memento that has so much extension built in. You can just keep playing despite all the pops they have. Here we have that Grand Entrance. It's going to summon the Duck Charger, and once again, it's going to get rid of another material. I forgot about that part too. It's also what it does. It's going to be pretty big here for Kevin, because now even if it goes back to his turn, this Duo Drive will not be able to use its effect.
Uh-oh, are we really seeing on the semifinal stage? Goblin Biker, Big Gabonga!
Woohoo, baby! And this will eat up potentially another material from this Duo Drive.
Goblin Biker's eating well. This is incredible.
And this will be able to search for the Grand Breakout, which will get you access to Memento Goblin, which will be pretty huge. Because that'll give you more than enough names to summon back Creation King, and maybe even summon back Aki Huron and be able to just attack directly for game.
Wouldn't take much. You just need to get out the Combined Creation and then use Aki Huron's effect to make your high-level Memento monsters able to attack directly, and there's not really a lot of protection except that one face-down card.
Oh my goodness. Grand Entrance, eat up the last material, add back Goblin, and then Big Gabonga suck up the Duo Drive.
That is cooking.
And now we're going to use the effect of Creation King, declaring the pop the spell trap. He's going to trigger the Book of Moon to book the Big Gabonga.
I feel like it's done its job, though, at this point.
Yep, here we have Memento Miklon summoning back Aki Huron. That'll make all of his level 9 and higher Mementos be able to attack directly. We're also going to bring back Anguish thanks to Memento Miklon's effect. This will let us search.
Every Memento can attack directly. Level 9 or higher. Level 9 or higher? Yes. Okay.
Yes, just clarifying that level 9 and higher Memento monsters can attack directly. Imagine if they all could. That'd be pretty crazy.
This is level 9.
That's a very different deck, but the biggest boss monsters in this deck, one at 3,000, the other at 5,000. That's enough to empty out anyone's life points at the start of a game.
It is worth noting here that Pascal's board's getting a little clogged, but one Link Summon, one XZ Summon would fix that right up. There we see the Mace being added thanks to Anguish's effect.
You're 8,000? Yep.
Yeah, both players are still at 8,000. Good clarification here from Pascal, just being like, I need to do max damage, eh? Okay. Let's see if we can do that.
I can certainly try scrolling through the graveyard again. Plenty of options. You know that your opponent has a very limited hand here.
Here we're seeing the Anguish's effect, I believe, to destroy the Aki Huron, and I think it just summons from graveyard, right?
That's correct. It summons a level 2 or lower Memento monster.
And we have Gaddock in the graveyard? Question mark? Because we added back the Goblin, right?
Believe so.
Yes.
So there's Gaddock.
There he is.
Just have to solve this puzzle. It's kind of what's neat about playing the Memento deck. Once you get on a roll, you get to kind of create your own custom combo.
Yeah, I think right now he has 3 unique names besides Combined Creation. He just needs to get 2 more in play and then some way to get 3,000 more damage.
It could just link off into another monster depending on what his extra deck holds.
Also, we know Kevin's last card in hand is Bonfire, but Pascal does not, so maybe there are some potential interactions like a Nibiru or Ghost Ogre or an Ash that he's trying to play around as best as possible, but right now I feel like he feels very unfettered and is going to combo off as much as possible, like you said.
All right, well, let's see what he does with that almost full hand of cards there. Going to go ahead and drop down the Memento Sleepy.
I believe that's going to be the special summon effect, and then we're going to use the effect to summon.
Ah, fusion time.
Another Creation King. That is, will definitely get you the names you need. And there we see Kevin conceding. That is a real concession there. No no false alarms this time. Because you just go Creation King, dump 3 more names, combine Creation, summon back, attack directly, game.
The crowd goes wild for Pascal's finish. He is another game away from breaking his own curse. Remember, he made top 4 before at the NAWCQ. This would him be advancing even further into a championship level event.
And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that event also in Texas too? So he gets his run back in Texas?
Yeah, that's weird. I guess he just is having great results down here in the South.
Love to see it. Honestly, it feels like the best thing that probably Kevin can recognize is A, how much extension that Pascal has, and trying to have like these kind of one-for-one trades aren't maybe going to do it for him. He needs to really prioritize cards like Droll and Lockbird, like we saw him do in Game 1, but maybe wants to have a bit more impact, like a Nibiru, like a potential Mochami, that really incentivize Pascal to not play as hard as he did.
I love what Kevin did here, by the way. He performed the old maneuver colloquially called the smoke screen. It's totally legal. You combine your deck and side deck and then manually remove out the cards. Maybe you don't actually side deck in anything, but your opponent has no idea how many cards you've actually added in or not. It's a really cool tactic that hasn't been seen for some time, but it's totally legal and really cool.
Yeah, it's always important to conceal as much information as you can, because if I just said, oh, add 3 cards and I'm going second, you could easily go, Lightning Storm and Duster. Okay, cool. No big deal. But if I just go all them in and then I'd be like, here's my 15, you're like, okay, did he even change at all? Who knows?
I can see why Kevin is certainly a fan favorite across the pond there, but they are competing. No special advantage that you get here from waking up maybe in your native time zone. That might be the only thing you get. With 2 experienced duelists go in, they get locked in, and so I'm really excited to see whatever happens here. It's going to be a great one.
Yeah, I think for Kevin, he's just going to want to maximize his ability to play on turn 1 and set up some really powerful XG's monsters. I think a card we saw in the last semifinals, Abyss Dweller, could play a big role here in stymieing Pascal enough to where Kevin can walk away with the victory.
But unlike the Mermail matchup, Abyss Dweller is not the one-card key against Memento because a lot of those effects you destroy, but the effect is actually applying and resolving on the field. That's what makes Memento so strange. They don't get a lot of bonuses for the cards being destroyed. They do get some, but it's not a deck like Fire Kings or some of the other strategies out there where they want to destroy in order to get the positive effects. It's just part of the effect.
Yeah, it feels like it just kind of like obliterates a lot of the follow-up that the Memento player could have. Things like Aki Huron, things like...
Oh, Creation King in the Graveyard will be able to... So it does get some stuff done. I ain't taking that away from you for sure.
And definitely, I think what is really impressive about the Rise Deal deck is that it's kind of hard to stop. But once it sets up, is it really doing anything too oppressive? Maybe not to people like Pascal, who can just go, I'm going to resolve some Goblin Biker effects, turn off your Rise Deal, and then just start playing. And then you're like, oh, I guess you will do that.
Now, I wonder if that's going to change anything that Kevin does if he decides to go first here, because Goblin Bikers, that is really exciting for us to see, but as a duelist piloting Xyz deck, well, let's go right into game 2 to see what changes from Kevin's strategy for now.
Yeah, that's really interesting. What is he going to do, not summon Xyz monsters?
Well, you can't do that, but you could summon different Xyz monsters. Kevin, always a gentleman there, making sure to offer his opponent a little sign of respect there, and now we draw those 5 and see what happens.
Ooh, they were going to start with Bonfire again. This is always a really interesting play. Does it project weakness? Does it project strength? You'll never know. It's always hard to tell. But there we see the X-Rizal coming down. Definitely a card that projects strength, one of the best starters in this archetype. We're going to go ahead and use the X effects, sending from our extra deck to the graveyard. Going to be that Eclipse Twins, it looks like, and have that set up for later.
I think he wants to set up a little bit more resilience on his turn. That maybe he has changed things up because he wants to survive.
Ooh, we're going to immediately search the Node Rise Seal here. And then we're going to special our sword from our hand to get another search from our deck. It could be that what we're doing is preserving our ability to duo drive for the powerful spell and trap cards that are in Rise Seal, like Plasma Hole and Plugin. I know Manuel was playing Plugin. Are they also on Plasma Hole?
If they are on Plasma Hole, I am going to jump out of my seat. I've been telling Duelists it's a great card. To see it up here, at least on the semifinal stage, would be incredible. Again, if you don't know what Plasma Hole does, I do not blame you, but for each Rizal Xyz monster you control, you get to destroy a card on the field, and you can also banish it from your graveyard in order to perform an Xyz summon using Rizal monsters, and guess what? You can even use that for Eclipse Twins.
Yeah, imagine we're just like talking it up for no reason, and he just opened like double ice, and he's like, I don't need to search another ice. I'm good with just Node.
All right, we'll get the normal summon of Ice here. Ice Rizal is going to special summon. Looks like we're burning up another Sword Rizal.
And now we have more than enough monsters to start Xyz summoning, but we got to be a little bit careful here for Nibiru, potentially. It won't be able to establish cross too early.
Playing like Nibiru doesn't matter. The 5th summon is an Xyz monster, either way.
Looks like we're going to use the sword. I imagine we're going to go straight into Duo Drive and probably get access to some cross to protect the rest of our plays this turn. We're going to Xyz summon for 3 into a detonator straight up.
Maybe not. Maybe. Oh,
that's right.
Okay.
Duo Drive also takes 2+. I always forget that. I know for Rise Deal it always does, but I've never seen Duo Drive do more than that. And there we have the Imperm on the Duo Drive.
So it makes sense for the 3rd material there so that the Rizal Cross could take a material from Rizal Duo Drive instead of a detonator later in the turn, but that infinite permanence shown really late in the turn. We've always talked about when do you jump in the duel. Pascal's decided to stop the Duo Drive because they've hard committed way too many resources into almost nothing.
Yeah, and against pure Rise Deal, it's always hard to tell, like, is the mini names the most important thing? Yeah, Duo Drive just gets them so much advantage on your turn as well as their turn. It's just worth stopping if you can.
And the infinite permanence there, not triggering any triple tactics talent. And Pascal doesn't know the hand doesn't have that, but looks like there's just an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for interaction here. Oh, no, though.
That 3 material Duo Drive just being sent to the graveyard so we can special this ice and maybe get access to a Rise Deal detonator here who can attach the Eclipse Twins.
But it was properly summoned, so it could come up when the Eclipse Twins does get attached, so all's well that may end well later.
100%. I mean, this is still a potential 3 material detonator that goes into another detonator because of Eclipse Twin, which is more than enough disruptions, I think, for Kevin. But we've seen the Goblin cards put a stop to all Xyz monsters. Imagine you just go detach your Eclipse Twins. No summoning because there's only one Xyz in your grave.
So getting rid of the Troll and Lockbird there, not going to hold on to it after having seen it, but now we're going to Xyz summon here, and I wonder if we're just going to go in for Abyss Dweller.
Probably the best capper for this kind of board. Ooh, there's the ultimate rare Abyss Dweller. Very beautiful card.
I think we're past the turn here.
This is quite the formidable board. There are many decks in this format that would cower in front of this, but is Pascal's deck one that would do that? Or is he the kind of player that would do that either? Let's find out. We're going to draw phase Dweller, I believe, here. So no graveyard effects for the rest of this turn.
See if the Goblin Bikers go crazy this time.
Normal summon Mace. Not the most explosive start from Memento, but one that I'm sure Pascal's happy to do.
Do you think it telegraphs a Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis? But if you did that, you wouldn't be able to summon anymore for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, but you would be able to out Dweller and out Detonator it with one card. That's pretty cool. You're right. Look at you. Look at you seeing the future right there.
I'll turn my Millennium Eye off, I promise. Or maybe at least my necklace.
Also, I mean, Kevin has one card in hand and no follow-up, and a Typhon just outs Dweller and goes, all right, second card over to you, my friend.
Just cheers from the crowd there, going crazy.
I mean, this is the kind of board that Typhon was made for. Your opponent is low on resources. They need to out this, and they can't do it with any of their really powerful monsters. Kevin just draws Imperm, or is that Solemn Judgment? He just draws Solemn Judgment and can't do anything.
Just incredible gameplay here.
He sets the Solomon Pass, and there we see the Bone Party during the end phase. Gonna give Pascal access to his Memento engine, and that'll be more than enough damage to go for game if Kevin can't stop this.
It's something, right? Yes.
Yeah, it does not cost to destroy. It does it on resolution, so if you want to Ash, you gotta do it now.
Just speechless watching the crowd get as excited as they are. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! At its finest.
I mean, I mentioned most players would cower at the face of Detonator plus Abyss Dweller, but when you go, oh, you only have one card in hand? Typhon, clear your whole board, your turn? All of a sudden, it's not so scary, huh?
Now it shows you that any deck can win it, and some people say, you know, the Typhon is all about being in a bad situation. If you had to Typhon, you weren't going to win anyway. Well, I hope that gives those duelists pause for thought, because it's still an excellent card, and Pascal has gotten into this position just on its graces.
I mean, do you know how many Ryzeal names Kevin's gone through already? Like, he has like very little engine that he can use to keep playing. He's just gonna go, yeah, Bone Party's fine. We're gonna destroy Aki here on all cards.
Oh my goodness! Just so everything going Pascal's way. Kevin working his way into this duel, but may not have too much of a turn left.
We're using Darkblade here to destroy the set face down by discarding the Gadget that we have in hand. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. The secret second effect of Darkblade, getting rid of that super set Solemn Judgment right there.
It doesn't matter until it does.
And then on Pascal's turn, he can just use the Ignition effect to destroy it and get access to his full Memento combo.
Taking a quick look at Aki Hiron, just letting the judges confirm everything is on the up and up. Memento is a super popular deck, so you don't see the interactions every day.
Yeah, I think the chain link is like Aki Hiron 1, Gaddock 2, Darkblade 3. I guess it would be Darkblade 1, then Gaddock, yeah, on a new chain.
With this you can now special summon adding. So this added.
Yes, we're going to add the Mace back to hand with the Aki Hiron is what he's saying. That is good, and then the Solemn Judgment, which it was, does go to the graveyard.
Nope.
Oh yeah, Gaddock was discarded. It wouldn't be activating anyway.
And by the way, all of that on Kevin's turn.
Yes, and now we can Darkblade Ignition, like I said earlier, just destroy a card and summon Anguish.
Kevin assessing his options here.
We do have an Ash Blossom, which I believe can stop Darkblade.
This can special summon anything, right? Destroy Memento on field and or hand. Just on field.
Kevin just carefully making sure he understands the situation.
It does resolve, it will get destroyed, and he will summon from the deck.
I think it was a smart play from Kevin to hold off. This is a great time to use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, if he so decides.
We're going to have, but now we're chain blocking with Aki Hiron, though, so now he's lost his opportunity to do so because the Memento monster was destroyed. It's always hard remembering how many different effects these Memento cards have and when they can activate.
Even if you play the deck, that's for sure. Kevin, take a look at the graveyard there while Pascal cycles through the deck, grabbing a card, and it is the combined creation.
Yep, and now here we have the effect of Aki Hiron saying all my level 9 and higher can attack directly because it happens on summon, it's mandatory.
Anguish effect, target to summon back, right? Yep.
Yep, so now we're going to have Anguish destroy Aki Hiron and summon back Gaddock. Gaddock effect on summon will be able to add back the Darkblade, I believe. Or I guess Aki Hiron too.
Lots of different choices here. Not quite enough names yet for the Memento Tekutleka combined creation, but it's coming.
Yeah, but he only needs to do what? 5,800 damage. We got 29 with Typhon.
But I never used effective attribute. Okay. Chain Link 1, target Bone Party, Chain Link 2, target.
Ooh, that's right. Gadget can add back and the Memento card. I always forget about that.
2 cards back to the hand. Just resources on resources on resources.
Oh, and here we have a potential Link Summon here just to clear his own Typhon. Going into an SP Little Knight here. Probably not going to use the effects, that way he can still attack directly.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to banish something. No attacking directly. Go ahead.
I was going to say, here we have Sleepy, which lets us get even more monsters in play, and we're going to be able to fusion summon. That'll give us all the names we need with this Creation King to summon out the Memento Link combined creation.
4,600 on the field so far.
And we are going to be chain blocking the Creation King, making a Chain Link 1 and Gadget Chain Link 2. So once again, that Ash is not going to be able to stop it.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, not an effective card in this duel. Nobody could call that, but just effective chain blocking. Pascal is ready for this. Locked in, possibly claiming his seat in the finals.
Right now, let's keep track of the names here. We've got 3 in the grave that are different, as well as not including the combined creation.
Now Kevin taking this in stride well, a smile on his face, sort of absorbing it.
He can send it from the hand. He was sending all those to the graveyard. I thought they were going to his hand for some reason.
It feels like a second hand of Memento, that's for sure, but names go down, names go back to the deck.
Battle phase, here we go, 3,000 to the face, and the combined creation will be enough.
The handshake, the crowd goes wild.
What an amazing showing from Pascal. Everyone has been saying all weekend that Ryzeal is the best deck, and he's like, guys, I think I've got this one, and he did.
Pascal has smiled on the stage before, but that might be the most teeth I have seen on him all weekend. Just those pearly whites, just feeling it. But now it seems he's settled in, he's locked in. Battle City isn't over just yet. He's still got one more match.
And you do gotta really feel for Kevin here, because as you're saying, like, Ryzeal is the deck that everyone knows about. It's the deck that everyone's been teching to beat, and he had to sit there reading all these cards. You're like, oh, I lose my materials? Oh, you get to still keep playing? Oh, you get to keep still sending cards from your deck to your graveyard? Okay, I guess that's okay.
Well, what is also okay for Kevin is his good friend is still going to make the finals.
That's
so
true.
If you're cheering for an international finals, it is still going to happen. So the fate of his dueling career now rests on Manuel's shoulders, but Pascal's going to have his work cut out for him.
But that was just an amazing match, and may I say I was super happy that we got to watch it as our final one for this weekend. Just putting a super cap on how amazing this event has been with all the different decks and all the, like, I would say, swan songs that people have been doing for the Maze of the Master format. I'm just super excited.
Just absolutely incredible. We've still got a couple of weeks to Maze the Master. Remember, Lions Inside isn't out until the beginning of May. Once it's finally legal, that is going to be so crazy.
Oh my gosh.
But you can still hear the chants. I don't know if it's coming over through the audio, but people are so excited about this because this is the energy of being here. You know, we hype it up, but they're going to tell the story much better than we ever could. People are so excited to see this. And man, Memento versus Ryzeal in the finals. Those Goblin Bikers may be crazy, or Manuel may just stomp things down. This is going to be an excellent finals either way.
Oh, yes, and I definitely think Pascal's feeling more confident than ever for this matchup and more proud than ever to be playing the deck that he's been working with for over a year now.
And it shows you that if you continue to grind out the same deck, you learn all these different matchups, and you don't get surprised. And I think that's really been the story. I'm not saying that anybody slept on Memento. Everyone knows it's a great deck, but I think they just didn't practice. They thought, you know what? Malice is popular, Ryzeal is popular, water decks are popular. I'm just going to hope I don't run into it. Unfortunately, for this Duel Academy exam, you do kind of have to know everything out there in the format because you don't know when a Pascal is coming your way.
You never know when a Doug is going to charge you, I'll tell you that much.
Charging on in. The Goblin Bikers really made that duel. I mean, that first one was just cut completely on Xyz materials being removed from the opponent's side of the field.
Oh yeah, he literally got rid of 3 materials off of a Verdua drive. Had that been a detonator, it wouldn't have been able to resolve once in like a meaningful way.
Like, that's insane though to think about. Like, the card's doing what they're supposed to do, but in such a way that just breathes like life into the Memento deck because of that Goblin intersection. So great, so great.
And it can weave into Utopic Draco Future? What the heck? That's so awesome.
Yeah, like I wasn't expecting to see that earlier. If you want to flash back on the VOD, that's going to be against Kai, but wow, just incredible.
Well, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and hear from the man himself, Pascal.
Thank you, Stevens. Pascal wins! He's going to the finals! Oh my gosh, this crowd loves you, Pascal. I mean, oh my gosh, you're all smiles. It's making me smile. How do you feel?
It feels great. This is actually like the furthest I've gone in the YCS. Like, I've topped a few times, but I've never got to the actual finals. So let's see where it takes me if I could just keep playing my cards right and make sure I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do.
And you've spoken a lot about your brother. He's actually made it to 2 finals in the past. Now you're going to the finals. That's making me get a little emotional, to be honest.
Yeah, we've been playing the game since we were like kids, so yeah, it means a lot to get to this point. So yeah, hopefully I could represent and just keep going and try to pull it off.
Are you gonna text him and be like, give me some tips?
I don't think at this point, it's just, you know, we just got to play it out and just see what happens. So, but yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that's kind of been your strategy. You've just been going with the flow. I think, you know, a lot of people saw the Memento deck and they were like, oh, wow, okay. But you're like, this is working and I'm loving it.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of discount the deck because they just think about Raziel and Malice, but like there are some strategies where it plays really well around like the XYZs, and like I have a side deck for Malice too as well, so I never really had a problem beating either one of those matchups. So
unexpected, but believe in the heart of the cards, right?
Yep, definitely. Hopefully it still works for me right now.
Is there anything you want to say to your brother, anything you want to say to the crowd and everyone at home?
Oh, nothing. Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
Let's do it. I love it. Thank you so much, Pascal. I'm gonna send it back to our casters.
Oh, goodness. Just ain't nothing to it but to duel it from here. Just incredible stuff. I love how humble he is. I love he's just ready to get in there. Having great luck in Texas, right? 2 major tops in Texas events. And speaking of upcoming events, why don't we take a look at what's coming up soon?
That's right. We have some amazing WCQs happening later this year all over the world. Starting off in June 6th, we have the Bogota, Colombia WCQ for South America. Then going on to July 4th through 6th, we have the San Jose, Costa Rica, Central America World Championship qualifier. Then that same weekend, July 5th through 6th, we have the Brisbane, Australia Oceanic WCS and WCQ. And of course, we have the July 11th through the 13th NAWCQ happening in Indianapolis. And finally, the EU WCQ happening in Berlin, Germany, July 25th through the 27th. We've been talking all day about how YCS are international events. Well, these are the national events. The decks that pick the best of the best from their respective regions to compete in the WCS finals.
Definitely a long road to the World Championship, but some of the duelists we saw here are definitely already ready to compete in it, that's for sure. But we can only crown one winner of YCS Houston. And I gotta say, it has just been a tremendous tournament, but at this point, you and I are done.
Yes, we are done commentating at the desk, and it's been an absolute blast, my friend. 2/3 of Max Steve has been representing here behind the desk, and I can't wait to do it again in the future.
We'll see you next time, but don't go away. That finals is coming up, so we'll be back right after this.
Hello, everyone. To all the duelists out there, we're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley.
Howdy.
Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited to, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. Like, it's an unreal feeling. I've been playing since I was 4 years old, and finally to get a win, it's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Was there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from the game and had more doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for us say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align, and all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row and win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It would be amazing. Like, go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back-to-back. So that would be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So is that something that's on your mind? Was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practice more for this one because
Okay. Give something to prove.
After you get that feeling, like you just want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you're 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how there was like you had those kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Discipline, definitely. You know, understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But
Yes.
you even learn like life lessons, like just keep trying and keep improving time after time.
Never giving up. Yep.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff.
Nice.
And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities, not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now moving away, kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular. Are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
At this point in the game, or like in the format, I don't think there's really any hidden techs. I think it's just comes down to who executes better along the course of the tournament.
Yep. So yeah, having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yep. You're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot, too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you've defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me. Well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that'd be amazing.
That was Dominic Couch, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick, but ambitious. But I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room. That's for sure. So last question. You talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing. First and foremost.
Practice makes you have to actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory
play.
can only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new things or different things from the grain, and like when it's necessary, because
you never know if you don't try it.
Yeah,
definitely. So trying things, staying strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
Whoa, I've time traveled to the future. You thought I was talking to Tavion, but no, I'm here at the caster desk with the Salawatha Tanjige. I'm Billy Brake. It's been an awesome spending this weekend with you here at YCS Houston. You know, it's been a long time since we've had a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Texas, and now we're back in the beautiful city of Houston, which, you know, it's not as bad as I remember. It's a pretty nice city. It's a little humid out there, but when it started raining and the humidity broke, it was actually pretty cold last night, but it's been a fantastic weekend with some awesome decks. I still think my favorite deck I saw this weekend was the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes deck. I'm going to look into that when I get home and maybe try and find a way to play with that. But, you know, that's neither here nor there because now we're in the finals and we know what 2 decks have made it all the way. It's going to be that Pure Raziel deck up against Memento, an unexpected challenger. It's not just Memento, Goblin Biker Memento.
It's the biggest sleeper going into this tournament for sure, I think.
Definitely. I mean, we know that other top players like Pack and others were playing Memento as well. I think Clifton Land also.
Yeah, we saw it throughout the tournament in the backup features, not necessarily in the main feature, except for Pascal, who got the main feature, I think, 3 times up to this point. 1 more to go. We'll see how he fares.
I mean, it's a cool deck. You can do so much. You also have the advantage of a lot of your opponents not really knowing what your strategy is, where the key points are to stop. I mean, that's what when you're practicing for Yu-Gi-Oh, you need to know those choke points, like the things you can interact with, the best way to interact with them, what can go wrong when you interact with them, and those are just a lot of the points that a lot of players don't know against the Memento strategy, and that's really paid off here for Pascal this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, they've at least become somewhat familiar with Memento because they understand they have to respect that it's a powerful deck, but I think everyone that I talk to about the deck that is not as well-versed in the strategy, they always say the same thing: stop the horse. Tatsuno Toshigo. If you can deal with that, then that's probably good, but that's as far as anyone really understands the deck. So when you're playing the deck and you know the ins and outs, and you have this deck that's basically fine-tuned to play into the good matchup, which is Ryzeal, then you can just take advantage of that all throughout a tournament.
Definitely. And I do think the Fiendsmith Memento deck is a little more popular. I haven't really seen the Goblin Biker version with Mementos, but we're going to have to see if it's going to carry Pascal all the way, or if Manuel is going to be able to take his Ryzeal strategy to the top. They're standing by. I'll go ahead and toss it over to Jackie for one more introduction before our finals. Take it away, Jackie.
We started with nearly 1,500 competitors, and now we are down to 2. But only one can be our YCS champion. Who will come out on top? Are you all ready for the finals? Let the finals commence, and we begin with the blue chair. Seated there will be Pascal Maniguet from Elmont, New York. His brother has been to the finals twice, but will he be the brother who wins? Now to the red chair, we have Manuel Collin traveling from Europe, hailing from Switzerland. He said he was nervous, but will he avenge his teammate? He looks hungry. All right, let's hear it. Are you all ready for the finals? This energy is incredible. You can see our competitors hugging it out. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. It's time to duel one more time here at YCS Houston. We have Pascal from New York taking on Manuel from Switzerland. It's going to be an epic finals. You know, I'm going to be shocked. I mean, has to be a good matchup for Pascal. He literally just faced basically the same deck in top 4, defeated it pretty handily from what I could tell, and now he's going to try and do it again here in the finals. I mean, yeah, I would never have thought a million years that Memento would be the deck that could win YCS Houston, but alas, here we are. It's always the ones you least expect.
Yeah.
Or medium expect.
Medium expect. I think this is one of those things when we talk about with the pure Ryzeal deck, it's one of those decks you have to build all your non-engine towards something. Like that's what you're targeting, and if you play everything that you're targeting, then you're going to have a good tournament experience. I think the Goblin Biker Memento deck is this exact same thing in that you're targeting Ryzeal, but you don't really have a choice. You are targeting Ryzeal in playing the Goblin Biker cards. Your opponent already having an Xyz monster on the field with materials to give you free summons, you're able to take advantage of even just getting rid of their Eclipse Twins early so they don't get the value out of their detonator. It's exactly what you're trying to do, turning their resources into your resources. And if Pascal is able to just farm the Ryzeals up to this point, it's exactly what he wants, and he gets to do it all the way into the finals.
Yeah,
this is exactly where he wants to be.
Definitely. I think you touched on a good, important fact there that the Goblin Bikers are able to special themselves by detaching a material from anywhere on the field, especially your opponent's Xyz monsters. So, yeah, lining up against an Xyz deck is exactly where the Goblin Bikers want to be in this position. Will it be enough, though? Manuel has been on fire. We just saw him take on Aditya, our NAWCQ champion in top 4, pretty handily, was able to go first games 1 and 3 and win, despite his Abyss Builder getting Xyz Encore. But it won't be the same here. Will Pascal be able to defeat Manuel? It's USA versus Switzerland here in the finals of YCS Houston.
Now, you brought up Abyss Dweller here. That was a card that's so powerful against the Mermaid Is also still very strong against the Memento Clan cards. It's something that you have to consider. Even we saw in the last feature match alone, in that game, the Dweller was going to stop the entire turn, but there was just no answer to the Typhon. The Typhon was able to clear the way because the other Ryzeal player had spent all their resources on those 2 bodies and had no follow-up. I think that is where Pascal wants to put his opponent if he does manage to summon an Abyss Dweller. But I think if they are able to have follow-up here, it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, Abyss Dweller still pretty strong against Memento, as you mentioned, but we're going to have to see if it will be enough. We see the judges there at the table giving some final instructions before we jump into the finals. This is it, the trophy that one of these duels will be walking away with is right there on the table next to them. It's time to duel one more time here at YCS Houston. Game number 1 of the finals starts now.
The all-important dice roll. I think Pascal doesn't really mind either way if he goes first or second. If he does happen to go second, he can use his opponent's cards as a resource, but going first does make everything easier.
All right, 7. Let's see what Manuel rolls. It's going to be a
3.
All right, Pascal's going to start things off. The fist bump, good luck, and it's time to duel.
Stand by these.
All right, made it to the main phase. No effects activated.
We're going to be normal summoning Mementothon Goblin. Goblin's able to destroy Memento on the field to destroy, I believe, 2 others.
Yeah, we can send 2 Memento cards, different names, to the graveyard.
Not destroy, send. Some of them send, some of them destroy.
But as long as you're filling up your graveyard, that's all that really matters with Memento.
We're going to be sending Memento Fusion and Gaddock. Gaddock, when it's sent to the graveyard, is able to special summon itself and add back one of those cards in the graveyard. We're going to be adding back the Fusion. Then we're going to be activating the Fusion here.
So you see the Memento Goblin fueling 2 cards to Pascal's hand. Memento Fusion is going to allow him to summon one of the Memento Fusion monsters.
Yep, because a Memento card was destroyed, he's able to use materials from the graveyard by shuffling them back into the deck. He's going to be able to fuse into
Twin Dragon.
Twin Dragon now is able to destroy itself and add 2 Memento cards from his deck to his hand.
And no responses here from Manuel. Pascal's all good to continue his plays.
He has to get 2 monsters with different names here. He's going for Mace and... I believe that is that Tatsuno Toshiko?
Yep, it is. I was going to let you say the name. All right, you see the Gaddock coming back down to the field. Sleepy is coming down as well.
Oh, okay, that was Sleepy, not Mace.
Yes.
Sleepy, when it's summoned, is able to trigger a fusion summon.
What does he want to do? This could be the most important match of Pascal's dueling career. Looks like he's going to use 3 Memento monsters.
Looks like he's using Sleepy's effect to fuse with those monsters into the big Memento Fusion.
That's right, Creation King. This card kind of similar to Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon, right? It feels that way. We're able to send so many cards from the deck to your graveyard. 3 Memento cards to be exact.
Yep, you get to fill your graveyard again. This deck really wants to focus on filling your graveyard with those Memento names so you can get to your
Combined Creation?
Yeah, your Combined Creation. I know one is Creation King. I know a lot of them have Creation in their name, but the Combined Creation has to shuffle back 5 with different names to summon itself from the grave, and this is an easy way to set that up.
So far he's going to send the Dark Blade.
The Combined Creation, the Dark Blade, and we're looking for our 3rd option here. I believe that is the Mace.
I believe so as well.
Setting that up to be able to add it back for the follow-up on the opponent's turn here.
All right, looks like he's thinking about his next play.
Yep, he's gotten through his plays so far. Drone Lockbird is finally activated. Or, I assume it was activated after the Goblin. I just missed it.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Drone Lockbird is in the graveyard, but yep, looks like it's going to be Bone Party.
Bone Party's activated here. Destroying the Gaddock on the field.
Special summoning Dark Blade.
And then going into the Dark Blade.
So he's going to be able to special summon back
the Akihiran. When another monster is destroyed, he can summon himself back from the grave.
And the Dark Blade's going to send Memento. You want to say it? Memento Talon? Memento Titalin? This is a tough one to say. It's a mouthful.
Memento Tiklan.
Tiklan, there you go.
Akihiran target field spell. The field spell? Yep.
Yep.
And he gets to add that back.
Gets the field spell to his hand. And now we're going to be using the Goblin and the Dark Blade to link summon SP Little Knight. And now we're going to be activating Memento Tiklan.
No. This is going to let him set a Memento Speller Trap from his graveyard during the end phase.
That'll allow him to get back either the Fusion or Bone Party here. And now we're going to be summoning the Creation King by shuffling back 5 with different names. Looks like we're going to be taking Sleepy, the Fusion, Gaddock, the Mace, as well as the Dark Blade, and putting them back in the deck.
5 Mementos returned. Creation King hits the field.
Go to end phase.
All right, he's going to end phase. He has the SP Little Knight. He has the Creation King. He has the Combined Creation. And he's going to set Bone Party with the Field Spell.
Sets himself up to have a destruction effect on his opponent's turn.
All right, Manuel draws. How is he going to break this board? It's going to be tough.
Main phase? Yep, main phase is fine.
All right, we made it to the main phase. No effects being activated during the draw or standby.
Pascal has a lot of threatening effects in the back here, just waiting. The Creation King alone can target 3 cards and destroy them.
All right, going to lead things off with Extraziel. Going to send Merological Aggregator to try and negate the Combined Creation. And then Infinite Impermanence is going to cut off the effect from Extraziel to add to the hand.
Thinking on this.
The Aggregator is a really strong lead here, cutting off the Creation King, which could pose a threat later in the turn because it's able to destroy an equal number of Memento cards and monsters your opponent controls.
All right,
or cards your opponent controls.
The Akihiron's going to come down.
You targeted this one? I targeted this one. Okay.
I think he might be able to make another one. He's definitely going to be able to special fusion summon during his opponent's turn. But he's going to special summon Sword Raziel from the hand, continuing the Raziel pressure.
Yep. Always feels bad when you're able to stop one of the starters, but they have another one in their hand. Now it looks like we're going to be chaining SP Little Knight to the effect, banishing the Akihiron and the sword.
Manuel goes deep into the think tank about his next move.
Very visual about it.
That's fine.
Okay, I thought he targeted the Akihiron, but looks like SP Little Knight will target itself as well as the sword. Sword will be adding, it looks like a copy of Ice Raziel to Manuel's hand.
He still has his normal summon available to him.
Raziel so strong at just being able to power through field here by just getting free summons. And now we're activating Metal Tronus on the Akihiron.
What does he have? That
It's a Water 17, I guess Dweller?
Yeah, it's probably Dweller.
And then we're going to be chaining the Bone Party here.
So that's going to destroy the Akihiron and let him special summon a Memento from the deck.
Gonna go for the Angwitch. Angwitch is able to add on summon, and then Akihiron, when it's destroyed, is able to add back from the grave or banished.
Akihiron's gonna target.
Akihiron's gonna target the Goblin.
Goblin returns to the hand. Angwitch is gonna let him add a Memento monster from the deck to the hand.
Typically going to be Mace here so that you can have, yep. Oh, no, it looks like it's gonna be Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy's the one you want to be able to summon during your opponent's turn, so you'll be able to conduct a fusion summon.
Sorry, which one do I know in your head?
And thanks to the Combined Creation, he will be able to special summon a Memento monster from his hand during this turn. All his opponent has to do is activate a card.
Okay, now we're going to be finally normal summoning that Ice Raziel, using its effect, summoning a monster from the deck. The effect of X has been used on field, the effect of Sword has been used on the field, so now it's just summoning another body, not really going to generate any more value than that. There is no Raziel.
On res.
And now we're going to be using the effect Sleepy.
So Sleepy's going to try and summon.
And then immediately going to be able to fusion summon.
And now it's going to be a fusion summon, so we'll be able to make another copy
of the Creation King. Using those 3 bodies, Creation King hits the field.
Yep.
That's going to send another copy of Gaddock, Mace. And also Toshigo, the Gaddock will be able to summon, because they're sent to the graveyard, to add the mace back to hand. And the mace can now, at any point, choose to take a monster. And now the Creation King is also going to use its effect to destroy 3 monsters on his side of the field, and also 3 monsters on his opponent's, clearing the way here.
Fossilizing Manuel's monsters.
Akihiron comes back. And so does Darkblade. There is the Ryziel Cross.
Manuel is trying to draw into something. He's already used all of his Ryziel effects for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the node's already gone as well. There's not really much you can draw into.
Just looking for an answer in any place he can find it. I don't think a draw and Lockbird's going to be it. And Manuel's going to concede game 1 to Pascal in his Goblin Memento deck. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, we didn't see any of the Goblin cards there. It was just Memento doing what it's supposed to.
I mean, yeah, Memento going uninterrupted, just absolutely incredible. And Pascal Manigat is 1 win away from becoming a YCS champion.
I mean, this is the matchup that he wants to see. He has been preparing for this matchup. He knows the ins and outs of it. He knows how his deck plays so well into the Ryziel cards. Do you think Manuel is prepared to play against the Memento Thon?
I don't. Yeah, honestly, yeah, no, I wouldn't. It'd be one of those decks that you'd want to know how it works, how it functions, where you have those key points of interaction, but you may not dedicate too many cards to your side deck. As you said, like Abyss Dweller is still functional and works really well against the deck. So I think he knows enough to where he'll know to go into something like that to slow down his opponent. But when it comes to like the Goblin Biker cards as well, I don't think it's something that Manuel has prepared for this tournament. No matter, despite how well prepared him and his teammates really were for this event, as they almost both made the finals against each other, but Pascal did not let that happen.
I mean, this was the dark horse in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got way more on the radar. I feel like radar in the past like week, because people have been talking about it. You saw, I mean, I'm just going to refer to Pac again because he played at a regional last weekend, I believe, in Toronto. And I think that got some steam on social media, and him talking about the deck, saying he's actually really serious about it. It's a good deck. And I think a lot of people paid attention to that as well. But Pascal definitely seems like he's been playing this deck for a while now.
Yeah, very confident in his plays. And we did see a lot of this deck having success over in Japan as well. And I wonder why it never translated over into our metagame. And maybe it was just we never gave it the respect it deserved.
I mean, that can be true for a lot of strategies. There's a bunch of things out there that just might not have had the opportunity to really show off how good they are. I mean, that's what's so great about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is even some of the most underrated or expected strategies can come out on top.
Yeah, this could be the biggest surprise yet that we've had throughout this entire tournament. But Pascal is only 1 game away from being our newest YCS champion.
I mean, yeah, Goblin Memento was not on my bingo card this weekend, but here it is in the finals, 1 win away. And Pascal doesn't even look excited. I know, like, when I've been in finals and won game 1 or up a game, I would be it'd be hard to contain myself.
I mean, job's not finished.
Job's not finished. That's the right mentality. And now you see Manuel kind of head on hand. Losing game 1 doesn't feel good. He's probably playing against a deck he doesn't know super duper well, but maybe he does. And maybe that'll just work to his advantage. Maybe he just didn't draw the cards that he needed to see against Pascal in game 1. He didn't have any of those interruptions from hand while Pascal was playing. So things could really turn around here in game number 2 as the side decks have been utilized, and he will have an opportunity to go first.
Yeah, we'll see how he opts to potentially change his end board, knowing to respect the Goblin Biker cards as well as the Memento cards. And starting off immediately with Milcharmi Perulia. Does he have an Ash Blossom to counteract? Doesn't look like it.
I think I see Called by the Grave, though, but maybe not.
I mean, he's going to consider his options here. Called by could be very useful against the Memento cards as well, but it looks like we are going to try to cut him off. And then there's second one! The second Perulia!
The crowd goes wild! Goblin Biker's gone wild. I don't know if y'all can hear the screaming crowd over there through our microphones. I can't hear myself think right now because of how loud it is over there. I mean, Manuel kind of brought this on himself with the post-game interview where he kind of talked a little bit of trash to the USA players. And
we don't take that lightly. We don't take that lightly.
There's a room full of them ready to cheer for his downfall. But he's going to continue play. He's going to normal summon Ice Ryziel. Pascal's only going to draw 1 because the Called by the Grave stopped the first one. But
Ice Ryziel is allowed to resolve here. Manuel considering his options.
I'm sure he'll still special summon from deck. It's not Fualos, so he won't have to give up a draw.
I think he's just figuring out what he wants to choose to summon. I think he
Where
does
to go
have,
next.
Yeah, I think he already has a copy of X in his hand, so he sees if it's even necessary to go with Sword. Because he wants to like not have to use the X in his hand now because of the Parulia. Yeah, really considering how to best play into this resolved Parulia. I think it's probably X'd into Node, but like, or just making sure you have guaranteed follow-up for next turn, because you can't commit too much here, unless you're really disrespecting.
By the amount of times he's checking, I know like that's kind of like an indication he's just trying to figure out what's the solution. How do I get out of the spot that I'm in right now?
Yeah, it's not as simple as the choice of the 50-50 between the Sword and the X. It's more so, how is he mapping out the rest of this turn here? How many more cards does he have to give Pascal? Because he's going to have to give him another card, I think.
Is this going to be a duo drive, or is this going to just be an Abyss Dweller? It's going to be Raziel duo drive. Does Pascal have any more interactions?
I mean, that might have been an interesting option for him if he just went Abyss Dweller pass. That might have, if it resolves, it could potentially get there. But it looks like we are just going to be resolving duo drive here.
I mean, this almost certainly means that Pascal will be drawing more cards from that Multarmy Parulia. This isn't Goki. He's not going to be able to grab Goki rematch or anything like that. Raziel has to summon from the hand from this point.
I mean, he could, as long as he can grab Node, that only can give one more draw to still provide another rank 4.
Which wouldn't be too bad. Looks like he's considering...
Oh, and potentially Plugin as well. Plugin can get you there without having to give up as much draws either.
Cross and Plugin to the hand.
Raziel Cross activated now, not necessarily live, but because Plugin is in the hand, it will be able to protect in case anything is trained at any point. X Raziel coming down from the hand, giving Pascal another card here. We're going to be sending that Eclipse Twins. X is going to be able to resolve on the field to grab a Thunder here. It's going to just assumingly get Node just for later. I doubt it's going to hit the field now.
I mean, he needs to have... he has to do more, right?
Like, I mean, he could just activate the plugin.
Okay, and then just have another rank 4?
Yeah. And then, like, at least that way the Cross is live as well, because the material will go under the duo drive.
But no Dweller?
Do you think it's worth... How many draws does he have to give him to get that many more monsters?
Yeah, not a bunch, but I think it would be worth... maybe not. Because even though the Dweller does stop them, they still continue to special summon. They have lots of ways to still put monsters on the field without using graveyard effects.
He might actually be opting to not give up any more draws at all. At this point, does that even make sense? You already gave him the draw for the X. No more Exceed monsters?
Oh, man. Just ending his turn with a cross-up with just a duo drive with no materials, X, and he has Plug-in and Plasma Hole set.
Can we see a Harpy's Feather Duster? A Lightning Storm, perhaps?
The side decks have been utilized. There could be cards like that. They're not the worst against Raziel.
Especially against the Pure deck. There's so many spells and traps that are used. You know that there's going to be Plasma Hole. There's potentially books, any of the books.
First up, Bone Party.
All right, starting off with Bone Party, not necessarily the most exciting here. Going to have to destroy a card from your hand.
Destroys the Combined Creation.
Again, another card you don't really want to draw here. And we're going to be summoning the Anguish.
Anguish is similar to Elemental Stratos. Satella Knight Deneb, you name it. Adds a memento from the deck to the hand on summon. Now Manuel's going to activate Plug into special summon Sword.
Yep, it's going to summon Sword and attach a material to the duo drive, and at resolution he can opt to use Cross to negate the Anguish, which might be the reason to use plug-in right now. It's like we're going to be attaching an Ice Raziel to the duo drive.
Yep, and it is exactly as you predicted there, Solid. Going to negate the effect of Anguish.
The Sword Raziel will now trigger because it was summoned. Just going to grab some more follow-up here.
Smart stuff here from Manuel. But Pascal got a couple cards in the Brillia, so there's a chance he's not anywhere near close to done yet.
There's Triple Tactics Talents.
Oh, he's going for the hand.
Yeah.
That means he has already what he needs to win the game, but he wants to take a peek and see if there's anything that's going to stop him. And he's going to see a handful of monsters.
I mean, a hand like that, you can't give him another turn.
He has to find a way to finish the game here, or Manuel will have plenty of plays to push through even the most impressive of boards. But it looks like, I mean, what do you pick here?
It does not matter. Like, they all get each other.
He goes for the node just because it's the one of, I suppose. All right, Pascal, this is your moment.
There's the Golden Biker. Unfortunately,
Doug Charger.
I mean, I think this was the play Manuel made, knowing to respect the Goblin Biker and did not make another excuse, did not leave any materials available.
I mean, yeah, if I was him, I would say it's because I knew it, but sometimes sometimes you get these feelings about the right play, and it works out on top of that. But yeah, maybe he did know the Goblin Bikers were in store. Oh, he did. His friend did play him in the top 4. He probably watched that match closely, so it does know.
I mean, he has had plenty of times to watch up to this point.
All right, and the Doug Charger is going to add Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, I believe. This will let him access. Oh, this is the bridge into the mementos, I believe.
This is the one that adds any Goblin monster?
I mean, we're still learning this deck just the same as you guys at home, so we can figure out what Pascal's strategy is. But now he can overlay those 2 level 3 monsters into Goblin Biker. Is that Big Gabunga?
It has to be Big Gabunga.
It's Big Gabunga. And you see Manuel taking a moment to read, which is always he doesn't have to read a single memento card, but now the Goblin Bikers are onto the field. He's taking a chance to read. The Goblin Biker Big Gabunga will let him add a Goblin from the deck to the hand if he has no response.
So that will let you add a couple options here. I don't imagine you're going for the Memento Goblin just yet. You're just going to get another
Doug Charger. Rum rum. That's my best Goblin Biker impression. That's what I would do. I like to make noises for my cards while I'm playing. So now he's going to activate Doug Charger's effect to special summon himself by detaching a material.
And there is the Plasma Hole that was set. He does control one Rising Xyz monster, so he's able to destroy the Big Gabunga, making it so the Doug Charger will not be able to detach.
Manuel doing a lot with a little, but he is going to chain the breakout, which will let him tribute off the Big Gabunga, so the Plasma Hole won't destroy it, and now he can special summon
any Goblin, and that will probably get you to Memento Goblin. Memento Goblin hits the field. Goblin's able to use its effect here to destroy itself and send 2 from the deck to the graveyard if he so chooses.
I mean, we saw the power of Goblin. It essentially adds 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
Yeah, which it is.
And
with extra steps.
And Pascal knows there's no other interruptions from Manuel, right? Everything has been used.
He has the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, right?
So to quick Xyz?
Yeah.
Ooh.
But that might be his only last form of anything.
I mean, that's not too bad in this situation. That is a detonator.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, that's fine so far. Tempty's up.
I hear this Memento Goblin has really good handwriting. That's a stretch. That's a deep cut.
Okay.
But now we're going to see the Plasma Hole being used for that Xyz summon for Baguska. He's so tired. Number 41 is terribly tired. Tap here is going to take a nap and negate the effects of all monsters in defense mode while also putting them in defense mode. And Memento, not a link deck, but he has Forbidden
Droplet!
Forbidden Droplet!
That's going to end the game!
The last hope for Manuel is now extinguished with Forbidden Droplet, which is going to negate number 41, Baguska, the terribly tired Memento
and he has Memento Fusion!
You hear the crowd going wild here for Pascal.
The Goblin Biker's Gone Wild is here.
Pascal has to not let the crowd noise affect him. He has to stay focused, not get too
he's still
excited.
locked in. He's not getting too excited. He's just playing the game right now.
I mean,
he's moments away.
This is Pascal's expression 24/7. He could have the emotions inside and we just don't know, but he has to, rein it in. It's hard. I do think his heart is pounding out of his chest right now, whether it's showing on his face or not. Mine is, so I would assume his too. So the fusion is going to, and he's using 3
That's going to summon the Creation King.
That's going to let him... Oh, he's going to send the Creation King from his extra deck. And 2 other memento cards from his deck to the graveyard.
Yep, and there's the Gaddock, because we didn't end up using the Goblin's effect just yet.
I mean, this is what happens when you're able to draw a few cards off Perilia. You're going to have those answers to anything your opponent tries to do. He had the 2 copies of Mulcharmy Perilia to play through the Call by the Grave. Had the Droplet for the Baguska.
I mean, he lined up his plays, probably expecting the plug-in into the Plasma Hole here. Opted to start with the Bone Party because he knew what his interruptions needed to look like. Just wanted to bait out everything from Manuel to have that timely Droplet to really seal the game here.
Vroom, vroom.
Yeah, Pascal calming down a little bit and wants to make sure he makes no mistakes at this point. This is the critical juncture. He's right there.
Yeah, things are looking good for him, but you have to keep in mind that Manuel's hand is stacked.
Yeah, if he gets another turn, he can easily turn it around.
I have not used Sleepy. I never used this one.
You have not used Sleepy. You've barely used any of your memento cards yet this turn.
All right, so Gaddock, Sleepy, and another Creation King going to the graveyard. Gaddock's going to be able to summon itself and then add to the hand the Sleepy, the effect of Creation King in the graveyard to banish itself to add Memento Midclan.
The field spell. I'm going to stick with the field spell.
I'm trying.
You're doing great. You're doing amazing. All right, and now what is his next move? He's going to summon the Sleepy. Sleepy's effect.
Fuse. Going to use the Gaddock and itself. It's going to go into the Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon's effect going to destroy itself, add 2 more monsters with different names from the hand.
We have to remember that Pascal already has the combined creation in the graveyard as well.
Well, he looks like he's grabbing another one.
Or maybe he had to put it back for the fusion summon with the Memento Fusion.
Okay.
So he accessed it again.
And now we're going to be, look like we're going to start shuffling things back. Or no, the Sleepy hits the field again. Oh yeah, because if the Twin Dragon is destroyed, it does summon something back from the grave, a level 6 or lower.
I didn't use a field.
They all do so much.
They're really cool cards, and it's awesome to see them here in the finals of the YCS.
Tatsuno Toshigo, if it's able to summon itself, if all you control is either Memento monsters or no monsters at all.
The horse.
It's able to use its effect. That is the dark horse of the tournament right there. It's going to be able to send to the graveyard monsters up to its level.
See, Darkblade, that's my speed.
Darkblade is there. Darkblade is going to hit the field here, going to destroy the Sleepy.
There were 2 monsters on the field that are tired, but now one of them has left the field. And he's going to summon
the Mace. Oh, we are moving.
Anguich down to the graveyard. Mace is destroyed. It's going to special summon. I'm on the edge of it. Adds Bone Party.
Another Bone Party here. I'm here and able to come back now because another one was destroyed.
And here comes the combined creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different memento monsters return to the deck and extra deck.
Now, remind me on why it's worth it to summon all this. And that is it! Pascal takes it! He is our YCS Houston champion.
Pascal, man, he's taking down the YCS side. I can't hear myself think. The crowd is going crazy, and he is your YCS champion with Goblin Bikers and Memento. Oh my. Yeah. And he has the ultra rare copy of another verse Solaria. We had over 1,400 players, just shy of 1,500. And Pascal. Sorry, Carl. Pascal Manigat is our winner. I was thinking last name. You're the best, Pascal. Not Carl. Carl could not get the job done in the finals, but his brother Pascal did here this weekend. Oh, now we're getting MVP chance. Oh man, what an epic finals. That combined creation with 5,000 attack just made it so easy to finish off that game on the back of Mulcharmy Perilia. threw a Called by the Grave because he had the second copy, and then he played it perfectly.
I think expert play by both players here. It's just...
Yep, the play that Manuel set up, despite getting met by the Perillia, was actually really, really nice.
Yes, respecting the Goblin Biker cards as well, even, whether it was on purpose or not, I'm going to give that credit to him.
He can take it. He can take it.
This was just a fantastic gameplay, and we just saw not only creativity, but just planning going into this event. You plan to play against a bunch of Ryzeal. You have this strategy that really takes advantage of a bunch of Ryzeal, and it's not close.
None of those matches have seemed very close, despite how well the other players have drawn. I mean, obviously the cards came the right way there for Pascal, but man, what a match. And just Goblin Bikers. Yeah, Goblin Bikers, Memento. You never saw it coming. Pascal saw it coming.
Oh, he knew. He knew going into this tournament he was going to take it all.
Yeah, just actually you see that crowd shot. They were popping off, so excited. I mean, it was a big congratulations, though, to Manuel and Kevin, both coming over here from Switzerland. Both of them on the same team, playing the same deck, making it all the way to top 4. Not an easy feat by any means.
It's difficult to do it by yourself. Having 2 of the same,
I mean,
you're on something. You were definitely onto something, but
Exactly.
you just weren't able to handle the Goblin Bikers.
Goblin Bikers, big gabonga. Big gabonga.
Mountain also helped.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, Creation King, combined creation. Wow. I mean, it could have been Mermail Atlantean. That was also very close. Labyrinth was also in there.
Tombkeeper was in there.
We had Tombkeeper and Top Cut. One of my favorite YCSs I've been to in quite some time. I hope everyone enjoyed it watching at home. Any favorite memories from this weekend?
I mean, I think this finals finally took it over the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes for me.
It's been great. This is going to be the last you're going to see of me and Asala. Thank you for joining us this weekend. I'm going to toss it to Jackie for her to close out the show. It's going to be time to duel. We have more upcoming events. Keep playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the greatest trading card game on the planet. Take it away, Jackie.
Pascal, you are our YCS champion! Look at this crowd! Look at this trophy! Oh, your smile. I love it. What's going through your head?
I'm just excited, just like I feel like I did everything I was supposed to do. I took my time and just like really just made sure I was playing the right way. So yeah, excited for it.
You seemed calm and collected. Earlier we were talking about how your brother has been to 2 finals. You've gone to the finals. You have won the finals.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting since we're the first one to win, I guess.
The first brother to win? Oh my goodness. What are you going to tell him when you see him?
One more than him.
Oh my goodness, too funny.
Honestly, like he's the big reason why I still play and everything. So he's always been a good help, even from like deck building and all that type of stuff. So yeah, it definitely means a lot that we can take it home.
It seems like Yu-Gi-Oh has played a huge part in your life.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, we even have like a store with it, so like where we have stores. So
Is there anything you want to say to this crowd and everyone watching at home?
Let's see if we can do a 2-peat.
I love it! 2 feet. All right, Pascal, thank you so much. Go hold up that trophy for the crowd. Come on! Pascal, what an amazing victory. This crowd going absolutely wild here. Thank you everyone for, just being amazing. This is my first YCS and I'm just so honored to be here. Thank you so much for joining us. You all have been absolutely fantastic and patient and wonderful. I could say so many great things about this amazing experience. I hope that you all had a fantastic time.
Wow. I finally got a stable connection. Congratulations to our newest YCS winner, who also happens to be the final YCS winner of the current advanced format. The new advanced format starts on April 7th, and I have the next Forbidden Unlimited's cards list right here. So, I've been trying to tell you all weekend about the new Forbidden Unlimited's card list, and there's a lot to go over, so lock in. First, the following cards are now unlimited: Cyberjar, Danger Jackalope, and Danger Tsuchinoko, Ava, and Performapal monkey board. Next, the following cards are now semi-limited. There's a number of them moving in both directions, so let's start with the cards moving from limited. They are Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyverburster, Morphing Jar, Unchained Soul of Shrivara, Snake Eye Ash, and Snake Eye Poplar. The rest of the semi-limited cards were previously unlimited, and they are X-Ryziel, Ice Ryziel, Sword Ryziel, Malice P. Dormouse, Malice P. White Rabbit, and Malice in Underground. Next up, the limited cards. 3 cards have been moved from forbidden to limited. You may have seen a couple of these in the Quarter Century Stampede unboxings a couple days ago. And I would highly recommend that you go check those out right after this. The returning cards are Mathmech Circular, Brilliant Fusion, and Masterpiece, the True Draco Slaying King. The rest of the newly limited cards were previously unlimited, and they are Bystial Druisworm, Ryziel Detonator, Bonfire, Crossout Designator, Triple Tactics Talent, and Dimension Shifter. Finally, there are 4 newly forbidden cards in the next advanced format, and they are Nightmare Griffin, Link Decoder, Abyss Dweller, and Bahamut Shark. You'll be able to find the complete list of changes on our social media soon, with the complete list updated on the website tomorrow. Best of luck to everyone preparing for the next few months of competition.
Exciting news on the forbidden and limited list. Looking forward to seeing how this will impact our next YCS in Providence, Rhode Island on May 3rd and 4th. Oh my goodness, the crowd is going absolutely wild. I was saying this before Jerome dropped all of that amazing information, but thank you so much for making my first YCS so amazing. Chat, you've been so funny and sweet and kind. The crowd has been absolutely electric. I want to thank all of the on-camera talent. They've just welcomed me in, and they're like a family to me, and everyone behind the scenes working so hard. But a big thank you to all of you. We wouldn't be here without you. All right, see you next time.